He's on the third floor. Surround him now. Kill that son of a bitch. 5 black men armed with rifles charged in from the staircase, firing a burst ahead regardless of seeing anyone, creating a suppressive effect through sheer noise, commonly known as intimidation. Bang! Bang! With 5 gunshots, these 5 men were struck in the head by bullets from an unknown source, collapsing on the spot. The chaotic gunfire abruptly ceased. This sudden silence informed the other gunmen who were about to rush in that those 5 were finished. They immediately retreated back to the 4th floor, all nervously aiming their guns at the stairway, ready to open fire as soon as the enemy appeared. While the group was fixated on the stairway ahead, emerged from a window far behind them. Meng Zu exerted force with both hands, leaped up, stepped onto the window ledge outside, and pushed the window. Damn, it's locked. Looking at the gunman inside, focused on the stairway and the room's layout, Meng Zu reached into his chest pocket, pulled out a Beretta, and smashed the glass in front of him with his left arm. The gunman guarding the stairway heard the noise behind them and turned around just as Meng Zu had already jumped in from the window. Bang! 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 Meng Zu fired 4 shots in quick succession, instantly killing 4 gunmen with headshots. The remaining gunmen reacted and returned fire. After shooting, Meng Zu immediately leaped hard to the side. Bullets struck the spot where he had just stood. He didn't dare stop, rolling twice on the ground to dive into a corner, disappearing from the gunman's sight. Fuck! Use grenades to blow him up. As he spoke, a gunman pulled a grenade from his back pocket, pulled the pin, and hurled it towards the corner. The others followed suit, pulling out grenades and tossing them in the same direction. A series of explosions rang out. After a moment of silence, the gunman cautiously approached to check if Meng Zu had been killed. Just as they were about to get close, the room's lights suddenly went out, plunging everything into darkness. Then 2 points of fire gleamed in the dark, and a rapid burst of gunfire sounded, quickly ceasing. Fuck, carrying so many grenades on you, not afraid a bullet would hit one and blow you bastards up. Meng Zu's figure emerged in the moonlight, streaming through the window. After confirming there were no survivors among the gunmen on the floor, he walked towards a room. In the room, a middle-aged black man with a scar on his face sat in a chair, controlling his breath, holding a Desert Eagle aimed at the wooden door. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the middle-aged black man instantly slumped in the chair, a bloody hole appearing on his forehead. Meng Zu pushed open the door, walked up to the black man, frowned, pulled out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and shone it on the man's face. Without the light, Meng Zu couldn't make out the man's features clearly. After confirming the target's identity, Meng Zu marked the mission as complete on his phone. He turned to scan the room and spotted a safe. To his surprise, it was unlocked. He pulled it open and grinned at the thick stack of Franklins inside. Meng Zu carried a large bag to the black sedan outside the gate, tossed the bag in, and dialed a call. This is Meng Zu. Yes, it's me. Please order 27 portions of fast food and deliver them to the Wolfgang headquarters. Meng Zu sat in the car playing with his phone. About half an hour later, 2 vans pulled up and stopped at the entrance. Meng Zu pocketed his phone and got out. 7 people got off the vans. A middle-aged man in a hat nodded slightly to Meng Zu, then led the other 6 carrying tools into the gate. After the 7 had loaded all the bodies into the vans, Meng Zu walked up to the lead man in the hat, pulled 12 gold coins from his pocket, and handed them over. Thanks for your hard work. The man took the coins and said with a smile, Mr. Meng Zu is always so polite. Good night. Meng Zu and the man drove off in separate directions. About an hour later, Meng Zu arrived at a villa in Queens, parked the car in the garage. This was where he lived. But now the car's color had changed to sky blue, and the license plate had also been swapped to a different number. Standing before the bathroom mirror, Meng Zu poured some water into his palm and vigorously rubbed his face. After about a minute, the skin on his face appeared wrinkled and loose. Meng Zu felt around his ear, then pinched a piece of skin and slowly peeled off a thin latex mask from his face. His appearance now differed drastically from before. Previously, Meng Zu had the ordinary face of a Chinese man in his 30s, the kind that wouldn't stand out in a crowd, at least in China. In America, people tended to be face blind, with Asians making it hard to remember someone they'd only met once. Now Meng Zu appeared to be a young man of about 23 with a slightly oval face. Not very handsome, but somewhat delicate, making him look younger than his actual age. Meng Zu sprayed some mist on the peeled mask, placed it in a box, and stored the box along with the bottles in a secret compartment behind the medical cabinet. He turned a wooden ornament on the cabinet 4 times, and the cabinet slid back into place, fully concealing the compartment. Sitting in the living room, Meng Zu ate pizza while watching TV until the show ended. Then he turned off the TV, took a shower, and went to bed. Lying in bed, Meng Zu opened his system panel, visible only to himself. Host: Meng Zu, human, strength 4, average adult human, male 1, speed 4. 3. Speed 4. 6 constitution, 3 spirit, 6 life, 150 energy, 60 higher value, 10, 23 skills, passive dynamic vision, improves capture, decomposition, and perception of moving targets. Passive neural reflex, improves brain reaction and body control. Passive firearms, improves gun knowledge, familiarity, and damage. Passive stealth, reduces presence in dimly lit areas, harder to detect. Passive danger sense detects impending danger. Passive combat, excellent fighting skills. Passive disguise, familiar with disguise techniques, can fool others by altering appearance. Active multi-bullet can convert bullets into one of the following attributes: armor-piercing, incendiary, freezing, holy light, or mithril. Costs: armor-piercing 2 energy each, incendiary, freezing 4 energy each, holy mithril 5 energy each. Active leap of faith, jump from height onto soft surface without injury 10 energy. Active teleport, set a teleport point, teleport to it, within planet 50 energy. Active clue, guidance points toward the thing being tracked within 5 minutes 20 energy. Items: mana ring, 10 energy, restores 5 energy per hour. Resurrection cross necklace, revives wearer 3 seconds after death, restoring normal state. Small red potion X2, slightly restores body state. Small blue potion X3, restores 20 energy. Storage space, 20 cubic meters, cannot store living things. I have 1023 higher points. Pretty good luck today. Should I do a 10 pull? Meng Zu muttered to himself, opened the mysterious shop to check today's new items side at the prices, and decided to try his luck with a gacha. Acting on impulse, Meng Zu sat up and opened the lottery pool. 2 options appeared: a plain ordinary draw and a glittering premium draw. Ordinary draw cost 100 higher points per pull, premium draw cost 1,000 higher points. So far Meng Zu had only done 3 premium draws. The first time luck was on his side, and he got the multi-bullet skill. The second and third times only gave 1 strength and 1 spirit, making him realize his first draw was a fluke. 1,000 higher points took half a year of missions to save. Usually Meng Zu took 1 mission a week since most of his work involved killing. Meng Zu tapped the ordinary draw for a 10 pull. Instantly his 1023 higher points dropped to 23. A flash of light and 10 small chests appeared in the draw pool, opening automatically. 0. 1 strength X3 0. 1 spirit X2 0. 1 speed X3 0. 5 constitution X1 and 1 silver white ring. Got something good. Meng Zu immediately checked the ring of vitality. 1 constitution, restores 5 life per hour. The ring materialized in his palm. He slipped it onto his left index finger. Finally, an equipment drop after a year. 1 mana regen, 1 health regen. Today's my lucky day. Looking at the 2 rings on his fingers, Meng Zu was overjoyed. He immediately used the other gains, and his panel updated: host Meng Zu, human strength 4. 3. Speed 4. 6 constitution 4. 5 spirit 6. 2 life 2 25 energy 60 higher value 23. After this Meng Zu went to sleep with a pleasant mood. He dreamed of his childhood going to a reservoir to catch crabs with friends. Actually, Meng Zu was somewhat special, not entirely a native of this world. He was one of millions of transmigrators. In his past life, he was an ordinary person in China. One stormy night, he was walking home with an umbrella when a lightning bolt struck him. Perhaps because he had done something wrong, or because he walked with an arrogant swagger, the lightning chose him instead of the big tree beside him. Struck by lightning, Meng Zu experienced no miracle, no invulnerability, no becoming the Flash. He died instantly. When he regained consciousness, he felt as if he were submerged in water, then emerged from the water into a bright place where people spoke a language he didn't understand before losing consciousness again. At the age of 24, Meng Zu suddenly regained his past life memories. He had been killed by lightning and reborn into this world in America. He didn't know his parents. He grew up in an orphanage until he was adopted at 6 by a middle-aged Chinese man. The middle-aged man was named Zhang Jun, a freelance mercenary. Meng Zu had little interest in school and mediocre grades, but because of his adoptive father, he was more interested in firearms. Zhang Jun was happy to teach him, since in the land of freedom gunfights were daily occurrences, and knowing guns was useful, especially given the unfriendliness towards Asians. Later he learned that his biological parents had died in a riot. In 2005, at 22, Meng Zu graduated from university, worked at a company for a year, then quit. Because of his adoptive father's background, he was familiar with the mercenary trade, and despite Zhang Jun's objections, he entered the field. In 2007, Zhang Jun died of cancer. That year Meng Zu turned 24, and on his birthday he awakened his past life memories and activated the Transmigrator's standard golden finger system. At that time, he even complained that the system interface looked like a low-budget mobile game character panel. This system was an employment system. When someone hired him, it generated a mission, and completing it yielded higher points. Initially, Meng Zu didn't want to continue as a mercenary. It was a bullet-filled business with a risk of dying. But after integrating the memories of his 20-plus years in this world, he realized it was dangerous. This world had Captain America Stark Industries and Osborne Industries, and a familiar face that often appeared on TV and tabloids, the Playboy Tony Stark. This left Meng Zu with a bitter taste in his mouth. Marvel, a world full of disasters. Whether in the comics or movies, ordinary people could easily die. But seeing the familiar Tony Stark made Meng Zu lean more towards the MCU, which was less dangerous than the comics, but still perilous, especially with the big purple snap coming. After much thought, he concluded the only way was to become stronger and gain the ability to protect himself. Upon system activation, Meng Zu received a newbie package containing storage space teleport clue guidance leap of faith and resurrection cross necklace. The teleport skill also unlocked 50 energy. It was more of a survival package than a newbie package. So he continued with his familiar mercenary work. Mercenary work wasn't always available, especially for a young freelancer like Meng Zu. He might get a job once a month or once every 2 or 3 months. One day he discovered the Continental Hotel in Manhattan, which left him bewildered. Was the John Wick universe also part of the MCU? In 2008, Meng Zu drew the passive disguise skill from a gacha. After careful consideration, he passed the Continental Hotel's assessment and became a member. The Continental was a neutral assassin guild that didn't force members to take contracts, but requiring gold coins for its services, which could only be earned by completing tasks issued by the hotel. Since the Continental was an assassin guild, all tasks involved killing. So Meng Zu usually picked 1 to 3 missions per month. After selecting these missions, the system automatically transformed them into higher missions, increasing his higher points. Through gacha, he acquired skills and attribute points to strengthen himself, gradually raising his rating in the Continental Hotel. Meng Zu never fully understood the function of the life value displayed by the system. Once during a mission, he was hit in the leg. His life value decreased, and his movement became hindered due to the injury. Not like a game where he could act normally as long as health wasn't 0. If someone shot him in the head, he would die. However, he discovered another use for life value. It only fully recovered when he was completely healed, and when in undetected hazardous environments it decreased, providing a danger warning. Meng Zu sometimes complained that other transmigrators besides their golden fingers either belonged to the righteous side or had powerful backers. He, on the other hand, was a mercenary walking in the gray area with no background. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Meng Zu finished his workout in the basement and drove to the front of a 3-story building named Freedom Detective Agency in Flushing, Queens. Happy New Year, Li Shui, Meng Zu said as he pushed the door open, seeing the young girl at the front desk. Happy New Year, Meng Zu, Li Shui replied with a smile. Meng Zu went to the second floor and saw a young man and a middle-aged man sitting at a table looking at several forms and discussing something. Noticing Meng Zu's arrival, the middle-aged man smiled and asked, Azu, looks like you had a good New Year. Not bad, Uncle Yang. What are you and Xiao Hai discussing? The middle-aged man was named Yang Guang, his adoptive father Zhang Jun's former partner, also a Chinese and a mercenary. The young man Yang Hai was Yang Guang's son. The detective agency was founded by Zhang Jun and Yang Guang together. After all, everyone gets old, and when mercenaries age they are no longer suitable for mercenary work, so this detective agency was their backup plan. However, the agency had only been open for a few years when Zhang Jun passed away from cancer, and Meng Zu naturally became one of the 2 owners. Yang Hai studied law in college. Private detective work often involves cases that border on illegality, so someone with legal knowledge is needed to keep things in line, or else the police would frequently visit. Brother Zu, there's a commission here. Are you interested? Yang Hai picked up a form and waved it. Oh. Meng Zu took the form and looked at it. The Fox couple's son went on a trip to Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan with friends during the holiday. 3 days ago, the Fox couple couldn't contact their son and his friends and worried that something had happened. So yesterday, following a friend's recommendation, they came to Freedom Detective Agency to commission an investigation, hoping to find their son and bring him back. Ever since Meng Zu acquired the clue guidance skill, all difficult and time-consuming tasks commissioned to the detective agency were completed, earning Freedom Detective Agency a good reputation in the industry. $50,000 seems the family is well off. Meng Zu smiled as he looked at the amount on the commission form. Azu, the employer, is willing to pay $50,000 and only came to us after 3 days. They've probably already reported to the police, but the police couldn't find them. Do you want to take this job? As an old mercenary, Uncle Yang could naturally discern some basic information from the Fox couple's commission. Tasks like this were difficult to complete. It's okay, Uncle Yang. Either way, there will be a result. Meng Zu said dismissively. Tasks like finding people were troublesome for others, but for himself, who possessed the clue investigation skill, it was easy to accomplish. Whether alive or dead, he could get an answer. After all, it was now 2010. Yesterday was the last day of 2009. Meng Zu remembered that Tony Stark became Iron Man in 2010. After Tony became Iron Man, it seemed to send a signal to the world, and one after another supervillains and superheroes gradually emerged. The Earth began to become unsettled from this year onward. So Meng Zu decided to double his work this year to earn more employment points, and the stronger he became, the more secure he felt. As for why he hadn't worked double before, it was a joke. Just like students doing holiday homework or office workers meeting targets, everyone procrastinates until the last minute. After Meng Zu decided to take on the task, the system also generated a employment mission: find Sam Fox and bring him back. Employment points 50. 50 points, that's a lot. Looks like it's indeed a difficult task. Meng Zu muttered to himself. He had taken on many missing person cases before, usually earning around 20 employment points. Those that reached 50 were the ones with no leads and hard to find. What people called gone missing. If not for his clue guidance skill, the outcome of such tasks would be the same as most private detectives, fruitless. Meng Zu took the photo left by the Fox couple, looked at the young boy Sam Fox in the picture, walked to a detailed map of the United States hanging on the wall, and activated the clue guidance skill. In Meng Zu's vision, a change occurred. A red dashed line with an arrow generated from Sam Fox's photo and pointed to Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan on the map. He's still in Sault Ste. Marie, and he's been there for a while. At least some people should remember seeing him. Uncle Yang Shao Hai am leaving. Meng Zu put the photo into his pocket, said goodbye to the two, and went downstairs to leave. The distance from New York to Sault Ste. Marie was not too far, only 2 or 3 hours by plane. He drove home, parked his car in the garage, and then took a taxi to the airport. On the plane, Meng Zu closed his eyes to rest. By the time he woke up, they had arrived at Sault Ste. Marie. Sault Ste. Marie was more of a small town than a city, not large, only about 4 or 5 kilometers across. Meng Zu first went to a car rental company to rent a car, making it easier to search for clues. He did not use the clue guidance skill again, as each use cost 20 energy points, and he had only recovered to 55, so he needed to conserve. Meng Zu drove to the local police station. According to Uncle Yang, the Fox couple should have already reported it, so the local police should have searched for Sam and his friends. He might get some clues from them. When Meng Zu entered the police station, a white police officer in his 40s did not treat him poorly because of his Asian appearance. Instead, he politely asked, "Hello sir, how can I help you?" The white police officer thought, "What do you mean attitude? Don't you see this guy is obviously rich? Offending rich people easily leads to substantive complaints." "Hello, I'm Meng Zu. What's your name, officer?" Meng Zu extended his hand and shook hands with him. "I'm Ryan. Officer Ryan, I'm a private detective. I'd like to ask you about something. Maybe we can talk at the coffee shop across the street." Meng Zu smiled. Officer Ryan's eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled, "Of course. As an American police officer, helping others is my duty." The two went to the coffee shop and sat down. Meng Zu ordered 2 cups of coffee. When the waiter brought the coffee, Meng Zu smiled and handed the waiter a 10 tip. Seeing Meng Zu give a 10 tip for just 2 cups of coffee, Officer Ryan's lips curled up. Meng Zu took out Sam's photo and placed it on the table, then took out one after another green Franklin bills from his wallet and said, "Officer Ryan, this boy is Sam Fox. He and his friends came to Sault Ste. Marie on vacation. Do you know where they ended up?" Seeing 5 Franklins on the table, Officer Ryan sat up straight, discreetly took them, and then said with a righteous face, "Ahem. Mr. Meng Zu, putting money like that on the table can easily attract the attention of gangsters. Let me keep it safe for you. This boy's parents also came to our station to report him missing. Our investigation found that they last went in the direction of Lake Superior near Marquette. We asked around bars and motels in the area. People saw them only once and never again. We also checked surveillance cameras on the surrounding roads and didn't spot them. If you want to find them, you can only go over there and ask, but I don't think there's much hope. Officer Ryan, thank you very much for your help. This is good news for me. I'll take my leave now." By then, Meng Zu had also finished his coffee. Truly rich people, so generous. Officer Ryan watched Meng Zu leave, then leisurely sipped his coffee, pleased. The 2 cups of coffee had already been paid for by Meng Zu. In America, if you want to get information from the police, unless you are with the FBI, IRS, or a lawyer related to the case, the police won't give a damn. Of course, as a capitalist country, most things can be solved with Franklins. The small portion that cannot be solved only means you don't have enough Franklins. All these lessons were told to Meng Zu by his adoptive father Zhang Jun before his death. After Meng Zu graduated, he truly understood the correctness of these lessons. Meng Zu drove to the location Officer Ryan had indicated. Sault Ste. Marie was a small town, its economy reliant on tourism, so even on the outskirts bars and motels could still be found. However, as it was winter, there weren't many people around. But since the businesses were locally owned, they remained open. Meng Zu used the clue guidance on the photo again, and a red arrow pointed toward the most secluded bar. Meng Zu pulled up in front of the bar. Stepping out of the car, he looked at the overcast sky and muttered under his breath, "Traveling here in the dead of winter. These young folks sure have peculiar ideas." Pushing open the door and stepping inside, Meng Zu saw a handsome young bartender with blonde hair and blue eyes polishing glasses. 2 men and 2 women were sitting inside drinking. The men handsome, the women beautiful. Aside from their good looks, all 5 shared one common trait: their skin was exceptionally fair. Seeing the red dotted line pointing to one of the handsome young men drinking, Meng Zu sighed inwardly. What lousy luck to run into something like this. As Meng Zu sat down at the counter, the handsome bartender asked, "What would you like to drink?" Instead of ordering, Meng Zu inquired, "Are those 4 part of your clan?" The bartender's hand paused mid-polish. His eyes flickered for a moment before he resumed his task. "They're not from our clan. They arrived here from out of town a week ago. Are you close with them? There's some trouble involving them." Meng Zu turned to look at the 2 men and 2 women drinking, who were now sizing him up in return. The bartender glanced at the 4, then back at Meng Zu. After a moment's thought, he said, "They're just friends of a clan member from outside. They have nothing to do with us." "That's fine then." Seeing Meng Zu rise to approach them, the bartender called out, "Please don't break the tables. Don't worry. If it happens by accident, he'll pay for it. The four had been watching Meng Zu since his conversation with the bartender. When he grabbed a chair and sat directly at their table, the red-haired beauty closest to him smiled and asked, "Handsome, looking to drink with us?" "No, I have a few questions for you." Meng Zu returned the smile, then pulled out Sam's photo and placed it on the table. Looking directly at the long-haired handsome man the red arrow pointed to, he asked bluntly, "Where did this kid and his friends go?" The moment he stepped into the bar, Meng Zu had sensed a familiar icy feeling. It grew stronger when he saw the bartender and these four. Meng Zu recognized what they were. These five weren't human, they were vampires. After his spirit stat reached 4, twice that of an ordinary person, he had encountered vampires a few times on missions. They gave him the same feeling. Since learning of their existence in this world, Meng Zu had made a point of visiting the Mercenary bar to get detailed information about them from the owner. Mercenaries often had dealings with vampires due to various missions, naturally accumulating knowledge about them. Because of modern society and humanity's rapid technological advancement, creating powerful and peculiar weapons, humans had become the dominant force on Earth. Creatures like vampires and werewolves could no longer act with impunity as they had in medieval Europe. The human authorities, for various reasons, hadn't ordered their extermination, but instead made a pact with them. Thus, vampires moved from the light to the shadows. They could no longer freely capture people for blood. When it came to their need for human blood, the authorities stipulated they could have it, but they had to pay. Consequently, most vampires turned to legitimate businesses. The small minority who refused to adapt were naturally eliminated by humans. With money, they could buy blood. Over time, vampires adapted to this lifestyle, which is why some of them ran bars. Becoming a vampire wasn't like in the movies. It wasn't as simple as being bitten. In the Middle Ages, vampires kept young, beautiful virgins as blood slaves, regularly drinking their blood. To become a vampire, the vampire had to inject a drop of its heart blood into you when it bit you. Only then would the transformation occur. But heart blood was incredibly precious to a vampire. Creating a new one was a significant drain, so every vampire treated those they transformed as family, absorbing them into their clan. Meng Zu had asked the vampire bartender if those four were part of his clan because vampires valued family highly. Since Sam's disappearance was linked to one of them, getting a peaceful answer was impossible. If he resorted to force-provoking an entire vampire clan, would be a major headache. After glancing at the photo, and then at Meng Zu, the long-haired vampire said coldly, "I don't know him. You've got the wrong person. Alright, looks like we have to do this the hard way." Meng Zu put the photo away and clicked his tongue. After all, a vampire who broke the rules by targeting ordinary people couldn't be reasoned with. Heh. At these words, all four vampires found it amusing. A mere human daring to fight them. They sat back looking at Meng Zu with mocking expressions. Bam! Before they could react, Meng Zu abruptly stood up. His right hand shot out, grabbing the long-haired vampire by the hair at the back of his head, and slammed his skull viciously onto the tabletop. The table shattered on impact. By then, the other three had snapped to attention. The red-haired female vampire was the first to strike, launching a fist at Meng Zu's head. He swayed aside to dodge, then showing no chivalry, drove his left fist into her right cheek. The female vampire spun 3.5 times in the air before crashing onto a table behind her. Crack! The table splintered under her weight. She lay motionless on the floor. Meng Zu didn't bother checking the result. The other two vampires were already attacking. He released his grip on the long-haired vampire's head, sidestepping to evade the clawing fingers of the other female vampire and the fist of the male one. Grabbing the female vampire by the hair, Meng Zu yanked her head down and drove his right knee into her face. Then he pulled her up, delivering a flurry of punches to her face with both fists before kicking her in the stomach, sending her crashing into the male vampire and knocking both of them flying. By then, the long-haired vampire had shaken off his daze. But as he lifted his head, Meng Zu grabbed his hair again. Thump! 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 3 brutal punches to the face with his right hand, then a toss to the side with his left. The long-haired vampire collapsed to the floor unconscious. Meng Zu turned to the only conscious male vampire left. Pushing the unconscious female off him, the vampire stood and lunged. Though an ordinary vampire's physique was 3 times that of a normal human, Meng Zu was stronger. To him, the vampire's attacks were as clumsy as an ordinary person's brawl full of openings. A few moves were all it took to knock him out. The vampire bartender had already closed the bar's door and hung up a closed sign outside. "Got a place where I can question them?" Meng Zu asked, shaking his hands. On them he now wore brass knuckles. The bartender remained silent, frowning at the brass knuckles. Noticing his gaze, Meng Zu smiled. "These cost me tens of thousands of dollars. An old priest gave them a special blessing. Question them here. I've closed the shop, and you'll need to pay for the broken furniture." The bartender pointed at the shattered tables and chairs with a deadpan expression. Meng Zu smiled back. "Just tally it up. They'll swipe my card after I'm done with them." The 4 vampires were bound hand and foot to chairs arranged in a row, their faces bearing marks as if seared by a red-hot branding iron. Meng Zu splashed a basin of water over their heads, and the 4 vampires immediately stirred awake. "Fuck, you're a dead human. Realizing they were tied up, even as the searing pain on their faces served as a stark reminder that they had encountered a formidable adversary, the long-haired vampire still spat out threats to maintain his bravado. "Bastard, let us go. Damn, it'll drain your blood." The other 3 vampires also glared at Meng Zu, spewing venomous words. This left Meng Zu somewhat perplexed. Were these 4 vampires idiots? Under such circumstances, they still dared to provoke him. Were they thick-headed or just too dim-witted? Coming from out of town and daring to strike at ordinary people, they clearly weren't the sharpest tools in the shed. These 4 must be the latter, lacking in intelligence. Meng Zu sat before the long-haired vampire reached into the pocket of his coat and pulled out a silver dagger engraved with a cross. Apart from his wallet, which he always carried on him, everything else was stored in his spatial dimension, otherwise he'd never get through airport security. The act of pulling it out was merely for show. Sizzle. Meng Zu slowly and gently slid the tip of the silver dagger across the back of the long-haired vampire's hand. Instantly, a smoking gash appeared, accompanied by the stench of burning hair. Fuck! The veins on the long-haired vampire's neck bulged as he screamed, his eyes wide with agony. This dagger was once blessed by a cardinal soaked in holy water. It can inflict tremendous harm on dark creatures. I paid a hefty sum of $5,000 to acquire it. Meng Zu spoke while slowly tracing lines on the long-haired vampire's hand. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll carve you up piece by piece until you tell me where that child is." The other 3 vampires stared in terror at the silver dagger in Meng Zu's hand. When Meng Zu carved the 3rd gash, the long-haired vampire could no longer bear the pain and shouted, "Ah! Stop! They'll talk. They're not with me." Meng Zu withdrew the silver dagger and silently stared at the long-haired vampire. The long-haired vampire panted heavily, enduring the pain on his hand, and said, "Someone took them away 3 hours ago." "Where to?" "Ravensfell." "Ravensfell? Why send them there?" Meng Zu raised the silver dagger when the long-haired vampire answered with silence. The bartender, who had been quietly observing, spoke up. "It's for the soul stones, isn't it?" "Soul stones?" This was the first time Meng Zu had heard of such a thing. A soul stone is a small black rock. It's highly useful for dark creatures, enhancing their power, the bartender explained to Meng Zu. "So they sold those children as goods to Ravensfell in exchange for soul stones. I'm curious, since you knew about acquiring soul stones from this Ravensfell place, why didn't you sell Sam and the others to get them instead of letting these 4 have the chance?" Meng Zu scrutinized the bartender. As a vampire, he must have been tempted by the soul stones. Though soul stones can boost power, they carry a grave risk. They are not naturally formed, but manufactured. Creating a soul stone requires subjecting a living person to excruciating torment until death, then extracting their tortured, twisted soul to forge the stone. In the Middle Ages, necromancers skilled in dark arts often crafted them for trade. Absorbing a soul stone can indeed enhance strength, but the twisted soul's resentment within taints the dark creature. It gradually turns the heart savage, and overconsumption leads to a mindless, bloodthirsty monster. Nowadays, few necromancers in America produce soul stones. There were underground rumors that a necromancer might reside in Ravensfell, as that's the only area from which these stones have been flowing. "If you want to save those children, you'd best hurry." The bartender offered Meng Zu a friendly warning. "Why help me? There was no such thing as love without reason." Meng Zu had beaten the bartender's fellow vampires and disrupted the bar's business. An ordinary person would have kicked him out. "Help. Fat chance." The bartender replied, "The 4 of them came here because of a member of my family. They learned about the soul stones and contacted Ravensfell through that family member. My family operates by the rules, and I don't want trouble brought upon us." Hearing this, Meng Zu found it odd. Vampires who followed rules, while the ones had encountered so far had indeed stuck to them. "How do I get to Ravensfell?" Meng Zu realized he didn't know the way. Such a place must be well hidden. "It's marked on the map." Meng Zu, swiping his card to pay for the broken tables and chairs, he left without concerning himself with the fate of the 4 vampires. He wasn't part of the church. Killing them would yield no bounty. Moreover, the bartender had provided valuable information. Even if the bartender insisted they were unrelated, Meng Zu couldn't just disregard his goodwill. After Meng Zu left, the bartender pondered the 4 vampires for a moment. A silver short sword slid from his sleeve into his palm. To the vampire's astonishment, he swiftly decapitated all 4 with a single stroke. Their bodies erupted in flames, reducing them to a pile of ash. The bartender pulled out his phone and dialed. When the call connected, he said, "Tell Taylor to be more careful about the company he keeps. They attracted a hunter today." Meng Zu drove while consulting the map, calculating the travel time. Without a smartphone, even traveling is a hassle. Setting the map aside, he floored the accelerator. Truth be told, Meng Zu hadn't expected this mission to involve a necromancer. Necromancers were symbols of danger, wielding sinister and perilous spells. Curses, poisons, commanding vengeful spirits. The best way to deal with one was to snipe its head from a distance. Abandoning the mission was hard to swallow, as 50 bounty points was a substantial sum. The assassination tasks he took from the Continental Hotel usually offered 30 or 40 points. The werewolf gang mission before the new year had been 80 points because it required wiping out the entire gang. The more difficult the task, the higher the reward. When Meng Zu accepted the mission at the detective agency, Sam and the others were likely still in Salt St. Marie, hence the 50-point bounty. Had a necromancer been involved, the reward would have been closer to 100 points or more. Of course, Meng Zu would gather intelligence first. If it was too dangerous, he'd simply abandon the mission. The system imposed no penalty for quitting. Completing the task earned points, failing meant no points. Meng Zu's current plan was to scout the situation, see if he could sneak Sam away without the necromancer noticing. If that proved impossible, he would have to give up the mission. A police car was parked off the road beside a few large trees hidden from view. The front of the car faced the highway. A young officer sat inside, eating a hamburger with a radar gun on the dashboard aimed at the road. In America, cops often set up speed traps this way. Whoosh! A blur of a car zipped past. The young officer blinked, glanced at the radar gun, and saw a reading of 217. He grabbed his radio and said a car just flew by at 217 miles per hour. Did you get the model and color? No, too fast. Should I chase it? Can you still see the car? The young officer stuck his head out the window, squinting into the distance. It's far away now, just a tiny bit. Forget it. Another damn speeder. Around 4 p.m., Meng Zu sped all the way and finally arrived at Ravens Fair, according to the map, a small town or perhaps a large village. Parking his car in front of a supermarket, Meng Zu got out and walked toward it. Just as a middle-aged stout man emerged from the supermarket and brushed past him, a faint sizzling static sound suddenly echoed in Meng Zu's mind, causing his pupils to contract and his muscles to tense instantly. With his mental focus sharpened, Meng Zu detected a faint, eerie, icy aura from the man, which vanished as the man moved away along with the static sound in his mind. That danger sense just activated. Could he be the Black Wizard? Meng Zu pondered, turning to watch the stout man's retreating figure. However, Meng Zu did not follow him, but pushed open the supermarket door and entered. Acting recklessly in the Black Wizard's territory would be suicidal. It was better to gather some intelligence first. Inside the supermarket, there were only two people, a plump middle-aged woman in a blue vest at the checkout counter, and a young man in the same blue vest stocking shelves. Meng Zu took a bottle of water from the cooler and went to the counter to pay. As Meng Zu pulled out money to pay, the middle-aged woman Emma looked at his unfamiliar face and asked, "You're not from around here, are you?" "Yes, I'm just here for sightseeing," Meng Zu replied with a smile, handing her the money. "Sightseeing? You'd better leave here as soon as possible." Hearing this, Meng Zu's eyes lit up. It seemed Emma knew something. He put on a curious expression and asked why. Emma glanced toward a direction in the supermarket, her face turning serious. Without explaining, she lowered her head and murmured softly, "Don't be curious about the reason. It's best to leave before dark. If you stay when you sleep at the inn, keep quiet. No matter what happens, don't make a sound." Before Meng Zu could ask further, Emma got up from the counter and called out loudly to the young man in the supermarket, "Chris, you're too slow. Let me help you." Seeing that Emma was unwilling to say more, Meng Zu didn't press further. He took his water and left the supermarket, drove around the town, and found an inn. After Meng Zu paid, the innkeeper handed him the key and said, "Your room is on the top floor, the third floor. The room number is on the key." "Thank you." After watching Meng Zu disappear around the corner at the top of the stairs, the innkeeper picked up the front desk phone and dialed a number. "Donnie, a young Asian man from out of town, just checked into my inn. Come over and explain our rules to him." "Got it, Matthew. He'll be right there." Meng Zu stood silently at the stairwell corner, listening to the innkeeper Matthew's call. So everyone here knows something, he thought. Meng Zu continued upstairs without a sound, entered his room, and sat by the bed, quietly waiting for the arrival of the man named Donnie. About 10 minutes later, a knock came at the door. Meng Zu opened it to find a middle-aged man in his 40s dressed in a police uniform standing at the entrance. "Hello, I'm Donnie, the sheriff of Ravens Fair. There are some things I need to discuss with you." "Hello, Sheriff Donnie. I'm Meng Zu. May I ask what matter requires your visit?" Seeing Meng Zu blocking the doorway with no intention of stepping aside, Sheriff Donnie felt a bit helpless, though he was used to such situations. He said, "May I come in? These matters aren't suitable for discussion outside the door." "Of course, please come in." Meng Zu stepped aside to let him in, and then closed the door casually. Sheriff Donnie asked, "Mr. Meng Zu, is this your first time in Ravens Fair?" "Yes, I'm traveling and happened to pass through." "Well, Mr. Meng Zu, there are two things you need to remember in Ravens Fair. Don't go out after dark, and if you encounter anything strange in your room, cover your mouth, and don't make a sound," Sheriff Donnie instructed with a serious expression. "That's odd. When I was buying something at the supermarket earlier, that woman told me the same thing." "Why is that?" Meng Zu asked with confusion. "Could it be some curse from the Black Wizard?" "The supermarket? You mean Emma?" "Emma is a kind-hearted person," Sheriff Donnie said with a sigh. "There's no why. It's for your own good." This only made Meng Zu more curious. "Sheriff Donnie, actually, I'm a private detective. I came to Ravens Fair specifically for this child named Sam. He lost contact with his parents 3 days ago. Yesterday, his parents came to our agency to hire us to find Sam and bring him back. My investigation led me to discover that Sam was secretly sent to Ravens Fair." Meng Zu pulled out a photo of Sam and handed it to Sheriff Donnie. Your town's strange rules make me easily connect them to Sam's disappearance. To find the child, I'll inevitably conduct a covert investigation. Sheriff Donnie looked at the photo of Sam and sighed. It's too late. That child is probably dead already. That child arrived in Raven's Fair at most an hour or two ago, Meng Zu said, startled. Did the Black Wizard act so quickly? An hour or two ago. Sheriff Donnie was taken aback. Yes, Meng Zu replied. I thought he was sent here 3 days ago, Sheriff Donnie said, embarrassed by the misunderstanding. Sheriff Donnie, you just said you thought Sam was dead. Can you tell me why? Is it related to the rules you told me? Sheriff Donnie's face grew grim. He furrowed his brow in thought, and finally let out a helpless sigh. That child should still be alive. If you go looking for him, you'll inevitably encounter it. I might as well tell you, hoping you can make a decision after hearing this. It goes like this. Back in the 1940s, the theater was built in Raven's Fair. There was a ventriloquist performer there named Mary Shaw. She was a solitary woman with no husband or children. Perhaps infertile, or maybe she lost a child early on, but who knows? No one really cared. Her only companions were always her dolls. She treated them as if they were her own children. Perhaps it was this genuine devotion that made her professional talent far surpass that of ordinary ventriloquists, so the theater was willing to hire her, and she settled down in our town. Life went on peacefully until one day during a performance a child said, your act is fake. I saw your lips moving. A few weeks later, that child disappeared mysteriously. The child's family was a long-established local clan with many connections, and they quickly traced it back to Mary Shaw, believing she had kidnapped the child. Assuming the child was already dead, the enraged villagers captured Mary, cruelly cut out her tongue, killed her, and buried her along with her dolls. We thought that was the end of it, but it was only the beginning of the nightmare. Over the following decades, the entire town seemed cursed by Mary Shaw. The dolls buried with her began to vanish from the grave and appear eerily in the homes of townsfolk. Each time a doll appeared, someone would die, their tongues cut out just like Mary Shaw, and they would be found dead in their homes. A terrifying nursery rhyme has been passed down here: beware the stare of Mary Shaw. She had no children, only dolls. And if you see her, do not scream, or she'll rip your tongue out at the seams. Wait, if that's the case, why don't you all leave? Meng Zu asked upon hearing this. He believed in such eerie phenomena. Having encountered vampires and other strange occurrences himself, and given the clues from the bartender and the stout man at the supermarket, he didn't doubt Sheriff Donnie's story. This chapter is relatively complete. I just finished writing it. We are cursed, unable to leave this place. Sheriff Donnie revealed a bitter smile. Some once decided to leave, yet, for reasons unknown, they would return in a daze years later. These people were targeted by Mary Shaw, puppets kept appearing in their homes, and the town was plagued with eerie occurrences which only ceased with their deaths. This is Mary Shaw's warning to us to keep us here forever. As long as we strictly adhere to the rules here and don't think of escaping, we can at least live a normal life. According to you, this Mary Shaw is a malevolent spirit. Why haven't you sought help from the church? They are adept at dealing with such matters. Meng Zu asked, puzzled. There was no church in our town back then. A young priest once came here. After some people told him about Mary Shaw, he decided to perform an exorcism to eliminate her. But the priest was ultimately killed by Mary Shaw, and all those who informed him were also slain. Mary Shaw watches us from the shadows. Moreover, anyone from our town who leaves its boundaries loses all memory of Mary Shaw. So even if we wanted to tell the church about these matters, we couldn't. Sheriff Donnie said helplessly. Wait, according to what you've said, outsiders like me who come here will also be targeted by Mary Shaw. Over the years, there must have been many outsiders in your town. If they were killed by Mary Shaw, such a large number of missing persons would surely attract government attention. Once the authorities discover something strange, they would certainly send church officials. That's not the case. In reality, as long as outsiders follow the rules, only about 7 or 8 people are killed by Mary Shaw each year. Those who survive leave the next day, and once they depart from Raven's Fair, all memories of Mary Shaw and her victims vanish. We've also noticed that outsiders, unlike our townspeople, never return. The death of 7 or 8 people a year hardly draws government scrutiny. Donnie explained bitterly. Meng Zu agreed with this. In America alone, tens of thousands of homeless people die quietly each year, and these deaths go unnoticed by the authorities. The disappearance of 7 or 8 individuals with no one filing a report naturally goes uninvestigated. What about using telephones or computers to record these events and inform the government? Since memories are lost upon leaving, modern society no longer relies solely on verbal communication, one could simply convey the information from within the town. It's useless. Phones or computers malfunction whenever we try to mention anything about Mary Shaw, and the information cannot be transmitted. We've also tried writing letters, but once they leave the town, the words vanish, and the writer is eventually killed by Mary Shaw. It was as if the people here were being herded. Based on Sheriff Donnie's account, Mary Shaw's abilities were truly terrifying. Now it seemed Sam's disappearance was linked to Mary Shaw, and Meng Zu felt the situation had become quite tricky. A simple matter of finding someone had become entangled in such a mess. Outsiders are only targeted by Mary Shaw when they come here. Sam, this child has never been here before. Why would he be brought here? That's because some people have allied with Mary Shaw, specifically finding outsiders for her. Someone would ally with a vengeful spirit. Sheriff Donnie sneered, in America you'll find all kinds of people. Aren't there those who worship the devil? This was indeed true. America was never short of beliefs. With freedom of religion, there were all sorts of bizarre faiths. And in a world where supernatural phenomena actually existed, it was only natural for some to worship such entities. Sheriff Donnie, do you know who these people are? Meng Zu asked. We don't know that. We've only seen some figures carrying large bundles to Mary Shaw's residence at night. Because of Mary Shaw, we dare not go closer to investigate. Sheriff Donnie shook his head. Meng Zu had hoped to start with these people, but that seemed unlikely. Sheriff Donnie, does Mary Shaw only kill at night? Sheriff Donnie thought for a moment. Yes, it's always after dark that those people are killed by Mary Shaw. This relieved Meng Zu a little, at least knowing Mary Shaw couldn't kill during the day. Sheriff Donnie, where does Mary Shaw reside? It's not dark yet, and I'd like to go check it out. Sheriff Donnie advised earnestly. I think you'd better not. Since the child has been brought to Raven's Fair, he's already been marked by Mary Shaw. If you get involved, you'll also be targeted by her. Meng Zu thought for a moment and said, it's okay. I'll go see if I can find Sam. If I do, I'll take him away immediately. If not, I'll leave before dark. It was still daytime, so he had time. Nighttime was Mary Shaw's domain. He would take Sam if possible. If not, he would abandon the mission and leave. Dealing with vengeful spirits was not his forte. An ordinary spirit could be handled with holy light bullets, but Mary Shaw was clearly a powerful entity. He might exhaust all his energy without defeating her, and it wasn't worth risking his life for 50 merit points. All right, there's a theater at the western edge of town. That's where Mary Shaw performed during her life and where she lived. I'm sorry, but I can't accompany you there. You'll have to search on your own. If you don't find the child, leave before dark. Sheriff Donnie said apologetically. It's fine. Meng Zu felt no contempt for Sheriff Donnie's actions. A truly terrifying, vengeful spirit like Mary Shaw had instilled an indelible fear in the hearts of the townspeople over the decades. Meng Zu drove westward along the road until he reached the theater. It had been abandoned for years, its outer walls corroded and dilapidated. Not far from the theater was a lake, its surrounding trees bare of leaves in winter, leaving only stark trunks and branches. A dozen black crows perched on the trees, all staring intently at the car in front of the theater. Meng Zu got out and walked to the theater door, catching a faint musty smell like wood rotting in a damp place. Meng Zu pushed open the door, which creaked loudly. As he entered, he immediately felt someone watching him. He was familiar with this sensation. A casual glance wouldn't trigger his reaction, but a focused gaze would. He turned in the direction of the surveillance. A figure stood at a window on the second floor, but in the blink of an eye it vanished, and the feeling of being watched disappeared. An ordinary person might have thought it was a trick of the eye, but Meng Zu was certain someone had been watching him from that window. Mary Shaw. At that moment, Meng Zu activated his clue tracking skill. If Sam was here, he would have to venture inside. If not, there was no need to enter the theater. Yet to Meng Zu's disappointment, a red, dotted line pointed straight toward the theater before him. All right, I'll have to go in and take a look. However, some preparations were necessary before entering. Meng Zu retrieved a small blue bottle from his storage space and drank it, noting that his energy had recovered to 55 points. He slipped on the brass knuckles blessed by the priest and tucked the silver dagger into his waistband before stepping into the theater. As soon as he entered, a faint static sound buzzed in his mind. This was precisely why Meng Zu disliked encountering supernatural beings. The danger sense had been triggered even before the main entity appeared. The entire theater was eerily silent, so quiet that even the chirping of insects was absent. The place was dilapidated. Several large holes in the ceiling allowed faint beams of light to pierce the dim interior. A massive chandelier lay silently on the floor, having fallen long ago due to neglect. The distant stage was equally decrepit, with several planks of wood collapsed. One of the two curtains had mostly fallen to the ground, while cobwebs clung to windows, seats, door cracks, and other surfaces. All signs that no one had set foot here for a very long time. Meng Zu scrutinized his surroundings and muttered under his breath. If you're going to pretend no one's here, at least make it convincing. What is this burying your head in the sand? Given his current physique, Meng Zu's hearing was 4 times sharper than an average person's. Yet there wasn't even the sound of a crawling insect in the theater. Were the spiders weaving these webs, feeding on air? Moreover, in a theater abandoned for decades, the floors and seats bore not a speck of dust. Did they take him for a fool? Meng Zu lifted the other curtain and followed the red arrow to the back of the stage. There, a narrow staircase led to a concealed platform that offered a clear view of both the first and second floor seats. At the end of the platform's corridor stood a door. Pushing the door open, Meng Zu stepped into a dressing room. 3 puppets lay scattered on the floor, and an old painting hung on the wall, a portrait of a boy in a suit with a red bow tie. The red arrow pointed at the mirror of the dressing table, where Meng Zu noticed a thick notebook resting on it. As he approached, however, he detected an eerie, chilling aura emanating from the 3 puppets on the floor, identical to the presence he had sensed from the burly man at the supermarket. This put Meng Zu on high alert. Opening the notebook, Meng Zu began reading. The initial pages sketched human proportions annotated to indicate these were for wooden creations, the head, eyes, and nose of a puppet all rendered in pencil. Following were diagrams of mechanical devices for the puppets detailing movements for the head and eyes, as well as functions for opening and closing the mouth. Meng Zu flipped through rapidly. An image appeared of an old woman with white hair seated in a chair holding a puppet dressed in a suit. So she's Mary Shaw. Meng Zu deduced the old woman's identity and continued leafing through the notebook. Toward the middle, he found a newspaper clipping, wealthy young man missing. Turning the page, he came across a phrase, the perfect puppet. The perfect puppet. Meng Zu read on. The subsequent pages pondered what materials could be used to create such a puppet, but the notes ended abruptly, never revealing what Mary Shaw ultimately chose to craft it. Just as Meng Zu was engrossed in the notebook, the reflection in the dressing table mirror revealed the head of an elderly woman with stark white hair. Her face bore several cracked black scars, and her eyes were completely white, giving her a twisted, horrifying visage. Her features bore a resemblance to the Mary Shaw in the photograph Meng Zu had seen. In the mirror, Mary Shaw glared at Meng Zu with venomous eyes as he continued reading. Meanwhile, the three puppets lying behind him silently turned their heads to face him, then rose to their feet and crept closer. Though made of wood, the puppets made no sound as they moved. Just as they reached him, Meng Zu abruptly closed the notebook, spun around, and kicked one puppet flying into the wall, where it shattered upon impact. He then clenched his left fist, the brass knuckles crunching as they struck the head of a puppet leaping through the air toward him, reducing it to splinters. The remaining puppet met its end as Meng Zu drove the silver dagger into its head. Meng Zu pulled the motionless puppet off the dagger and approached the shattered one, plunging the blade into its head. A wisp of black smoke rose from the wound before dissipating instantly. He turned to face Mary Shaw in the mirror. Mary Shaw watched as Meng Zu swiftly dispatched the three puppets, her expression darkening further. When he turned to look at her, she split her mouth into a sinister, chilling grin before vanishing from the mirror. Meng Zu pushed aside the dressing table to reveal a square panel behind the glass. Pressing it triggered a sound from the wardrobe, which slid aside to expose a hidden door. At that moment, the red arrow pointed toward the hidden door and then faded. The clue's guidance had expired. Meng Zu pushed open the door, peered into the pitch-black passage, and retrieved a flashlight from his storage space. Switching on the flashlight, he ventured inside. After traversing the corridor, the space opened up into a vast room filled with cabinets, each lined with puppets. Meng Zu paid little heed to these puppets as he sensed no trace of that eerie, chilling aura. Even if they were enchanted, it didn't matter. The puppets controlled by Mary Shaw were no stronger than an ordinary adult. As long as Mary Shaw herself didn't intervene, the danger to him was limited. But Sheriff Donnie had already informed him that Mary Shaw required a medium to kill, that medium being screams. Ordinary people, upon encountering these moving puppets, would likely panic and scream, giving her the opening she needed. If Mary Shaw struck, personally, Meng Zu might not be able to withstand it. However, frightening him, with his mental strength of 6, was far harder than simply attacking him outright. Is this a nesting doll? Meng Zu searched the area and found a door. Opening it revealed a staircase descending. Following the stairs down into a hidden chamber, Meng Zu finally spotted Sam. 7 people lay on the ground in the room, and Meng Zu's eyes flickered as he observed them. Kneeling beside Sam, Meng Zu checked on him. Still alive, merely unconscious. Slap. Meng Zu delivered a sharp slap to Sam's face. Hiss. Sam jolted awake, feeling a burning sting on his cheek as he instinctively covered it with his hand. Spotting Meng Zu crouched before him, Sam scrambled backward in terror, using both hands and feet. Ah, vampire. Meng Zu, has this kid lost his mind? Calling me a vampire, is this kid implying I'm not human? Never mind, now's not the time to dwell on that. Meng Zu explained his origin to Sam and said, this place isn't safe. We need to leave now. Wait, let me wake up Brian, Anna, and Amy. We'll go together. Sam shook the 2 girls and 1 young man. Meng Zu said directly, no need. My task is only to bring you back. They are not part of my mission. But leaving them here is dangerous. Since you know it's dangerous, you should understand that more people increase the difficulty, making our journey even riskier. Meng Zu grabbed Sam's arm, pulling him away. Sam forcefully shook off Meng Zu's hand and exclaimed excitedly, I'm not leaving. If I go, Anna and the others come too. Can't you show some kindness and take them along? On my temper. I don't know if Sam is naive or just overly compassionate. The mission is at its final stage, just one last push. If worse comes to worst, they'll knock him out and carry him away. But Meng Zu didn't do that. Instead, after a few seconds of thought, he said, taking them along isn't entirely impossible. What way? Pay up. Meng Zu said. What? Sam looked stunned. I'm bringing you back because I accepted the mission. I prioritize completing the task. If they hire me, I can take them along. Meng Zu spread his hands. Sam hurriedly said, all right, they'll definitely hire you. Step aside. You can't wake them like that. Meng Zu pulled Sam away and with sharp slaps struck each of the 3 across the face. Sam was horrified. Seeing Meng Zu's method of waking people, he suddenly understood why his own face hurt so much and quickly rubbed it vigorously. Though Meng Zu's technique was rough, it was effective. Brian, Anna, and Amy immediately woke up from the pain. Vampire. Meng Zu was speechless seeing them react exactly like Sam had. He said to Sam, "You explain to them." While Sam explained the situation to the three, Meng Zu observed the other three unconscious people lying on the ground. Unlike Sam's group of teenagers around 17 or 18, these were adults. One woman in her 40s and a man and woman who looked about 27 or 28. Studying them closely, Meng Zu's brow furrowed. Something about these three felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. By then, Sam and the others had finished talking. The sturdy Brian stepped forward and said to Meng Zu, "We three don't need your protection. We can leave on our own." Meng Zu sneered, "You must be dreaming." Even with whispers in such a confined space, he could hear everything clearly. Even without overhearing their conversation, Meng Zu saw through Brian's intentions. "I'm taking Sam away. You can follow if you want, but if danger comes, I won't lift a finger for you. If Sam makes a fuss, I'll knock him out and carry him back. Mission complete." Glancing at Sam, who looked embarrassed, Meng Zu continued to Brian and the others, "Trust me, the road back won't be peaceful. But you can gamble on your luck and see if Lady Fortune favors you today." Hearing this, the three's faces turned panicked. The girl named Anna spoke directly. "Mr. Meng Zu, I'd like to hire you to take me away. What's the price?" Anna, a good name suggesting a wealthy background. Same as Sam, $50,000. "All right, if you can get me back safely, my parents will pay you $50,000. At that moment, Anna's hire mission was generated in the system, but the mission value was 80 points, a full 30 points higher than Sam's. Meng Zu understood that the extra 30 points were due to Mary Shaw. But it didn't matter, it was only 5 o'clock and there was still an hour before dark, enough time to leave Raven's Fair. Seeing Anna's decision, the girl Amy also spoke up. "I want to hire you too. When I get home, my parents will give you $50,000. Meng Zu nodded in agreement. Though no contract was signed, he wasn't worried about payment. Sam and his friends were high school seniors about to graduate. Their ability to travel during the holidays indicated decent family finances. Most average high school students would be working part-time for pocket money. As for clients refusing to pay after the mission, Meng Zu could only wish them well. Had encountered such cases before. Some eventually paid up, while others were now sleeping soundly in the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. That left Brian. Meng Zu stared straight at him. "Young man, what's your decision?" Seeing Anna and Amy defect so quickly, Brian felt isolated and muttered, "I'll hire you too. Same deal. My parents will pay you $50,000 when we get home." Meng Zu nodded. "Refuse. No way." These were all mission points, each worth 80 points, every one of them equal to a whole wolf gang. Who would have thought a simple 50-point search mission would turn into a 290-point job? That was nearly as much as had earned in 2 months of previous work. "All right, let's go now." Meng Zu was about to lead the four away. "Wait, what about these three?" Sam pointed to the still unconscious trio on the ground. "What do they have to do with us? Let's go. It's already 5 o'clock and it'll be dark in an hour. We need to leave before nightfall." These three gave Meng Zu an uneasy feeling. With 290 mission points waiting for him, he thought it best to stay cautious and not get involved. "Shouldn't we wake them up? It's not safe here." "Yeah." The four chimed in, leaving Meng Zu exasperated. They were making him out to be the bad guy. "Fine, but let me make this clear. They can follow if they want, but if danger comes, I'll only protect you for. I won't lift a finger for them." Anna was about to step forward to wake the three, but Sam beat her to it, volunteering eagerly, "I'll wake them up." Slap, slap, slap. Sam's face lit up with excitement as he delivered 3 sharp slaps to the trio's faces. Then he stood up, grimacing and rubbing his right hand vigorously. It hurt. "Who are you?" The three woke up in pain, looking at Meng Zu and the others with panic. "They were brought here like you. I'm here on a mission to rescue them." "Who are you and how did you get here?" Meng Zu pointed at Sam's group. "I'm Jamie, this is my wife Lisa, and this is my stepmother Ella." Jamie rubbed his face as he introduced them. "We were fishing on the river ice when 4 men knocked us out. We just woke up." "Where are you from?" "We live in Salt Ste. Marie. We're leaving this place. Do you want to come along?" "Of course. By the way, I'm warning you all. When we leave, cover your mouths. No matter what strange things you see, don't scream." Meng Zu thought for a moment and gave the instructions. Though it wasn't dark yet, this was still Mary Shaw's territory. "Why?" Sam asked curiously. "Don't ask. It's for your own good. Remember, if anyone screams, we could be in big trouble." Meng Zu didn't mention Mary Shaw not wanting to heighten their fear. "Here, you two, put these on. If anything gets close, hit it hard." Meng Zu removed the brass knuckles from his left hand, and another pair handing them to the sturdy Brian and Sam. With these, at least they'd have a means to fight back. Due to the narrow passage, the group could only walk in a single file, with Brian at the front, followed by Sam, Anna, and Amy, then Meng Zu, and finally Jamie, Lisa, and Ella. Meng Zu chose not to walk at the front because he was concerned about Jamie and the others, keeping Sam and the four separated. This way he could respond immediately if anything happened. Brian advanced with a nervous expression, covering his mouth with his left hand. The group followed Meng Zu's orders, tightly covering their mouths. Although Meng Zu provided light with a flashlight, the unfamiliar, narrow, and dim surroundings still kept Sam and the others on edge. Brian, Sam, try to relax a bit. I'm right behind you. If anything happens, remember to strike it directly, as I said. My 2 tiger fingers are quite effective. I severely injured the 4 guys who kidnapped you before with them. To stabilize their emotions, Meng Zu spoke up. Ordinary people can be easily startled by sudden appearances, and if they scream, it could provide a medium for Mary Shaw to strike, leading to serious trouble. Mary Shaw's powers were unclear, but she was definitely not an ordinary malevolent spirit. If she were too powerful, saving even one person would be a challenge, and the worst outcome would be that he couldn't save anyone and would have to flee. Hearing Meng Zu's words eased Brian and Sam's tension somewhat. The 4 who had previously kidnapped them were vampires, and since Meng Zu's methods could injure vampires, he must be formidable, which gave them a sliver of confidence. Are these puppets? Upon entering the room filled with puppets, Brian was startled, but he sighed in relief upon closer inspection. Why are there so many puppets here? Sam asked curiously. Don't mind these things, just keep moving forward. Meng Zu didn't sense the eerie cold aura. These puppets were merely ordinary puppets, and he urged the group to continue. After Brian and the others walked out of the theater still on high alert, Meng Zu turned back to look at the theater feeling puzzled. It's strange that Mary Shaw didn't stop us. But there's no time to worry about that now. It's already 5:20. We should leave Ravensfell before it gets dark. Meng Zu asked the 4 of them, which one of you can drive? Anna replied, I can. I've already gotten my license. Anna will drive and Amy will sit in the passenger seat. Meng Zu instructed the 2 and smiled at Jamie, Lisa, and Ella, saying, we'll have to squeeze in the back, the 6 of us. It's fine as long as we can go home, it's no big deal. Ella replied with a smile. Brian sat by the left window with Sam on his lap, Meng Zu next to Brian, Jamie beside him with his wife Lisa on his lap, and Ella sitting on the far right. Fortunately, the SUV Meng Zu rented had enough space, otherwise it would have been impossible to fit so many people inside. Meng Zu pointed to the road leading to St. Marie, saying, we're heading to St. Marie, where there's a plane, and coincidentally Jamie and the others also live in St. Marie. The car sped down the road with its headlights on as the sky grew darker. Meng Zu examined the map, closely pondering. We should be leaving Ravensfell soon. Mary Shaw hasn't appeared. Could it be that she has given up? Sam took off the tiger finger from his right hand and curiously asked, Mr. Meng, does this tiger finger have any special powers? The others were also curious about it. Don't take it off. This tiger finger has been blessed by an old priest and can protect ordinary people from dark creatures. Of course, its greater purpose is to harm dark beings. Meng Zu explained to them, but his peripheral vision observed Jamie and Lisa, noticing that they showed no change in expression. Sam's eyes lit up as he said, once I get back, I'll go to the church and ask them to bless some items for me too. Don't get your hopes up. Blessings aren't something just any priest can easily grant. It's not as simple as you think. You'll understand once you reach the church. The sky had completely darkened and Meng Zu glanced at the time. It was already 6:10. Suddenly, he sensed activity from the system and opened it to find a notification. Abnormal energy detected attacking the host's mind. The system has automatically erased it. It seemed this was the reason Sheriff Donnie mentioned that once they left Ravensfell, memories of Mary Shaw would vanish. Mary Shaw could alter people's memories through mental power akin to Professor X. If it weren't for the system, he might have lost his memories of Mary Shaw. Silently modifying people's memories. Without the system's prompt, he would have been completely unaware. This made Meng Zu realize the terror of Mary Shaw, but it also confirmed that they had left Ravensfell. Sheriff Donnie had said that Mary Shaw could only kill within Ravensfell, and no one outside had ever been killed by her. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief, which eased the tension that Meng Zu had been carrying. The car traveled down the road, while soft music played inside. Driving monotonously was boring, but since they had left Ravensfell, Meng Zu made no objections. Sam, Brian, Amy, and Jamie chatted in the car, while Ella was very talkative, and her beauty and grace made Brian and Sam particularly enjoy the conversation. Only Anna and Meng Zu remained outside of the conversation. Anna, not being an experienced driver, needed to concentrate on driving, and Meng Zu wouldn't let his guard down until the mission was complete. Any unexpected events could occur. Suddenly, Meng Zu's expression changed, and he shouted. Anna turned the steering wheel to the right. Anna was startled by Meng Zu's shout, and quickly turned the steering wheel to the right, causing the car to veer sharply. At that moment, a black van without any lights sped past the rear of their car. Due to the sudden turn, Anna couldn't control the car's direction and crashed toward a few large trees nearby. Anna hurriedly slammed her foot on the brakes and finally stopped the car just before hitting the trees, leaving deep skid marks on the ground behind the car. What just happened? Sam, feeling dizzy from the jolt, asked. Everyone get out of the car. Meng Zu didn't explain the reason. Outside the car, Meng Zu looked at the black van that had stopped in the distance. He approached Anna and instructed Brian and Sam. You two put on the tiger fingers and stay close to Anna and Amy. Protect them well. Although it was nighttime and it was dark, Meng Zu's physique was 4 times that of an ordinary person, and with his basic dynamic vision, he could easily see objects in the distance under the faint moonlight. The black van had come straight at their car. If the two cars had collided with the speed of that black, then even with Meng Zu's enhanced physique, the result would likely leave him severely injured or worse. As he watched the black van start up again without any lights and turn toward them, Meng Zu's expression turned cold. Meng Zu slowly walked forward, calculating the distance between them, and then took out a grenade from his storage space, pulling the pin and throwing it toward the direction of the black van. 1, 2, 3, 4. Meng Zu instantly threw 4 grenades. Watching the approaching van, he silently calculated the timing. Boom. A loud explosion lit up the night as the black van was suddenly lifted off the ground, then flipped and crashed back down. Seeing the burning black van, Sam shouted in terror, "Oh my God, what's happening?" Then 4 people engulfed in flames crawled out of the van. "Quick, save them." Brian and Sam quickly took off their jackets and rushed forward, but Meng Zu yanked them back, saying, "Don't move recklessly, those 4 are not human. Protect Anna and Amy well." The 4 flaming figures crawled on the ground, moving with unnatural speed and posture toward Meng Zu. At this moment, Meng Zu saw them clearly. Their eyes were gone, replaced by holes oozing black liquid. Their mouths split open to the ears, revealing sharp teeth, and claws grew from their hands and feet. Meng Zu gripped a silver dagger and charged forward, lightly leaping to evade the monster pouncing at him. He used the force from its back to push off, landing on another monster, and his dagger easily sliced through its head. As Meng Zu landed, he immediately rolled to the side to avoid another monster's claws, using his left hand to brace against the ground, and flipping up, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature flying. Another monster took the opportunity to sneak up from behind Meng Zu, its claws reaching for the back of his head. Meng Zu suddenly dodged sideways, swinging his arm as the dagger plunged into the creature's head. Meng Zu pulled the dagger out and charged at the nearest monster, only to see a silver flash glide through the night. The monster that brushed past him fell to the ground motionless. Only one monster remained. It showed no signs of fear, still lunging fiercely at Meng Zu despite having seen its companions taken down. The outcome was inevitable. As Meng Zu drove the dagger into its head, it ceased to move. "I didn't expect Mary Shaw could come out of Raven's Fell." Meng Zu sensed the familiar aura of Mary Shaw from these 4 monsters. However, Meng Zu felt puzzled because these 4 monsters were not made of wood. When the dagger cut through, it felt like it sliced through flesh and blood. What could this mean? When Meng Zu returned, Ella looked at the corpses of the 4 monsters in horror and asked, "What are these things?" Meng Zu replied, "A type of monster. We should leave this place quickly." Meng Zu walked past Ella toward the car. Suddenly, 3 black whips attacked from behind Meng Zu. He instantly turned and dodged, slicing through the whips with his dagger, leaping back and coldly saying to Ella, "I suspected you 3 had issues all along." Sam and the others screamed, pulling away from Jamie and Lisa. At this moment, Jamie and Lisa's appearances twisted, horrifyingly resembling Mary Shaw, as Meng Zu had seen her in the theater's mirror, with white eyes and black gashes carved into their faces. Jamie and Lisa had suddenly transformed, attacking Anna and Amy, but as they caught the 2, a beam of white light enveloped them instantly, sending Jamie and Lisa flying. After Meng Zu had exited the car and approached Anna to speak with Brian, he had discreetly offered Anna 2 small silver crosses from behind his hand. Anna quickly understood Meng Zu's intention and quietly accepted the crosses, then moved to Amy's side to secretly pass one to her. These 2 crosses were standard items from the church, blessed to temporarily protect the bearer from dark creatures' attacks. Generally, the church sold these to those in need, with prices varying. The wealthy paid more while the poor paid less. Meng Zu noticed that unlike Ella, Jamie and Lisa had changed. Ella showed no signs of alteration, but the 3 black whips extending from the void beside her made it clear she was the true boss. Meng Zu's pupils contracted slightly as he realized that Ella's 3 black whips were made of tongues. Tongues? Could it be that this Ella was Mary Shaw? "You are Mary Shaw?" Meng Zu asked incredulously. What a perfect body. You are the most suitable person to become a perfect puppet." Ella, no, Mary Shaw, smiled, her eyes greedily fixed on Meng Zu. It turned out that perfect puppets are made from living beings. This creature had such plans, even in life, clearly knowledgeable about dark sorcery. No wonder she became such a terrifying, malevolent spirit after death. Meng Zu sneered, "Do you really think you have me figured out? I've already gauged your strength. Tonight you are mine." Another 5 tongues-formed black whips emerged from the void beside Mary Shaw, and 8 black whips suddenly lengthened, attacking Meng Zu from all directions. Bang! A gun appeared in Meng Zu's hand, and a large hole appeared in Mary Shaw's forehead with a glowing bullet embedded in it. The 8 black whips instantly fell powerless to the ground. Looking at the fallen Mary Shaw, Meng Zu disdainfully remarked, "Old hag, the times have changed." Bang bang. He fired 2 more shots, exploding Jamie and Lisa's heads, eliminating them. Just as Meng Zu was about to approach Sam and the others, he suddenly sensed a dangerous presence behind him. He quickly dodged to the side as a large machete slammed into the ground where he had just stood. A towering figure at least 2 meters tall, wearing a hockey mask, appeared behind Meng Zu. Jason. Before the journey, Meng Zu rarely watched horror movies, not because he was timid, but simply because he disliked them. Although he had never seen Friday the 13th, he was aware that it was hailed as the longest-running horror film series in cinematic history. Now seeing Jason left Meng Zu somewhat bewildered. He hadn't expected that besides the Fast and Furious series, Friday the 13th had also integrated into this world. What kind of Marvel Cinematic Universe was this? Bang! With the multifunctional bullet activated, Meng Zu aimed directly at Jason and pulled the trigger, the holy light bullet striking precisely at the eye hole of the hockey mask. A burst of foul blood exploded and Jason's towering figure swayed a couple of times before crashing to the ground. Instead of observing Jason, Meng Zu took the opportunity to run towards Sam and the others, remembering that Jason possessed the ability of immortality. This shot shouldn't be enough to take him down. Meng Zu shouted at the four who were retching uncontrollably, "Stop throwing up, hurry up, and get in the car, we need to get out of here." Just moments ago, Meng Zu had shot Jamie and Lisa in front of Sam's group, executing a headshot each. The four young students had never witnessed such an explosive scene before, especially not at such close range. Although the assailants weren't human, they resembled humans closely, and the immense psychological shock made them unable to resist the spasms in their stomachs, bending over to vomit. "And Meng Zu behind you," Sam stammered, checking his mouth with a hand, and then pointed at Meng Zu's back with a terrified expression. Meng Zu turned around and saw Jason standing unharmed, running towards him with a big machete in hand, and Mary Shaw had also miraculously recovered, floating through the air towards him. Damn! Bang! Bang! Meng Zu shot both of them in the head, and they immediately fell lifeless to the ground. "Anna, hurry up and start the car," Meng Zu shouted at Anna without looking back. Meng Zu carefully observed Jason and Mary Shaw's bodies, noticing a surge of black energy emanating from them, which rushed into their heads, engulfing the holy light bullets. Soon the glowing holy light bullets reverted to their original ordinary form. The black energy seemed alive, wrapping around the bullets in their heads and forcefully expelling them. The large holes in their heads rapidly began to heal, and even the cracked hockey mask on Jason restored itself. Bang! Bang! Seizing the moment while they were still recovering, Meng Zu fired 2 holy light bullets, again blasting their heads apart, just as Anna successfully started the car. Meng Zu rushed to the front of the car, pushing Anna into the passenger seat. He turned the steering wheel and stepped on the gas, driving the car back onto the road. Meng Zu accelerated the car, warning the four, "Buckle up, I'm about to speed up." The earlier experience had drained the color from Sam's group, leaving them looking somewhat pale and listless. Anna in the passenger seat glanced at Meng Zu and hoarsely asked, "Mr. Meng Zu, what were those things?" Meng Zu pulled out a small blue vial and drank it, responding, "God knows what those things are. I can't deal with them. The best course of action is to stay away from them for now." After using 8 holy light bullets, he only had 40 energy points left, which made Meng Zu feel insecure. They had yet to escape danger, so it would be better to replenish energy. If something like Jason appeared again and he ran out of energy mid-fight, it would be perilous. "Mr. Meng Zu, I saw those 2 could come back to life. What if they set their sights on us? What should we do then?" Brian, sitting in the back, asked. "It's fine. They can't catch up to the car. Once we get to St. Mary, I remember there's a church there. We can tell them what happened and have them contact the church. They'll send someone to deal with those 2. Hiss. Suddenly Meng Zu slammed on the brakes, causing the bodies of Sam's group to lurch forward. Fortunately, they were all buckled up, otherwise their heads would have definitely hit hard. "Damn it, am I cursed?" 3 dark shadows appeared not far from the car, and among them were Jason and Mary Shaw, along with an unknown old woman. Although this old woman looked no different from a normal person, being in league with Jason and Mary Shaw indicated she was undoubtedly the same kind of thing. Anna saw Jason and Mary Shaw, her face instantly pale with terror. "Mr. Meng Zu, what's going on? How did they catch up to us?" Meng Zu didn't answer. He unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car, simultaneously instructing the 4, "You all stay in the car and don't come out." Beretta appeared in his hand, and he immediately aimed at the 3, firing 3 holy light bullets. However, the black energy suddenly shielded the 3, and the holy light bullets pierced through the black energy, only creating small holes in their heads. The 3 merely swayed backward. The holy light bullets reverted to their original form, expelled by the black energy, and dropped to the ground, while the wounds on their foreheads healed rapidly. This made Meng Zu's expression darken. The holy light bullets were no longer effective. Seizing the moment while they were recovering, he pulled out a grenade and threw it. Boom! The grenade exploded, sending the 3 flying, but they suffered little injury, as the black energy shielded them from the shrapnel. If only there were holy light grenades. The 3 got up from the ground, and Jason began to charge at Meng Zu. Meng Zu pulled out a grenade, removed the safety pin, silently calculating the time. Suddenly, he fired a holy light bullet at Jason's head, while simultaneously throwing the grenade at him, causing Jason's head to explode. The first holy light bullet pierced through the black energy, and the grenade followed the trajectory of the bullet, evading the surrounding black energy, perfectly landing at the wound opened by the holy light bullet, exploding and shattering Jason's head. Seeing it had an effect, just as Meng Zu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the old woman began chanting an obscure spell. A torrent of black energy surged from her hands, enveloping Jason entirely. Bang! 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 Originally, the black energy was being manipulated by this old woman. Without hesitation, Meng Zu used the same tactic, firing a holy light bullet at her, while simultaneously throwing a grenade, intending to deal with her first. Boom! But a black magic circle appeared in front of the old woman, blocking both the holy light bullet and the grenade. Mrs. Voorhees, I wasn't wrong. This person is indeed great material. Indeed, with his soul we can create the finest soul stones. Mrs. Voorhees greedily gazed at Meng Zu. Just as we agreed before, their bodies belong to me and their souls to you. I can't wait to see the perfect puppet he will become. Mary Shaw looked at Meng Zu with a sinister expression. The black energy enveloping Jason dissipated, restoring his head to its original form, and Jason rose from the ground once again. Meng Zu now understood that with Mrs. Voorhees present, even using all his energy would not be enough to deal with them. Looks like he'll have to use teleportation. Hearing Mary Shaw and Mrs. Voorhees conversing, Meng Zu realized he had to abandon this mission, otherwise being captured by them would lead to a grim fate. Sam, Anna, Brian, Amy, I'm sorry. Meng Zu silently thought, pulling out his last small blue vial and drinking it, restoring his energy back to 55 points, sufficient to activate his teleportation skill. Suddenly, a large glowing circle filled with sparks appeared between Meng Zu and Jason, and an old man with a long white beard and a chubby man with a buzz cut stepped out from the circle. Looking at the familiar portal, Meng Zu recognized it as the spell commonly used by the sorcerers of Kamartaj in the Doctor Strange movie. Thus, these two individuals were likely sorcerers from Kamartaj. This was Meng Zu's first encounter with the sorcerers of Kamartaj. After regaining his memories, he had fantasized about becoming a sorcerer himself, as the spells wielded by sorcerers come with their own special effects, making them quite dazzling. The Kamartaj on the Himalayas was too far away. Even if he ran there, he might not find the place. Meng Zu certainly wouldn't spend years searching for it, so he came up with another plan. He recalled that there was a sanctum in New York where Kamartaj sorcerers resided. He vaguely remembered the location as either 176A or 177A, Bleecker Street in Manhattan. When Meng Zu went to look for it, he found 176A, but it was just a restaurant, and 177A didn't exist at all. At that time, Meng Zu had asked nearby people about 177A, but the answers he received were all the same. There was never a 177A. While Meng Zu resigned himself to the thought that perhaps this world did not have the sanctum from the movies, and he might as well stick to being a mercenary. The chubby sorcerer assessed Jason and the others, saying their teacher bears the mark of Mephisto. It seems they have existed for quite some time. Mephisto always knows how to hide. If these three evil spirits hadn't revealed themselves, it wouldn't have been easy to discover them. The white-bearded sorcerer nodded. Upon seeing these two sorcerers, Mrs. Wokes and Mary Shaw's expressions suddenly became somewhat frantic. It felt very dangerous. They felt they could die. Faced with these two sorcerers, that was the only sensation they experienced. Of course, Mary Shaw and Mrs. Wokes wouldn't sit idly by. Mrs. Wokes conjured a book in her hand and began to recite an obscure incantation. A blood-red magic circle appeared on the ground, and Mary Shaw took out a small box and opened it, revealing soul spirits flying out, swirling around Mrs. Wokes and Mary Shaw. Then the magic circle emitted a blood-red glow, and these soul spirits were drawn into the circle, disappearing. Behind Mrs. Wokes, a 3-meter-tall red silhouette wearing a cloak and possessing claw-like hands and 2 curved horns appeared. Seeing this silhouette, the sound of electricity in Meng Zu's mind suddenly intensified, akin to the sound he heard when standing close to high-voltage wires, making his head feel somewhat uncomfortable. This was the first time Meng Zu experienced such a strong reaction to danger sensing. If it weren't for the two sorcerers being present, he would have already teleported away without a second thought. Upon seeing the silhouette appear, the chubby sorcerer acted. He waved his hands towards Mary Shaw and the others, and a deep red chain materialized out of thin air, splitting into 3 and extending towards Mary Shaw, Mrs. Wokes and Jason, wrapping around them. The black energy circling around Mary Shaw and the others attempted to block the chain, but as soon as it touched the chain, it disintegrated, and the 3 were instantly bound tightly by the chains. At this moment, the silhouette behind Mrs. Wokes also sensed the movement, and its eyes glowed with a blood-red light. Who dares to obstruct the arrival of the great Lord of Hell? At this moment, a fragment of Mephisto's consciousness descended upon the red silhouette behind Mrs. Wokes through the souls sacrificed in the magic circle. As soon as Mephisto opened his eyes, he saw the white-bearded sorcerer smiling at him from not far away. Mephisto Sigma, that little scoundrel actually dared to serve me fake wine, causing me to hallucinate. They'll go teach him a lesson right now. Upon sensing Mephisto's arrival, Mrs. Wokes couldn't help but show a look of joy on her face. However, the next moment Mephisto vanished again, causing her expression to freeze. Could it be that there weren't enough sacrificial offerings for a successful arrival? The chubby sorcerer conjured a small magic circle in each hand, and 2 bolts of golden lightning shot out, instantly shattering the bindings around Mary Shaw and the others along with the red silhouette into dust. At the same time, Meng Zu's sense of danger also calmed down. Seeing the 2 sorcerers turning to leave, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute." The 2 turned to look at Meng Zu, and the white-bearded sorcerer smiled and asked, "Young man, what can I do for you?" Meng Zu stepped forward with a big smile, saying, "May I ask if you 2 sorcerers are from Kamartaj?" "Oh, you know about Kamartaj? The energy on you is quite special, but unfortunately it's too weak." The white-bearded sorcerer looked at Meng Zu with some surprise. Meng Zu smiled and explained, "My name is Meng Zu, and I am a mercenary. I've heard some things about Kamartaj. May I ask for your esteemed surname, 2 sorcerers? As they say, a boy who loves to smile won't have bad luck. This was my first encounter with a sorcerer. If I could establish a connection, it would be a big win." The chubby sorcerer introduced himself, saying, "My name is Wang, and this is my teacher, Master Gu, who is also the great Supreme Sorcerer." Supreme Sorcerer? Meng Zu was taken aback. He clearly remembered that the Gu in the movie was a woman, yet here, he was an old man. Wang was an Asian, but looked nothing like the Wang from the movie. Gu was already accustomed to Meng Zu's reaction, as most people he met for the first time reacted this way. He chuckled and said, "Titles like Supreme Sorcerer are just empty names. There's no need to pay them any mind." Upon realizing that the white-bearded sorcerer before him was Gu, Meng Zu's eyes lit up. This was a significant opportunity. He had to seize it, especially regarding his energy issue, which was too weak. Today, encountering Mary Shaw and the others, he had to conserve his energy. If he could become Gu's disciple, he could surely solve his energy problem, and perhaps he could even obtain magical equipment. Meng Zu then shamelessly said with a smile, "Supreme Sorcerer, I have long admired magic. As a child, I fantasized about meeting a sorcerer to learn magic. After growing up and discovering the existence of sorcerers, I even searched for them. It is truly a great fortune to meet the Supreme Sorcerer here. May I learn magic?" "You are not suited for magic, Gu." He shook his head. This made Meng Zu feel immediately disheartened. However, Gu continued to say with a smile, "Although we may not have a master-disciple bond, your energy problem can be resolved." "Mind reading." Meng Zu sighed. "I don't know mind reading." Gu maintained a cheerful demeanor. Meng Zu, "Alright, I believe you, Supreme Sorcerer." He noticed Wang beside him giving him a look, and he immediately thought in his heart. Then, without waiting for Meng Zu to ask how to solve his energy problem, Gu produced a business card and handed it to Meng Zu, saying, "When the time comes, go to the New York Sanctum to find Master Daniel. He will help you with your energy issue." Meng Zu took the card and saw it was written 177, Bleecker Street, Manhattan. Wait, he had looked for it before and couldn't find it at all. Meng Zu raised his head, wanting to ask Gu, only to find that both Gu and Wang had already vanished. They sure left quickly. "They'll look for it again when I get back to New York." Meng Zu shrugged. He walked towards the car where Mary Shaw and the others had already been dealt with by Wang. Now it was time to take Sam and the others home and complete the mercenary task. Sam and the other 3 were intensely curious about the identities of Mary Shaw's trio and the Ancient One, but Meng Zu's cryptic remark that the more they knew, the sooner they'd meet their end swiftly extinguished their curiosity. That evening they drove to Sault Ste. Marie, intending to fly back to New York that night, but the car rental company had already closed, forcing Meng Zu to delay his departure until the next day. While returning the car, Meng Zu had to pay an extra $1,000 in compensation for some scratches on the vehicle. Before boarding the plane, Sam asked, "Mr. Meng Zu, we were bitten by vampires. Will we turn into vampires too?" "It's not that easy to become a vampire. If you were going to change, you'd have done so already. Go to a church when you get back, tell the clergy what happened, and have them perform a purification for you." "Why do we need a purification?" "You were bitten by vampires, so there's residual dark energy in your bodies. Plus, you've absorbed some resentment from vengeful spirits. These things are harmful to ordinary people. The church's purification will cleanse them from you. By the way, use my phone to call your families and have them bring money to the company to pick you up," Meng Zu instructed the 4. After flying back to New York's airport, Meng Zu hailed a taxi and brought Sam and the others to the detective agency, where all 4 sets of parents were already waiting. The parents were overwhelmed with gratitude toward Meng Zu for finding their children. Meng Zu humbly replied that considering Franklin Sake, it was merely his duty. Anna and the other 2 came from wealthy families indeed. Their parents paid the $50,000 without a second thought and praised Meng Zu as the finest detective they'd ever encountered, even surpassing Sherlock Holmes. Of course, their high regard was undoubtedly influenced by Anna and her companions recounting their ordeal and Meng Zu's performance. After Sam and the others left with their parents, Meng Zu opened his system and saw that all tasks were completed. He had earned 290 employment points. This mission had been a true blend of risk and opportunity. Not only had he gained a substantial number of points, but he had also met the Ancient One, securing a channel to contact Kamartaj. After greeting Uncle Yang and Yang Hai, Meng Zu left the company and headed home. Following a meal, he lay down on his bed and quickly fell asleep. In Sault Ste. Meng Zu hadn't slept a wink that night. He dared not let his guard down until the mission was complete. Now that it was finished, and he was back home, he finally relaxed. Though his body wasn't tired, his mind had been under constant strain since encountering Mary Shaw and her companions. Once he let go, mental fatigue set in, and he drifted off easily. When Meng Zu woke up, it was already noon the next day. Turning on his phone, he found several bounty missions posted by the Continental Hotel, along with a few missed calls from unknown numbers. Meng Zu ignored them. Today he had important matters to attend to. After dressing neatly, he drove to Manhattan. Arriving once again at Bleecker Street in Manhattan, Meng Zu parked the car, retrieved the business card the Ancient One had given him from his storage space, and headed toward 177A, Bleecker Street. As he passed the restaurant at number 176, he noticed an extra building that hadn't been there before, bearing the address Manhattan Bleecker Street, 177A. Meng Zu thought for a moment, stepped back to number 176, and returned the card to his storage space. When he walked forward again, 177A had vanished. So this thing is the key, Meng Zu mused, taking out the card again. No wonder the Ancient One had given him this card. Without it, he would never have found the New York Sanctum. Arriving at its entrance, Meng Zu noted that from the outside, it looked no different from the surrounding buildings, equally classical and unremarkable. Meng Zu knocked on the door, and it swung open a crack. He pushed it open and stepped inside, immediately greeted by a wide staircase leading to the second floor. Curiously, Meng Zu observed the room. The interior was far more spacious than the building's exterior suggested. Was this due to spatial magic? He recalled that Kamartaj's mages were adept in such arts. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the hall's ceiling, emitting a soft golden light that made Meng Zu feel remarkably comfortable. No doubt about it, this was a magical artifact. Hardly any modern electronic devices were visible, lending the place an antique air, yet it felt perfectly fitting. A profound sense of history filled the space, inspiring awe. Meng Zu thought that the mages of the New York Sanctum lived in true luxury. Meng Zu had experienced a similar feeling before when he was guarding a wealthy man in England who lived in a castle filled with historically valuable items. But compared to the New York Sanctum, that castle seemed rather shabby. Meng Zu glanced toward the second floor, recalling that in the movie there was an exhibition room filled with legendary magical artifacts. Doctor Strange's cloak of levitation was kept there. The thought made Meng Zu's fingers itch to go upstairs and see if any magical equipment caught his eye. Just then footsteps approached. Meng Zu turned to see an old man and a middle-aged bald black man wielding a staff walking toward him. The old man studied Meng Zu with curiosity and asked, "So you're Meng Zu?" "Yes. May I ask how I should address you two mages?" Meng Zu nodded. "I am Mage Daniel, and this is Mage Noah," the old man introduced. "So you're Mage Daniel. The Sorcerer Supreme told me to find you," Meng Zu said respectfully. "The Sorcerer Supreme has already informed me about your situation," Mage Daniel said to the bald man. "Mage Noah will take it from here. You go ahead with your work." "Thank you for your trouble, Mage Daniel," Mage Noah replied before heading upstairs. Though Meng Zu was itching to go upstairs and see the magical artifacts, he dared not act recklessly here. He followed Mage Daniel into a room. Two meditation cushions lay on the floor beside a low table with a tea set. Mage Daniel gestured for Meng Zu to sit. After they sat down, Mage Daniel said nothing, instead brewing tea in silence. Meng Zu waited patiently. When 2 cups were poured, Mage Daniel said, "Taste it and see how it is." Meng Zu took a sip and his eyes lit up. The system notified him that his spirit had increased by 0.5. Truly a remarkable brew. Could it be spirit tea? Mage Daniel sipped his tea slowly and said, "The Sorcerer Supreme has told me about you. Though you're not suited for learning magic, you possess a unique energy. To strengthen it, you need to learn meditation, allowing your energy to grow gradually." "Yes, then teach me meditation, Mage Daniel." Meng Zu was eager. "First, relax your mind and calm your heart," Mage Daniel instructed. Meng Zu took a deep breath, relaxing his spirit and calming his mind as instructed. Suddenly, with lightning speed, Mage Daniel struck him in the chest with his palm. Ancestor Meng felt his body uncontrollably falling backward. He quickly adjusted his posture to stand, only to find himself staring at another version of himself who was sitting serenely on a meditation cushion. "Is this an out-of-body experience?" Ancestor Meng raised his hands, examining himself with astonishment. His body had become translucent and felt weightless. He tried to levitate, and to his surprise, his feet actually left the ground. "Don't move recklessly. Soul separation can easily lead to trouble," said Mage Daniel, as he stood up, walked over, and grabbed Ancestor Meng's arm, pulling him back to the ground from his floating state. Having never experienced an out-of-body state, Ancestor Meng was filled with curiosity. What kind of trouble can occur? The soul is the most vital part of a person. Normally, it cannot leave the body, it only departs upon death to go where it belongs. Occasionally, the living may experience soul separation. Since the person hasn't died, a connection remains between the soul and the body, and instinct guides the soul back eventually. However, the farther the soul drifts from the body, the weaker that connection becomes. Some may get lost, not knowing how to return, and ultimately die. Worse still, if the soul encounters an evil dark wizard or demon, it becomes a gift delivered to their doorstep. The consequences are unimaginable. Ancestor Meng was alarmed. He asked, Mage Daniel, then why did you knock my soul out? Mage Daniel smiled and replied, aren't you trying to solve your energy problem? This is the solution. Besides feeling light, I don't sense anything else. Ancestor Meng said, puzzled. You have no magical talent, so I needed to separate your soul from your body to guide you. Mage Daniel's soul then stepped directly out of his own body. Here we go. Mage Daniel placed his hand on Ancestor Meng's shoulder. Instantly, Ancestor Meng felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine, tumbling uncontrollably through the air. A kaleidoscope of bizarre images flashed before his eyes. When he finally steadied himself, he found himself in a world of dazzling colors. Calling this world colorful was not a metaphor. It was entirely composed of beams of light in various hues drifting like wisps of mist. Ancestor Meng could not fathom its size. Everywhere he looked, whether near or far, was filled with these radiant lights. Mage Daniel, where is this? Ancestor Meng asked curiously. This is a world composed of dimensional energy, Daniel replied. Dimensional energy. He had heard the term often, but never truly understood it. So Ancestor Meng remained silent, waiting for Daniel to explain. Every spell in the world is driven by energy, though different spells use different energies. For instance, the priests in the church draw power from the heaven dimension, while demons mostly use energy from the hell dimension. Magic is the art of communicating with these dimensions to obtain energy and channel it in a specific way. The Sorcerer Supreme told me that the energy within you is unique, not from any common dimension, which is why you lack magical talent. This dimensional energy world is special. It attracts a bit of energy from nearly every dimension, both common and rare. Here you should find the special energy you need. Ancestor Meng exclaimed in surprise. Mage Daniel, does that mean by passing through this dimensional energy world, I can use any magic I want? Not exactly. Mage Daniel shook his head with a smile. The energy here is too chaotic. To use magic through this world, you'd have to specifically search for the needed dimensional energy, which is too time-consuming. It's easier to communicate directly with the dimensions for energy. I see. Ancestor Meng finally understood. It was like the difference between a specialty store and a department store. In the department store, you have to search for the brand you want, while the specialty store offers direct access. Mage Daniel said to Ancestor Meng, now calm your mind. Sense the energy around you, channel the energy within your body, and see which energies are attracted to you. Channel energy. Damn, I'm in a soul state. How can I use any skills? Ancestor Meng said with difficulty. Mage Daniel, I'm just a soul now. How do I channel the energy in my body? Energy is not stored in the body. It exists beyond both the soul and the body. The body merely facilitates the use of energy. Even as a soul, you can still wield it. Mage Daniel demonstrated by waving his hands, conjuring a magical shield. Ancestor Meng tried to open his system panel. To his surprise, it worked, though Mage Daniel couldn't see it. Well, since that was possible, he might as well use a skill. But as he looked at the skill panel, he was utterly bewildered. Multifunction bullets required actual bullets. Teleport. He had set his teleport point in his basement. If his soul teleported there, what would happen to his body? Leap of faith. He was already floating. Where could he leap to? Wait, maybe he could try the clue guidance. He thought, who is the Mage of Kamartaj? Instantly, 20 energy points were consumed, and a red arrow appeared above Mage Daniel's head. The skill was used and energy was consumed, but nothing happened around him. It was then that Ancestor Meng realized he had no idea how to sense energy. The system provided it all. He could only use it, not generate it. Seeing Ancestor Meng's puzzled look, Mage Daniel smiled and said, wait a moment. Your energy is too scarce. It needs some time. Since Mage Daniel said so, Ancestor Meng had to be patient. After a while, he noticed an unusual sensation on his right index finger. A stream of misty energy shifting through countless colors slowly flowed into his body. Simultaneously, Ancestor Meng saw the 40 energy points on his system panel recover one by one, quickly returning to 60. After it was full, the energy increased to 61 points. When the misty energy fully entered his body, his total energy had risen to 65 points. Delighted by the increased energy cap, Ancestor Meng asked excitedly, Mage Daniel, what dimension does this energy come from? Mage Daniel pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I don't recognize it either. Perhaps the Sorcerer Supreme knows. I'll ask him later. Now I'll create a mark for you to communicate with this world, so you can absorb this energy in the future. Mage Daniel gathered a trace of the energy Ancestor Meng had just absorbed on his fingertip and pressed it against Ancestor Meng's forehead. A small magical array formed, absorbing the energy before vanishing. Alright, it's time to go back now. Meng Zu checked the time and found that only a minute had passed, yet it felt much longer to him. At least half an hour. Master Daniel explained that time flows differently across dimensional worlds. On Earth, only a minute had elapsed. Meng Zu rose from the meditation cushion and stretched his body. After his soul returned to his physical form, he felt a profound sense of grounding and relief. Master Daniel, seated on a cushion while sipping tea, said, Well, your problem is now resolved. It's time for you to leave. Meng Zu's movements froze instantly. How heartless. After all, he was a guest. Couldn't he at least be shown around the sanctum to see some magical artifacts? Master Daniel seemed to read Meng Zu's thoughts and said, the sanctum does not usually entertain outsiders. Your visit here was only possible because the Sorcerer Supreme instructed it. Meng Zu pondered for a moment and asked, I understand, Master Daniel. How can I use this mark to absorb that energy in the future? You have already absorbed that energy once. After you return, simply calm your mind and focus deeply. You will be able to draw it in. However, your body absorbs energy much slower than your soul does. I will remember that. Though regretting not being able to explore the New York sanctum, Meng Zu felt he had gained immensely from acquiring a method to increase his energy. He expressed his gratitude to Master Daniel, saying, Thank you so much, Master Daniel. I'll take my leave now. Just as Meng Zu was about to turn and leave, Master Daniel spoke. If you ever encounter a problem as troublesome as the one 2 days ago, you may come to the sanctum to seek us. Meng Zu understood that Master Daniel was referring to entities like Mary Shaw. Indeed, ordinary vengeful spirits could be dealt with a few holy light bullets, but Mary Shaw and the like were far beyond his capabilities, especially the red phantom that appeared at the end, which was even more dangerous. Then thank you very much, Master Daniel. Meng Zu expressed his joy and gratitude. From now on, if he encountered such situations on missions, he would have backing. Master Daniel smiled and advised, keep that business card safe. Only through it can you find the sanctum. I will keep it safe. Goodbye, Master Daniel. Master Daniel did not rise to see him off. As Meng Zu walked through the sanctum, he did not see the black mage named Noah. Though alone, he refrained from any unnecessary actions, aware that the sanctum was likely observing his every move. Arriving at the sanctum's entrance, Meng Zu turned back for one last glance before pushing the door open and leaving. Sharon, the black front desk clerk at the New York Continental Hotel, smiled and said, Meng Zu, your performance over the past 6 months has been truly outstanding. If you weren't so selective, I believe you could become a legendary assassin within another year at most. Meng Zu shrugged and replied, what can I say? Everyone has their own principles. This is just how I am. Sharon glanced at the mission directory on his phone and said, that's a shame. It seems there are no missions that meet your requirements this time. Meng Zu thought for a moment and said, Sharon, we've known each other for 2 years now. Could you just send missions that fit my criteria directly to my phone from now on, so I don't have to come here every time? Sharon shook his head and said, that's not possible. The target's information needs to be settled on site. It's the rule. All right, then I'll be going. Since there were no missions that suited him, Meng Zu turned and left the Continental Hotel. Although Meng Zu was a registered member of the Continental Hotel and received missions on his phone, he adhered to his own moral code. He only accepted contracts on those who deserved death. To determine whether a target deserved death, he needed detailed information about them. The Continental Hotel, while a neutral assassin guild, investigated both the client and the target before generating a mission. This was done partly to ensure the client had sufficient funds to pay the bounty, and partly to confirm whether the target was someone the hotel could afford to offend. If the target was a high-ranking government official or a wealthy individual like Tony Stark, and something happened to them with the bounty traced back to the Continental, the hotel would inevitably face unbearable retaliation. Thus, the Continental Hotel always possessed confidential information on both parties involved in a bounty. Accessing this information required payment in gold coins. All services at the Continental Hotel were settled on site. For example, accommodation required payment in gold coins whether you paid before checking in or after resting. Everything had to be settled before leaving the hotel. Time passed quickly. 6 months had elapsed since Meng Zu left the New York sanctum. Every half-month, before going to bed, Meng Zu would sit cross-legged on a meditation cushion in his study for half an hour, meditating to absorb that energy. Of course, it wasn't that Meng Zu was satisfied with just half an hour of meditation. He discovered that he could only attract a single stream of energy, which required half an hour to absorb. Once absorbed, he could no longer draw any more. His body seemed saturated and could only absorb the next stream after another half-month. Though it wasn't what he had anticipated, Meng Zu eventually came to terms with it. He had already gained a lot. An increase of 10 energy points per month meant 120 points per year. Previously, he couldn't increase his energy at all. Contentment brings happiness. Over these 6 months, apart from taking on missions at the detective agency, Meng Zu visited the Continental Hotel almost every week to accept contracts. He had been frugal with his employment points, which now totaled 2910. Meng Zu planned to save up 100 employment points and then splurge on a high-level 10 draw. At 8 p.m., Meng Zu arrived at the Freedom Detective Agency. Upstairs, he saw Yang Hai organizing files and asked, Xiao Hai, why haven't you left yet? It's already 8 o'clock. Almost done, Yang Hai replied as he placed the files into a cabinet, locked it, and closed it. The two went downstairs and drove away from the company. Meng Zu sat in the passenger seat, gazing out the window with boredom, saying, I really don't get you. Why do you want to watch a freestyle wrestling match? Yang Hai laughed as he drove. I won 2 tickets today. Might as well use them. Boring. Meng Zu couldn't help but roll his eyes. To him, the so-called freestyle wrestling match held no appeal. Only ordinary people like Yang Hai would find it interesting. Yang Hai had originally wanted to go with his father Yang Guang, but Uncle Yang, a retired mercenary, had no interest and flatly refused. So Yang Hai called Meng Zu and asked him to accompany him to the match. Since Meng Zu had nothing to do that evening, and after being pestered by Yang Hai's pleas, he agreed to go with him. Meng Zu and Yang Hai followed the staff to the competition venue and took their seats surrounded by a crowd of people, men and women, young and old alike. At the center of the venue stood a wrestling ring enclosed by 3 yellow ropes. Painted in the middle of the ring was a massive roaring wolf's head with a giant overhead lamp shining directly down upon it. Compared to the dimly lit spectator stands, the ring drew all the more attention. Could this be an underground fight? Meng Zu noticed a gigantic steel cage suspended above the ring, something you wouldn't see in a regular wrestling match. Just then a spotlight illuminated a high platform where a middle-aged man in a golden suit and sunglasses shouted into a microphone, "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight is destined to be unforgettable. Now let's welcome the king of wrestling, Mammoth." The spotlight shifted to the wrestler's entrance, where a muscular giant nearly 2 meters tall emerged from the darkness, followed by 3 scantily clad women. "Mammoth! Mammoth!" The crowd erupted, chanting his name in excitement as they laid eyes on the hulking figure. Mammoth reveled in the adulation, raising his arms high as he strode forward. Upon reaching the ring, he let out a ferocious roar, his face twisted in aggression directed at the surrounding audience. Far from being offended, the crowd grew even more frenzied. Next up, our challenger, Beast. From another wrestler's passageway, a 1.8-meter-tall black muscular man stepped out. Though not as tall as Mammoth, his physique was equally imposing. "Beast! Beast!" Once Beast stepped into the ring, the announcer addressed the 2 fighters. "Our match has no rules. You may use any means to defeat your opponent. The fight ends only when one loses the ability to continue or surrenders. Of course, no killing. Otherwise, we'll have to hand you over to the police." "Enough talk. Let the match begin," the announcer bellowed. Mammoth and Beast didn't charge at each other immediately. Instead, they sized one another up. Suddenly, Mammoth lunged forward, throwing a straight punch aimed at Beast's head. Beast reacted swiftly, dodging to the side as Mammoth's fist grazed his scalp. Though the blow didn't land cleanly, Beast still felt a searing pain. Seizing the moment, Beast stepped forward, driving his right knee hard into Mammoth's abdomen. A dull thud echoed through the arena. The abdomen is one of the most vulnerable areas of the human body. Beast expected Mammoth to crumple to his knees, but the giant merely shuddered slightly. Then Mammoth grabbed Beast's head with both hands, a vicious grin spreading across his face, and delivered a brutal headbutt to Beast's forehead. Mammoth released Beast's head. Staggering, Beast seemed dazed from the impact. Mammoth backed up to the ropes, extended his arm, and charged at Beast like a battering ram. Beast regained a sliver of awareness just in time to see Mammoth bearing down on him. He raised his arms to block, but it was too late. Still unsteady from the dizziness, Beast was sent crashing to the mat with a thunderous thud under Mammoth's immense force. Mammoth lifted his massive foot and stomped on Beast's abdomen. Beast's eyes flew wide open, his face contorted in agony as he let out a pained cry. The excruciating pain rendered Beast unable to rise. Pressing his advantage, Mammoth rained down a flurry of punches on the prone Beast, whose resistance gradually weakened. At that moment, the referee stepped into the ring and waved an arm at Mammoth. The giant halted his assault. The referee crouched beside Beast, examined him briefly, then stood up, walked over to Mammoth, and raised his left hand in victory. Mammoth let out a triumphant roar. The crowd joined in with fervent shouts, "Mammoth! Mammoth!" Meng Zu noticed Yang Hai beside him, caught up in the excitement, just like the rest of the audience chanting Mammoth's name. He couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. To him, this was nothing but a tedious spectacle. Though Mammoth's physique resembled that of a bear, Meng Zu judged that his physical prowess was barely twice that of an ordinary person. Given his size, his speed was clearly a weakness. If the black fighter Beast hadn't taken that headbutt, he and Mammoth wouldn't have had such an easy time defeating him. Mammoth didn't leave the ring afterward, but instead stayed as the reigning champion. Taking the announcer's microphone, he declared, "Tonight, I am the king of wrestling. This ring belongs to me." Mammoth. Was that a challenge flag he was planting? Meng Zu stared at Mammoth on the ring in astonishment. Those who dared to plant such flags often met a miserable fate, like the soldier who tells his comrades he'll marry his sweetheart after the battle only to die on the field, leaving his beloved to wed another and bear 3 or 4 children. What a brave soul, Meng Zu mused, gazing at Mammoth. As it turned out, those who dared to raise such flags indeed had some skill. In the next 3 matches, Mammoth swept through his opponents with ease. The last challenger was even hurled out of the ring, smashing a table to pieces. After consulting with the staff, the announcer stirred up the crowd. "Do you want to see more?" "Yes." "Then let's welcome our next victim. And this time the venue will change. If he can survive 3 minutes inside the steel cage, the 3,000 yuan prize tonight will go to." Yeah, the allure of money never failed to ignite enthusiasm. Before the announcer could finish, the crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. The announcer retreated to another wrestler's entrance, speaking softly with the next contestant. Then striding forward, he shouted, "The 3,000 prize will go to the terrifying, deadly, and astonishing Spider-Man." As he spoke, the announcer turned and pointed behind him. A spotlight illuminated the darkness, revealing a figure in a red mask and a red hoodie emblazoned with a spider emblem. "Not Spider-Man. It's Spider-Man," Peter Parker muttered in protest. Meng Zu sprayed out the soda he had just drunk. "Hey, what are you doing?" A spectator splattered with soda turned around, glaring angrily at Meng Zu. "Sorry. My apologies. Watch it next time." After accepting the Franklin bill, Meng Zu handed over, the spectator's anger dissipated. Muttering under his breath, he turned back to watch the show. Meng Zu had been startled by the newly emerged contestant. He recognized him as Peter Parker, the very same Spider-Man. This superhero whom he knew so well from Marvel had actually appeared at a freestyle wrestling competition. The reason Meng Zu could instantly recognize the masked figure as Spider-Man was that before transmigrating into this world, the very first Marvel superhero movie he watched in junior high school was Spider-Man. Meng Zu began to recall those distant memories. He had watched the Spider-Man trilogy on television and online at least 10 times in total. He still remembered that in Spider-Man 1, Peter Parker fought a boxing match for $3,000, and he was dressed just like that. Originally, after seeing Tony Stark on TV, Meng Zu thought that if there were a Spider-Man in this world, it would likely be Tom Holland's version. Now it seemed this world's Spider-Man was Tobey Maguire's rendition. He had seen the 3 different versions of Spider-Man, Maguire, Garfield, and Holland, but after comparing them, he still favored Maguire's Spider-Man trilogy the most. Although Maguire's Spider-Man deviated the most from the original comics, it was still widely regarded as the most classic. In this version of Spider-Man, due to copyright issues, no other superheroes appeared. But now that he was in this Marvel Universe, interactions with other heroes were inevitable. This version of Spider-Man was also the strongest. If a Civil War scenario like in Captain America 3 occurred in this universe, he wondered if Captain America could defeat this Spider-Man. Also, he wondered if this Maguire version of Peter would still treat Tony as a father figure like Holland's version. Watching the restless figure, Meng Zu's thoughts drifted further away. Peter turned to the staff member with dissatisfaction and said, "It's Human Spider, he got the name wrong. Enough, just go on stage." The staff member impatiently pushed Peter. The surrounding audience, seeing Peter's ordinary build, all booed as he made his way toward the ring. The 3 hot girls beside Bonesaw Max approached Peter and mocked him. "Bonesaw Max will teach you a lesson. You'd better not beg for mercy. We'll tear you apart, you'll have to go cry to someone else." Hearing the 3 girls' words, Peter felt neither anger nor amusement. It was truly laughable. Did they still think he was the same old him? With that big guy, he could take on 10. Well, maybe 3. A young viewer discontentedly threw his popcorn at Peter. Peter thought, "Kid, if there weren't so many people here, I'd challenge you to a duel." Just then, the previous contestant was carried past Peter on a stretcher, shouting loudly, "Oh my God, I can't feel my legs." So brutally. Seeing the contestant's miserable state startled Peter, who was still a student. The audience also noticed Peter's obvious fear and began chanting in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill him!" Once Peter entered the ring, the iron cage above slowly descended, and the audience cheered even louder. The host picked up the microphone and said, "All right, now, let's have the guards lock the cage." "Hey, there's a mistake." Peter quickly leaned on the ropes and said to the guard, "I didn't sign up for cage fighting." But the guard ignored him, locked the chain, and walked away. "Hey, don't go. Open the door. Take the chain away," Peter shouted at the departing guard. "Little freak, you can't run." Bonesaw Max shouted at Peter. Seeing Peter turn back to face him, Bonesaw Max raised 3 fingers and said disdainfully, "I'm going to have a good 3 minutes with you. Don't be scared, it's only 3 minutes. It'll be over soon." Bonesaw Max made a funny gesture at Peter. As the bell rang, Bonesaw Max charged at Peter with a weird roar. Seeing Peter standing still, Bonesaw Max sneered, inwardly thinking this weakling would be down with just a rush. Just as Bonesaw Max was about to collide with Peter, Peter leaped straight up onto the high cage. Bonesaw Max, caught off guard, slammed into the cage, and the recoil knocked him over. Watching Peter's move, Meng Zu commented inwardly, "Quick reflexes," and he easily jumped nearly 4 meters high. At least he himself couldn't jump 4 meters high as effortlessly as Peter did. Bonesaw Max stood up, looked at Peter clinging to the high cage, and pointed angrily, "What are you doing up there?" Peter looked down at him and said, "Staying far away from you." Realizing Bonesaw Max couldn't reach him, Peter couldn't help but taunt, "Your outfit is so cute, did your husband make it for you?" Feeling humiliated, Bonesaw Max stepped back a few paces, then charged sideways at the cage. Just as he was about to hit it, Peter flipped down from the cage and landed 3 meters behind him. With a thud, Bonesaw Max crashed into the cage and saw Peter had already jumped down. He roared and lunged at Peter, but Peter flipped behind him again in an instant. "Finish him." One of the hot girls tossed a folded metal chair to Bonesaw Max. He swung the chair at Peter, but every strike missed. Peter realized the gap between them and decided to toy with Bonesaw Max a little. After all, he only needed to last 3 minutes to get $3,000. So close, still so close. Oh, that one almost got me. Peter couldn't help but taunt Bonesaw Max after dodging each attack. This only made Bonesaw Max angrier. You jumping bug. If I catch you, I'll break your legs. Seeing Bonesaw Max like this, Peter thought of the phrase impotent rage. He kept dodging, growing more careless. Suddenly, as he jumped near the edge of the ring, two hot girls grabbed his legs from below. Bonesaw Max's eyes lit up instantly. Taking advantage of Peter being caught, he slammed the chair into Peter's back, knocking him to the ground. Bonesaw Max pressed his advantage, hitting Peter's back again and again, each time sending him crashing down as he tried to get up. Why hasn't he fought back yet? Even if the spider bite has enhanced his physique, getting beaten like this might not hurt physically, but it still hurts. Could Peter have a masochistic streak? Watching Peter Parker being pummeled without retaliation, Meng Zu's mind wandered with wild thoughts. Crush him! Crush him! The spectators roared with excitement. The Juggernaut tossed the chair aside, seized Peter Parker's legs, and flung him off the ring, sending Peter crashing violently against the iron cage. Seeing Peter sprawled on the ring, a seductive woman from the crowd handed the Juggernaut an iron rod and shouted, "Break his legs." Peter overheard this. As the Juggernaut charged at him with the rod, fury surged within him. He swiftly retracted his legs, dodging the swing. Then he kicked the Juggernaut in the abdomen. The Juggernaut felt as if struck by a massive hammer, and pain forced his body to curl inward. Seizing the moment, Peter delivered several consecutive kicks to the Juggernaut's head, leaving him dazed. A glint flashed in Peter's eyes as he landed a final brutal kick to the Juggernaut's skull. The Juggernaut swayed twice before collapsing onto the ring. Peter, who had been lying on the mat, rose to his feet. Seeing the motionless Juggernaut, the referee gestured to the staff. The iron cage slowly lifted, and the referee hurried over to check the Juggernaut's condition, finding him unconscious. It's over. The Juggernaut is incapacitated. The victor is. Confirming the Juggernaut could no longer fight, the referee stood up, grabbed Peter's arm, and raised it with fervor. The crowd erupted in cheers. The host bellowed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the new champion, Spider-Man." As the audience cheered for him, Peter's heart swelled with joy. He raised his arms, triumphantly waving to the crowd. Watching Peter Parker leave with the staff, Meng Zu carefully recalled the plot of Spider-Man 1. It seemed that Peter's uncle Ben Parker would die tonight. Ben Parker's death was the pivotal event that drove Peter Parker to become Spider-Man. Without it, Peter might never have embraced his destiny. A thought crossed Meng Zu's mind: if he saved Ben Parker tonight, would Spider-Man cease to exist? He dismissed the idea. Ben Parker was gunned down on the street. By the time Peter arrived, the area was swarming with police and onlookers. Saving a dying man with his little red bottle would draw too much attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, reviving a dying man with a potion would inevitably leak. The only reward might be Peter's gratitude, but the ensuing trouble would be immense. He was no Tony Stark, capable of protecting his secrets. More likely, he would end up on the run. With that thought, Meng Zu abandoned the idea of saving Ben Parker and continued enjoying the next match while sipping his soda. At 9 in the morning, a melody rang from the phone on the nightstand. Meng Zu, shirtless, reached for it. "Shanghai, what's up? Get to the company now. There's a huge deal." Yang Hai's voice came through barely above a whisper. Even with his hushed tone, Meng Zu could detect the barely contained excitement. He chuckled. "What kind of big deal has you so eager?" "It's Tony Stark. Tony Stark. He came to the company to commission us." Meng Zu was puzzled. What could Tony Stark possibly need their help with? Given his resources, anything he wanted would be easy to achieve. If he couldn't handle it, how could they? "It's not that Tony Stark is at the company. Haven't you seen today's news or papers?" Meng Zu dressed as he spoke. "Not yet, I just woke up." "Tony Stark is missing." "Yes, Tony Stark has been missing for over 2 months. The media only reported it today. 10 minutes ago, his assistant Pepper Potts arrived at the company. She wants us to find him, offering $5 million. So get over here quickly." Yang Hai urged excitedly. "Got it. I'm on my way." The blue sedan sped along the road as Meng Zu drove deep in thought. Missing for over 2 months. Iron Man is about to be born. I saw Peter Parker yesterday, and now I hear about Tony's disappearance. What a coincidence. For years, there were no superheroes except Captain America. Now they're appearing one after another. Iron Man is indeed the beacon. Arriving at the company, Meng Zu parked and went upstairs. Inside, he saw Uncle Yang and Yang Hai seated with Pepper Potts, who was dressed in a business suit, engaged in conversation. 3 people. No 4. Besides Pepper, there was Happy Hogan wearing sunglasses and a black suit. Meng Zu was familiar with Pepper and Happy. He often saw them on TV and in newspapers, which had long revealed their identities. Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's assistant, managed both his personal and professional life. Happy Hogan, Tony's driver and bodyguard, was always by Tony's side. The 4 noticed Meng Zu's arrival. Uncle Yang stood up, put an arm around Meng Zu's shoulder, and introduced him to Pepper. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Meng Zu. All our missing person cases are handled by him. He has never failed a single commission. You've come to the right person, but whether he accepts is up to him." Pepper stepped forward, extending her hand. "Hello, Mr. Meng Zu. I'm Pepper Potts." "Hello, Ms. Potts. You're even more beautiful than on TV." Meng Zu shook her hand, complimenting her. "Thank you. Hello, Mr. Happy. Meng Zu then turned to Happy, offering his hand. Happy paused for a moment before quickly recovering, shaking Meng Zu's hand. Hello, Mr. Meng Zu. Anxious about Tony, Pepper got straight to the point. Mr. Meng Zu, we're here today to commission you to find Tony Stark. Yang Hai has briefed me on the situation. Let me see the commission documents first, Meng Zu said with a nod. Brother Zu, the documents haven't been printed yet. After all, Mr. Stark has been missing for over 2 months. If others haven't found him by now, it won't be easy. If you agree to take the case, I'll print them right away. Yang Hai explained. Meng Zu understood Yang Hai's implication. Tony Stark's disappearance was no trivial matter. Over the past 2 months, searches had surely been conducted, but to no avail. Taking on such a difficult commission could damage their reputation if they failed. Meng Zu nodded and asked Pepper. In that case, let's first understand the situation. Ms. Potts, could you tell me about Mr. Stark's circumstances? 2.5 months ago, Tony went to a.U.S. military base in Afghanistan to demonstrate new weapons. He was attacked by terrorists and subsequently disappeared. Pepper recounted. A terrorist attack. Ms. Potts, have you considered the possibility that Mr. Stark might be dead? Meng Zu countered. Pepper asserted firmly, Tony isn't dead. Since his body wasn't found in that attack, he must have been kidnapped by terrorists. Finding someone from terrorists isn't easy. Meng Zu pondered for a moment, then asked with a smile, Ms. Potts, may I ask how you came to know about me? We move in different circles and shouldn't have crossed paths. Pepper explained, it was Happy who told me about you. Mr. Happy. Meng Zu turned to look at Happy. Happy clarified, I know some mercenaries. At a mercenary bar they told me about you. After investigating, I thought you might be able to find Mr. Stark, so I recommended you to Pepper. Alright then, let's talk about the commission. Meng Zu felt no resentment toward Happy for investigating him. After all, wasn't he himself in the habit of scrutinizing his targets when accepting missions at the Continental Hotel? In America, while they prattle on about respecting personal privacy, it's but a hollow jest. With enough, Franklin's privacy becomes a commodity laid bare for all to see, and what remains hidden merely signifies that the other party wields greater influence and wealth. Having served as Tony's driver and bodyguard for years, Happy naturally possessed his own network and resources, making it a trivial matter to uncover everything about Meng Zu that lay on the surface. Pepper said, Mr. Meng, if you can locate Tony, we will pay you $5 million as compensation. Finding Stark from the terrorists is no easy feat. It involves considerable risk. If I accept your commission, I'll need a $10,000 deposit up front. Of course, should the mission succeed, that sum will be deducted from the $5 million. But if it fails, the deposit won't be refunded. What do you think, Miss Pepper? Meng Zu laid out his terms. Agreed. Pepper consented without a second thought. $10,000 was nothing. If there was even a glimmer of hope to find Tony, she would have agreed, even if Meng Zu demanded $1 million as a deposit. Of course, the money would come from Tony Stark's account, and as his assistant managing his life and work, Pepper had that authority. The rich are truly different, Meng Zu mused, silently commending Pepper. After a moment's thought, Meng Zu said, Ms. Pepper, locating Mr. Stark, who's been kidnapped by terrorists, earns $5 million. But if I can bring him back safely, what sum would you offer? Pepper didn't answer immediately, as she pondered instead. The risks involved in finding Tony kidnapped by terrorists and retrieving him from their clutches were vastly different. Pepper's original plan was that if Meng Zu could indeed find Tony's whereabouts, rescuing him from the terrorists would be left to the U.S. military. But that would take time, and if the terrorists sensed something amiss, Tony's life might be in jeopardy. Who could predict what atrocities those madmen might commit? Hearing Meng Zu's proposal, Pepper grew more eager to rescue Tony sooner. She fixed a serious gaze on him and said, Mr. Meng, you must understand the difficulty of extracting Tony from the terrorists. Doing so might provoke them, placing Tony in even greater danger. Ms. Pepper, I understand your concerns. I'll assess the situation, and of course, if I attempt to rescue Mr. Stark, his safety will be my top priority. If the risk is too great, I assure you I won't recklessly endanger him. Meng Zu gave his word. Seeing his assurance, Pepper said, if you truly bring Tony back safely, we'll pay you $10 million. Then I accept this commission. Shall I print the contract? Meng Zu said, his heart brimming with joy at the newly generated employment mission from the system. Employment mission task 1, locate Tony Stark kidnapped by terrorists and inform Pepper Potts of his whereabouts. Employment points 500. Task 2, safely bring Tony Stark kidnapped by terrorists back to New York. Employment points 1,000. Choose one of the 2 tasks, they cannot overlap. When Pepper offered $5 million for finding Tony, the system generated task 1. Seeing the unprecedented 500 employment points startled Meng Zu. How could this be? Was it because Tony Stark was the future Iron Man that such a high value appeared? This sparked a conjecture in Meng Zu. Perhaps employment missions tied to Marvel superheroes yielded far greater points. To test this, he proposed a commission to retrieve Tony Stark. Upon the new mission's generation, Meng Zu confirmed that the system's employment tasks, when linked to Marvel superheroes, offered higher employment points commensurate with the mission's difficulty. Damn, I missed out. Meng Zu's joy turned to regret as he recalled encountering Peter Parker the previous day. Had he followed Peter and waited for him to beg for help saving Ben Parker, the employment points would surely have been substantial. After printing the contract, Pepper signed it immediately and said with some urgency, "Mr. Meng, can you set off within an hour?" Understanding Pepper's state of mind, Meng Zu nodded. "Yes. Then in an hour, Mr. Meng, come to Stark Tower. We'll be waiting for you there." "All right, see you in an hour, Ms. Pepper." After Pepper and Happy left, Yang Hai exclaimed excitedly, "Truly the rich are different, Brother Zu. Just finding Tony Stark's whereabouts is worth $5 million, and bringing him back nets $10 million. Slap. Shut up." Uncle Yang struck the back of Yang Hai's head, glaring at him fiercely before turning to Meng Zu with a grave expression. "Zu, you shouldn't have taken this commission. Terrorists are madmen, even the U.S. military prepares thoroughly before engaging them. Since Tony Stark was kidnapped from military custody, the military must have searched for him. But they found nothing, meaning he's been taken to the terrorist stronghold. You've been a mercenary for years, always deciding your own missions, and I've never interfered. I know you're exceptionally skilled, far beyond your father or me. But going alone this time makes you vulnerable to detection, and that spells danger. Uncle Yang advises you to just go through the motions once you're there." Hearing the caution in Uncle Yang's words, Meng Zu wasn't offended, understanding it came from concern for his safety. He smiled. "Uncle Yang, rest assured I'll prioritize my own safety. You've seen me return safely every time these past years. If it's truly impossible, I'll abandon the mission. Good, as long as you know what you're doing. I'll take my leave now. I need to prepare some things at home." Watching Meng Zu depart, Yang Hai asked, "Dad, since this mission is so dangerous, why don't you go with Brother Zu? You could help him." Uncle Yang shot him a disdainful look. "What do you know? I'm old, my skills have deteriorated. If Zu goes alone, he can escape danger easily. If I go with him, I'd only be a burden, putting him in greater peril. Zu understands this, which is why he's going alone." Upon returning home, Meng Zu changed his clothes and packed some essential items into his storage space before driving to Stark Tower. Upon arrival, he saw Happy waiting for him downstairs. Happy spotted Meng Zu's arrival and called Pepper to inform her. 5 minutes later, Pepper emerged from Stark Tower alongside a black man in military uniform. Another familiar face, Meng Zu thought as he recognized the black officer as Rhodes. "Hello, Mr. Meng Zu. I'm Colonel James Rhodes. Pepper has briefed me on the situation. I'm here to assist you." Rhodes extended a hand to Meng Zu, speaking directly. Meng Zu shook his hand and smiled, saying, "Hello, Colonel Rhodes. Your help will make things much easier." Meng Zu turned to Pepper and asked, "Shall we set off now?" "Yes," she replied. The four of them rode in Happy's car to the airport, where Pepper had arranged for Tony's private jet to fly them to the U.S. military base in Afghanistan. It was there that Tony Stark had been attacked, and starting the search from that location was the most time-efficient approach. However, gaining access to a military base was no simple feat, which was why Pepper had contacted Colonel Rhodes. With his connections, Meng Zu could launch his search from the Afghan base. As Pepper and Happy watched, Meng Zu and Rhodes boarded the private jet and departed. On the plane, Rhodes asked, "Do you need me to prepare anything for you?" "A motorcycle common in Afghanistan and a map. The military has already searched for Stark, haven't they?" "Yes." Meng Zu thought for a moment and said, "Can you tell me the areas you've already searched as well as the directions the terrorists came from and fled to? Once we're at the base, I'll mark them on the map for you." "Mr. Meng Zu, from what Pepper and Happy have told me, I have a good sense of your abilities. Perhaps you really can find Tony." Rhodes looked at Meng Zu thoughtfully. Meng Zu sensed there was more to his words. "If you do find Tony, I hope you won't act alone. These terrorists call themselves the 10 Rings, and they're heavily armed. If you alert them, they might relocate him. If you notify the military immediately, we can wipe out the 10 Rings and rescue Tony safely. Don't worry. Stark's safety is my top priority. After all, finding him is how I get paid," Meng Zu said with a smile. When the plane landed at the Afghan base, U.S. military personnel inspected Meng Zu's backpack. Finding only 2 Beretta pistols, ammunition, food, and water, no contraband, they returned it to him. Soon Rhodes provided Meng Zu with the motorcycle and map he needed. Standing before the base, Rhodes handed him a military communication device. "Use this to contact us when you find Tony. It has a locator so we can find you." Meng Zu examined the device, then handed it back. "Better not use this. Since Stark was specifically targeted and kidnapped, they might be able to track your military positioning systems. Carrying this could expose me." Meng Zu pulled out his own phone. "What's your number? He'll call you when I find him." Rhodes reluctantly gave him his number. "Goodbye and good luck." "Thanks for the kind words." Meng Zu shouldered his backpack, started the motorcycle, and rode away from the base. Meng Zu went directly to the site where Tony Stark was ambushed and activated his clue guidance skill. Comparing the map, he found the arrow pointed in a direction that deviated a full 60 degrees from the area the military had searched. The military has been searching for so long and ended up this far off. It seems Tony's dear Uncle Obadiah has been tipping them off quite a bit. Meng Zu quickly understood the reason. Tony Stark's ambush by the 10 Rings was a deal struck between Obadiah and them. Obadiah had also leaked Tony's itinerary to the base, and he was naturally aware of the military's search efforts. Though Obadiah believed Tony was dead, he feared that if the U.S. military found the 10 Rings evidence of their deal, might surface and ruin him. Thus, he warned the 10 Rings of the military's search patterns, allowing them to evade detection for over 2 months. As Meng Zu rode his motorcycle through the swirling sand toward the arrow's direction, a thought struck him. Tony had only escaped the 10 Rings after building the Mark I armor. If he rescued Tony now, would Iron Man cease to exist? Should he abandon the mission? But recalling the high reward, Meng Zu dismissed the idea. Probably not. If it doesn't happen, I can just give him a hint. With Tony's intellect, he'll definitely create the Mark armor. Obadiah was truly unfortunate. He had planned to kill Tony to seize control of Stark Industries, but the 10 Rings leader was no fool. He knew Tony was a golden goose and wouldn't let him die. Obadiah wanted Tony dead, so the leader sent him a video showing Tony with a massive wound in his chest, declaring him dead. Reassured, Obadiah was satisfied. But the leader, after filming, immediately saved the critically injured Tony, intending to keep him imprisoned to manufacture weapons indefinitely, without Obadiah ever knowing the deal was broken. With Tony's genius, he could produce countless weapons, strengthening the 10 Rings arsenal. Instead, Tony built the Mark I armor and staged a triumphant return. Obadiah's true nature was exposed, and he met his end. Every hour, Meng Zu used the clue guidance skill to recalibrate his direction. After 4 hours, he arrived at a small town. In the town, Meng Zu noticed several suspicious individuals. Faint outlines beneath their clothes suggested they were concealing firearms. In this area, only 2 types of people carried guns: government personnel or 10 Rings members. But given the military's intensive search for Tony over the past 2 months, any concentration of armed individuals would draw suspicion. Government agents wouldn't fear inspection, but the 10 Rings couldn't risk it. Discovery would lead the military straight to their stronghold, so their sentries hid their weapons to avoid attention. The town was rife with thugs, thieves, and robbers. Some spotting Meng Zu as an Asian eyed him greedily like a fat sheep ready for shearing. Meng Zu quickly devised a plan. Half an hour later, in a room, 3 men lay unconscious on the floor, one stripped down to his underwear. Meng Zu's appearance had changed dramatically. His face now mirrored that of the man in underwear, and he wore the man's clothes. The 10 Rings stronghold couldn't be far from here. As an Asian, he stood out too much and would attract unwanted attention. Blending in as a local would make his movements far easier. Meng Zu evaded several covert sentries of the 10 Rings along the way, arriving at a high ground, where he killed the motorcycle's engine, then slowly climbed up the cliff face to the summit. Prostrate on the ground, Meng Zu pulled out his binoculars and peered in the direction indicated by the arrow. He spotted a settlement in a basin surrounded by low hills where numerous weapons were arrayed and many people paced about with rifles slung over their shoulders. This must be the base of the 10 Rings. As his gaze shifted, he noticed a cave, guarded by 4 riflemen at the entrance. Meng Zu realized the difficulty of the situation. The settlement had only one exit, and there were hidden sentries on the surrounding low hills. It seemed infiltrating silently to rescue Tony Stark would be quite troublesome. Carefully observing the positions of those hidden sentries, Meng Zu formulated a plan. Since it was still daylight, approaching the base would surely be detected by the sentries. He would have to wait until nightfall. Meng Zu hid behind a large boulder, patiently awaiting sunset. Once the sun descended and the sky dimmed, he immediately climbed down from the summit. Under the cover of darkness, he jogged toward the 10 Rings settlement. As for the motorcycle, Meng Zu naturally did not ride it. The area became very quiet at night, and the sound of a motorcycle engine would be quite loud, easily detected by the 10 Rings sentries. 2 hours later, Meng Zu finally arrived at the foot of a low hill on the periphery of the 10 Rings base. Cautiously avoiding the sightlines of the sentries on the hill, he reached a rock halfway up and surveyed the 10 Rings settlement below. The entire settlement was brightly lit, with many people eating dinner. Meng Zu saw a bald man emerge from the cave, say something to the 4 guards at the entrance while pointing inside, and then head toward a tent. Meng Zu activated the clue guidance again. The red arrow pointed directly into the cave, confirming that Tony Stark was indeed inside. After assessing the layout of the entire settlement, he mused, "I must find a way to cut the power, or there's no chance of sneaking into the cave." Meng Zu did not act immediately. He planned to wait until 2 or 3 in the morning, when many would be asleep. Fewer people awake would make his infiltration easier. Time passed. Members of the 10 Rings in the settlement retired to rest, leaving only a small patrol. Even the guards at the cave entrance dwindled from 4 to 2. By 1 o'clock, some came out for a shift change, and the previously alert patrol returned to their tents to sleep. Perhaps because it was their home base, the shift change guards grew lax. Some chatted, others played cards. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Zu moved along the high rock face beyond the lamplight, positioning himself closer to the generator. Relying on the passive skill of basic stealth, Meng Zu's silent movements went unnoticed by any 10 Rings member. Reaching the spot nearest the generator, he calculated the distance to the cave. Once he shut down the generator, the 10 Rings would surely come to investigate. That window would be his best chance to enter the cave. At 2:30 in the morning, a man not far from the generator got up to use the restroom. Once he was gone, Meng Zu picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the generator's switch. Thud! With a soft sound, the stone struck the generator switch, plunging the entire camp into darkness. The sudden change left the Ten Rings members completely blind. Meng Zu seized the moment and dashed toward the cave entrance. Shouts erupted from the Ten Rings members in the darkness. Meng Zu could not understand their language, but he could guess the gist: orders to check what had happened. Several beams of light flickered in the distance. Some Ten Rings members had turned on flashlights and were heading toward the generator. Naturally, these lights drew the attention of other members. The two guards at the cave entrance stepped forward a few paces to look toward the lights. Meanwhile, Meng Zu arrived at the cave. Using his basic stealth skill, he slipped silently behind them and entered the cave. A minute after Meng Zu entered, the camp lit up again. A Ten Rings member asked the person near the generator, "What happened?" The member replied, "Same as before, the breaker tripped again. I told you this generator is on its last legs. We should buy a new one. Then go tell the boss that." Inside the cave, it was pitch black, unlike outside. Even with his naked eyes, Meng Zu could barely make out his surroundings. Fortunately, he had come prepared. He put on his night vision goggles and followed the arrow of the clue guidance. The cave was deeper than Meng Zu had anticipated. Moreover, there were two Ten Rings members inside, groping around in the darkness, searching for something. Meng Zu did not alert them. He slipped past the two men and finally arrived at a door. Gently pushing it open, he entered. Once inside, Meng Zu's first action was to take out a small square thin sheet and stick it over the camera above his head. Only then did he survey the space. The cave chamber was quite spacious, about 100 square meters. On a workbench nearby lay many steel plates shaped into large and small cylinders, along with several scattered blueprints. Suddenly, the lights in the room came on. Meng Zu knew the Ten Rings members had restarted the generator, but it didn't matter. He was already inside. Removing his night vision goggles, Meng Zu approached the workbench. He picked up several blueprints, stacked them together as he had seen in the movie, and held them up to the light. The image of a robot appeared on the paper. It seemed Tony Stark was already building the Mark I. Meng Zu had worried there might be no Iron Man, but it appeared his concern was unnecessary. He reasoned that Tony had escaped 3 months later in the Mark I armor, which he had hammered out piece by piece. Tony wanted to avoid detection by the Ten Rings, while making them believe he was building weapons as ordered. Naturally, he couldn't forge the Mark I openly, so it would take considerable time. Meng Zu walked toward another room in the cave and saw two people sleeping. One of them was Tony Stark, though this Tony was far from the polished figure seen on screen. Tony wore a gray vest, his hair was a mess, and his face was dirty. More importantly, embedded in his chest was a circular object glowing with blue light. Meng Zu knew that was the prototype miniature reactor. Meng Zu looked at the other man, a bald man in a brown shirt around 60 years old with a beard that was mostly white. Is he Insun? Meng Zu scrutinized the doctor who had not only saved Tony Stark's life, but also his soul. Meng Zu addressed the two sleeping figures. "All right, stop pretending. I know you're both awake." Tony and Ethan remained perfectly still, as if lost in deep slumber, paying no heed to Meng Zu's words. The air around them grew utterly silent, and a bizarre scene unfolded in the cave. A man stood before two sleeping men, staring intently at them. This scenario seemed reminiscent of certain films, except the protagonists had transformed from beautiful young women into two rugged men. Well, Meng Zu finally understood the meaning of "you cannot wake someone who is pretending to sleep." Tony, feigning sleep, suddenly heard the man before him mutter softly to himself, "I've heard that people in deep sleep have a slower reaction to pain. If I'm quick enough, they might only feel it after 3 seconds. Why not give it a try? If I swiftly stab little Tony, I wonder how many seconds it will take for Tony Stark to react." Hearing this, Tony's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly consoled himself, thinking the man was merely bluffing. They still needed him to build weapons, as surely they wouldn't harm him. Despite his thoughts, after about 10 seconds, Tony felt something sharp press against his waist, slowly sliding downward. Then he heard the man say, "Yes, right here." The sharp pressure vanished, and a vivid image flashed in Tony's mind, a man raising a dagger, high plunging it down toward his little Tony. Suddenly, Tony's eyes snapped open with lightning speed. He pushed himself back with his hands and shouted, "Okay, I'm awake." Now Tony saw clearly what the man held. A thin piece of wire, not the dagger he had imagined. The atmosphere grew awkward. Meng Zu smiled, tossed the wire aside, and said, "I thought you could keep it up, but your expressions were quite entertaining just now." When Meng Zu pressed the wire against Tony's waist, Tony's brow furrowed slightly. As the wire slid down, his face stiffened, and he visibly clenched his teeth. When the wire reached his little Tony, Tony's throat bobbed nervously. As Meng Zu lifted the wire, Tony's eyelids fluttered violently, as if he were about to wake at any moment. Despite the awkwardness, Tony refused to show weakness and blustered, "What do you want? I've already agreed to build weapons for you. If you dare harm me, I'd rather die than continue." Meng Zu looked at Tony with amusement and teased, "Oh, so Tony Stark has such backbone." At that moment, Dr. Inson, no longer pretending to sleep, opened his eyes and said to Tony, "All right, Tony. He's not with the Ten Rings." "He's not with the Ten Rings. Are you sure?" Tony asked, glancing at Meng Zu's attire. Dr. Inson replied confidently, "Of course. Didn't you notice he speaks English?" Over the years I've found that only the leader of the 10 rings knows English, no one else does. I didn't expect you to figure it out from that alone, Meng Zu readily admitted. So who are you? Tony looked at Meng Zu and asked. Meng Zu replied, Tony Stark, I was sent by Ms. Pepper to rescue you. Rescue me? How? Are you going to fight your way out of the 10 rings camp all by yourself? Tony stood up looking at Meng Zu with a condescending gaze. Meng Zu ignored Tony's tone, knowing Tony was his target to protect. There was no need to clash with someone worth both employment points and Franklin. He said, what you see now is my disguise. There are 2 10 rings members in the cave. I can take them out without alerting anyone outside. Then you and I can disguise ourselves as them. Most of the 10 rings are asleep now. I'm confident I can get you out before they react. Tony found the plan somewhat feasible and pointed at Dr. Ensign, asking, what about Ensign? Him. Sorry, he's not part of my mission. I'm only here to save you. Meng Zu shook his head. Tony's temper flared. If you want to take Ensign, then I'm not going. Mr. Stark, taking Ensign might arouse suspicion from the 10 rings and risk exposure. Meng Zu tried to persuade him, hoping for a smoother escape. Kind-hearted Dr. Ensign urged Tony, don't worry about me. This is a rare opportunity. Go with this gentleman. No, Ensign. You saved my life. I can't leave you here alone. Tony flatly refused. Seeing Tony's resolve, Meng Zu relented. Fine, I have another plan. What plan? Meng Zu said, I have Colonel Rodas' number. I can call him and have the U.S. military come to rescue you. Tony raised an eyebrow, looking at Meng Zu oddly. What's your name? Meng Zu. Mr. Meng Zu, did you drop out of school early? Meng Zu angry emoji. I graduated from university. Tony sneered, then your teachers must be pretty lousy. Don't you know there's a signal jammer here? You can't contact the outside with any electronic device. Alright, my mistake. Meng Zu pulled out his phone and saw there was indeed no signal. He had never intended to call the military anyway, as that would reduce his employment points. You should have contacted Rhodes from outside instead of sneaking in. I don't know why Pepper chose you, Tony complained. Enough, shut up, Meng Zu said irritably. You want to save him too, right? How much will you pay? Money. How much did Pepper pay you to rescue me? $10 million. Only $10 million. Tony could hardly believe his ears. In his mind, he would gladly pay $100 million to anyone who could get him out of there. Then Tony said casually, fine. If you can get both me and Ensign out, I'll give you another $10 million. To Tony, $20 million was no different from $10 million. At that moment, a new employment task appeared in the system: rescue Dr. Ensign from the 10 rings camp, worth 100 employment points. Looking at the new task, Meng Zu noted the stark contrast. Rescuing Tony was worth 100 points, while Ensign was only 100, a tenfold difference. This confirmed that tasks involving superheroes yielded far higher employment points. Alright, wait here for me. We'll be right back. Meng Zu accepted Tony's commission, instructed the two, and pushed open the door to leave. Ethan, do you truly believe he can rescue us? After Meng Zu departed, Tony asked uneasily. According to the original plan, he would have completed the Mark I armor in a few days and then blasted his way out. Now, if something went wrong and the 10 rings grew wary, he might never have another chance to build the Mark I, trapping him here forever. Tony, from the moment he infiltrated, it was only a matter of time before the 10 rings discovered him. Since he managed to slip in unnoticed, perhaps he can indeed work a miracle. Dr. Ethan reassured Tony. Well, God willing. I wonder why Pepper would find such a fool. Tony understood the situation, but he was still displeased that Meng Zu had shifted him from an active role to a passive one. After a tense minute of waiting, the cave door swung open. Meng Zu walked in, carrying 2 unconscious 10 rings members and holding 2 bulletproof vests. Meng Zu dropped the 2 men onto the ground, tossed the vests to Tony and Ethan, and pointed at one of them, saying, put on the vest, and then change into his clothes quickly. With that, Meng Zu stripped the clothes off the other man and put them on himself. Tony took off his own clothes, donned the vest, and dressed in the other man's attire, finally grasping Meng Zu's plan. He complained, is this your grand scheme? Do you take these 10 rings for blind men? Of course, but perhaps they truly are blind, Meng Zu replied, reaching into his clothes to retrieve the disguise items he had prepared from his storage space. As Meng Zu peeled off the human skin mask before them, revealing his true face, Tony praised, impressive disguise skills. Tell me your plan. Meng Zu produced a new mask, adjusting it as he compared it to the face of the 10 rings member he had stripped. You and I will disguise ourselves as these two and escort Ethan out. Most of the 10 rings are asleep now, with few on guard. There's a jeep in the camp. They'll cover you as you get in, and then drive away. Tony asked skeptically, are you sure you can get us into the jeep? They have lookouts on the high ground. Meng Zu replied confidently, don't worry, I can handle them. Meng Zu put on the finished mask, then crafted another for Tony. After fine-tuning the details, their faces became identical to the 2 unconscious 10 rings members. Ready to go? By the way, what about that thing? Meng Zu asked, pointing at the Mark I parts on the workbench. Leave it, Tony shook his head. The Mark I wasn't crucial. Many weapons companies could replicate it. The real key was the miniaturized reactor. Without it, the armor was just a toy. Meng Zu raised an eyebrow, thinking, so this thing still remains, and in the end it will fall into Obadiah's hands. But Meng Zu didn't bother with it. Even if Obadiah got it, it was none of his concern. The man would only cause trouble for Tony. Meng Zu and Tony led Ethan toward the cave entrance. Passing by the quarters of two Ten Rings members, Meng Zu grabbed a rifle and handed another to Tony. He instructed Ethan to say they were taking him to the latrine since Meng Zu didn't speak their language and had Ethan teach him the phrase. At the cave mouth, two Ten Rings members spotted them and asked, "What's going on?" Meng Zu, lowering his voice as Ethan had taught him, said while approaching, "He has a stomachache and needs to take a dump." One member grumbled, "Always so troublesome." The other stared at Meng Zu, puzzled. "Ashrado, what's wrong with your voice?" Hearing this, Ethan grew tense. He had expected them to be let through, but this unexpected twist threatened to expose them, since Meng Zu couldn't speak the language. Meng Zu had already reached them. He didn't answer as he couldn't understand anyway. Earlier he had scanned the area and saw no one else paying attention. With lightning speed, Meng Zu struck both men on the neck with a sharp chop. They swayed dazed. As they started to fall, Meng Zu grabbed the backs of their clothes to steady them. Tony leaned them against the wall. Tony quickly supported one, mimicking Meng Zu by propping the Ten Rings member against the wall, making them appear as if they were still standing. Meng Zu said to them, "Now head toward the jeep." The three walked slowly toward the jeep. A lookout on the high ground spotted them below, noticing Ethan, but since two members seemed to be guarding him, he ignored them and returned to his card game. Just as they neared the jeep, two other Ten Rings members approached from the opposite direction and asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Meng Zu gave the same reply, "He has a stomachache and needs to take a dump." "Then why are you heading this way?" "The latrine is over there," the man said suspiciously. When Meng Zu didn't answer and the three quickened their pace toward the jeep, the man sensed something amiss and raised his gun, shouting, "Stop right there." Bang! Bang! Two gunshots rang out, piercing the silence of the camp. Every alert Ten Rings member immediately knew something was wrong. They grabbed their weapons and looked toward the sound, seeing two of their comrades on the ground. Nearby, a member was shoving Ethan into a jeep while another held a rifle, its muzzle flashing as he fired at others. Meng Zu had fired the moment the man raised his gun, taking down both opponents with two shots. He shouted to Tony and Ethan, "Get in the car now." Knowing he was exposed after firing, Meng Zu immediately opened fire on the other Ten Rings members before they could react. Each shot claimed a Ten Rings member, all killed instantly by a bullet to the head, their faces frozen in shock. Fire! The lookout on the high ground aimed his automatic rifle at Meng Zu, but Meng Zu dodged like a slippery eel, each bullet missing him completely. Meng Zu discarded his empty rifle and pulled out an M4 from his storage space, firing precise bursts at the lookout. A Ten Rings member manning an M249 felt his head go light and collapsed, startling his companion, who saw a hole in his skull. The companion quickly ducked behind cover. The jeep roared to life. Tony stuck his head out and shouted, "Get in." Meng Zu backed toward the jeep while firing at the remaining Ten Rings members. In mere minutes, he had killed half of them. The survivors hid behind cover. Any who dared to pop up and shoot were either dodged by Meng Zu's danger sense or shot dead instantly. Instead of getting inside, Meng Zu leaped onto the roof of the jeep. Sitting inside would leave him unable to fight back. He yelled to Tony, "Go." Tony floored the accelerator, speeding toward the exit. By then, many Ten Rings members had been awakened by the gunfire and rushed out of their tents, weapons in hand. Meng Zu swapped magazines, suppressing the attackers. Then he retrieved a grenade from his storage space and hurled it at the stacked ammunition crates and fuel drums. A massive explosion followed, killing those nearby with the blast wave and shrapnel. Meng Zu continued, throwing another grenade at the remaining ammunition. Another thunderous blast erupted with fierce flames, forcing the surviving Ten Rings members to cower behind cover. As Meng Zu fired to suppress the lookouts on the high ground, the jeep burst out of the Ten Rings camp. The leader of the Ten Rings, seething with rage, watched the departing jeep and roared after them, "Boss, all of our vehicles in the camp have been blown up." A lackey quickly stepped forward to report. The Ten Rings leader shot him a venomous glare, then turned to the gathered men, cursing, "Are you all pigs? How could you not notice a man sneaking in?" The men, seeing their boss in a fury, averted their eyes, not daring to answer. A minor leader spoke up, "Boss, Tony Stark has escaped. Once he contacts the U.S. military, will be in danger." The Ten Rings leader suppressed his anger and ordered notify the lookouts outside. "Use a rocket launcher to blow up that jeep. Have others drive vehicles here, pack up, and prepare to relocate." The jeep sped across the desert. Meng Zu, sitting on the roof, tossed a night vision device to Tony. "Turn off the headlights. There are Ten Rings lookouts out there. Lights will give us away." Tony put on the night vision device, killed the lights, and followed Meng Zu's directions toward the U.S. military base. Meng Zu had already stowed his M4 carbine in his storage space and replaced it with an M99 sniper rifle. Meng Zu knew they were still within the Ten Rings lookouts detection range. The enemy surely had rocket launchers or similar weapons. A car traveling across the open desert was highly conspicuous, making them an easy target. Even at night, if the enemy possessed thermal imaging, they could still be spotted. After half an hour of driving, Meng Zu's danger sense suddenly tingled. Following the sensation, he raised his rifle and saw a flaming missile streaking through the night sky toward their vehicle. Meng Zu held his breath, steadied the sniper rifle, calculated the missile's trajectory, and pulled the trigger. Boom. A ball of fire erupted in the distant sky. Swiveling the rifle, he spotted two blurry figures on the ground shouldering some kind of weapon through the scope. Bang! Bang! Meng Zu fired 2 shots without hesitation, and the 2 figures crumpled to the ground. Not far behind them was the lookout post. Unfortunately, Meng Zu didn't have a rocket launcher, or he would have sent a shell their way. Sensing the danger had passed, Meng Zu lowered the M99 sniper rifle. Tony, who was driving, asked, "What's going on? Are they after us?" "I heard a rocket explosion." Meng Zu, still on the roof, replied, "It's taken care of. Now turn left. There's another lookout to the right up ahead." Having evaded the lookout positions, they encountered no further attacks from the 10 rings. After nearly another half hour of driving, Meng Zu noticed his phone finally had a signal. He couldn't help but remark the 10 rings sure have a lot of signal jammers. Meng Zu immediately called Colonel Rhodes. It connected quickly, and Rhodes' first words were, "Did you find Tony?" "Colonel Rhodes, I've rescued Tony Stark from the 10 rings camp. We're heading toward the U.S. military base. Send someone to pick us up." "What? Are you sure you're not joking?" Rhodes found it hard to believe. The U.S. military had searched for so long without finding Tony, yet Meng Zu had not only located him in a single day, but also rescued him. "Of course I'm not joking. He'll put Tony on the line." Meng Zu leaned down and extended the phone through the window. "It's Colonel Rhodes." Tony Stark didn't take the phone immediately. Instead, he said, "Just toss it in. I don't like taking things handed to me." "Huh, what a strange quirk." Meng Zu paused, then tossed the phone into Tony's lap. Tony drove with one hand and picked up the phone with the other. "Hey, Rhodes, did you miss me?" Hearing Tony's flippant tone, Colonel Rhodes felt a wave of relief and laughed. "How was the sightseeing tour? Next time you bastard ride in the same car as me, okay?" Tony chuckled. "Sure. Rhodes, can you prepare some hamburgers for me? I'm craving one." Hearing Tony's request, Rhodes laughed helplessly. "There are no hamburgers here. You'll get some when you're back in New York. For now, don't hang up. They'll have your location triangulated, and we'll come get you." An hour later, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the sky. Meng Zu looked through his scope and spotted U.S. military helicopters signaling Colonel Rhodes' arrival. Meng Zu tapped the car window frame and shouted, "Stark, the military is here. You can turn on the headlights." Tony also heard the helicopters. At Meng Zu's words, he removed the night vision device, switched on the headlights, and gradually slowed the vehicle. The headlights immediately revealed the Jeep's position to the helicopters, which adjusted their course and flew toward them. The Jeep came to a halt. Meng Zu jumped down from the roof, and Tony and Inson got out as well. Before the helicopter landed, Meng Zu retrieved a vial of liquid, removed the human skin masks from his and Tony's faces, and pretended to tuck them into his clothes, actually storing them back in his storage space. The helicopter landed a short distance away. Colonel Rhodes, dressed in the same combat uniform as the soldiers, stepped out, and upon seeing the 3 men by the headlights, jogged over. The soldiers, wearing night vision goggles and holding their rifles at the ready, scanned the surroundings. Tony saw Rhodes approaching and opened his arms. Rhodes stepped forward and embraced him. "Tony, this outfit really doesn't suit you." Rhodes teased. "Mr. Stark," then said with emotion, "Buddy, I really thought I'd never see you again." Tony lightly punched Rhodes on the shoulder and laughed. "Tony Stark, I don't die that easily." "Hey." Rhodes shook his head with a wry smile, then turned to Meng Zu. "Mr. Meng Zu, thank you so much for this." Meng Zu shrugged. "It's nothing. Just a job." Tony pointed at the helicopter and asked Rhodes, "Is this all the people you brought?" "Of course not. I came ahead to pick you up. The rest are on their way. Let's fly back first." Meng Zu, Tony, and Insun boarded the helicopter with Rhodes and headed for the U.S. military base. On the flight, Meng Zu learned that the U.S. military had deployed a large force not only to retrieve Tony Stark, but also to seize the opportunity to eradicate the 10 rings. After all the brazen attack on the U.S. military 2 months prior had been a slap in the face, and the military had been facing relentless criticism from American corporations ever since. Although only Tony Stark had been kidnapped, the incident had occurred in territory under U.S. military jurisdiction. This had eroded the trust of other corporations in the military's security capabilities, leading to their censure. The military, brimming with resentment, naturally needed an outlet for its anger. Having learned the location of the 10 rings camp from Meng Zu and the others, the U.S. military advanced toward it. However, they were unaware that the 10 rings had already relocated, so their mission would ultimately be in vain. On the helicopter, Rhodes also learned the details of Tony's rescue. "Mr. Meng Zu, that was far too risky. You should have notified the U.S. military at the first opportunity." Meng Zu, of course, wouldn't admit that he had been driven by a desire for more mission credits. He defended himself. "I had to confirm if Stark was really inside first. I hadn't checked my phone, and I had no idea the 10 rings had signal jammers. I had no choice but to take the risk. If I had waited until dawn, they would have discovered me, and it would have been far more dangerous." The helicopter arrived at the U.S. military base. Rhodes first took Tony and Insun to the medical bay for checkups. Since Meng Zu couldn't wander freely around the base, he followed them. After the checkups, Rhodes arranged accommodations for the three and provided them with clean clothes. Rhodes told them to rest and that they would fly back to New York at dawn. At 12 noon, a C-17 transport plane slowly landed at a military base in New York. Pepper and Happy were already waiting at the airport for Tony Stark's arrival. As the plane came to a halt, the two quickly approached. The cabin door opened and Meng Zu along with Tony descended from the aircraft. Medical personnel immediately pushed a stretcher forward, but Tony waved his hand to indicate that he did not need it. At this moment, Pepper's eyes were only on Tony. Seeing him perfectly intact filled her heart with excitement, a dazzling smile lighting up her face. As she watched Tony walk in, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Tony approached Pepper with a smug expression and said, "Your eyes are red. Are you shedding tears for your long-lost boss?" "These are tears of joy. Now I don't have to look for a new job. Oh, I hate job hunting," Pepper replied with a smile. "All right, then your vacation is over." Tony turned around and pointed at Ethan, saying to Pepper, "Pepper, let me introduce you to Dr. Ethan, a new friend of mine." Pepper greeted Ethan with a smile. "Hello, Dr. Ethan. I am Pepper Potts, Tony's assistant." "Dr. Ethan responded with a smile. "Hello, Ms. Potts. Tony often speaks highly of you." Seeing Pepper looking at him, Tony defensively said with a hint of pride, "I haven't mentioned you that often." Pepper turned to Meng Zu and expressed her gratitude. "Mr. Meng, thank you for rescuing Tony." Meng Zu, who was surveying the military airport, smiled slightly upon hearing Pepper's words. "It's nothing, you just doing my job. Now that the task is complete, I should take my leave." Seeing that the system task was completed, Meng Zu felt there was no need to stay any longer. At this point, he was more of a hindrance to Tony and the others, and staying here made him feel uncomfortable. It was better to go back. Pepper understood Meng Zu's intention and said, "All right, Mr. Meng, I will transfer the money to your account shortly." Just as Meng Zu was about to turn away, he suddenly said to Tony, "All right, Mr. Stark, don't forget about Dr. Ethan's share." Tony was well aware that Meng Zu was referring to the $10 million for saving Ethan, and he certainly wouldn't forget it. However, Meng Zu's sudden reminder made it seem like he might lose money, causing Tony to feel a bit displeased. He waved his hand impatiently and said, "Don't worry, it will be transferred together later." Meng Zu didn't mind Tony's attitude. After all, he considered him a significant client. "Since Mr. Stark is so prompt, let me give you a free reminder. The Ten Rings organization seems to know your whereabouts quite well, indicating they are very familiar with you." After saying this, Meng Zu followed a soldier and left. Tony watched Meng Zu's retreating figure with flickering eyes, saying, "All right, let's get in the car." Tony and Ethan got into the car with Pepper. Happy, who was both bodyguard and driver, asked, "Sir, where are we headed?" Sitting in the front seat, Pepper replied directly, "To the hospital, Happy." However, Tony interrupted Pepper, saying directly no. Pepper turned around, furrowing her brow, and anxiously urged Tony, "No. You must go to the hospital and let the doctor check you out." "Dr. Ethan too." Tony firmly stated, "There's nothing that is a must." At this moment, Dr. Ethan also spoke up. "Tony, I think we should go to the hospital first. You really need to see a doctor." "Ethan, Pepper, I've been locked up for almost 3 months. I just want to do 2 things, eat an American cheeseburger and arrange a press conference. Once those are done, we can go to the hospital, all right?" Tony said seriously to the two. Pepper asked with confusion, "A press conference? What is that for?" Tony didn't explain the reason and simply said, "Happy, drive. Let's go eat cheeseburgers first." Seeing that Tony didn't want to elaborate, Pepper chose not to press further and remained silent as Happy drove away from the airport. After leaving the military base, Meng Zu hailed a taxi to head to the company. Before getting in, he took out the phone from his pocket and threw it into a nearby trash can. This phone was meant to be a disposable one that Meng Zu had prepared in advance. Even if it weren't disposable, he wouldn't keep it since it had already been cracked by the military, making it akin to a surveillance device. He took out 2 commonly used phones from his storage space and looked at one of them, finding only 2 bounties released by a hotel on the mainland. Seeing that the bounty amount and hiring value were too low, Meng Zu lost interest and directly put that phone into his pocket. Using the other phone, he called Yang Hai, informing him that he had completed his mission and was on his way back to the company. Meng Zu suddenly remembered that he hadn't told Pepper about his bank account, but he didn't worry. He believed Pepper would be able to check it out. Sure enough, shortly after, he received a notification on his phone that $2 million had been transferred into his account. After paying for the taxi fare, Meng Zu arrived on the 2nd floor of the company and saw only Xiao Hai watching TV. He asked, "Where's Uncle Yang?" Xiao Hai replied, "My dad took a commission early this morning and went to work. All right, it's time to distribute the earnings." Meng Zu sat down at the computer, opened his bank account, and transferred $500,000 to Uncle Yang's account. When Meng Zu's adoptive father Zhang Jun and Uncle Yang partnered to open this freelance detective agency, they had already planned the income distribution. As long as it was a commission received in the company, the final earnings would be split 50-50. Seeing $500,000 deposited into his father's account, Yang Hai couldn't help but complain, "Looks like we'll have to pay a lot of taxes this month." "Perhaps in a few days we won't need to pay so much," Meng Zu replied, thinking that Tony's return would likely lead to the closure of the weapons manufacturing department, which would cause Stark Industries stocks to plummet. However, they would rise again in the future. This was a great opportunity. Huh, what do you mean? Yang Hai asked, puzzled. Meng Zu stood up and said, watch more TV, especially related to Tony Stark. Alright, I'm heading back now. Once home, Meng Zu first went to the basement to retrieve some items from his storage space, placing back the things he usually used. Sitting on the living room sofa watching TV, Meng Zu opened the system panel to check host Meng Zu human strength 4. 3 average adult male is 1. Speed 4. 6 average adult male is 1. Physique 4. 5 average adult male is 1. Mentality 6. 7 average adult male is 2. Life 225 average adult is 50. Energy 125, 11510. Hiring value 4010. Looking at the over 4,000 hiring value, Meng Zu felt a bit tempted to try a regular draw, but ultimately resisted. He was just 6,000 hiring values away from doing a high-level 10 consecutive draws, and with the superhero era approaching, accepting more tasks related to superheroes should allow him to accumulate the 6,000 hiring values in no time. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building, a one-eyed bald man was reviewing information on a tablet in his hand. This person was none other than the famous Nick Fury from the Marvel movies, and the information on the tablet was about Meng Zu. Meng Zu, feeling bored, played video games at home until 11 p.m. Unexpectedly, he was awakened at 2 a.m. by the loud noises coming from his neighbor's house, initially ignoring it, but the sounds grew increasingly louder, accompanied by gunshots. Meng Zu attempted to cover his head with a pillow to muffle the noise, but nearly 20 minutes had passed, and the racket continued. This is ridiculous. What are they doing at this hour? Meng Zu got out of bed, put on his pajamas, and left his house to stand in front of his neighbor's door. Although it had grown quiet inside, he still knocked on the door, bang, bang, bang. After a moment, a shirtless man with a buzz cut opened the door, slightly looking at Meng Zu and asking, "What is it?" Seeing the man who resembled Brad Pitt, Meng Zu frowned and said, "John, can you two keep it down? I was sleeping, and you woke me up." John apologetically replied, "Sorry, we had a bit of a problem." "You two have a problem, but there's no need to shoot guns at home. Where's Jane?" Meng Zu peeked inside. "She's not dead, we were just messing around," John said, opening the door wider to reveal Jane, who was covering her chest with a towel. Jane, who looked like Jolie, greeted Meng Zu. "Good evening, Meng Zu." Seeing their appearance, Meng Zu immediately guessed that they had just engaged in some indecent wrestling. "Ugh. Good evening, Jane. Can you two keep it quieter next time? No more gunfire. The noise is too obvious at night." "Sorry, we will be more careful." "That's fine." Meng Zu heard footsteps and turned to see another neighbor, a young couple, approaching with a police officer. Susan and Martin were also disturbed by you two, and they brought the police. "It looks like you'll need to come up with an excuse to send them away. I'm going back to sleep." "Good night, Meng Zu." "Good night, John and Jane." As Meng Zu encountered Martin and Susan, they asked Meng Zu what happened with John and them. Meng Zu replied, "Nothing happened, they just had a passionate outburst that got a bit wild. I'm going back to sleep, good night." "Good night." Martin and Susan went to inquire at John's door with the police, while Meng Zu returned to his room to continue sleeping. When Meng Zu moved in here, he had no idea who his neighbors were until they came to visit. It was then he discovered that the couple next door was the Smiths, both of whom were assassins. He had encountered them during his mercenary missions and managed to subdue them both. Since they were neighbors and there were no conflicts of interest, he had not killed them. Thus, Meng Zu and the Smiths were aware of each other's identities. After some discussion, they found out they were both hiding their assassin identities from one another, which struck Meng Zu as quite peculiar. They requested him not to reveal their identities to each other. Meng Zu had some impression of the Smiths from a movie, remembering that the characters were also concealing their identities from one another, but eventually discovered the truth. Since they would find out eventually, Meng Zu agreed to their request and kept their identities a secret. However, judging by the noise tonight, it seemed they had already discovered each other's identities. Meng Zu wondered how they would resolve the issue, but it was none of his concern. He had no conflict with them, it was best to continue sleeping. If it weren't for the loud disturbances waking him up, he wouldn't have gone to check. At 10 a.m., Meng Zu arrived at the office. As soon as he entered, Yang Hai angrily complained, "You had me looking at news about Tony Stark yesterday, and just last night the media reported that he announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division right after returning home at noon. Has he lost his mind due to terrorists? A weapons company that doesn't sell weapons. Does he plan to live on air?" Seeing Yang Hai like this, Meng Zu asked, "What's wrong? Did you buy Stark Industries stock?" "Yes, the stock has been rising. 6 months ago I invested half my money into it, and now I'm going bankrupt." Yang Hai slumped on the sofa, dejected. Meng Zu patted his shoulder and smiled. "You're exaggerating. It's just half your money. Hurry and sell those stocks." "I went to the stock exchange this morning to sell Stark Industries stocks, but everyone was selling and no one was buying. The stock has already dropped 25 points. Meng Zu, who didn't know much about the stock market and didn't participate in it, comforted him. "Then don't sell, just hold on to them." "You can't hold on to them, Zu. Go. The drop in Stark Industries stock is just the beginning. It will keep falling. The more it drops, the more I'll lose. Unless they reopen the weapons division, the stock won't rise again. I should have sold when the media announced Tony Stark was missing." Meng Zu sat beside Yang Hai, putting an arm around his shoulder. Listen, High Stark Industries stock will definitely rise, it's just a matter of time. If you really want to sell them to me. Yang Hai looked at Meng Zu in confusion, saying, Zugu, I remember you never play the stock market. Why are you so sure Stark Industries stock will rise? If I sell it to you, you'll lose money. Because he is Tony Stark, a genius. Even if he stops selling weapons, he will definitely invent something important. Meng Zu pointed at Tony Stark appearing on the television. Seeing that Yang Hai wanted to say something else, Meng Zu directly interrupted him, saying, All right, trust me. My total assets are $83 million. I'm not too familiar with stocks. Help me set up an account, and I'll give you $70 million to keep an eye on Stark Industries stock. When it hits its lowest point, buy me as much as possible with that $70 million. Yang Hai exclaimed in surprise, Zugu, are you serious? Of course. Those who sold Stark Industries stock during this time will definitely regret it later. Hearing Meng Zu's confidence, Yang Hai felt a bit swayed and immediately thought of something, asking, Zugu, did you save Tony Stark? Did he give you some insider information? Meng Zu didn't answer, just smiled at him. Seeing this expression from Meng Zu, Yang Hai, who knew him well, decided not to sell Stark Industries stock and planned to wait until it hit the lowest point to buy more. Meng Zu watched the replay of Tony Stark's press conference on the television. He saw Tony sitting on the ground eating a burger and telling reporters, I didn't get to see my father for the last time. I really wanted to ask him how he felt about producing weapons, whether he ever had any conflicts or doubts, whether it was a deep-seated conflict or if he just acted tough like all the media reports. I witnessed those young soldiers being killed while trying to protect me, and they died because of the weapons I made to protect them. No one took responsibility for their deaths. Not only that, I realized I had become part of that system, feeling comfortable with the irresponsibility. Mr. Stark, a reporter from below called out, raising his hand. Tony Stark pointed to one reporter, saying, Ben, you go ahead. What exactly happened there? Tony Stark, hearing the question, did not reply, but stood up and walked to the podium, saying, I've completely awakened. I realize my role in this world is to contribute more, not just to produce explosive weapons. Therefore, I've decided to close Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division effective immediately until I determine what the future of this company should be, what direction it should develop, in making it a company that I am satisfied with, one that serves the highest interests of this country and this world. After watching Tony Stark's press conference, Meng Zu smiled. It seemed that even if he changed a bit of the future, and even if Ethan didn't die, Iron Man was still destined to be born. After the company closed at 7 p.m., Meng Zu didn't head home immediately, but instead went to a bar with Yang Hai. After drinking until 10 p.m., he put the slightly drunk Yang Hai into a taxi. Thinking that the Continental Hotel wasn't far, Meng Zu decided to check if there were any suitable bounties available. When Meng Zu entered the Continental Hotel, he found Sharon organizing documents at the front desk. Sharon, you're truly dedicated, still working at 10:30. I'm about to leave. Once I finish organizing these, my replacement will arrive. Meng Zu, are you drunk? Coming here at this hour. Sharon caught the scent of alcohol on Meng Zu and asked with curiosity. Meng Zu usually only visited the Continental Hotel during the day, so his appearance at night was unprecedented, piquing Sharon's interest. Meng Zu smiled and said, I'm not drunk at all. The bar was just nearby, and since I haven't been here in 5 days, I thought I'd drop by to see if there are any suitable bounties. Then I'm sorry to say there's still nothing suitable for you. Sharon shook his head, then changed the subject. But I do have a piece of gossip that might interest you. Meng Zu reached into his pocket, took a gold coin from his storage space, and placed it on the counter. Sharon glanced at it, but didn't take it, smiling as he said, This information has nothing to do with the hotel. Consider it a free gift for our 2 years of acquaintance. Then I'm truly grateful. Meng Zu retrieved the gold coin from the counter. Sharon adjusted his glasses and said, Your neighbors the Smiths were put on a bounty by another assassin organization half an hour ago. John Smith and Jane Smith each have a 5000 bounty on their heads. If you're interested, you still have time to deal with them. For 2 gold coins, the hotel can handle the bounty collection. The news that John and Jane had been targeted stunned Meng Zu for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Thanks, Sharon. They'll buy you a drink next time. They'll be going now. There were many assassin organizations or guilds. Many organizations trained their own assassins who were required to complete tasks monthly according to the organization's orders. Once an assassin was suspected of betrayal or disobedience, the organization would place a bounty on them to eliminate them. The Continental Hotel was a neutral assassin guild. While it had no dedicated assassins, each hotel maintained its own security personnel. These security personnel did not accept bounties, but were responsible solely for maintaining order within the hotel. Above the Continental Hotel, the High Table had special forces tasked with handling rebellions and assassin organizations that violated High Table rules. As a direct subordinate of the High Table, the Continental Hotel had become the most powerful assassin guild. An assassin could only join one organization. To switch organizations, one had to withdraw from the previous one, otherwise upon discovery, they would be placed on the bounty list of all organizations. Each organization had its own exclusive bounty channel accessible only to its members. Even if an assassin from another organization accidentally eliminated the target, they would not receive the bounty. However, assassins who joined the Continental Hotel could claim the bounty by spending gold coins, though they would only receive 80 of the total amount. Meng Zu drove home unsurprised that Sharon knew his information. On the day he joined the Continental Hotel, the hotel would inevitably have investigated him. Whenever Meng Zu went on bounty missions, he always wore a disguise to avoid leaving evidence. After all, he was an assassin. Even if the police suspected him one day, they would need concrete evidence. Suspicion alone, without clear proof, could be refuted through his lawyer. Returning home and parking the car in the garage, Meng Zu immediately headed to the Smith's house. He had no interest in the bounty on them. He came only to warn them. After all, they had been neighbors for over 3 years and were considered friends. Bang! Bang! After a moment, the door opened. John was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, both stained with white paint. Looking at the freshly painted walls inside, it seemed John was still renovating. He asked Meng Zu, "Hey, what's up?" Meng Zu peered inside but didn't see Jane. "John, is Jane home?" "Yeah." John turned and called inside, "Jane." "I heard." Jane emerged from inside wearing pants and a shirt, both also stained with white paint. She greeted Meng Zu. "Good evening, Meng Zu." Seeing both of them, Meng Zu got straight to the point. "I just heard that you two were put on a bounty an hour ago, 500 each. I suspect assassins will come tonight. You'd better get out of here quickly." "Fuck." Hearing this, John and Jane's expressions changed. They didn't doubt Meng Zu was lying. The fact that they hadn't received any bounty notification in the past hour meant their organization had abandoned them. "They'll just get down." Before he could finish, his danger sense flared. The threat came from behind. He shouted and immediately pushed John and Jane to the ground. Bullets whizzed over them, punching holes through the wooden walls and sending wood chips flying. Meng Zu quickly drew a pistol from his storage space, turned and fired at 3 assassins wielding automatic rifles. Bang! 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 One assassin was shot in the head by Meng Zu. Another, standing behind a car, was hit in the shoulder and immediately ducked behind the vehicle. Meng Zu shifted his aim and fired several rounds into the chest of the remaining assassin. Seeing 2 assassins down and the third hiding behind the car, Meng Zu crouched, quickly closed the door, turned off the lights inside, and moved to the window to look outside. Frowning, he called to John and Jane, who were gesturing frantically in the dining area. "What are you two dawdling for? Go get your weapons." Watching them rush inside, Meng Zu pursed his lips in exasperation. Spotting another car stopping nearby, he couldn't help but grumble, "What a stroke of bad luck. Those 2 must have been blowing up the phone lines last night, or I wouldn't have had to come over." The newly arrived assassins saw the 2 bodies ahead and the wounded assassin hiding behind the car. One of them pointed, and the group quietly slipped out of the car, door facing away from the house. They retrieved a backpack-sized 4-wheeled robot from the car and attached 2 grenades to its arms. An assassin used a remote control to guide the robot slowly toward the house. Despite the darkness, Meng Zu could clearly see the grenades hanging from the robot's arms. He cursed under his breath, "These lunatics." This was Queens, not Hell's Kitchen. Using grenades would inevitably draw heavy police attention. Gangs in Queens typically avoided such weapons during skirmishes, or the police would be constantly investigating them. Bang! Bang! Meng Zu fired several shots at the robot's wheels, disabling it. However, his shots revealed his position. Several assassins opened fire in his direction, but Meng Zu had already dashed to the 2nd floor. He knew his position would be exposed the moment he fired, so he immediately ran for the stairs. Meng Zu quietly moved to a window. Spotting 2 assassins below with their heads exposed, he shot them both in the head without hesitation. He didn't linger at the window but turned and rushed back downstairs. By then, John and Jane had retrieved their guns from the basement. Meng Zu instructed them, "There are 4 more assassins outside. They'll go out the back and take them out. Be careful." "Okay." They nodded. Meng Zu carefully pushed open the window and climbed out. Suddenly, he noticed 2 assassins climbing a tree, likely planning to reach the roof for a surprise attack. Bang! Bang! He raised his gun and took them out. Meng Zu circled around to the back of the remaining assassins. They were hiding behind cars, sporadically firing at the house, completely unaware of his presence behind them. With a few more gunshots, the remaining assassins were all shot in the head. After confirming no more threats, Meng Zu walked toward the Smith's door. John and Jane saw him emerge from behind the assassins through the window, realizing the threat was neutralized. Entering the house, Meng Zu said to them, "It's all handled. You 2 deal with the rest. I'm heading back." Back home, Meng Zu took a shower and went to sleep. The gunfire had alarmed many neighbors. He noticed some lights flick on and then quickly off. They had surely called the police. Fortunately, no one had seen him. When the police arrived, John and Jane would have to handle the situation themselves. At 8 in the morning, Meng Zu rose from his bed. After a brief wash, he stood at the doorway sipping milk while gazing toward the Smith's house next door. The couple had resolved the incident the previous night. The assassins' bodies and vehicles had vanished, and the police who came to inquire had been sent away. "Looks like they've gone to settle the score," Meng Zu mused inwardly as he watched John and Jane emerge from their house, have 2 large duffel bags into their car, and drive off. After all, both were assassins now marked for death by their own organization. If they didn't strike back and force the organization to rescind the bounty, they would never know a moment's peace. At 10 o'clock, Meng Zu arrived at the company. Yang Hai handed him a file and said, "Zu, good, take a look at this commission. Should we accept it?" Taking the file and opening it, Meng Zu couldn't help but curl his lip. $20,000 to investigate a husband's infidelity. Forget it. This kind of commission is too time-consuming. I don't feel like doing it lately. Outsource it to another private detective. Meng Zu returned the file to Yang Hai and said, "These commissions are becoming more and more frequent. When Uncle Yang gets back, discuss it with him. We can hire a few more private detectives for the company and let them handle this kind of work." Yang Hai chuckled. "I was thinking the same thing. Zuga, what do you think is going on? These rich folks are getting more and more interested in digging up evidence. Weren't they always happy playing around on their own?" Meng Zu said disdainfully, "What else could it be? They want to get a bigger share of the assets in a divorce so they don't have to work so hard for the rest of their lives." Commissions for private detectives to investigate infidelity often angered the client's husband or wife, especially among the wealthy. These people frequently retaliated against the detectives afterward. Meng Zu and his team had encountered this several times. However, after Meng Zu personally paid them a visit, beating them up and pressing a gun to their heads, their company earned a certain reputation among the rich, and incidents of retaliation became rare. Another day of slacking off. Meng Zu and Yang Hai spent the entire day at the company playing video games. After work, Meng Zu drove to Manhattan. Meng Zu drove to a street called Joy Street in the Clinton district, not far from New York's infamous Hell's Kitchen. As night fell, countless African Americans, Irish, Italians, and Russians swarmed the streets in gangs, igniting Manhattan's most chaotic area into its nightly frenzy. As Meng Zu's car entered the area, countless pairs of eyes in the shadows locked onto it. Only when the car stopped in front of a bar called the Fiery Rose did those with ill intentions look away. The first lesson people learned to survive here was who not to provoke and where not to cause trouble, or they wouldn't live to see the next sunrise. The Fiery Rose was a recognized no-fight zone in Clinton. It was the only mercenary bar in Manhattan. Being so close to Hell's Kitchen, it took real strength to hold its ground. Usually, any mercenary who came to this bar was no pushover, a fact proven by the many who now rested eternally at the bottom of the sea. The two burly men guarding the bar's entrance greeted Meng Zu. "Good evening, Meng Zu." "Good evening, Randave." Meng Zu handed each a $10 tip, then pushed open the door and stepped into the noisy bar. Inside, burly men and scantily clad tattooed women were drinking, boasting, and laughing. Someone spotted Meng Zu entering and raised their glass in greeting. Meng Zu smiled and nodded in return, then walked directly to the bar and sat down. Two bartenders were arranging bottles behind the counter. One, a bespectacled man who appeared to be in his 30s, was the mixologist. He was a white male of average build, but his clothes were impeccably neat. Setting down a glass, he asked, "What'll it be?" "A whiskey, please." Soon the bartender placed a glass of whiskey before Meng Zu and said with a smile, "You haven't been around for a while. I thought something had happened to you." Meng Zu took a sip and laughed. "Randy, that joke isn't funny." The bartender's name was Randy Orton, the owner of this bar. He loved mixing drinks, so he took on the role himself. Mercenaries who came here could only get commissions through him. Though Randy seemed ordinary, Meng Zu's adoptive father had told him before he died that this man was no simpleton. He was probably over 60, having spent 30 years as a mercenary before retiring and opening this bar. Looking like he was only in his 30s despite being over 60, Meng Zu wondered if the guy had injected himself with the legendary super soldier serum from Marvel to slow his aging. Randy looked at Meng Zu and asked, "So what kind of mercenary job are you looking to take today?" Just then someone sat down next to Meng Zu. Turning his head, Meng Zu saw a familiar face. It was Gwada. No, it was Jason Statham, who looked a bit like Gwada. Meng Zu greeted him, "Good evening, Frank." Frank smiled back at Meng Zu. "Good evening, Meng Zu." "Randy, give me a vodka." "Frank, I remember you never drink that." "What's wrong?" Meng Zu asked curiously. When the drink arrived, Frank took a large gulp and said in a somber tone, "I'm planning to go back to Paris. I'm retiring from this line of work." "Retiring? Then what will you do after that?" Meng Zu couldn't help but be surprised. The man before him, Frank Martin, was a former Special Forces soldier who had become a mercenary after his discharge. However, he had chosen the work of a courier, not an ordinary one, but an underground courier who delivered packages for underworld figures. These underground couriers delivered packages that couldn't see the light of day. Underworld figures would post jobs at mercenary bars to find couriers, ensuring that if anything went wrong, it wouldn't trace back to them. Some couriers gave in to curiosity and opened the packages, but they always ended up at the bottom of the sea. Frank was a master at this. Over the years, he had adhered to 3 rules. First, once he accepted a job, he saw it through. Second, he never inquired about the client. Third, he never opened the package. It was for this reason that he had lasted so long in this line of work. "They'll probably work at an auto repair shop. That way I might live a quiet life." Frank's words revealed a deep weariness, suggesting he had been through a lot of trouble recently. Meng Zu had known Frank for several years and had some idea of his skills. Seeing him so disheartened, Meng Zu felt a desire to recruit him and said, "An auto repair shop? Frank, that would be a waste of your talents. You know I run a detective agency, right? We're short-staffed. You could come work for us as a private detective." "A private detective? No, that's too easy to get dragged into trouble." Frank didn't really want to go back to Paris and he was tempted, but after thinking it over he declined. Understanding Frank's concerns, Meng Zu smiled and said, "Don't worry. At our company you can pick and choose your commissions. Take the ones that suit you, skip the ones that don't. And the pay for our commissions isn't bad." Just then Randy chimed in, "Frank, Meng Zu's detective agency has a decent reputation. The word is good. The company was founded by Meng Zu's father and his partner after they retired as mercenaries. It might be a good fit for you." Frank wavered, falling silent in thought. Meng Zu didn't rush him, giving him time to consider. After a minute of deliberation, Frank finally made up his mind. "All right, I'll come by and give it a try tomorrow." Hearing that Frank was joining his company, Meng Zu felt a surge of delight. He extended his right hand to Frank and said, "Frank, welcome aboard." Frank grasped Meng Zu's right hand, a smile spreading across his face. "Meng Zu will be counting on you from now on." Frank's arrival made Meng Zu very happy, but he did not forget the purpose of his visit today. "Landy, have there been any particularly special hiring tasks recently?" "Particularly special? Let me think." Landy tapped the bar surface with his fingers while contemplating. "Got it 5 days ago. Jack Byron, the founder of Byron Mitch Biotech Company, wanted to find someone to protect them on a trip to the primeval forest of Borneo, but the reward is a bit low, only $100,000. Are you interested?" "Borneo? Where are they going, and for what purpose?" Meng Zu asked. As a mercenary, he had to first determine whether the hiring task was suitable for him. "You should pay more attention to the news and newspapers." Landy looked at Meng Zu with a hint of helplessness and said, "Byron Mitch Biotech has been experiencing a decline in business over the past 2 years, and recently their new drug development has faced issues. I heard that their major shareholder Wei He Venture Capital wants to sell Byron Mitch Biotech. Their trip to the primeval forest in Borneo should be for the new drug development." Hearing this felt somewhat familiar to Meng Zu, who couldn't help but feel puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I am quite interested in this hiring task. Have they set off yet?" "Let me ask." Landy left the bar to make a phone call. "Frank, here is the address of my company. You can go directly tomorrow. I will be at the company by 8 in the morning." Meng Zu wrote down the address of the free detective agency for Frank. "See you tomorrow morning. I will take my leave now." Frank took the company address, finished his drink in one gulp, paid the bar tab, and left. After a while, Landy returned and said to Meng Zu, "They haven't set off yet. I've already introduced you to them. You can go directly to New York Airport at 10 a.m. tomorrow. They will be waiting for you. Here is Jack Byron's phone number. Call him when you arrive at the airport." "Thanks, Landy. I will take my leave now." Meng Zu took the paper with the phone number, left $10, and then left the bar. The next morning, Meng Zu got up early, took a taxi, and arrived at the company by 8 o'clock. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Frank waiting not far from the company entrance. Meng Zu took Frank to the second floor and introduced him to Yang Hai, asking Yang Hai to help Frank familiarize himself with the company's operations. Then Meng Zu headed to New York Airport, called Jack, and found the group. Seeing that Meng Zu was a young Asian, Jack was a bit surprised, but he did not underestimate Meng Zu because he was introduced by Landy, who had a good reputation in the mercenary industry. Soon the group boarded the plane and set off. Due to the long distance, by the time the plane landed in Borneo, it was already 11 p.m. The group first found a hotel to stay in. Including Meng Zu, the group of 7 gathered in one room after dinner. After chatting with them on the plane, Meng Zu had a preliminary understanding of the identities of the 6 people. Jack and his team consisted of 4 men and 2 women, 3 black and 3 white. Jack Byron was not only the founder of Byron Mitch Biotech Company, but also the chief scientist, and this operation was organized by him. The other 3 men were named Gordon Michel Kelberis and Douglas. Both Gordon Michel and Kelberis were black. Gordon Michel was the treasurer of this operation, responsible for managing the financial mobilization. Kelberis was an engineer and technician in charge of the instruments for this operation. Douglas was a white male serving as the team's doctor. The remaining 2 women included a black female named Gail Stein, who was also a scientist, and a representative of Wei He Venture Capital, responsible for reviewing the progress of this operation. The last, young and beautiful blonde, was named Sam Rogers, Jack's assistant researcher. Meng Zu looked at Jack and said, "Jack, can you now tell us what exactly we are looking for?" Meng Zu had asked Jack on the plane what they were looking for, but Jack said it was a secret and would tell him when they arrived in Borneo. Jack said, "We are looking for a plant called blood orchid, which grows in the primeval forest of Borneo. The greatest danger in the primeval forest comes from wild animals, so I hired Landy to protect us. Meng Zu, our safety for this operation is entrusted to you." Blood orchid? No wonder I felt somewhat familiar. It turned out to be from Anaconda. I could hardly remember the plot of that movie, but I recalled that the blood orchid seemed to extend cellular lifespan. The snakes in the movie grew so large because they consumed the blood orchid, which prolonged their lifespan and allowed them to grow bigger. This is a good thing, and perhaps I can get a few for myself. It seems I came here for the right reason. Thinking of the blood orchid's effects, Meng Zu couldn't help but feel tempted. "No problem, I will do my best to ensure your safety." Meng Zu nodded to Jack, now understanding why this hiring task had such a high value in the system. Hiring task: protect Jack and the 6 others safely out of the primeval forest of Borneo. Hiring value 1060. 100 deducted for each death. The danger of this task mainly comes from those giant pythons. Their enormous bodies and powerful strength are undeniable, and their vitality must be very strong. In this primeval forest, the threat from a giant python is far greater than that of a small gang. No wonder each of Jack's team is worth 100 points of hiring value. Meng Zu asked the group, "So where are we heading tomorrow?" Jack replied, "Palong province, it's not too far. It will take about 3 hours by car to get there." At this point, Gale spoke up, "Jack, have you prepared the plan for tomorrow?" "My plan is that when we arrive in Palong province tomorrow, we will find a local guide and rent a boat to search for the blood orchid upstream." Jack shared his intention. Meng Zu raised an eyebrow and questioned, "Are you sure? It's currently the rainy season here. If it rains, the rivers will become very dangerous. In such conditions, locals usually do not venture out on boats." "Don't worry, as long as we offer more money, someone will definitely be willing to take us upstream by boat," Jack confidently replied. Seeing that the 6 of them looked unconvinced, Meng Zu felt exasperated. These people had no idea what the rainy season meant for the tropical rainforest. It seemed he would need to take more care to prevent these guys from getting themselves killed. Meng Zu said to the group, "All right then, but when we arrive in Palong province tomorrow, we also need to find someone who sells arms." "Why do we need to find someone who sells arms?" Sam looked at Meng Zu with confusion. "Are we going to buy some weapons?" Meng Zu thought, "Is this guy really that naive?" Meng Zu looked at Sam like she was a fool, and at this moment Jack stepped in to explain to Sam, "There are many dangerous wild animals in the primeval forest. We need to buy some weapons for self-defense." "All right, since the plan is set, let's get some rest. We will set off early tomorrow morning." The group then returned to their rooms to rest. Unexpectedly, a torrential downpour descended in the dead of night, compelling the group to drive through the storm at dawn toward a small town in Palong province. As the vehicle advanced, the road deteriorated, the once paved asphalt gradually giving way to a dirt track. Under the heavy rain, the dirt path had transformed into a muddy quagmire, causing the wheels to skid treacherously. What should have been a 3-hour journey stretched until noon before Meng Zu and his companions finally arrived. Clad in a raincoat, Meng Zu trudged through the sludge, his irritation mounting under the relentless downpour. Perplexed by Jack's urgency, he asked, "Jack, is it really that pressing? Why not wait until the rainy season passes before we go searching?" Jack wiped the rain from his face and explained, "The blood orchid blooms once every 7 years, and its flowering period lasts only half a year. Right now should be its peak bloom. If we wait for the rainy season to end, the flowering might already be over." 10 minutes later, Meng Zu and his 3 companions finally reached their destination, a tavern. Through inquiries, they learned that local captains typically frequented such establishments, especially during the rainy season, when boatmen were either at home or in the tavern. A local informed Jack that no captain would risk taking them upstream in this weather. If they insisted on going upstream during the rainy season, their only option was to seek out a captain named Bill Johnson at a tavern with a red facade, the only man daring enough to sail upstream in the monsoon provided the price was right. Jack couldn't make this decision alone. Gale, as the company's audit representative, needed to accompany them, and Gordon, who managed the finances, had to be present to pay for the boat rental. Unlike the relative safety of the city, the tavern was a den of all sorts, so for security, Jack asked Meng Zu to join them. Meng Zu removed his rain hood and pushed open the wooden door. Inside, the clamor rivaled the storm outside. The tavern was a riot of noise, teeming with a motley crowd, their raucous chatter filling every corner. As the 4 entered, a few patrons glanced their way before returning to their drinks and conversations. Surveying the crowd, a spark of inspiration struck Gordon. "Maybe besides Bill Johnson, there are others willing to take us upstream." Jack scanned the tavern's diverse clientele, noting a few who exuded a distinctly unsavory aura. Turning to Meng Zu, he asked, "Meng Zu, what do you think?" In Jack's view, as a mercenary, Meng Zu frequently dealt with such people and would have valuable insight. Meng Zu understood Gordon's intent, to save money. He shook his head slightly. "Let's just find Bill Johnson directly. This place is full of all kinds of people. There's no need to court unnecessary trouble." Let's go straight to Bill Johnson then." The 4 approached the bar, where a middle-aged bartender greeted them with a smile. "What can I get for you 4?" Jack asked, "Excuse me, is there a captain here named Bill Johnson?" The bartender sized Jack up and replied with a grin, "Bill Johnson. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't." Jack was baffled by the bartender's cryptic response, uncertain whether Bill Johnson actually existed. "Ahem." Meng Zu coughed. Jack turned to see Meng Zu rubbing his thumb and forefinger together in a subtle gesture. Suddenly understanding the bartender's hint, Jack placed $1 on the counter. The bartender's face lit up with a brilliant smile as he pocketed the money. Pointing to a solitary man drinking at a round table in the corner, he said, "That's Bill Johnson." Weaving through the crowd, the 4 sat down at the round table. Jack cut straight to the chase. "Are you Bill Johnson?" Bill raised his beer bottle, eyeing them appraisingly. "What business do you have with me?" "I heard you can take people upstream in the rainforest, even during the rainy season." Sensing a potential deal, Bill set his bottle on the table and looked at Jack. "Of course, but it'll cost you." Jack breathed a sigh of relief. The blood orchid was his only hope for turning things around. If no one would take him upstream during the rainy season, he'd be finished. How much? Bill studied Jack, pondered for a moment, then said $50,000. Jack was a shrewd man. With all shipping companies halted for the rainy season, navigating the treacherous upstream rivers of the tropical rainforest was perilous. These people must have a critical reason to venture out now. Since no one else dared, they had no choice but to rely on him. So Bill decided to name a steep price. No problem. Seeing Jack agree, without haggling, Bill's lips curled into a faint smile. He stood up. All right, I'll take you to my boat now and hand you the keys. At this, Gale rose and said, Wait, hand us the keys. You're not coming with us. Bill sat back down, adopting a lazy demeanor. It's the rainy season upstream, very dangerous. $50,000 only covers the boat rental. I'm not willing to risk going along. Jack frowned. Navigating the tropical rainforest in the rainy season without a local captain was tantamount to suicide. How much would it take for you to come with us? Bill replied, If you want me to take the risk and accompany you, it'll be $100,000. Gale was taken aback by Bill's exorbitant demand. Fuming, she exclaimed, $100,000. You must be out of your mind. Gale turned to Jack. Jack, let's find someone else. For $50,000, someone will surely take us upstream. I'll go ahead and try. During the rainy season, no one else will go upstream but me. Bill smirked at Gale, completely unperturbed. Jack was torn. $100,000 wasn't an exorbitant sum, but they only needed a local guide. Bill was clearly trying to take them for fools. At that moment, Meng Zu interjected, There's no need to agonize. The rivers in the tropical rainforest are perilous and unpredictable during the rainy season. Locals won't risk going upstream. He might be our only option. Of course, if we wait until the rainy season is nearly over, many more would be willing. Upon hearing this, Jack stopped hesitating. He had to secure the blood orchid as soon as possible. Fine, $100,000. You'll come with us. Jack, you. Gale stared at him in disbelief. Jack cut her off. Enough. This operation is my responsibility. As long as we get what we need, the cost is nothing. Delighted at securing $100,000, Bill said cheerfully, Well then, gentlemen, let me show you my boat, the Bloody Mary. The Bloody Mary bore a grand name, but the vessel itself was dilapidated, scarcely distinguishable from a small fishing boat. Had he not found the hull to be relatively sturdy, Jack would surely have regretted renting Bill's boat. After inspecting the boat, Bill looked at Jack and asked, When do you intend to set sail? Jack pondered for a moment and replied, Tomorrow morning. We need to move our supplies aboard today. With the departure date settled, Meng Zu said to Bill, We need some firearms for protection. Can you procure them? At Meng Zu's request for guns, Bill furrowed his brow slightly. The thought of arming them posed a potential threat if they turned on him during the journey. Yet considering they still needed his guidance and that he himself was armed, he relented. We set sail tomorrow. In such short notice, the only thing I can get are double-barreled shotguns. How does that sound? Meng Zu considered this. Double-barreled shotguns were more than sufficient for dealing with wild beasts and could inflict considerable damage even against a massive python. Moreover, these guns were simple to operate, making them suitable for Jack and his companions. That will do. How many do you need? 6 will suffice, with plenty of ammunition. Bill grinned and asked, And the payment for the guns? They'll settle it with you tomorrow when we depart. With the negotiations concluded, Meng Zu and his 3 companions along with Bill went to prepare their belongings. On the way back, Jack asked in confusion, Ivan, there are 7 of us. Why only 6 shotguns? Meng Zu explained, Those 6 shotguns are for your use. They are simple and easy to handle, suitable for you. But I'm not accustomed to such weapons. Then what will you use? I have my own ways to acquire a suitable firearm. You all go back and pack. They'll go secure my weapon. Having said that, Meng Zu parted ways with Jack and the others. Watching him disappear into the distance, Gordon muttered, Jack, if Ivan has a way to get his own gun, why did he bother asking Bill? Jack was also puzzled by Meng Zu's actions, but since the man was merely hired for protection, and if he wanted to procure his own weapon, it saved them the expense. Gordon, Ivan is a mercenary. He naturally has connections for weapons, but those might not be suitable for us. Let's head back and pack our things. In truth, Meng Zu had no connections in this town to acquire a gun. However, he had firearms stored in his personal spatial inventory. Judging by the group's reaction to Bill's fee and the mere $100,000 for this mission, they were clearly short on funds. His own guns were far from cheap, and he had no intention of subsidizing them. Meng Zu first had a meal, then bought a large bag from a bag shop. He rented a room at an inn, packed the weapons he intended to use from his spatial inventory into the bag, and then lounged on the bed playing with his phone. After nearly 4 hours, he picked up the bag and returned to Jack's lodgings. Early the next morning, Meng Zu and his party arrived at the dock and boarded Bill's somewhat battered Bloody Mary. They found an additional crew member aboard, a young Asian named H1, who turned out to be Bill's assistant and the ship's first mate responsible for navigation, while Bill directed the course. The weather was fine that day with no rain, so the group gathered on deck. Bill pulled out a map of the Borneo rainforest and asked, Where's the destination? Jack replied, The Sutan Basin. Bill, who dared to venture upstream during the rainy season, was clearly skilled, otherwise he would have perished long ago. He quickly charted a safe route. The river channels are treacherous and complex during the rainy season. Submerged trees and vines hidden beneath the water can easily sink a boat. The upstream is even more dangerous. To reach the Sutin Basin, we can't take the original waterway. We must start from here. Looking at the route Bill traced on the map, which was far longer than the original, Jack couldn't help but ask, how long will it take to get there? Bill, familiar with the route, replied from experience, barring any accidents, 5 days. But conditions in the rainy season are unpredictable. If problems arise, it could take a week or 2. Can't we go faster? Jack was impatient with the length of time, eager to find the blood orchid. Bill shook his head. No. For safety, this is the fastest route. Frowning, Jack walked over to Kerr, who was operating a computer. Got it yet? Kerr's fingers flew across the keyboard without looking up. Give me a moment. Almost done. Bill folded the map and waited silently with the others. Meng Zu did not participate. He stood at the bow observing the surroundings. He was only responsible for Jack and his companion's safety. The route was their decision. Kerr struck the enter key with a flourish. Done. Jack, Bill, and the others gathered around Kerr, looking at the computer screen where a blue line marked a route on the map. Kerr said with some pride, I just linked to a satellite and calculated the optimal route based on the river conditions in Borneo over the past few years. This is the fastest and safest route for us. The route was largely similar to the one Bill had traced on the map, with only minor deviations, but it was indeed somewhat shorter. Jack stared at the route on the screen and asked Kerr, how many days will this route take? Kerr replied, barring accidents, we can make it in just under 4 days. A smile spread across Jack's face. However, they couldn't set off based solely on a computer-generated route. They needed to consult Bill, the captain, with experience navigating upstream. Bill, what do you think? Bill studied the blue line carefully, then said after a moment's thought, no problem. Let's follow this route. Then let's get underway. As the boat slowly pulled away from the dock, Meng Zu and Bill sat at the bow drinking beer and chatting. Ivan, are you a mercenary? Yes. Did Jack tell you? No, I can tell. You're clearly not the same type as Jack and his group. You carry the scent of gunpowder. I've dealt with plenty of mercenaries before. Hearing this, Meng Zu grew curious about Bill's background. Oh, Bill, what did you do before? I used to serve in AU's Special Forces unit. So why did you come here from America? Bill took a swig of beer and said calmly, I wanted a fresh start. Only by getting far away can you truly begin anew. You're right. Meng Zu clinked his bottle against Bill's. Bill glanced at Jack and the others who were discussing something and asked, by the way, Ivan, what are they looking for that they'd risk going upstream during the rainy season? They're searching for a plant called the blood orchid. Blood orchid? What's it used for? It was the first time Bill had heard of it. I don't know either. They didn't tell me. I'm just responsible for their safety. Meng Zu shrugged in response. Suddenly, a startled cry from Gale echoed from within the cabin. Meng Zu and Bill quickly rose and entered. Seeing Gale cowering in Gordon's arms, Meng Zu asked, what's wrong? Gordon said, she said something attacked her. From the room in the cabin came a sound resembling the call of some animal. Bill immediately headed toward the room upon hearing it. Gale tried to pull him back, but Bill ignored her and walked straight in. Seconds later, Bill emerged with a white-throat capuchin monkey clinging to his neck and perched on his shoulder. Bill walked out slowly with the monkey, saying to Gale with some exasperation, you scared it. Seeing it was just a monkey, everyone broke into helpless laughter. Feeling embarrassed, Gale retorted, I scared it. A monkey suddenly appears in the room. Bill introduced the monkey to the group. This is Xiao Gang, he lives on the boat. Your guest, so be friendly. Bill returned to the helm. Sensing no danger, Meng Zu went back to the bow. He had to admit, since arriving in this primeval rainforest, he felt an unprecedented peace. There was none of the city's clamor, only the occasional bird call from the dense forests on either bank. The mist rising from the river's surface made one feel truly immersed in nature. Time passed. As Meng Zu sat with his eyes closed reveling in nature, he was roused by the sound of Gordon and Gale on their phones. One was a company representative, the other a finance minister. Even though they had come to search for the blood orchid, they still had much work to handle. They were contacting subordinates via satellite phone, dealing with company affairs. The group had now ventured deep into the rainforest, so even the satellite phone signal was weak. The two shouted into their phones while pacing about the boat, searching for a spot with better reception. The first mate, Chuan, sat beside Meng Zu carving a piece of wood. Seeing Meng Zu awake, he remarked, they sure are busy. Even in the rainforest, they have so much to do. Meng Zu smiled and said to Chuan, they're company executives, so naturally they have more to worry about. Do you like carving wood? Chuan explained, on a boat you have to find some way to pass the time. With no entertainment on board, Kerr and the others passed the time playing cards. After dinner, as they chatted on deck, a piercing cry suddenly came from the darkness. Hearing the sound, Kerr asked, what was that? Bill replied, probably something being eaten. Eaten by what? Bill answered casually, this is a primeval rainforest. Everything preys on something else. Probably a jaguar or a python. Well, nature is truly cruel, Kerr sighed. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Meng Zu went to the restroom. Bill's boat had a memorable toilet, a hole cut in a wooden plank wrapped in iron sheeting with the river below. If the boat weren't moving squatting, there would surely splash water all over one's backside. While Meng Zu was playing cards with Ben and Bill came over and asked, Evan, have you seen Xiao Gang? Meng Zu shook his head. No, not since last night. All right. Bill sighed and went elsewhere to search for his monkey. A short while later, Gale, who was trying to get a phone signal, let out a shriek, followed by a splash. Meng Zu and Jack were startled and hurried to the side of the boat. Seeing Gale floundering in the water behind the boat, Meng Zu shouted up to the helm, "A Chuan, stop the boat. Someone's fallen overboard." A Chuan stopped the boat immediately. They saw that Gale, though splashing, could clearly swim. Instead of jumping in to rescue her, Gordon and the others teased her. "Gale, can you hear us? How's the water? Swim over here." Watching Gordon and Bill joke with Gale, Meng Zu was speechless. The rivers in the primeval rainforest were not like city rivers. Though the surface seemed calm, dangers lurked, crocodiles, piranhas, and the like. Without a word, Meng Zu jumped into the water, swam to Gale, grabbed her arm, and pulled her toward the boat. Bill reached out from the stern platform and helped Gale aboard. Just as Meng Zu took Bill's hand and stepped onto the platform, water erupted behind him. A huge gaping maw lunged from the river, aiming for Meng Zu. At the sudden appearance of the crocodile, Sam and Gale screamed. Just as everyone thought Meng Zu would be bitten, he vaulted over the railing, soared into the air, and slammed his foot down hard on the crocodile's head, driving it back into the water. Then he flipped back onto the boat. Seeing Meng Zu safe, Jack and the others exclaimed, "Oh my God, that scared me to death. Evan, your reflexes are incredible." Meng Zu said nothing, his eyes fixed on the river. Several armored backs broke the surface, then vanished, each movement sending ripples toward the boat. Meng Zu said to Bill, "Bill, we're being hunted by crocodiles. Get a gun." Bill, already aware, fetched a hunting rifle from the storeroom. He aimed at the water, and when a crocodile surfaced, he fired. The bullet pierced its skull, and the creature sank lifelessly. Blood spread through the water. The other crocodiles, drawn by the scent, turned and swam toward the dead one. Bill put the gun away and said, "All right, the crocodiles are distracted. Achuan, let's get out of here." The boat sailed away from the crocodiles. Jack and the others, no longer looking back at the churning water, returned to the cabin. After Gale changed clothes, she thanked Meng Zu. "Evan, thank you so much. Otherwise, I might have been attacked by a crocodile." "It's nothing. Just part of the job," Meng Zu said with a smile. Then his expression turned serious. "This is a primeval rainforest, not a city. Dangerous wildlife lurks in both the forest and the river. What you did earlier was reckless. You were gambling with Gale's life. From now on, you must stay vigilant. I can't watch over you every second." Hearing this, Jack and the others realized how perilous the rainforest truly was. The earlier scene had frightened them as well. They nodded, indicating they understood. Gordon apologized to Gale. "Gale, I shouldn't have joked with you like that." Gale smiled and said, "All right, then you'll treat me to dinner as compensation when we get back. Deal." After dinner in the evening, several people were sitting together chatting, when suddenly Jack's monkey, Xiao Gang, jumped down from the ceiling, startling everyone, especially Gale, who almost jumped up in shock. With such a scene unfolding, no one was in the mood to chat any longer, and they each returned to their rooms to rest. However, Jack did not immediately go back to the cabin to rest. Instead, he entered the cockpit and talked with Bill about some matters before finally heading back to rest. The next morning, a sudden noise came from the bottom of the boat, causing a slight pause in the vessel's movement. Chuan, who was steering the boat, suddenly realized that the helm was jammed and quickly said to Bill beside him, "Bill, the boat is stuck." Bill tried it and found that it was indeed stuck. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, then hurried down to the cabin, knocking on several cabin doors as he watched everyone wake up. Meng Zu had already woken up early and was sitting at the stern of the boat playing with Xiao Gang the monkey. Seeing Bill's anxious demeanor, he inquired Bill what happened. Bill lifted a wooden panel to reveal the boat's engine, and after checking for a while, said with a grim expression, "The engine's gasket is broken." Beside him, Sam asked with concern, "Are we going to be okay?" "Bill, what's going on?" As Jack and the others came out of the cabin, they all asked what was happening. Bill only replied, "We're in trouble," before hurriedly returning to the cockpit. Jack, unsure of what was going on, turned to Meng Zu and asked, "You and what's wrong?" Meng Zu shrugged and said, "It seems there's a problem with the engine." Hearing this, Jack's expression grew somewhat awkward as he complained, "The engine is having issues. Why is Bill going to the cockpit instead of repairing it?" Meng Zu rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I'm not Bill, how would I know?" Sam comforted Jack, saying, "Jack, there's no point in worrying. Bill is the captain, and he will find a way to solve it." And indeed, none of those present knew how to repair a boat, so they could only patiently wait for Bill to resolve the issue. After a while, Meng Zu heard what seemed to be the sound of a waterfall ahead, and quickly walked to the side of the boat to look forward, discovering a large amount of water vapor rising above the river not far ahead. Damn! Seeing this scene, Meng Zu couldn't help but curse. The rising water vapor was clearly caused by the splashing of water from a waterfall. He hurried into the storage room, took out his long bag containing guns from the storage space, and packed up 7 double-barreled shotguns and some ammunition from the ground before returning everything to the storage space. As Meng Zu came out, Chuan also came down from the cockpit, shouting to Jack and the others, "Everyone hold on tight. At that moment, Jack and the others all clearly saw the waterfall ahead, their faces turning pale as they quickly grabbed onto something sturdy. Meng Zu firmly grasped a rope to prevent himself from being thrown off when the boat fell over the waterfall. Accompanied by the screams of Sam and the others, the boat plunged over the waterfall, and with a splash it crashed into the water. Unfortunately, the bottom of the boat struck a large rock on the waterfall's cliff, causing the violent flow of water to overturn the entire vessel. When everyone emerged from the water and swam to the front of the boat, they found a large hole in the bottom, with river water continuously flooding into the boat through the breach. Seeing this situation, Bill shouted loudly, "The boat is going to sink. We need to get to shore." The group swam towards the shore. Just before reaching it, Meng Zu retrieved his long bag containing the guns from the storage space, but as the bag appeared in the river, it was immediately eroded by the water. Once everyone reached the shore, they realized they had only brought a few items with them. Kier said dejectedly, "Apart from a satellite phone that works, all the equipment is gone." Gail wanted to call for help, but Bill said that rescue would take a few days to arrive. "We have no food, only water. Even if a rescue team comes, they first need to get past that waterfall." Finally, Bill pointed at the map and said, "I have a friend who operates a boat on the Toku River. I can contact him to meet us at Denagia Rock, and we can cross the jungle to reach it before evening." Jack's eyes lit up as he said, "We can ride his boat to continue looking for the blood orchid." Bill nodded and replied, "Yes, it'll take you to find the flower." What do you think?" Gail asked Meng Zu. Meng Zu was thinking about the blood orchid and naturally didn't want to give up so easily. He kicked the bag at his feet and said, "I agree with Bill's plan. Oh, I just brought this up with me." Bill opened the bag to find it filled with guns and ammunition, happily exclaiming, "Great. With these, our safety is guaranteed." Bill handed each of them a double-barreled shotgun. When he reached for the last Remington M870 shotgun at the bottom, Meng Zu handed him the final double-barreled shotgun and said with a smile, "Bill, this one was prepared for myself." All right. Although he was tempted by the Remington shotgun, Bill still took only his double-barreled shotgun. With guns in hand, Jack and the others felt a bit more confident and agreed to Bill's plan. While Bill was on the phone contacting his friend, Meng Zu instructed everyone to load their guns with ammunition so they wouldn't be caught off guard when danger approached. After Bill had contacted his friend, the group set off. Bill handed a gun to H1, walking in front to lead the way, using a machete to clear away the vines and branches blocking their path, creating a passage. Since wild beasts in the primitive jungle like to attack prey from behind, Meng Zu took up the rear position to protect Jack and the others. Jack and the others, having lived in the city all their lives, felt somewhat tired after half an hour of walking in the jungle, panting as they kept close to Bill and H1. The doctor accompanying them had fallen in love at first sight with his female assistant, Sam. After helping Kier with a backpack, he smiled at Sam as he passed by, saying, "It's in a crisis that you can see a real man." "Yeah, I can tell," Sam replied, glancing at Bill's figure ahead. Ben, noticing Sam's gaze toward Bill, said dryly, "That guy. That's hardly anything." Ben moved to the front to take over the machete from Bill, raising his eyebrows at Sam, implying that he could do it too. Seeing this, Meng Zu felt a bit sympathetic and said, "Sigh. In the end, a sycophant will end up with nothing." Suddenly, Meng Zu felt a weight on his shoulder as Xiao Gang, the white-throat capuchin monkey, jumped onto him, wrapping its arms around Meng Zu's neck. Meng Zu turned to look at the monkey, who also stared back at him with wide eyes. The two maintained eye contact, and noticing that Xiao Gang showed no intention of leaving, it seemed he didn't want to walk anymore. Meng Zu chuckled and said, "You lazy monkey." In the end, Meng Zu didn't chase the monkey away and continued forward with it. After 3 hours of walking, a large river blocked their way. Bill went down first to test the water depth and found it was only waist deep. The group waded through the river slowly, while the monkey, not liking the water, jumped onto a branch to cross. While in the middle of the river, Meng Zu's danger sense suddenly reacted, and the monkey on the tree also began to scream at the group. Bill thought the monkey was just being troublesome and sternly said to it, "Hey, stop messing around." But animals have a much stronger sense of danger than humans. Xiao Gang's screams were a warning that danger was approaching. Although Meng Zu didn't understand the meaning of the monkey's cries, his danger sense, indicating a threat nearby, prompted him to yell, "Bill, hurry and get everyone across the river. There's danger in the water." What's wrong? What danger? Unlike Jack and the others who curiously inquired, Bill and H1, seeing Meng Zu's serious expression, clearly understood that he was not joking. They hurriedly said to Jack and the others, "Don't ask, everyone hurry to the shore." Bill and Jack rushed toward the river with Meng Zu trailing behind, gripping his Remington M870 tightly. The turbid water obscured any view of what lay beneath. Suddenly, ripples disturbed the river's surface to the left, and Meng Zu glimpsed a massive blurry shape charging toward Ben. Though he couldn't discern its exact form, the vague silhouette suggested a serpent. Recalling that the quest for the blood orchid was a plot from the film Anaconda, Meng Zu surmised this creature was a giant python mutated by consuming the flower. Without a second thought, Meng Zu fired at the python's indistinct figure. Bang! Bang! He swiftly chambered and fired 2 shots, sending water splashing as a python over 10 meters long thrashed out of the river. Its body was as thick as a man's waist, with 2 deep bleeding wounds near its neck where flesh had been torn. Hearing the gunfire, Bill and the others turned back and froze in terror at the sight of the massive anaconda, surfacing halting in their tracks. Seeing that his first 2 shots had only struck the python's neck, Meng Zu raised his gun and aimed at its head. Bang! But this shot missed its mark. Perhaps enraged by the earlier wounds, the python recoiled and lunged at Meng Zu. Just as he pulled the trigger, the bullet striking only its body. With only 3 meters separating them, the python closed the distance in an instant, its gaping maw aimed at Meng Zu's head. Though the attack was swift, Meng Zu's physique over 4 times that of an ordinary man, and his enhanced reflexes gave him a moment to consider firing again, certain this time he could pierce its skull. But he knew snakes were tenacious, even a beheaded one could writhe for a while. This giant python would be even more resilient. Even if he shot through its head, its jaws would still crush his own. With that thought, Meng Zu discarded his gun and seized the python's head with both hands. A tremendous impact hit him like a speeding car, nearly toppling him into the water. In the blink of an eye, the python coiled around him, attempting to constrict him to death as it had its prey. Seeing the others standing idly by, Meng Zu's anger flared. "Help me!" he shouted. "Damn it!" Jack and the others, stunned by the python's immense size, snapped back to attention at Meng Zu's cry. Kerr instinctively raised his shotgun, but Bill pushed the barrel down. "You'll hit Evan." "H1. Bill called out. H1 understood immediately, and the two waded through the river with machetes rushing toward Meng Zu, who was locked in a struggle with the python. Meng Zu's arms and legs were growing numb. When the python had coiled around him, he had spread his limbs wide to brace against its body, planting his feet to stay upright. If he were pulled into the water, he would be in grave danger. He knew how pythons killed, by constricting until the heart stopped. Using his elbows, he held the python away from his chest. Though his strength was 4 times that of an ordinary man, it paled against the serpent's. His limbs could barely hold as the python tightened its grip, the pressure mounting. Bill and H1 approached and swung their machetes at the python's neck, aiming to sever its head. But its body was as thick as a man's waist, and their blows only cut 3/4 through before being halted by its muscles. Blood gushed from the wounds. Enraged, the python released Meng Zu's legs and whipped its tail, sending both men sprawling into the water before they could withdraw their blades. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Zu mustered all his strength. He released the python's head with his right hand, shoved its head upward with his left, and grabbed a machete embedded in its neck. Ignoring the crushing pressure on his chest, he swung the blade with all his might, slicing down through the serpent's neck. The massive head splashed into the water. With it gone, the python's grip weakened. With Bill and H1's help, Meng Zu pried off the coils. Without a moment's pause, fearing more pythons, he retrieved his gun from the riverbed, and the group quickly retreated to safer ground. Resting in a secure spot, Kerr asked in panic, "What the hell was that?" "Anaconda," Bill replied. Having lived in the area, Bill recognized the creature. "A snake that big here." "Sam, that was a super anaconda. Its body was almost as thick as my waist. Got him going crazy. If there are many of those, we're doomed. Once we're on the boat, we're going home." Kerr, Sam, Gale, and Gordon, clearly terrified by the python, spoke in agitated, overlapping voices. Only Jack seemed contemplative. He asked Bill, "Are all anacondas here this big?" Bill shook his head. "No, that one was definitely mutated. This is the first time I've seen one this large. Usually they're 5 or 6 meters. I've heard of a 9-meter one, but that one was 14 or 15 meters. "Excellent," Jack said excitedly. Noticing his strange reaction, Ben, the team doctor, asked, "What? Jack, what's wrong?" Jack stood up, brimming with excitement. "We're close to finding the blood orchid." H1 was puzzled. "Because of that python. Why are you so sure?" Seeing their confused faces, Jack explained. "Houghton first discovered the blood orchid in 1892. He was the first and last to bring back samples from Borneo. He proposed the Hayflick limit." Meng Zu, unfamiliar with the term, asked, "What's that?" "The Hayflick limit is the finite number of times normal vertebrate cells can divide. Once reached, it means death. If we can extend that limit, we can prolong life." Houghton found that the blood orchid contains a component that extends cell life. "That anaconda grew so large because it ate the orchids, extending its lifespan," Jack explained enthusiastically. "So we'll find the blood orchid soon, and we'll all be millionaires." Gordon, a money lover, fantasized about a bright future. Yes. As the saying goes, wealth stirs the heart. The prospect of becoming a millionaire was so tantalizing that few could resist, not even the timid Gale, who stopped clamoring for a return. After a brief rest, the group set off again, but this time everyone was cautious, terrified of another giant python emerging from nowhere. Despite Bill's explanation that anacondas have exclusive territories, and a second one was unlikely, Jack and the others dared not relax their vigilance. As they crossed a meadow, Gordon suddenly called out to Kerr, saying something was on the back of his neck. Kerr touched it and began hopping about in panic. Bill rushed over, held Kerr steady, and calmed him down. Kerr asked, his face pale, "What is it?" Meng Zu stepped forward, glanced at it, and said bluntly, "It's a leech." Jack and the others quickly checked themselves for leeches. After a thorough inspection, they found only Kerr had one. Seeing the swollen leech on Kerr's neck, Meng Zu frowned and said, "Without salt, it won't be easy to remove." When a leech bites into the skin, you can't just yank it off, or the suckers might break off in the wound, worsening the injury or causing infection. The best and simplest method is to sprinkle salt on it, which makes the leech fall off quickly. Unfortunately, none of them had any salt. No problem, we can use fire. Bill pulled out a lighter and roasted the leech with the flame. With a gentle flick, he removed the leech from Kerr's neck. They thought it was over, but Meng Zu noticed something writhing on the surface of Kerr's back shirt. Lifting Kerr's shirt, he saw over a dozen leeches clinging to his back, wriggling and sucking blood. Jack and the others gasped in shock. While Meng Zu and Bill helped remove the leeches from Kerr's back, Jack and the others checked under their own clothes to see if leeches had crawled in like Kerr's. After Meng Zu and Bill finished, everyone rested a while and prepared to set off. Just as Gordon was about to put on his shoes, a Chuan stopped him and shook a spider out of Gordon's shoe. A Chuan pointed at the crawling spider and explained, "This is a stone spider. If it bites you, your entire body will become paralyzed like a stone, unable to move for 2 days." Hearing this, Jack took out a bottle from his bag, intending to capture the stone spider. But before he could act, Meng Zu crushed it under his foot. Seeing Jack staring at him with a bottle in hand, Meng Zu asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" Jack replied helplessly, "You and this is a very valuable creature. It could bring us wealth." Risking life for money, Meng Zu said with a hint of exasperation, "Jack, there are mutated giant pythons here. Danger could strike at any moment. It's better not to keep such a dangerous spider with you. Your priority now is to find the blood orchid." Though Jack felt a pang of regret over the stone spider, he knew Meng Zu was right. The most important thing now was to find the blood orchid and leave this dreadful place. At 4 in the afternoon, a loud explosion echoed from afar. Everyone turned to see sparks and billowing smoke rising in the distance. A sense of unease gripped Bill, and he dashed toward the scene with the others quickly following. The group soon arrived at the site, where they saw the wreckage of a boat moored at the shore. Gordon spotted a liquor bottle on the ground and picked it up, fuming. He was drinking and fell off the boat. "Now we have no boat." Kerr shouted at Bill, "This is your friend. What do we do now?" Bill was seething with anger, but since the damage was done, complaining was futile. He said helplessly, "There's no use talking about it now. Let's see what we can salvage." After searching, they found only a flare gun and a bucket of gasoline intact. Everything else was damaged. A Chuan discovered a Ropa tribe fishing spot and called everyone over, telling them there was a Ropa village nearby where they could find a boat. Kerr asked, "What do the Ropa do? Why do they live here?" "They're locals, descendants of headhunters." "Headhunters?" Kerr exclaimed, horrified. Seeing the fear on Kerr's face, a Chuan smiled reassuringly. "They haven't done that in a century. Don't worry." Under a Chuan's lead, the group headed toward the Ropa village. Unfortunately, on the way, they encountered Bill's friend, Livingston, whom Bill had called to pick them up by boat. Looking at Livingston's twisted limbs and the obvious signs of corrosion on his skin, Meng Zu said he must have been swallowed by a giant python, but for some reason it regurgitated him. Bill explained, after a python eats, it becomes vulnerable. If it senses danger, it will regurgitate its meal to attack. Kerr said in terror, "So there's a hungry giant python roaming nearby." Hearing this, Gale was almost in tears, demanding of Bill, "Didn't you say there was only one python within a few kilometers, the one Ewan killed?" "Yes, I did say that, but the situation is different now." Bill suddenly realized a possibility. These pythons have entered their mating season. A Chuan added, "Male pythons have their own territories, but when a female goes into heat, they come from all directions. The female will gather with the males in a damp pit, forming a massive mating ball of snakes." "What do we do now?" Bill said, "We need to get to the Ropa village quickly and find a boat to leave." "Leave? We're so close to finding the blood orchid. If we leave now, we have guns. Even if we encounter a giant python, we can shoot it." Jack raised his gun in opposition. "Ewan, what do you think?" The group turned to Meng Zu. "What do I think?" "I think with my eyes," Meng Zu grumbled internally. Honestly, as long as he wasn't constricted by a python, they were no threat. He could easily take them all out with the firearms in his storage space. But the problem was that Bill had said it was mating season, drawing many pythons here. He wasn't afraid, but Jack and the others were just ordinary people. If several pythons attacked at once, he couldn't guarantee he could protect everyone. Losing one person meant losing 100 employment points. After a moment's thought, Meng Zu said, "Though we have guns with the pythons in mating season, there are bound to be many. If we encounter several at once, people will die. So I agree with Bill's suggestion. Once we reach the Ropa village, we find a boat and leave." Despite his words, Meng Zu secretly planned to safely escort Jack and the others out of the rainforest, then return to search for the blood orchid himself. Hearing Meng Zu's stance, Gale and the others overruled Jack's objection and agreed with Bill. The group cautiously advanced through the perilous jungle toward the Ropa village. As dusk approached and the sun was about to set, the sky grew darker. In the dense, impenetrable jungle, the light dimmed even further. Wild vines and weeds nearly as tall as a person created an oppressive, gloomy atmosphere. Fortunately, the group reached the Ropa village just before sunset. At the entrance to the camp lay a pile of human skulls along with a symbol made from human bones. Bill told everyone to stay quiet as they crept toward the village. But to their dismay, the village was eerily silent. not a sound to be heard. Meng Zu suddenly frowned, catching a faint smell of decay like the odor of rotting corpses. The closer they got to the village, the stronger the stench became. Soon Meng Zu discovered the source. A giant python lay dead on the ground, several spears embedded in its body. Its belly had a gaping hole through which a pair of black legs protruded. Looking at the python's carcass, Bill said grimly, "This must be the python that killed Livingston. It encountered the Ropa people, regurgitated Livingston, fought them, and was killed." After searching all around, they found no trace of the Ropa people, and the boat was gone. Seeing the smoldering remains of campfires, Meng Zu said to the group, "It seems the Ropa have already left by boat. What do we do then?" Meng Zu pointed at the houses made of tree trunks and thatch. "We can use these logs to build a raft and leave by river." Since the raft needed to carry 9 people, the workload was immense. Initially, Jack and the others helped, but being accustomed to office work, they soon grew exhausted. After completing over half the work, Meng Zu sent them to rest, finishing the final touches himself with Bill and a Chuan. While resting, Jack went to wash his face and noticed a relief of the blood orchid on the water tank of the Ropa tribe. He told Sam, Gale, and Gordon about it, speculating that the blood orchid must be nearby. He proposed searching for it again, but to his surprise, all 3 opposed the idea, causing his expression to darken. After nightfall, rain began to fall. Meng Zu and his team worked tirelessly and finally finished the raft by 8 o'clock. A Chuan let out a long breath and said, "It's done. Let's call them to leave." Meng Zu and the others found Sam and the rest in a house, but Jack and Gordon were missing. He asked, "Where are those 2? Sam replied, "Jack and Gordon are packing in another house. He'll go get them." Kerr, eager to leave, said directly, "Let's just go over there, grab the luggage, and set off on the raft." The group headed over together. Upon entering the house, they saw Gordon leaning motionless against a pillar. Sam walked toward his backpack and said, "Gordon, it's time to go. Where's Jack?" But Gordon only swayed slightly, letting out faint groans. Everyone immediately sensed something was wrong and rushed to check on him. A Chuan noticed a small blister on Gordon's arm with 2 tiny puncture marks and said, "He's been bitten by a stone spider." "What? And Jack? Did he do this?" With Jack still nowhere in sight, Gale quickly jumped to a dark conclusion. Though Sam also suspected Jack, he found it hard to believe and insisted on confronting him. "Let's find Jack and ask him if he did this." Just then Meng Zu's danger sense activated. He said, "Wait. A giant python is coming. Grab the guns." Kerr rummaged through the long bag for the guns. After pushing aside several backpacks, he found 6 double-barreled shotguns underneath and cursed, "Damn it. That bastard Jack took all the bullets." Meng Zu came over and saw his Remington M870 was missing. Annoyed, he muttered, "Damn. That guy took my Remington." Meng Zu picked up a double-barreled shotgun and checked it. It had only 1 round. Each gun has just 1 shot. Hold on to them. When the python comes, don't fire recklessly. If I miss, then you shoot. Knowing a giant python was approaching, Sam and the others' hearts raced. With Gordon incapacitated, everyone had to stay in the house and wait for the python's arrival. Meng Zu heard movement on the roof and looked up to see a python's body sliding through a gap. He didn't alert the others, knowing Sam and the rest, unlike Bill and a Chuan, might panic and fire wildly. Meng Zu nudged Bill with his elbow, signaling toward the roof. Bill understood, immediately looked up and spotted the python's body. He tightened his grip on the gun. Meng Zu observed the python's movements. When it poked its head through a hole in the eaves, he decisively aimed and fired. Bang! A large hole appeared in the python's head, and it tumbled from the roof to the ground. The sudden fall startled Kerr and the others, who nearly fired. Meng Zu quickly stopped them, saying, "It's dead. This is just a reflex. It'll stop soon." After about 3 minutes, the python's thrashing grew weaker until it lay completely still. Gazing at the massive corpse, Gale said, "Let's get out of here quickly. Forget about Jack. He can go wherever he wants." Meng Zu discarded his empty gun, useless as a fire poker without bullets. Taking a Chuan's shotgun, he had a Chuan carry Gordon as they headed toward the raft. But when they arrived, they only saw scratches on the ground. The raft was gone. It was obvious Jack had secretly taken it. Dr. Ben cursed, "That damn bastard. What do we do now? Can we build another boat?" Bill shook his head. "We might not have enough materials, and it would take too long. If more pythons come, it'll be dangerous. We still have a way." Sam drew a diagram on the ground. "Jack's target is the blood orchid. The river bends, but we can cut straight through and get there first, then take the boat back." Looking at Gordon on a Chuan's back, Gale asked, "What about Gordon?" Ben suggested, "Maybe 2 people stay to watch him while the rest get the boat and come back." "No, it's too dangerous here. We can't split up." Meng Zu vetoed the idea outright. Unless he stayed himself, anyone left behind would surely die if a python appeared. Meng Zu thought for a moment and said, "Let's make a simple stretcher and carry Gordon along." Since Gordon was tall and heavy, carrying him on someone's back would be exhausting, but a stretcher would make it much easier. Bill and the others agreed. Soon a simple stretcher was made. With Gordon placed on it, Ben, Kerr, a Chuan, and Gale each took a corner and set off. Sam and Bill led the way while Meng Zu stayed at the rear to guard. They followed Sam and Bill into a cave filled with water and darkness. Even with flashlights, the light was dim. Inside the cave, they encountered a python. Luckily, Bill's quick reflexes allowed him to shoot it in the head. After exiting the cave, they soon faced two pythons emerging from the trees. Meng Zu shot one in the head and Bill and Sam wounded the other, causing it to fall. Meng Zu drew his machete, dashed forward, and severed its head. Having dealt with the pythons, the group followed Sam's guidance and finally spotted the blood orchid in the distance, along with Jack. Though the orchid was closed, Sam and the others only wanted to leave. They ignored Jack and secretly searched for the raft. Meng Zu wasn't in a hurry to collect the blood orchid. He had memorized the location and planned to retrieve it after seeing Sam and the others to safety. They found the raft and placed Gordon on it. While searching Jack's backpack, Sam discovered a bottle containing a stone spider. She held it up to Chuan and asked, Chuan, is this a stone spider? Chuan examined it closely and nodded. Yes, that's it. When did he catch it? Gale urged, never mind that. Let's go. Just then Jack returned, secretly holding Meng Zu's Remington M870 shotgun. Seeing Meng Zu armed, he crept up behind Sam. When Meng Zu sensed movement, Jack burst from the bushes, pressed the gun to the back of Sam's head, and threatened to blow her brains out if Meng Zu didn't drop his weapon. Meng Zu found the threat almost amusing. Even if he threw away his gun, he could instantly retrieve a pistol from his storage space and shoot Jack in the head before he could react. But curious about Jack's intentions, Meng Zu complied and tossed the shotgun into the river. Confident that no one could threaten him, Jack moved the gun away from Sam's head and pointed it at the group, ordering them to pick the blood orchid. Hearing this, Meng Zu abandoned the idea of retrieving a gun and dealing with Jack. Instead, he pretended to be intimidated by the gun and went along with the others to the blood orchid site. Soon they arrived at the location. The blood orchid grew on a cliff face across a deep pit filled with a writhing ball of mating pythons. A single moss-covered log bridged the gap, slick and treacherous. Anyone who slipped would fall to certain death among the snakes below. Jack pointed the gun at Meng Zu and tossed him a backpack. Evan, you're the most agile. Go pick the flowers. Meng Zu's eyes lit up, but he feigned reluctance, acting as though forced by the gun. He crawled across the log to the blood orchid. Plucking one flower, he pretended to put it in the backpack, but actually stored it in his storage space. After collecting over 20, he turned and crawled back slowly. Nearing the edge, Meng Zu noticed a python below had sensed the commotion and was climbing up the rock wall. He stopped immediately. Seeing Meng Zu halt, Jack stepped forward, aiming the gun and shouting, "Throw me the bag." When Meng Zu neither spoke nor tossed the backpack, Jack angrily fired a shot at the log behind him. "Give it to me, or I'll shoot you." The shot shattered a large chunk of the rotting log, causing it to wobble. Just then the python emerged, raising its head. The python fixed its gaze on Jack, who stood by the pit. Startled by the sudden appearance, Jack swung the gun toward it, but before he could act, the python lunged with lightning speed and clamped its jaws around him. In agony, Jack fired wildly at the python. Wounded by the buckshot, the python thrashed, dragging Jack into the pit. Its body struck the log, and Meng Zu released the backpack, bracing himself on the wood. Just before the log fell, he leaped to the edge of the pit. Bill and Chuan quickly pulled Meng Zu up. Bill spotted another python stirring below and exclaimed, "Damn, a python is coming up. We have no guns left." Meng Zu remembered the gasoline can on the raft and had an idea. "We still have gasoline and a flare gun. Let's use them to blow up these pythons, or we won't escape." "All right, let's do it." Everyone agreed. Fortunately, the raft was nearby. Before the python could emerge, Chuan and Ben fetched the gasoline. Meng Zu opened the can, poured some gasoline onto the ascending python, and secretly retrieved a 1 kilogram TNT explosive from his storage space, placing it under the can. He then tossed the entire bundle down and fired a flare gun at the python's head. The gasoline ignited instantly, and the python writhed in agony before falling. As Meng Zu and the others ran a few meters away, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. The ground shook violently as the pit's walls collapsed in a landslide. The tremors lasted 4 or 5 seconds before everything fell silent. The group slowly got to their feet. Turning back, they saw that nearly a meter of the pit's rock wall had crumbled, filling most of the pit with dirt and stones. The blood orchid had vanished. Staring at the scene, Gale muttered in shock, "The blood orchid is destroyed." Just then a rumbling sound echoed from the distant rainforest. Bill and Chuan's faces paled as they shouted, "Run." The explosion triggered a mudslide. Everyone scrambled back to the raft, paddling with all their might. They managed to escape just as the mudslide arrived. Fortunately, before leaving, Kerr had retrieved the satellite phone Jack had tossed from his bag onto the ground. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after dawn, the rescue team arrived on 2 speedboats and found the group. It was already noon the following day when they returned to the city. Gordon was sent to the hospital for treatment after being bitten by a stone spider, while Gale called the company to report on the mission's progress, truthfully informing them of Jack's actions and the destruction of the blood orchids. Gordon was originally in charge of finances, but since he required treatment, Gale took the initiative to pay Bill $100,000. In truth, the reason they encountered that waterfall was due to a private deal between Jack and Bill. Jack, eager to find the blood orchid sooner, had agreed to pay Bill an additional $50,000 to secretly alter their course. But given the current turn of events and Jack's death, Bill could not possibly reveal this. Naturally, he was unable to claim the money, though fortunately his boat was not worth much. Overall, he still came out ahead. After returning, Bill and Sam grew quite close, suggesting this mission brought Bill an unexpected gain. This assignment was to protect Jack and his team during their safe return from the jungle. Although Jack died, it was entirely due to his own reckless actions. Thus, Gale still paid Meng Zu $100,000. In the end, both Bill and Meng Zu profited from this mission. Only Byron Mitchell Biotech suffered losses, not only failing to achieve the mission's objective, but also losing all the instruments they brought along with their chief scientist Jack. However, none of this concerned Meng Zu. After receiving the payment, he freshened up, changed into clean clothes, and took a car to the airport. By 10 o'clock the next morning, he had returned to his home in New York. Meng Zu did not take the blood orchid from his storage space, as he had no expertise in medicine or pharmacology. He planned to have an expert study it when the opportunity arose. Moreover, the blood orchid's blooming cycle was only half a year, with flowers appearing once every 7 years. Stored in his space, time stood still, preventing any worry about wilting, as he had no idea when he might encounter an expert to study it. As for why he decided to destroy the blood orchid, Meng Zu made that choice on the spot. Considering the blood orchid could extend human lifespan, an irresistible temptation for the wealthy and powerful, only Horton had ever obtained one by chance, and no one had found any since. But this time the group had discovered the blood orchid's habitat. Such a precious resource would surely lead the wealthy to secretly hoard it, and they would likely eliminate anyone who knew of it. Meng Zu was not afraid of ordinary people, but this world had Hydra. One day, he might be surrounded and gunned down by a group while driving. The backpack containing the blood orchid had fallen into the deep pit before Sam and the others' eyes. Now that place was destroyed. Neither Hydra nor anyone else could obtain the blood orchid. Meng Zu was certain it grew only there based on the reliefs of giant pythons and blood orchids Sam had mentioned were discovered in the Ropa tribe. The Ropa tribe had lived there for generations and knew their surroundings well. Their departure by boat indicated they understood the giant pythons came here during mating season, prompting them to flee. The reliefs featured only blood orchids and giant pythons, proving the orchid grew exclusively there. Otherwise, other animals would have been carved. This trip had cost him 8 days. After driving out for a meal, Meng Zu went to the company, where he found Frank, Uncle Yang, and Yang Hai. "Frank, how have you been these days?" "Feeling great," Frank said with a beaming smile, rising to embrace Meng Zu. "That's good." Uncle Yang asked with concern, "Azu, this assignment of yours took quite a while. I couldn't reach you by phone. I thought something had happened." Meng Zu sat down and said there was no cell signal in the primeval rainforest. Yang Hai spoke up, "Zuga, Stark Industries stock has hit rock bottom these past few days. I've bought all your money into Stark Industries stock as you instructed." Yang Hai had told Uncle Yang about buying Stark Industries stock, but Uncle Yang was not optimistic. He sighed and said, "Azu, spending so much on Stark stock is too risky. You might lose a fortune." Frank looked puzzled and asked, "Evan, are you speaking Chinese? What are you talking about?" Meng Zu had been conversing with Uncle Yang and the others primarily in Mandarin. Frank, who did not understand it, felt left out and could not help but ask. Hearing this, Meng Zu switched to English and said, "Frank, I had Xiao Hai buy some Stark Industries stock these days, but Uncle Yang thinks it's a bad investment and that he'll lose money." Frank pursed his lips and said, "I think Uncle Yang is right. A few friends of mine owned Stark stock before. After Tony Stark shut down their weapons division, they all cursed him and sold their shares, still taking a hit." Meng Zu pinched the bridge of his nose and gave a helpless, bitter smile. "You don't understand. Stark Industries stock has always been expensive. It's down now, but it will rise in the future. This is the only chance to buy it at a low price." Meng Zu asked Yang Hai, "Xiao Hai, how much did you buy?" Yang Hai glanced at Uncle Yang and replied reluctantly, "Zugu, I wanted to invest all my remaining money, but my dad wouldn't let me. I only bought $200,000 worth." "Uncle Yang, I'm telling you, this is the best opportunity. Stark Industries stock will become very valuable in the future," Meng Zu said. He did not want his close ones to miss out, so he added, "Let me put it this way, Tony Stark has invented something new, something very important. I saw it with my own eyes. He said it will take a year or two, but once he announces it, Stark stock will skyrocket. Buying then would be too late." Hearing this, Yang Hai's eyes lit up. "Zuga, so Tony Stark really did tell you insider information?" Uncle Yang grew curious about what could be so important and asked Azu, "What is it?" Meng Zu could not reveal it. If the three accidentally let it slip, it could cause trouble for Tony Stark's plan to power new energy, with the arc reactor potentially affecting Stark stock. Without blinking, he lied, "I can't say. I promise to keep it confidential." Uncle Yang fell into thought. Given his long acquaintance with Meng Zu, he knew Meng Zu would not make baseless claims, so what he said was likely true. Uncle Yang made a decision and told Yang Hai, "In that case, Xiao Hai, invest all your remaining money in Stark stock." "Sure, Dad, aren't you buying?" "Me? Of course I am. He'll invest everything except what we need to live on. I trust Azu," Uncle Yang said with a chuckle. Meng Zu smiled at Frank and said, "Frank, you can buy Stark stock now too." Hearing their conversation, Frank was baffled. "Evan, are you serious?" "Of course, Frank. Frank, Evan wouldn't joke about something like this. This is a chance to become a millionaire." Fine, even if you make me go broke, I'll mooch off you, sleep, and eat at your place. No problem. After work, that evening Meng Zu headed to the Continental Hotel, as he had not been there for 8 days. Sharon, any contracts suitable for me? Sharon replied with a smile, there is one that suits you. Sharon said, this bounty was posted just today, but the amount is too low to meet the standard for notifying you, which is why you didn't receive it. No one else is interested in taking it. Upon hearing this, Meng Zu immediately became intrigued. Interesting. Send it over, let me have a look. Soon a message arrived on his phone. Bounty on Leon, reward $200,000. Seeing the bounty details, Meng Zu mused inwardly. $200,000 isn't exactly low. Why is no one else interested in taking it? And that name sounds familiar somehow. Meng Zu set down a gold coin. Sharon, give me the file. Sharon directly flipped open the dossier beside him and pulled out a sheet of paper, placing it on the counter. Seeing that the file was carried around so casually, Meng Zu looked at Sharon with some surprise. Naturally, Sharon noticed Meng Zu's expression and explained, everyone who picked up this bounty today gave up after reviewing the file, so it's been with me all along. Well then, Meng Zu picked up the file and began reading. The information was sparse, just a headshot and a brief description. Leon, an Italian-American top-tier professional assassin, 23 years in the trade, always living alone, never interacting with anyone except his handler, vigilant, by nature, high danger level. So it's that lone wolf. I've heard of this reclusive killer before. No wonder the name sounded familiar. Sharon, which idiot posted this bounty? $20,000 to take out a top-tier assassin. Is he dreaming? Meng Zu said, somewhat exasperated. Sharon, how did this bounty get approved? It clearly doesn't match Leon's worth, Meng Zu asked curiously. Usually a top-tier assassin like Leon would have a bounty of at least tens of millions of dollars. Naturally, no one would take it for just $200,000. Sharon explained helplessly, nothing to be done. The person who posted it has some connection with someone at the high table, so it got through. Evan, are you interested? If not, this bounty might be withdrawn after tomorrow. Meng Zu tapped his fingers on the counter, deep in thought. To become a top-tier assassin meant the guy had impressive skills and had been in the business for 23 years. Few killers lasted that long without dying. That suggested he had an extraordinary instinct for danger. Even another top-tier assassin would find it challenging to take out Leon. Still, a bounty on someone like him should yield a decent amount of merit points. After a moment's consideration, Meng Zu said, I'll take it for now. I can test the waters first. If it doesn't work out, I'll abandon the bounty. Fair enough. Usually once an assassin accepts a contract, they can't back out without penalty. But the Continental Hotel was different. Sometimes assassins who took a bounty and found the target beyond their reach would give up after barely escaping with their lives, and the hotel wouldn't hold it against them, unless it was a mandatory mission or a blood oath. Employment mission: eliminate the assassin Leon. Merit points 200. Looking at the mission generated by the system, Meng Zu sighed inwardly, truly a top-tier killer. One man alone was worth more merit points than taking down both members of the Wolfpack gang. Wolfpack gang total 80 points. Having accepted the bounty, Meng Zu drove home. As he sat on the living room sofa watching TV, he suddenly felt something amiss. He immediately stood up, went to the window, and peered out sideways. In the darkness, he spotted several furtive figures slowly approaching his house, each with one hand tucked inside their coats. From his years of experience, Meng Zu could tell from their posture that they were hiding guns. Meng Zu's brow furrowed instantly. Someone was trying to kill him. He crouched low, moved to the power switch, and flipped it off, plunging the entire house into darkness. Seeing the lights suddenly go out, the gunmen realized they had been discovered. Without a second thought, they raised their submachine guns and sprayed the house with bullets. After turning off the power, Meng Zu immediately dashed toward the back window, planning to jump out and ambush them from behind. But there were people at the rear too. His danger sense flared instantly. Without thinking, he threw himself flat on the ground as bullets whizzed over his head. A cacophony of shattering glass erupted, punctuated by the flash of gunfire in the darkness and the muffled thuds of bullets. Meng Zu scrambled back into the living room and overturned 2 round tables, originally holding vases and tea sets, placing one in front and one behind him as shields. These tables were custom-made. They looked ordinary, but were actually bulletproof. Crouching low, Meng Zu used the 2 tables to dodge another hail of bullets. He pulled a pistol from his storage space and remained motionless, waiting for the right moment. From his brief observations and the sounds of gunfire, there were at least 7 gunmen outside, front and back, all armed with silent submachine guns. Their actions made it clear they were there to kill him. Fortunately, they hadn't used grenades, otherwise Meng Zu would have fled to the basement. After a while, the gunfire ceased. Meng Zu didn't rise to counterattack. He heard footsteps slowly approaching. He hadn't prepared night vision goggles in his storage space, so he decided to wait until the gunmen entered the house to deal with them in the darkness. After all, he was now surrounded inside his own home. In the dark, confined space, he had the advantage. His house was riddled with bullet holes from the 7 gunmen. Meng Zu pushed one of the round tables into a dead corner and hid. Once the gunman entered the house, he pulled out a small remote and pressed a button. A noise came from the second floor. The gunmen noticed immediately and gestured to each other before creeping upstairs, leaving only 3 behind. This was the moment Meng Zu had been waiting for. He holstered his pistol, crept up behind one gunman in the dark, and delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck, knocking him unconscious. Meng Zu quickly caught the falling body, then grabbed the man's submachine gun and opened fire on the other 2 who were still unaware. 2 screams rang out as the gunman collapsed. The ones upstairs immediately realized what was happening below, and without any regard for their teammates' safety, opened fire through the floor. Meng Zu dragged the unconscious gunman aside, dodging the rain of bullets. Then, pinpointing the source of the gunfire, he unleashed a torrent of shots toward the second floor. After a few more screams, the firing from above ceased. Meng Zu cautiously ascended to the second floor and finished off the 2 gunmen, who were still alive, with a single bullet each. Meng Zu took the sole survivor down to the basement and revived him. Through interrogation, he learned that these 7 men belonged to the 10 Rings. When he had rescued Tony Stark, he had killed many of their members, earning the enmity of their leader. Obadiah Stane, equally displeased with Meng Zu for saving Tony, had provided the 10 Rings leader with Meng Zu's information. All 7 had come to New York through Obadiah's arrangements. Obadiah couldn't care less about a nobody like Meng Zu, but if someone wanted him dead, he was happy to offer assistance. The weapons and Meng Zu's whereabouts had all been supplied by Obadiah. Being ambushed filled Meng Zu with rage. He laughed bitterly and muttered to himself, "Very well. It seems a nobody like me has to send you a grand gift." Meng Zu opened the basement, selected some weapons, and stored them in his space. Then he made a phone call. "A 7-person luxury dinner. I have urgent business. I've left the gold coins on the living room table." A blue sedan sped along the highway, though fortunately traffic had thinned out considerably at night, or it would have certainly caused an accident. Behind the wheel, Meng Zu drove expressionlessly inwardly, seething from the unexpected ambush by the 10 Rings. Though the 10 Rings were terrorists, they posed little real threat to him. He spent most of his time in the United States, while the 10 Rings primarily wreaked havoc in the chaotic regions of the Middle East, so he had little to fear from their attacks. This incident was entirely due to Obadiah Stane. Only through him could the 10 Rings have known his whereabouts. Now that Obadiah had set his sights on him, a far greater threat than the 10 Rings, Meng Zu decided to strike first and eliminate this danger directly. Unlike Tony Stark, who had Jarvis to easily locate Obadiah, Meng Zu possessed the skill of clue guidance, which allowed him to track Obadiah by following its directional prompts. Following the clues, Meng Zu arrived at the Stark Industries complex. He got out of the car, found a spot away from the cameras, and vaulted over the wall. Once inside, standing in the shadows, he spotted Pepper Potts, standing alone not far ahead. "Why is Pepper here?" Suddenly a loud noise erupted. The ground behind Pepper split open, and a massive iron robot emerged. Seeing this, Meng Zu instantly understood the situation. It seemed Obadiah had obtained the Mark I armor and had stolen Tony's miniaturized arc reactor to power his ironmonger. Meng Zu's own encounter with the 10 Rings was likely just a convenient side task for Obadiah. "Where do you think you're going?" Obadiah Stane's voice boomed from the ironmonger's speakers as Pepper stood frozen in terror. "You're useless now." The ironmonger raised its right arm, a Gatling gun aimed at Pepper, the barrels beginning to spin. In that split second, a gunshot rang out. Bang! A spark flew from the ironmonger's head, forcing it to tilt slightly to the left. The electronic panel showed 5 damage to the head unit, startling Obadiah. What kind of bullet could cause such damage? He quickly turned to look at the source of the shot, but as he did, another bullet struck the ironmonger's head, the impact jerking it backward. The panel again displayed 5 damage. Through electronic scanning, Obadiah spotted Meng Zu standing in the shadows holding a sniper rifle. He recognized him as the man who had rescued Tony. Without a word, Obadiah opened fire. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The machine gun sprayed bullets toward Meng Zu, who immediately turned and sprinted away as the rounds chased at his heels. Meng Zu dared not stop as his danger sense kept screaming warnings. Just then a familiar voice rang out from the sky. "Stane." The ironmonger looked up, its electronic eyes locking onto a red suit of armor hurtling toward it. It exclaimed in surprise, "Tony, you're still alive." The ironmonger abandoned Meng Zu, swinging its arm to fire at Tony in the sky. But before the bullets could hit Tony's Mark III armor, slammed into it. Worried for Pepper's safety, Tony's Mark III grabbed the ironmonger and burst through the factory wall, disappearing into the night. When the ironmonger turned its attack on the Mark III, Meng Zu had thrown himself to the ground, bullets whizzing overhead. Now that the ironmonger was gone with Tony, he stood up, retrieved his gun into his storage space, and brushed the dust off his clothes. In the darkness, a grim expression crossed Meng Zu's face as he reflected, what had he been thinking just now? Had he lost his mind? Firing at Obadiah without finding cover first. If Tony Stark hadn't arrived in time, he would surely have been hit. Pepper cautiously approached the dark wall, calling out, "Are you all right?" Though she didn't know who was in the shadows, she knew that if not for that sudden shot at Obadiah, she would be dead now. Obadiah had fired back in that direction, and she had no idea if the person was still alive. But regardless, she needed to check on them. If they were still alive, she might be able to help. Pepper's voice snapped Meng Zu out of his thoughts. Seeing her approaching, he simply stepped out of the darkness. Pepper jumped as Meng Zu emerged from the shadows, but once she recognized his face, she exclaimed, "You're Evan." "Good evening, Miss Potts." Seeing that Meng Zu appeared unharmed, Pepper breathed a sigh of relief. "Evan, thank you for saving me just now." Meng Zu shook his head slightly. "It was nothing. A simple gesture." Looking at him, Pepper asked curiously, "Evan, what are you doing here?" Meng Zu replied flatly, "I'm here to kill Obadiah." "What?" Pepper was stunned by the answer. Meng Zu explained, "When I got home tonight, I was attacked by the 10 rings. After some interrogation, I learned that Obadiah sent them to kill me. Since he wants me dead, I have no choice but to kill him." Though she knew Obadiah had gone mad, Pepper couldn't help asking, "Why would he do that?" "Because I rescued Tony Stark." Now Pepper understood. Earlier that day, while copying files from Obadiah's office computer, she had discovered that 3 months ago Obadiah had hired the 10 rings to kill Tony. But the 10 rings hadn't followed his orders to kill him. Instead, they had imprisoned him to build weapons. When Meng Zu rescued Tony, Obadiah had held a grudge against him. If she hadn't sought out Meng Zu, Obadiah wouldn't have sent men to kill him. Thinking this, Pepper said apologetically, "Evan, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. It has nothing to do with you. That was my job." Just then, 2 streaks of fire shot into the sky, one after another. Meng Zu looked up and saw the Mark III and the Ironmonger soaring higher. Knowing the plot, he realized they would both soon fall. He said to Pepper, "Pepper, find a place to hide. They'll be coming down any moment." Hearing this, Pepper hurried towards Sector 16, while Meng Zu ran to another building. The main door was locked, and he had no employee card, but that was no obstacle. He drew his pistol, aimed at the lock, and used his multifunctional bullet skill to turn the round into an armor-piercing one. 2 shots shattered the lock, and he pushed the door open, quickly climbing the stairs to the rooftop. Once hidden in a corner of the rooftop, Meng Zu retrieved his M99 sniper rifle. He realized the Ironmonger was incredibly sturdy. He had no idea what material it was made of. Earlier, when he had fired at it with the M99, he had used the skill to turn both shots into armor-piercing rounds, but they hadn't even left a deep dent, let alone penetrated. However, that didn't mean Meng Zu had no way to deal with the Ironmonger. He recalled that the suit seemed to have unresolved icing issues. If armor-piercing rounds wouldn't work, he could use freezing bullets to immobilize it, and then finish it off. Soon he spotted the Ironmonger plummeting from the distant sky. He initially thought Obadiah would simply crash to his death, but when the suit was about 10 meters from the ground, a burst of flame briefly halted its descent before dying out. Ultimately, the Ironmonger crashed onto the ground in the distance. What a pity, Meng Zu thought to himself as he observed the scene. At a height of 10 meters with the configuration of the Ironmonger, not only would it fail to kill him, but it wouldn't even cause a concussion. Then Mark III could be seen alternately activating its thrusters to decelerate and shutting them off to plummet, eventually stumbling and crashing onto the rooftop of District 16. Meng Zu noticed a glow of fire from where the Ironmonger had fallen in the distance. Clearly, its operating system had rebooted, and it was now flying towards Tony with its thrusters engaged. Believing he had dealt with Obadiah, Tony began communicating with Pepper after landing safely. "Pepper." Hearing Tony's voice through the earpiece, Pepper anxiously inquired, "Tony, my God, are you all right?" Feeling warmth from Pepper's concern, Tony comforted her. "I'm fine, but my suit's power is about to run out. As soon as I take it off, I'll be right there." At that moment, the Ironmonger had already flown back to District 16. Obadiah spotted Meng Zu on another rooftop, but didn't attack him. In his mind, Tony was the primary threat. He planned to deal with Tony first, then finish off Meng Zu along with Pepper and the agents. Everyone present tonight would die. Seeing that Tony hadn't noticed his approach and had even removed the right gauntlet of his suit, Obadiah landed the Ironmonger with a heavy thud behind Tony. Startled by the noise, Tony spun around to face the Ironmonger. Obadiah looked at Tony and said, "Not a bad move." Simultaneously, the Ironmonger threw a punch at Tony's head. Tony quickly closed his faceplate and ducked to evade. Dodging the blow, he stood up, raised his left arm, and opened his palm to fire a repulsor blast, but nothing happened. Tony froze for a moment, realizing he had already removed the gauntlet on his left hand. Taking advantage, the Ironmonger punched Tony, sending him flying. Tony quickly adjusted his body, stood up, and using his thrusters leaped up instantly to land a punch on the Ironmonger's head. Unfortunately, it only managed to turn the Ironmonger's head, causing no real damage. Seeing Tony so close, the Ironmonger spread its arms and pulled Tony into a crushing bear hug. The Ironmonger held Tony tightly, its arms constricting with force. Tony struggled desperately to break free, but Mark III's strength was no match for the Ironmonger. Sparks flew from the armor as it was crushed. Clearly, Obadiah intended to use this bear hug to finish Tony off. Observing from the rooftop, Meng Zu saw the Ironmonger and Mark III locked in a stalemate and knew his chance had come. Aiming the M99 at the Ironmonger's head, he switched the ammunition to ice rounds. With a bang, the ice round struck the Ironmonger's head, and a centimeter-thick layer of ice began to form at the point of impact, rapidly spreading outward. Caught off guard, Obadiah released Tony and used his fists to smash the ice encasing his head. But no sooner had he broken it than the ice spread again from the layer below. The ironmonger could only keep smashing, and eventually the ice stopped spreading after covering half of its body. Meng Zu wasn't about to let the ironmonger break free so easily. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more ice rounds struck the ironmonger's legs and chest. The ice spread rapidly, and before the ironmonger could smash it, its entire body was frozen solid, and the operating system shut down. Tony hadn't attacked when the ice first appeared on the ironmonger, as his own weapons had been crushed in the bear hug. He feared that getting close might cause the ice to spread to him. Now seeing the ironmonger turned into a giant ice sculpture, he let out a whistle of amazement. Whoa. Tony said to Jarvis, "Jarvis, analyze what that is." "Mr. Stark, it is a form of energy with an extremely low temperature. It diffused upon impact with Mr. Stain. What is this energy composed of?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. It cannot be analyzed. It doesn't match any known energy signature." "All right." Pepper's voice came through the helmet. "Tony, are you okay?" "I'm fine. And Stain?" He's become an ice sculpture." Mark III scanned the ironmonger, noting its temperature was dropping rapidly. Without a de-icing system, there was no way it could return to normal. "What?" "Tony, I'm coming to find you right now." Tony slowly removed the Mark III armor as Pepper arrived on the rooftop. She rushed over, hugged him, and immediately began checking him over. "Tony, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine, Pepper." Meng Zu also came over from the adjacent rooftop. He needed to confirm if Obadiah was dead. If not, he would finish the job. Seeing Meng Zu appear, Tony's guard went up. Although Meng Zu had helped by freezing Stain, Tony had classified him as a dangerous person. After being rescued by Meng Zu from the 10 Rings, Tony had investigated him. Through Jarvis's deep digging, he discovered that beyond his cover as a mercenary and detective, Meng Zu was also suspected to be an assassin. Tony didn't want to deal with someone like that. He subtly pulled Pepper behind him and asked warily, "Why are you here?" Unfazed by Tony's reaction, Meng Zu walked towards the ironmonger and said, "I'm here to kill Obadiah Stane." Tony's voice turned cold. "How much is someone paying you to kill Stane, assassin?" Though Obadiah had tried to kill him, and Pepper filling Tony with rage, Obadiah was still his godfather. They had shared 30 years of history. Even if he defeated Obadiah, Tony knew he couldn't bring himself to kill him. He would only hand him over to the government for judgment. Hearing Meng Zu's intent to kill Obadiah, Tony's mood soured. "Tony, don't," Pepper said, tugging at his arm. Ignoring Tony, Meng Zu examined the ironmonger and found it completely frozen. Over 10 minutes had passed since it was encased. At such low temperatures, Obadiah would either freeze to death or suffocate. Hearing noises from below, Meng Zu remembered that Pepper had arrived with people from S.H.I.E.L.D., including Coulson. Not wanting to deal with them, he prepared to leave. Before going, he said to Tony, "Tony Stark, I saved your life just now. I don't want to get involved with government people. You handle them." "I didn't ask for your help," Tony retorted stubbornly. Without another word, Meng Zu turned and disappeared into the shadows. Coulson, accompanied by 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with only minor injuries, arrived at the rooftop. Upon seeing the frozen ironmonger, he questioned Tony, who refrained from mentioning Meng Zu taking full responsibility instead. After breaking the ice and opening the ironmonger's armor, they discovered that Obadiah Stane was already dead. After a phone call with Nick Fury, Coulson stated that the ironmonger was evidence of Obadiah's crimes and needed to be confiscated. Tony naturally refused. Following a heated argument, Tony retrieved the arc reactor from the ironmonger, declaring, "This was stolen from me by Stane. Now it's back where it belongs." With that, Tony left, entrusting the rest to Pepper. Upon returning home, he had the chef prepare a dinner and awaited Pepper's arrival. After Coulson and his team finished handling matters, Pepper came to Tony's residence. As they dined, they discussed the evening's events. "Tony, why were you so hostile toward Evan?" "Pepper, he's a killer. He's dangerous. Tonight he came for money to kill Stane, as someday he might come for you or me for the same reason. People like him are best kept at a distance." Pepper set down her knife and said, "Tony, what nonsense are you talking about? Evan came tonight because Stane sent people to kill him. Besides, if it weren't for him, I would have been killed by Stane." "What happened?" Pepper detailed the events leading to Meng Zu's arrival and how he saved her. Tony listened and then said, "All right, maybe I was mistaken, but my opinion of him remains unchanged. He's dangerous. I think he's a good man." After seeing Pepper out, Tony sat on the sofa deep in thought. Jarvis searched for all information on Evan. Back at his place, Meng Zu found the bodies of the 10 Rings members had been cleaned up. He sighed as he looked at the bullet-riddled walls and scattered debris. Maybe I should find a new place to live. Sitting on the sofa, he pondered. If the ironmonger had solved its de-icing problem like the Mark III, I wouldn't have stood a chance against it. The age of superheroes is about to begin, and my abilities are still too weak. Host Meng Zu, human strength 4, 3 agility 4, 6 constitution 4, 5 spirit 6, 7 life 225 energy 131-10 higher points 4510. Opening the system panel, he saw his higher points had reached 4510. After some thought, he decided not to save them, as strengthening himself was the priority. The Mystic Shop refreshed once a month, displaying only 6 items. Today was the refresh day, and when Meng Zu opened it, his eyes lit up at one of the items. Oh, this is quite good. Laser cannon fires a laser beam from the muzzle, consuming 40 energy per second. 2400 higher points. If I had this today, I could have pierced through the ironmonger, though it's a bit pricey. The steep price of 2400 made Meng Zu hesitate, as it was enough for 2 premium draws. However, after brief consideration, he purchased it knowing it would greatly enhance his offensive capabilities. With the remaining 2110 higher points, he didn't hold back and performed 1 premium draw and a 10-draw regular pull. The premium draw yielded an active skill bullet time, which slows time by 3 times without affecting the user 30 energy per second. The 10-draw yielded 2-0. 5 strength attributes, 1 constitution attribute, 3-0. 4 agility attributes, 2 small health potions, 1 small mana potion, and finally 1 active skill. Overall, the draws were quite good, but Meng Zu wasn't pleased. In fact, he was speechless, because the last skill was called repeatedly leaping back and forth. Repeatedly leaping back and forth, jump around to taunt enemies, forcing them to attack you while shouting, "I'm jumping out, I'm jumping back. What are you gonna do about it? Come on, hit me, idiot." Costs 50 energy. Note, even non-enemies might be taunted into attacking if irritated. Damn, this counts as a skill. Meng Zu cursed in frustration. This pathetic skill was straight out of the movie The King of Comedy, where the character taunts the protagonist. He couldn't believe the system had turned it into an actual skill. Looking at this skill, he had only one thought: even if I run out of skills or fail a mission, I will never use this ridiculous ability. His good mood ruined by the useless skill, he quickly applied all the attributes from the draws. His system panel updated to host Meng Zu: Human Strength 5, 3 Agility 5, 8 Constitution 5, 5 Spirit 6, 7 Life 2, 25 Energy 131 higher points, 110 items, Mana Ring 10 energy, recovers 5 energy per hour. Resurrection Cross Necklace revives the wearer 3 seconds after death. At full state, Small Health Potion X 4 slightly restores physical state. Small Mana Potion X 1 recovers 20 energy. After that, he went upstairs to sleep, as there was a hotel bounty to handle tomorrow. He wasn't worried about the police investigating the gunfire at his place. The luxurious dinner for 7 would take care of that. The next morning, after preparing his gear, Meng Zu drove toward Brooklyn. He had obtained the location of the assassin Leon from a homeless man using gold coins. Leon was cautious. If he delayed, the target might relocate, costing more gold coins to track him again. Arriving at a 5-story apartment building, Meng Zu circled it, but found no suitable spot for a sniper shot. It seemed he would have to engage up close. Seizing the moment when a resident exited, he slipped inside before the door closed and activated clue tracking to locate Leon's room. In the innermost room on the 2nd floor, Leon sat expressionlessly watching the news. Beside him sat a girl about 12 years old, focused on assembling a pistol's components. Suddenly, Leon felt a wave of unease. He rose and peered through the curtain. Seeing his reaction, the girl Matilda quickly finished assembling the gun and whispered nervously, "Leon has found us." Leon shook his head. "No, I just sensed danger approaching." Huh. Though he spotted no one suspicious, Leon trusted his instincts, which had saved him countless times in his career. He told Matilda, "Pack up. We're leaving." Matilda asked no questions, simply gathering their essentials. Leon had chosen this apartment for its strategic location, surrounded by alleys, perfect for a quick escape if cornered. Just as they finished packing, a knock came at the door. Frowning, Leon set down his suitcase, reached into his coat, and motioned Matilda away from the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw the apartment manager and set down his luggage. Leon opened the door a crack, hiding his gun behind it, and asked, "What is it?" The manager smiled and said, "Just got word. Water will be shut off for half the day this afternoon." Leon studied the manager's expression, but found nothing amiss. "Thanks," he said, closing the door. He told Matilda to set down their things, planning to leave after the manager moved on from this floor. Meng Zu stood at the stairwell corner, watching the manager knock on each door. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a human skin mask from his storage space and began applying makeup. After the manager finished notifying this floor and was about to head to the 3rd, Meng Zu knocked him unconscious, donned a latex mask, and stripped off his coat to wear. Thus, Meng Zu transformed into the likeness of the apartment manager. Meng Zu took a deep breath, calming his mind. As a top-tier assassin, Leon was acutely sensitive to danger. Any killing intent radiating from Meng Zu would be detected even through a door. Once his composure was restored, he made his way toward Leon's room. Just as he reached the door, it swung open. Meng Zu saw a Leon clad in a black trench coat, round sunglasses, a suitcase in his left hand, and a violin case in his right. Beside him stood Matilda, also wearing round sunglasses, but she sported a green pilot jacket over a black top with a front tie paired with hot pants. She clutched a paper bag in her left hand and a potted plant in her right. The sight of their attire instantly stirred distant memories in Meng Zu. Weren't these two the protagonists from the film Leon the Professional? No wonder Leon's profile had seemed familiar yesterday. Seeing the manager return, Leon asked, "Is there something else?" Meng Zu snapped back to reality. As he moved to step forward, he noticed Lyon abruptly release the violin case in his right hand, a pistol sliding from his sleeve into his palm. Meng Zu instantly lunged forward, his left hand gripping Lyon's right wrist while his own right hand produced a pistol pressed against Lyon's abdomen. Matilda was startled by the sudden turn of events. Once she recovered, she feigned fright, her face a mask of panic. She quickly shifted the paper bag in her left hand to cover her chest, while her left hand stealthily reached inside her jacket for the pistol she had concealed earlier. Matilda's subtle maneuver did not escape Meng Zu's notice. He said, "Don't try any tricks, little girl. Children shouldn't play with guns, or he'll put a bullet through his stomach." Hearing this, Matilda realized Meng Zu had seen through her. She withdrew her hand from the gun. Lyon attempted to break free from Meng Zu's grip, but found it as unyielding as an iron hoop. No matter how he struggled, Meng Zu's hold remained firm. Lyon abandoned the effort. Since Meng Zu hadn't killed him immediately, he likely wanted information. Lyon needed an opportunity. Lyon looked at Meng Zu and asked, "What do you want?" Meng Zu took the gun from Lyon's right hand and gestured toward the room. "Let's talk inside." Meng Zu aimed one gun at Lyon and another at Matilda. After they backed away to create space, he stepped forward twice, hooking the door shut with his foot. "Slowly put down all your belongings." The two complied, placing their items on the floor. Meng Zu looked at Lyon and praised sharp reflexes. "You spotted the flaw before I even spoke. Truly a top-tier assassin." Hearing this, Lyon kept his sunglasses on, maintaining his stoic facade, but inwardly, he rolled his eyes at Meng Zu. The pants and shoes were completely different from before. Such an obvious flaw would be apparent to anyone who wasn't blind. Seeing Lyon's silent, Meng Zu said to both, "Drop all the guns you're hiding. No funny business. I can take you out before you even fire." Lyon was the first to pull out 2 pistols from his coat and toss them to the ground. When he had touched the guns, he considered drawing and shooting Meng Zu, but the moment he moved, he sensed the threat of death. Realizing Meng Zu wasn't bluffing, he obediently emptied his pockets. Seeing Lyon comply, Matilda followed suit, dropping her pistol to the floor. Lyon realized Meng Zu wasn't there to kill them. He nudged the suitcase at his feet and said, "If you want money, there's cash in the case." Now that Meng Zu knew who they were, he had abandoned the idea of killing Lyon. Having watched Leon the Professional, he had grown fond of these characters. The film's tragic ending had left many with regret, and he intended to remedy that. Even if he wasn't going to kill Leon, he could still have some fun with him. Meng Zu stared coldly at Lyon and said, "Sorry, I'm not here for money. Leon, Italian top-tier professional assassin. You never interact with anyone but your handler, a lone wolf. I never expected to find a young girl by your side. No wonder it was so easy to track you down. Enough talk. I've accepted a bounty to kill you." With that, Meng Zu pressed the muzzle of his left gun against Lyon's forehead. He turned to Matilda and said, "Little girl, could you go to the bathroom? What's about to happen isn't suitable for someone your age." Matilda pleaded, "No, don't kill him." Meng Zu frowned, feigning difficulty. "That's a problem. Is she your illegitimate daughter?" Lyon removed his sunglasses and looked at Meng Zu. "She's not my daughter. She has nothing to do with me. Since the bounty is only for me, I'll give you all my money. Please spare her." Meng Zu looked at him quizzically. "Why not use the money to save your own life? Aren't you afraid of death?" Lyon replied flatly, "Would being afraid stop you from killing me?" Meng Zu paused before answering, "Of course. No. All right, I accept your terms. Where's your money?" Lyon replied without hesitation, "There's a bank card in the hidden compartment of the suitcase. The password is XXXXXX. Meng Zu eyed him curiously. "You just told me outright. Aren't you afraid it'll trick you?" Lyon looked at Meng Zu with a serious expression. "I'm willing to take that gamble. Besides, you don't strike me as someone who goes back on his word." "Good judgment. Farewell then." With that, Meng Zu pulled the trigger. "No!" Matilda cried, ignoring the gun aimed at her as she lunged at Meng Zu. But the pistol didn't fire with a bang, only a click. Meng Zu blocked her charge with his right hand pressed against her head. Meng Zu lowered the gun from Lyon's forehead and said to the bewildered assassin, "Just messing with you. I never intended to kill you." He holstered his weapons, watching Matilda cling tightly to Lyon's arm. "That cop won't let you go. It won't be easy for you to deal with him. Best to put a bounty on him at the Continental Hotel in New York. That'll make things much simpler. You know where it is, right?" The sudden shift left Lyon dumbfounded. He nodded and asked, "Who the hell are you? How do you know about this?" "Me. Just an assassin. Anyway, you'd better relocate. With a young girl by your side, you're easy to track. Farewell." Meng Zu flashed them a smile, opened the door, and left. In the room, Lyon and Matilda stared at each other in utter confusion. What the hell was that about? What the hell was that about? X2. After leaving, Meng Zu went to a real estate company in Queens. He had previously invested $70 million in Stark Industries stocks, leaving only $13 million in his bank account. To avoid another sudden attack, he planned to purchase a villa in the famously safe neighborhood of Forest Hills. With the real estate agent's introduction, Meng Zu quickly found a 2-story detached villa that caught his interest. It featured a front yard, backyard, and basement with a decent amount of space, though it was unfurnished. This suited Meng Zu perfectly. Even if the house came with furniture, he wouldn't keep it. He had the agent handle the furniture and other miscellaneous matters. What's the earliest I can move in? You can start arranging the furniture today, and you'll be able to move in by tomorrow afternoon. In the end, Meng Zu signed the purchase contract for $8 million. After finishing this, he returned home a little past 1 o'clock. Since he planned to move, he needed to reclaim the teleportation point marked in his basement and remark it in the new house's basement. Moreover, he had to organize the items in his basement's hidden compartment and bring them along. While Meng Zu was having lunch and slowly packing up, Tony was in his office discussing the upcoming press conference with Pepper. The previous night's battle between Tony and Obadiah on the streets had been witnessed by many, with some onlookers even filming it and uploading the footage online. Major newspapers immediately caught wind of the incident and worked overtime to get the story into print. Ever since Tony announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, the Stark Group had been in the eye of the storm. Any news related to the group was closely followed by the public. SHIELD naturally discovered that the newspapers had learned of the incident and provided them with a revised version of the events in advance. That morning, various television news programs were also discussing the matter, with some even referring to the figure as Iron Man. However, the newspapers were not so easily convinced. Many reporters were dispatched to Stark Industries early in the morning, eager to question Tony Stark himself about the truth behind the clash of the two robots. Nick Fury knew that Tony needed to address this personally, so he delegated the task to Coulson. The office door swung open and Coulson and Colonel Rhodes walked in. Coulson approached Tony and handed him a piece of paper. "Tony, this is the script we've prepared for you. You'll say that it was a new product of your company that went rogue, and the two individuals inside the suits were your employees." Tony glanced at it, but didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he looked at Pepper standing beside him. Pepper gave Coulson an apologetic smile and said, "Sorry, he doesn't like taking things handed to him. Give it to me." At 3 in the afternoon, the press conference began. Tony and Pepper arrived at the venue. Coulson stepped forward to remind Tony, who was about to go on stage. Tony remembered to stick to the script. "We're trying to distance you from this. Things will calm down soon." "I understand." Tony nodded and then walked up to the podium. "Good afternoon, everyone." Tony stood casually on the stage, waving at the reporters from dozens of different media outlets below. The reporters could no longer contain themselves. Before Tony could continue speaking, they bombarded him with questions about the humanoid robots, all eager to know what had happened. Seeing the chaotic scene below, Tony raised his hands to signal for silence. Once the crowd quieted down, he adjusted the microphone and addressed the reporters. "Welcome to today's press conference. I'm sure you're all curious about last night's incident involving the two robots. Now I'll tell you the truth." Tony picked up the note and began reading, but a reporter interrupted him after just a few lines, declaring that the public wouldn't believe official statements. Tony then engaged in a discussion with the reporter. Seeing this, Colonel Rhodes quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Tony, stick to the script." "All right." Tony picked up the script again, but stopped after reading a few words. He looked at the reporters deep in thought, while Coulson below sensed a foreboding feeling. Tony set the note aside and addressed the reporters. "The truth is, I am Iron Man." Coulson and Rhodes sighed helplessly. Expecting Tony Stark to follow the plan obediently was wishful thinking on their part. The moment Tony uttered those words, the reporters erupted into chaos. They had expected Tony to use some excuse to cover up the previous night's events, but they never imagined he would directly admit to being one of the robots. After speaking, Tony stepped down and attempted to leave, but the reporters refused to let him go, crowding around him. However, with the bodyguard Happy's assistance, Tony managed to leave with Pepper. Colonel Rhodes, after a brief discussion with Coulson, quickly went up to the podium to address the reporters, explaining the truth of the matter. Meng Zu finished organizing the basement, and it was already dark. As soon as he came upstairs, he sensed that his house was surrounded by many people, and someone was in his living room. "Damn, I need to move out soon," Meng Zu cursed inwardly. In an instant, a pistol appeared in his hand, and he crept along the wall toward the living room. Upon reaching the living room, he saw a familiar figure with a receding hairline, Coulson, sitting on the sofa watching TV. Seeing Coulson, Meng Zu immediately thought, "Did Tony sell me out last night?" Meng Zu pretended not to recognize Coulson, aiming the gun at him and asking, "Who are you?" Despite being at gunpoint, Coulson remained unfazed, smiling as he said, "Hello, Mr. Meng Zu, or should I call you Ivan?" Meng Zu said nothing, simply staring at Coulson. "My name is Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. I'd like to have a word with you." Meng Zu lowered the gun and asked Coulson, "A spy?" "Yes. You really should change that name. We're considering it. We hear that a lot." Meng Zu sat down and looked at Coulson. "All right, what do you want to talk about? First, take a look at this." Coulson changed the channel to one showing Tony's press conference from earlier. After watching, Meng Zu said flatly, "Wow. So Tony Stark is Iron Man. But why show me this? It has nothing to do with me." "Are you sure? You were the one who froze Obadiah last night, weren't you?" Coulson said, observing Meng Zu's expression. Meng Zu frowned. "I don't understand what you mean." Seeing Meng Zu's denial, Coulson continued, "According to our investigation, you were attacked by the Ten Rings last night. After dealing with them, you went to Stark Industries. Once Tony Stark and Obadiah finished their fight and returned to the facility, you froze Obadiah and went home. Meng Zu raised an eyebrow. Don't talk nonsense. Do you have any evidence? Otherwise they'll sue you for defamation. Coulson smiled. Of course we have evidence. We have video footage. What? Coulson pulled a tablet from his pocket, tapped to play a video, and placed it directly on the table. The footage showed Meng Zu driving out onto the street from his own home, then speeding along the road until he stopped at Stark Industries. He got out of the car, walked beyond the surveillance range, and after nearly 20 minutes returned to the vehicle and drove away. Seeing that the video contained nothing from inside Stark Industries, Meng Zu guessed that Tony had deleted the footage of himself. He curled his lip at Coulson and said disdainfully, "That's it. Isn't that enough?" Coulson said with a smile, "Ivan, you should know that sometimes direct evidence isn't necessary to decide everything." Meng Zu fell silent. Coulson was right. Just as the FBI could sometimes rely solely on circumstantial evidence, the same held even more true for S.H.I.E.L.D. Since they hadn't arrested him outright, they must have a purpose. "What do you want from me?" Coulson looked at Meng Zu seriously and said, "We want you to join us." Hearing this, Meng Zu looked surprised. "As an agent?" "Forget it. I'm too used to being free. It's not for me." Coulson explained, "To be precise, as a contractor, you won't need to be on call like our regular agents. There will only be a few missions requiring someone with your exceptional skills, so you don't need to worry about it interfering with your daily life. Also, once you join, we'll clear up certain illegal records of yours." As far as he knew, his only public violation was speeding. Could S.H.I.E.L.D. have already uncovered his identity as a killer? Meng Zu probed. "It seems you found out about my identity beyond the surface." As Meng Zu had suspected, Coulson admitted directly, "Yes. Besides being a mercenary and running a detective agency, you're also a hitman for the Continental Hotel. If that's the case, you should know that once I join you, do you think the Continental will let me off?" Meng Zu had no desire to join S.H.I.E.L.D. even as a contractor. S.H.I.E.L.D. was in essence Hydra in disguise, and associating with it would only bring endless trouble later. He tried to use the Continental Hotel as a shield, knowing its influence in the underworld was considerable. Hearing this, Coulson couldn't help but smile, his tone filled with confidence. "To us, the Continental Hotel means nothing, and the same goes for the high table above them. As a contractor, they'll pretend not to know. Even if you become a full agent one day, they'll just revoke your membership. As for retaliation, they know better than to try." Upon hearing this, Meng Zu realized he had underestimated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power. With things put so bluntly, it seemed he had no choice but to agree. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Since I'm a contractor, how does the pay work?" "Contractors don't receive a salary, but you'll get bonuses for each completed mission." Meng Zu's mood soured instantly. "Damn. So can I refuse to take on missions?" Meng Zu expected a negative answer, but Coulson replied, "Of course you can. However, as long as you don't do anything like assassinating the president or committing terrorist attacks, we can clean up any mess for you." "Sounds good. Who assigns me missions?" Meng Zu asked Coulson. "I do. I'm your direct handler. They'll contact you when a mission comes up." "All right." Coulson left his phone number and departed with the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Meng Zu sighed helplessly. He wasn't Tony Stark. He didn't have the power to disregard S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson's visit was undoubtedly orchestrated by that black-suited Nick Fury, a man utterly devoid of scruples. If he refused, who knew what vile tactics Fury might use to threaten him later? The terms were decent enough, so it was better to accept for now. Meng Zu had his own plans. Many major events in the future would involve S.H.I.E.L.D., and by participating he could accumulate a great deal of employment credits. The more credits he amassed, the stronger he would become. One day, when he was powerful enough, he could treat S.H.I.E.L.D. with the same contempt as Tony Stark. The next day, Meng Zu went to the Continental Hotel. As soon as he saw Sharon, the latter said, "Ivan, you gave up that bounty yesterday. This lion couldn't have been a match for you, could he?" Meng Zu smiled. "Of course not. But I found out he has someone to care for, a little girl who depends on him. I doubt he'll continue as a hitman." Sharon sighed. Once a hitman has attachments, he's no longer a hitman. Curious, Meng Zu asked, "What's happened?" "John Wick retired yesterday." Meng Zu was astonished. "No way. He's only 40. What's the reason?" Sharon replied, "Because he got married. So as I said, a hitman with attachments is no longer a hitman. Well, I wish him a happy marriage. But now the hotel has lost its legendary hitman. Winston must be troubled." "Naturally. Are you here to pick a bounty today?" Sharon asked. Meng Zu casually inquired, "Anything suitable?" "No," Sharon said with a smile. "But there was one yesterday that would have been perfect for you. Someone else already took it. It was quite an interesting bounty." This piqued Meng Zu's curiosity. "Oh, tell me about it." Sharon explained, "The bounty was posted by that Italian hitman named Leone. The target was the person who put out the bounty you gave up. Unlike that stingy fellow, this Lyon offered $2 million. The bounty was claimed in less than an hour. So Lyon had indeed followed his advice and posted a bounty on that cop at the Continental. But Meng Zu couldn't remember the cop's name. Sharon, who was that guy? Stanfield, a drug-dealing dirty cop from Brooklyn. He had money but was too cheap to offer a decent bounty. A real Scrooge, Sharon said, shaking his head at the memory of Stanfield. The world is full of all kinds of people, Meng Zu chuckled. Sharon, where's Winston? I need to see him. Mister. Winston is drinking at the bar. Soon Meng Zu found Winston in the hotel bar, sitting in a booth drinking and chatting with someone. When he saw Meng Zu approach and sit down, the other person rose and left. Winston set down his glass and asked the seated Meng Zu, Ivan, Sharon said you needed to see me. Yes. Last night an agent from the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division came to my home. After a conversation I had no choice but to join them as a contractor. I'd like to hear your thoughts, Meng Zu said directly. Winston was the manager of the New York Continental Hotel and its master. As a hotel member, Meng Zu needed to communicate this matter to Winston. While he didn't require permission, it was a matter of courtesy. They informed me last night. It's fine, Ivan. Being a contractor won't affect your access to the hotel services. It's just a shame. After John, you were the most likely to become our next legendary hitman, Winston said with a sigh. John's retirement yesterday had already dampened Winston's spirits, and then came the news about Meng Zu less than an hour later. A legendary hitman not only enjoyed premium services, but also served as a hotel's hallmark and core. Annual ratings for continental hotels worldwide were influenced by whether a hotel had a legendary hitman, by as much as a quarter of the score. Now that Meng Zu was with S.H.I.E.L.D., he could no longer be evaluated for that status. Meng Zu grinned and tried to console Winston. Don't be so down, Winston. Maybe one day he'll leave that Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. Perhaps, Winston said, taking a sip of his drink. Despite his words, he didn't believe Meng Zu could ever leave S.H.I.E.L.D. It was a behemoth that even the high table above the hotel dared not offend. When an official organization's member joined the Continental, there were usually only two outcomes: either complete a mandatory mission to revoke membership or be eliminated outright. Meng Zu's case, being a contractor who could still enjoy hotel services, was rare. After confirming from Winston that everything Carlson had said was true, Meng Zu chatted with him for a few more minutes before leaving the hotel. Meng Zu carried 2 large boxes from the room into his car, intending to head over immediately, since the real estate agent had informed him that the property was ready. He had no plans to sell this house, considering the considerable room for real estate appreciation. When Meng Zu arrived at his new home, the agent was already waiting for him in the front yard. Mr. Evan, here are the keys. The agent handed over the spare keys. Also, there's a guest waiting for you in the living room. A guest? This puzzled Meng Zu, as he hadn't told anyone about this new house. Who is it? Go in and see for yourself. The agent left him with a riddle, then got into his car and drove off. Meng Zu glanced at the half-open door, but didn't rush in to see who was in the living room. Instead, he parked the car in the garage, picked up the 2 large boxes, and pushed the door open to enter. Entering, he gently kicked the door shut with his foot, and carrying the boxes walked into the living room to find 2 familiar faces: Tony Stark and his driver Happy, sitting on the sofa watching TV. Happy nodded with a smile, while Tony merely glanced at Meng Zu before continuing to chuckle at the television program. Setting the 2 boxes on the floor, Meng Zu addressed Tony Stark, who was sipping soda and watching TV. I'm definitely filing a complaint against that agent for letting strangers into my home without the owner being present. Tony turned to Meng Zu and said nonchalantly, he probably won't care because the generous Mr. Tony Stark compensated him for his trouble. Huh, just because you're rich doesn't mean. Well, fine, being rich is impressive. A real fat cat, Meng Zu thought with a smirk. I was wondering who could track me down to my new place before I even told anyone. Seeing you, I'm not surprised. Meng Zu sat down on another sofa, opened a bottle of soda from the table, and asked, what brings you here? I came to thank you for saving Pepper the other night. Tony set down his soda, pulled out his checkbook and pen, scribbled a number, tore it off, and placed it on the table. This is your reward. Meng Zu picked up the check and saw it was for $50 million. He smiled and said, as expected from Tony Stark, truly generous. But unfortunately, I can't accept this. He pushed the check back. Tony looked at him with surprise. According to my intel, you love money. What's the matter? Not enough. I do like money, but I earn mine through labor. That night, I was there to get revenge on Obadiah, saving Miss Potts was just incidental. I may not be as wealthy as you, Tony Stark, but am not so pitiful as to need charity. Meng Zu's eyes glinted. This isn't charity, it's gratitude. Tony frowned at him. It's the same thing. No, it's not. Tony said seriously. I don't like owing people favors. Meng Zu smiled. Mr. Stark, you don't owe me any favors. Tony thought for a moment. Evan, I must repay the favor of you saving Pepper. Since you don't want money, let's change the reward. My investigation into you revealed a number of past illegal activities. Though there's no direct evidence, exposure could still be harmful. I can clear all of that up for you as compensation. How does that sound? Damn, Coulson used this same leverage yesterday, and now Tony Stark is doing it too. Did they plan this? Meng Zu was speechless. If Tony had offered this before Coulson's visit yesterday, Meng Zu would have agreed. But it was useless now. No need. Someone is already handling that for me. Seeing Tony's brow furrow in thought, Meng Zu asked, Mr. Stark, are you determined to repay this so-called favor? Tony nodded. Of course. As long as it's not too outrageous, I'll grant it. Alright, I understand. Wait a moment. Meng Zu got up, took a box, and went down to the basement. From his storage space, he retrieved a blood orchid. He had refused the check precisely for this purpose. Although Tony Stark had many flaws, arrogance, a sharp tongue, womanizing, he was a proud man who disliked being indebted to anyone. Meng Zu couldn't figure out the blood orchid himself, but Tony Stark could. He was an expert in countless fields. In Iron Man 3, Tony had once given Maya Hansen a formula that led to the creation of Extremis, and he had also cured Pepper after she was injected with it. So entrusting the blood orchid to Tony Stark would surely yield results. A few minutes later, Tony saw Meng Zu return to the living room, holding a flower with soil still clinging to its roots. Once you've figured out the research results on this, our accounts are settled. Meng Zu placed the blood orchid on the table. Tony picked it up and examined it closely, realizing he had never seen anything like it. What kind of flower is this? It's a blood orchid. Blood orchid. Blood orchid. Tony was initially puzzled, but quickly recalled the relevant records. I thought it was just a rumor. I can't believe it actually exists. So you know what it does, eh? Of course. But that's only from a single study by Houghton in 1892. No other research records exist. It's more likely a hoax. Tony poured cold water on the idea. Meng Zu shook his head with a smile. Not true. I've seen mutated anacondas that had eaten the blood orchid. It extended their lifespan. They were at least 15 meters long, and there were over a dozen of them all that size. Tony pondered this. Over a dozen. Then its effects might be real. Happy the bystander was lost, wondering what exactly the blood orchid did. Tony, ever the businessman, immediately saw the potential. Where did you get this? Borneo. I'll give you half the profits from any products developed from it. Meng Zu shrugged. I did find it in the primeval rainforest of Borneo. But I'm sorry to say the blood orchid's habitat and those mutated anacondas were destroyed. Landslides and mudslides triggered by an explosion wiped it all out. That was its only location. Tony stared at Meng Zu, guessing he had blown up the place to deal with the anacondas. What a waste. But Tony wasn't one to give up easily. Since Meng Zu had one blood orchid, he might have more. A single blood orchid is only good for research. It's useless for developing a product. Seeing Tony staring intently, Meng Zu knew what he was thinking. But he didn't intend to hand over the remaining orchids just yet. He wanted to tease him a bit first. Can't you just cultivate it? Once you have more, you can start the research. Tony retorted. The blood orchid only blooms for 6 months and has a dormant period of 7 years. Cultivating it requires experimentation. With just one, if it dies, all the work is for nothing. Meng Zu said in an exaggerated tone, You're Tony Stark. Surely something this small can't stump you. Oomph. Tony gave a cold laugh and fell silent, having figured out that Meng Zu definitely had more. Seeing Tony's reaction, Meng Zu stopped teasing him. Chuckling, he said, Alright, I did pick a few more blood orchids to bring back. I knew it. Without me, that flower is utterly useless, Tony thought coldly. How many more do you have? Meng Zu counted in his head. 27 more. Tony was astonished. 27. Are they all intact like this one? That's plenty. With that many blood orchids, we have enough for both cultivation and research. Tony was a man of action and immediately reached for his phone to call for someone to bring containers for the orchids. But just as he was about to dial, Meng Zu stopped him. Meng Zu explained, I forgot to tell you. Everyone thinks the blood orchid is completely destroyed. Now only the 3 of us in this room know it still exists. I understand. Tony gave Meng Zu a long, meaningful look. Happy, act as if you never saw this. Tell no one. Happy nodded solemnly. Understood, Mr. Stark. He'll forget this ever happened. Tony asked Meng Zu, where are the other flowers? In the box I just took, Meng Zu replied. Tony was exasperated. Unbelievable. You keep something so precious in a box like that. An hour later, people from Stark Industries arrived at Meng Zu's house, left a large glass container, and departed. Meng Zu went to the basement, retrieved the remaining blood orchids from his storage space, and brought them to the living room. After Tony loaded all the blood orchids into the glass container, he pressed a few buttons, turning the transparent glass opaque black. Before Happy carried the box out, Tony reiterated, As I said before, I'll split half the profits from any future products developed from this with you. Meng Zu had no objection to half the profits as he lacked the expertise. Then I wish you success in your research, Mr. Stark. Meng Zu carried another box into the bedroom, placing the clothes inside into the wardrobe. He then went down to the basement, retrieved some tools, and began creating small hidden compartments in the room to store certain items. After finishing these tasks, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Glancing at the empty refrigerator, Meng Zu drove to the supermarket. Having moved into a new home, there were many things he needed. Not only the trunk, but also the back seats were packed full. On his way back, Meng Zu inadvertently glanced into a small alley. Though the alley was dimly lit, he could still see two people pinned to the wall by a mass of white substance, while a red figure rapidly crawled across the wall, leaping to the rooftop in the blink of an eye and vanishing. Has Peter Parker already become Spider-Man? Though he recognized the figure, there had been no reports about Spider-Man, yet especially from the Daily Bugle. Returning home, he put away all the purchased items, changed clothes, and went to the basement to exercise. After working up a sweat, he showered and went to sleep. At 3 in the morning, Meng Zu suddenly opened his eyes, his danger sense triggered. Without turning on the lights, he got out of bed, not even bothering with slippers, retrieved a pistol and a silencer from his storage space, attached the silencer, quietly opened the door, and stepped out. There's no one in the downstairs room. Then he must be on the second floor. In the darkness, voices murmured softly, but in this silent environment, whispers were no different from shouts to Meng Zu. The people downstairs began to ascend. 3 of them. Meng Zu discerned their number from the sound of their footsteps climbing the stairs. Though he did not know who these 3 were, the fact that they triggered his danger sense meant they harbored malicious intent. Meng Zu did not rush to confront them directly, but instead planned to wait for them to come up and meet them face-to-face around the corner. Meng Zu waited silently. When all 3 had ascended and turned toward him, 3 muffled gunshots rang out. A splash of red and white matter burst from the backs of their heads. Watching the 3 instantly collapse, Meng Zu frowned. He had clearly seen surprise on their faces. With no lights on in the house, they could still see in the dark, just like him, relying only on the faint light filtering in from outside. This alone indicated they were no ordinary individuals. Yet from their movements and reactions, they seemed like common people. Seeing the 3 with their heads blown open, Meng Zu had no intention of approaching to inspect them. He kept his gun trained on their bodies, as his danger sense had not yet subsided. Though he didn't understand why, Meng Zu trusted that his danger sense would not trigger without reason. Thus a bizarre scene unfolded in the darkness. Meng Zu aimed his gun at 3 corpses lying on the floor, all remaining motionless. Time passed slowly. After 10 minutes, Meng Zu suddenly sensed a dark, chaotic aura emanating from the surroundings. As soon as this aura appeared, a look of disgust spread across his face, for it stirred an inexplicable urge to kill within him. Though the impulse was fleeting, it was clear his mind had been affected, and his mental fortitude was over 3 times stronger than an ordinary person's. Meng Zu fixed his gaze on one of the corpses. The source of this aura was that body. Though he didn't know what was happening, he could tell this aura belonged to a dark creature. Without a second thought, Meng Zu switched his bullets to holy light rounds and fired at it. In the darkness, a bullet glowing with golden light streaked toward its target. Just as the holy light bullet was about to strike the corpse beside it, suddenly leaped up, shielding the target and taking the shot. The other corpse also sprang up and charged at Meng Zu. He turned his gun and fired a holy light bullet, hitting it. The corpse fell to the ground and lay still. In the instant Meng Zu was distracted by the 2 corpses, a plume of black gas erupted from the remaining body and lunged at him. He quickly fired several holy light rounds. Though the black gas shrank significantly after being hit by the holy light bullets, it was not destroyed. In an instant, it surged into Meng Zu's body. Panic flashed across Meng Zu's face. But before any strange reaction could occur, his danger sense subsided. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in his mind. A low-level demon attempting to devour the host's soul had triggered the system's protection function. The low-level demon was annihilated, and the host received 500 higher points. Meng Zu quickly realized what had happened. This thing was a demon. It had entered his body intending to devour his soul and take over, but his soul was bound to the system. The system destroyed it instantly, gifting him 500 higher points for free. This demon really delivered itself to my doorstep like takeout. What a genius. Meng Zu grumbled inwardly, then turned on the hallway light to inspect the 3 corpses. But they were rapidly decomposing, their faces already unrecognizable, and a foul stench filled the air. He hurriedly opened several windows to let in fresh air. By the time he returned, the 3 corpses had completely dissolved into pools of foul liquid, leaving only their clothes behind. Looks like there's nothing to find out. Meng Zu went downstairs to fetch tools, cleaned up the mess, sprayed an entire bottle of air freshener, and went back to sleep. The next morning, the house no longer smelled of decay. Meng Zu drove to the company. Frank and Uncle Yang were both out on assignments. Yang Hai immediately said to Meng Zu, "Zugu Stark Industries' stock has gone up." Meng Zu was taken aback. Had the stock risen before Tony Stark even unveiled his new energy source? But he quickly figured out the reason. Is it because he admitted to being Iron Man? Yang Hai chuckled. Yeah. People think Tony Stark will eventually sell his Iron Man suits, so many are buying Stark Industries stock. It's been rising steadily, and we're making a profit. Good, it's going up. Yang Hai asked, "Zugu, do you think Tony Stark will sell his Iron Man suits to the military? Should I buy more stock?" Tony Stark will never sell his Iron Man suits even if the military pressures him. Meng Zu shook his head. But once he puts the invention he's working on into use, the company's stock will rise even more. I've already spent all my money. As for you, it's up to you. Hearing this, Yang Hai pondered, "Let me think about it." Meanwhile, Peter Parker was posing for a group photo with his classmates, teachers, and the principal. Today was his high school graduation day. After the photo was taken, these 17 or 18-year-old students gathered in small groups to bid each other farewell. A handsome blonde young man said to Peter Parker, "Peter, how about going out together during the break?" Peter shook his head and replied, "No thanks, Harry. I plan to find a part-time job during the break to ease Aunt May's financial burden." Harry, aware of Peter's family situation, could only say helplessly, "All right, that's a pity." Mary Jane, the red-haired beauty holding Harry's arm, said cheerfully, "Peter, Harry and I will bring you a gift when we come back." Peter looked at Mary Jane and smiled, offering his blessings to the couple. "Harry, have a wonderful time with Jane." Harry grinned and lightly punched Peter's chest with his fist, saying, "Peter, we're off then. See you at school at the end of August." "Yes, see you then, Harry Jane." Harry and Mary Jane waved vigorously at Peter before getting into the car. Peter responded with a bright smile and a wave. As the sedan drove away, Peter lowered his arm, and the radiant smile on his face instantly seemed strained, even tinged with a faint melancholy. Only after the vehicle carrying the two vanished from his sight did Peter turn and walk toward the bus stop. When Peter returned home, Aunt May had already prepared lunch. As they ate, Aunt May asked Peter, "Peter, where do you plan to go for the break?" Peter replied, "Aunt May, I don't plan to go anywhere. I'm going to find a part-time job so I can cover my college tuition." Hearing this, Aunt May felt a pang of sorrow. While other children were going out to enjoy their graduation break, Peter couldn't. She held Peter's hand, her eyes reddening slightly, and said, "Peter, it's so hard on you." Peter gently squeezed Aunt May's hand and comforted her. "Don't say that, Aunt May. You and Uncle Ben have been so good to me all these years." "Peter, have you decided what kind of part-time job to get?" Peter said, "I plan to work as a photojournalist for the Daily Bugle, selling them news photos." "That sounds good. I remember you love taking photos with your camera." But Peter remembered not to go to dangerous places for photos. "Don't worry too much about tuition. The money Ben left is enough for your college years," Aunt May advised Peter. Peter smiled and said, "Don't worry, Aunt May. I won't go to dangerous places. I got into Empire State University with excellent grades, so the tuition isn't that high. Ordinary news photos will be enough to earn the money." "That's good." George Stacy pretended to go to work at the police station that morning, not telling his family he had moved his vacation to today. After loitering around the station for a while, he checked the time and drove to his daughter's school, planning to surprise her. After waiting outside the school for about 10 minutes, the students filed out of the gate one after another, brimming with excitement. Soon George Stacy spotted his daughter. Gwen Stacy was walking and chatting with 3 female classmates when a sudden car horn sounded behind them, startling the 4 girls. Gwen turned around and saw a familiar black sedan with her father George Stacy behind the wheel. Seeing George Stacy smiling and waving at her, Gwen pretended to glare at him for his mischievous prank. After saying goodbye to her 3 classmates, she opened the rear door and got in. Once seated in the back, Gwen said cheerfully, "Old George, a cop slacking off during work hours. That's not like you." "What can I say?" Old George missed his daughter, George replied with a smile. Gwen's eyes flickered as she thought for a moment and said, "No, you can't fool me. Old George, you didn't go to work today, did you?" "Oh, you really are my daughter figuring that out," George said with a chuckle. "Of course I'm just that smart," Gwen said proudly. George drove while asking, "Gwen, where do you plan to go for the break?" Gwen sighed and said, "I can't go on a break." "Why?" George asked in confusion. "Because..." Gwen paused. "I received an invitation from Professor Kurt Connors at Empire State University. He wants me to intern in his lab during the break and learn from him." George exclaimed in surprise. "You agreed?" "Gwen, this is your once-in-a-lifetime graduation break." "Of course I agreed. Professor Connors is an expert in genetic research. Many enrolled students don't get the chance to join his experimental team. Since I have this opportunity before even starting college, I'm not going to miss it," Gwen said excitedly. George shrugged and said, "All right, I was planning to take a long vacation and travel with the family during your graduation break. But since you've already decided, I guess I'll have to give up on that idea." Sorry, Dad. What are we having for lunch?" Gwen said with a giggle. George thought for a moment and said, "Let's go home, pick up your mom, and eat at that newly opened 3-star restaurant. I've heard the food there is quite good." Hearing this, Gwen said happily, "Wow, old George is being so generous. I'm going to eat a whole lot this time." Haha. In a favela in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, a man in a hood walked cautiously down the street, carefully observing the surroundings. Soon he spotted a suitable lodging. After paying, he entered the room and first went to the window. Standing by it, he lifted a corner of the curtain and peered out cautiously, checking every direction. Only when he was sure there was no danger did he sit on the bed and pull down his hood. Bruce Banner let out a deep breath as he lay on the bed. As he relaxed, the fatigue in his body quickly overwhelmed him, and before long he fell asleep. Ever since the accident in the lab exposed Bruce Banner to gamma rays, transforming him into the Hulk, he had been relentlessly pursued by the military under General Ross' command. While Banner could easily eliminate these pursuing soldiers, as the Hulk, their leader General Ross was unfortunately his father-in-law. Neither Banner nor the Hulk wanted a direct confrontation with General Ross, leaving him with no choice but to evade them. Although the U.S. military's combat effectiveness was lacking, their intelligence was formidable. Each time Banner only escaped capture by transforming into the Hulk. For years he had lived a fugitive life, constantly moving and hiding. To better avoid pursuit after careful thought, Banner had come to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil the previous day. The city had many favelas with complex populations and virtually no surveillance, making it harder for the U.S. military to find him. After waking up, Bruce Banner first carefully observed from the window. Confirming there was no danger, he put on his hood and went out. After a poor lunch, he felt the dwindling money in his pocket and decided to find a job. Otherwise, when his funds ran out, he wouldn't even have a place to stay. Soon Bruce Banner found a local labor agency and immediately spotted a suitable job. A soda bottling plant was hiring workers. Bang! Watching the woman with twisted broken legs burn to ashes after being struck by a holy light bullet, Meng Zu opened his earpiece and said, "Your intelligence was wrong. There is no cult organization, just a few unruly vampires hunting. Evan, find those vampires and eliminate them all." Coulson's voice came through the earpiece. Meng Zu said directly, "Coulson, my mission was only to investigate the cult. It's clear now? Vampires are S.H.I.E.L.D.'s problem. Evan, you're also a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. External." Hearing this, Coulson asked with some frustration, "What will it take for you to act?" Meng Zu's lips curled up immediately, and he smiled. "Simple, pay more. Fine, as long as you deal with those vampires, your mission bonus will be tripled." Coulson agreed to Meng Zu's demand. After hanging up, Meng Zu cheerfully pursued the two vampires who had fled earlier. It had been half a month since Meng Zu last saw Coulson. That afternoon, Coulson called him out, and at a coffee shop issued his first mission to investigate a new cult in New York. This left Meng Zu speechless. He mocked Coulson on the spot. "Huh? You need me to look into this? Isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. supposed to know everything?" Ignoring Meng Zu's sarcasm, Coulson began briefing him on the cult. It had appeared in New York just a week ago. Every night 2 or 3 people went missing, only to be found dead the next day, headless. S.H.I.E.L.D. suspected a new cult was active. They tried sting operations, sending agents into the cult's territory at night, but only caught gang members. There was no trace of any cult. To catch this cult, Coulson thought of Meng Zu. According to research, Meng Zu was skilled at finding people, so Coulson arranged the meeting. After some haggling, Meng Zu agreed to the mission when the bonus was raised to $30,000. That night, Meng Zu went alone to investigate the location Coulson provided. Soon he encountered 4 vampires. After a skirmish, he killed one, broke another's legs, and the other 2 fled. After interrogation, he learned the so-called cult was just these 4 vampires hunting humans for blood. To avoid detection, they severed and disposed of the victims' heads. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s bait agents had been spotted long ago, but the vampires avoided direct confrontation with the government. Soon Meng Zu caught up to a vampire leaping across rooftops ahead. Without hesitation, he raised his gun and fired a holy light bullet, hitting it in the head. Watching it burn to ashes, he immediately turned to pursue the last fleeing vampire. Ryan was a bartender at a nightclub, a humble job, but his colleagues would never guess he was a vampire. Ryan had been turned a few years ago. The vampire who turned him taught him how to survive in modern society and then left New York. For years, Ryan lived as instructed, working nights at the club, hiding indoors during the day, and buying blood bags from the black market when hungry. He thought life would go on like this until he met 3 vampires from out of town, changing everything. These 3 had been turned by the same vampire a year ago. Unlike Ryan, they refused blood bags and craved fresh human blood. After hearing their ecstatic descriptions of drinking from the living, Ryan naive as he was felt tempted and wanted to try it himself. So the 4 began hunting lone young men and women at night. After his first taste of living blood, Ryan became deeply addicted. To avoid police attention, they hunted cautiously each night until they encountered Meng Zu. Pale-faced, Ryan fled frantically through the alleys toward his home, now missing an arm. He had torn it off himself after being hit by Meng Zu's holy light bullet, desperate to survive. Ryan stumbled and crashed into a trash can. Gasping, he propped himself against the wall with one hand. He realized he was too weak and urgently needed blood, or he might pass out. If he collapsed, even if Meng Zu didn't find him, the morning sun would finish him off. It seemed fate took pity on Ryan's plight. As he shuffled forward, he encountered a young woman drunk over a breakup. Watching her stagger, Ryan couldn't help but smile. Ryan forced himself to her side, pretending to be a good Samaritan. As she leaned on him, his fangs emerged. Seeing her exposed neck within reach, he bit down without hesitation, while the drunken girl remained blissfully unaware of her fate. Just as Ryan was about to sink his teeth into her neck, bang! A gunshot rang out. A bullet glowing faintly gold flew from the darkness, striking Ryan's head. Instantly, he burned to a pile of ashes. The drunken girl, losing support, collapsed to the ground. Meng Zu stepped out of the shadows and said into the phone, "The last vampire is dealt with. Good. Your bonus will be in your account by morning." Hanging up, Meng Zu frowned at the girl lying like a pile of mud. After pondering for about 3 seconds, he made a decision. Grabbing her by the back of her clothes, he lifted her entirely, leaving her drunk in an alley like this risked her being taken advantage of. So out of kindness, he decided to toss her onto the street. Someone would see her and call the police, leaving it to them. Just then a strand of webbing stuck to the girl's back. As Meng Zu froze in surprise, a shadow leaped from the rooftop, yanking the girl from his grasp. Wearing a redan blue suit, Peter Parker held the girl and said, "Hey buddy, what are you doing with a girl late at night? Or are you inviting your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man to a 3-person party?" When Peter Parker first stepped into the Daily Bugle to deliver the photos he had taken to his boss J. Jonah Jameson, the man picked through them with a critical eye, selecting only a few before paying Peter a meager $50. Though the sum was modest for Peter, it marked a promising beginning. However, in the days that followed, Jameson found none of Peter's photos worthy of his approval, bluntly remarking that they were all worthless garbage. Unable to swallow the insult, Peter couldn't help but argue with his boss. Finally, exasperated by Peter's persistence, Jameson said, "Listen, kid, you want to earn money for college, don't you? I've heard there's a fellow running around New York called Spider-Man. If you can get me a picture of him, he'll pay you for it." Hearing this, Peter's eyes lit up. Taking a picture of himself. What a brilliant idea. Why hadn't he thought of that? Without a second thought, Peter agreed to Jameson's proposal. Watching the boy leave with such confidence, Jameson scoffed and returned to his chair to handle his affairs. He had only said that to get rid of Peter. If Spider-Man were that easy to photograph, someone would have done it by now. Yet to his astonishment, the very next day Peter Parker returned with pictures of Spider-Man, some of which featured rather flamboyant poses. Examining the photos, Jameson asked, "How did you get these, kid?" Peter smiled and replied, "Trade secret. Fine, these photos are garbage, but since I made a promise yesterday, I'll give you $200 for them." Though Jameson dismissed the photos as rubbish, it was merely a tactic to drive down the price. Hearing only $200, Peter objected, "That's too low." "Then take them elsewhere." Jameson handed the photos back to Peter. Just as Peter packed them up and started to leave, Jameson quickly called out, "Sit down. Let me see them again." Peter handed the photos back. To mask his embarrassment, Jameson flipped through them hastily. "They'll give you $300. That's the standard rate." This time Peter had no objections and happily sold the Spider-Man photos to Jameson. The next day, the Daily Bugle featured Spider-Man on its front page, introducing New York to the second superhero after Iron Man. From then on, Peter grew bolder. Where he once fought crime only at night, he now appeared in broad daylight as well. Meng Zu stared at Peter Parker with an expressionless face, inwardly sighing at their encounters. He had come across Spider-Man twice during the day while the latter was performing his heroic deeds. Perhaps emboldened by the mask that concealed his face, Peter had a habit of taunting criminals relentlessly until they were provoked into a frenzy, only then subduing them. Seeing Meng Zu staring at him in silence, Peter couldn't resist quipping, "Hey buddy, why are you staring at me like that? Don't tell me you've got a thing for me besides this drunk girl." Hearing this, Meng Zu's eyelid twitched. To avoid more of Peter's banter, he said, "FBI, since you love meddling Spider-Man, take this drunk girl to the police station yourself." As he spoke, Meng Zu pulled out an FBI badge to show Peter. Coulson had arranged it for him, yes. HIELD. Often posed as government agencies like the FBI, CIA, NSA, or even the IRS when operating in the field. Coulson had given Meng Zu this badge to smooth over any encounters with the police during missions. Having said his piece, Meng Zu turned and walked away into the alley without another word. Peter scratched his head watching him leave. He couldn't tell if the FBI badge was genuine, but what if it was? Attacking him would cause trouble, and the drunk girl was now in his arms with no harm done to her. Deciding to take it at face value, Peter held the girl with one hand, extended his wrist toward the rooftop, and shot a white web from his web shooter. With a tug, he leaped 10 meters into the air, landing on the roof. Then, carrying the girl, he raced toward the police station. Back home, Meng Zu cheerfully prepared himself a dinner. What had started as a single mission had turned into two, earning him an extra 200 employment points. The earlier investigation into the cult had netted him 80 points. After washing the dishes and taking a shower, Meng Zu went to bed. The next morning, he drove to work. Passing a commercial plaza, he noticed a large screen showing Jameson, the Daily Bugle's owner, who declared with righteous indignation, "Spider-Man is a pest to this city, engaging in unlawful vigilantism, causing chaos and endangering the public. Even that skin-tight suit can't hide his vile nature. Exposing the truth has always been our paper's mission, and I will uncover his ugly face. Let's see who that wretched webslinger really is." Meng Zu silently applauded Jameson. Ever since the Daily Bugle had reported on Spider-Man, Jameson had been lambasting him daily, whether in print or on television. He was truly Spider-Man's #1 hater. Yet Iron Man Tony Stark also engaged in vigilantism, and Jameson never went after him, probably because Tony was just too wealthy. At 11 in the morning, Meng Zu was organizing recent cases with Yang Hai when the sound of footsteps echoed up the stairs. A young, slender white woman with black hair under a cap stumbled up to the second floor, clutching a liquor bottle. As she approached, Meng Zu and Yang Hai were hit by a pungent smell of alcohol. Yang Hai pinched his nose and exclaimed, "Good heavens, Jessica. Didn't you promise my dad you'd quit drinking? How are you at it again?" This woman was Jessica Jones, 18 years old, and a private detective. a rookie who had been on the job for less than a month. A few days ago, Uncle Yang had encountered her in Hell's Kitchen while on a mission as she was being harassed by some thugs. After driving them off and learning her story, he brought her into the company as a detective. From Uncle Yang, Meng Zu learned that Jessica's family had been in a car accident a year ago, killing her parents and younger brother. She was the sole survivor. After spending months in a coma, she finally awoke and was later adopted by the Jones family. After graduating high school this summer without getting into college, she found work at a detective agency until meeting Uncle Yang. Every time Jessica missed her family, she blamed herself. If she hadn't argued with her brother, her father wouldn't have been distracted while driving, leading to the accident. To drown out the painful memories, she turned to alcohol. Jessica stepped in front of the two men and tossed a ring onto the table, saying, "Stop the nonsense, show me how much this thing is worth." Seeing Jessica, Meng Zu frowned and snatched the wine bottle from her hand, saying, "Go wash your face, you smell too much like alcohol." Once Jessica went to the restroom, Yang Hai picked up the ring from the table and examined it for a moment, saying, "It seems to be platinum." He then took out a lighter and held it to the ring, quickly burning the area under the flame until it turned black. Watching this, Yang Hai tossed the ring back onto the table and said, "TCH, platinum, not worth anything." Jessica came out of the restroom and asked Meng Zu and Yang Hai, "How's the item?" "It's platinum, not worth much, at most a little over 100. Where did you get this thing?" Yang Hai asked Jessica. "I snatched it from a few small thugs. They really are poor fools," Jessica complained while sitting on the sofa. Hearing this, Meng Zu and Yang Hai exchanged glances, helplessly curling their lips. Sometimes doing commission tasks required investigating in remote areas, and Jessica's looks weren't bad, so she would occasionally attract some small thugs, and being a fiery girl, her only response was to beat them up. Meng Zu asked Jessica, "Where's Frank?" Jessica lay on the sofa squinting her eyes and drunkenly replied, "He's in the back, should be back soon." After Yang Shu brought Jessica into the company, he arranged for her to accompany Frank on commissions. On one hand, Jessica was a rookie, and on the other, at 18 years old, he was naturally concerned for her safety. Frank was steady, experienced in society, and skilled, so with him watching over Jessica, there was no need to worry about any accidents. Yang Hai picked up the ring from the table and asked, "Jessica, how do you plan to handle this ring?" "You handle it for me, just give me the money later," Jessica said without raising her head. Meng Zu smiled at Yang Hai, who shrugged helplessly, saying, "Looks like I'm going to do some free errands." Meng Zu got up, took the wine bottle to the restroom, poured the remaining alcohol into the toilet, and then tossed the empty bottle into the trash can. Seeing that Jessica had already fallen asleep on the sofa, the two continued to quietly sort out the remaining commission documents. 20 minutes later, Frank returned, and seeing Jessica sleeping on the sofa, sighed helplessly. He took out a paper bag from his pocket and placed it on the table, saying, "This commission has been completed. Then he'll notify the employer to come pick it up in the afternoon." Yang Hai placed the paper bag in a drawer. Frank, did anything happen on the way? Meng Zu took a bottle of soda from the fridge and handed it to Frank. "Thanks, Ivan." Frank opened the bottle and took a big gulp, then glanced at Jessica, saying silently, "Just as we were about to return, Jessica threw up in my car, so I had to wash it." "Haha, you shouldn't have let her drink. I advised her, but Jessica insisted on drinking. What could I do?" Frank shrugged helplessly. "You should be firmer. After all, Jessica is supposed to follow you." Meng Zu patted Frank on the shoulder. After lunch, Meng Zu and Yang Hai continued to sort things out. Frank took a commission to investigate a cheating husband and left while no one was watching Jessica, so she continued to sleep on the sofa. Jessica slept until 7 p.m., and after washing her face, she went home, while Meng Zu and Yang Hai continued sorting things out. When it was 7:30, Meng Zu asked Yang Hai, who was rummaging through the cabinet, "Xiao Hai, stop it, let's go eat. We'll finish the rest tomorrow." "No, brother Zhu, you go eat. They'll finish this up." Yang Hai replied without looking back. "Do you want me to come back and help you after dinner?" "No need, there's only a little left, I can finish it myself." "All right, then I'm off." Sitting in the car, Meng Zu opened the map on his phone and muttered softly, "I heard there's a new restaurant that tastes pretty good. It's a bit out of the way, but let's go try it." After finding the location on the map, he started the car and set off. According to the navigation, Meng Zu finally arrived at his destination after an hour. The distance wasn't far, it was just that the traffic was heavy at that time, making a half-hour journey take a full hour. After getting out of the car and closing the door, Meng Zu walked into the restaurant. It was a Chinese restaurant, not very large, with about 14 tables inside. From the decor, there was not a hint of any Eastern elements, but online reviews claimed they served authentic Sichuan cuisine, and the owner wasn't even Chinese. Upon entering the restaurant, Meng Zu found it quite busy, with only 3 booths left empty. The cashier was a blonde young man, and Meng Zu directly chose a booth to sit down. Before long, a waitress came over with the menu. Meng Zu took the menu and found that it was just like those in Huaxia, even featuring pictures. The front had American Chinese dishes, while the later pages displayed authentic Sichuan dishes with names written in both Chinese and English. This one, and this one, plus 2 bowls of rice and a glass of iced fruit juice." Meng Zu pointed at several dishes on the menu and said to the waitress, "Sir, would you like some appetizers before your meal?" They'll have a serving of 3-color ice cream." Originally, Meng Zu didn't want to eat, but seeing that 2 tables hadn't received their dishes yet, he realized that his order would take a while, so he decided to have something else to pass the time. When the iced fruit juice and 3-color ice cream arrived, Meng Zu handed the bill and tipped to the waitress. While slowly eating the ice cream, he couldn't help but frown as a few tables of guests began to speak louder, which was quite annoying. To avoid being disturbed by the noise, he took out his headphones from his pocket, plugged them into his phone, and turned on the music player, increasing the volume just enough to drown out the outside noise. About 20 minutes later, the dishes Meng Zu ordered finally arrived. After taking a bite, he found it to be truly authentic Sichuan cuisine, without any modifications, though the taste was just above average, not comparable to those well-known Chinese restaurants in Chinatown. However, its price was much more affordable, making it worth the money. As Meng Zu was eating leisurely, 2 men, 1 black and 1 white, walked into the restaurant. The white man was tall and grim-looking, wearing a light yellow thin trench coat in the middle of summer, while the other black man, also tall, appeared slightly weaker compared to the white man, his face completely dark, reflecting light under the illumination. As the 2 entered, the waitress came over to greet them, but saw the white man pull out a large paper bag and a handgun from his coat, while the black man lifted his shirt to reveal a gun hidden at his waist, aiming it at the golden-haired cashier. The white man threw the paper bag to the waitress and pointed his gun at the dining customers, saying, "Everyone listen up, hand over everything valuable on you to this waitress. I'll say it once. Don't try anything funny, or I'll give you a bullet. Understand?" It was already 9:30 in the evening, and aside from Meng Zu, only 2 other tables had patrons in the restaurant. Yet, even counting everyone in the establishment, there were no more than 11 people. Thus, the duo's target was not the customers, but the Chinese restaurant itself. The earlier remark was merely a pretext, a way to bag some extra cash while they were at it. Every person in the restaurant was a bona fide American, well acquainted with such a scene. The cashier, acting with prudence, refrained from reaching for the pistol hidden in the drawer beneath the counter. Instead, he cooperatively extracted the money from the register, placing it swiftly on the countertop. The customers, equally compliant, emptied their pockets of valuables into the paper bag held by the waitress. For the sake of a paltry sum, risking one's life was hardly worth it. The waitress then approached Meng Zu. "Sir, could you please take off your headphones?" Spotting the waitress before him, Meng Zu removed his earpiece and asked, puzzled, "What's the matter?" "Sir, there's an armed robbery. They're demanding we put all our valuables into this bag," the waitress replied, setting the paper bag on the table. Armed robbery. Meng Zu turned around and saw 2 men, 1 black and 1 white, brandishing guns at the crowd. A closer look revealed them to be ordinary folks wielding firearms. The burly white man, noticing Meng Zu's hesitation, strode over and pressed his gun against Meng Zu's head, cursing, "Yellow monkey, didn't you hear her? Hand over everything valuable and stuff it in the bag." Hearing this, Meng Zu's expression darkened. He looked at the white robber with disdain and said, "Buddy, are you sure you want everything valuable I have on me?" Meng Zu's contemptuous demeanor ignited the white robber's fury. He shoved the gun barrel against Meng Zu's forehead, sneering, "Yellow monkey, looks like you're asking for a bullet." All right. I get your point. He'll take out everything valuable right now," Meng Zu said hastily. Believing Meng Zu had been cowed, the white robber watched as Meng Zu, with a slightly lewd motion, reached into his own crotch. From his pants, he produced a Glock and placed it on the table, followed by an M4 carbine, an MI6 assault rifle, a Remington M870, an M99 sniper rifle, TNT explosives, hand grenades, flashbangs, smoke grenades, a tactical knife, a bulletproof vest, and various magazines for the guns, all piling into a massive heap on the table. As the 2 robbers and everyone else in the restaurant stared in terror, Meng Zu pulled out an ID badge bearing the letters FBI. "Hold on, there's also an M72 light and a tank weapon stuck in there. Ooh, I need a moment." Under the white robber's horrified gaze, Meng Zu rummaged around in his crotch for a while before extracting an M72 law rocket launcher and setting it heavily on the table. "Is this enough, pal? If not, I've got an M249 squad automatic weapon I can pull out for you too," Meng Zu said with a grin. "Fuck, who the hell are you?" the white robber demanded, his hand trembling as he gripped his gun. The black robber quickly stepped in, pressing down the white robber's gun hand. He realized they had run into serious trouble, a big shot. If the white guy's hand twitched and fired, they'd be dead for sure. "As you can see, FBI," Meng Zu said, picking up the FBI badge from the table and showing it to them. "FBI? Yeah, right. If FBI agents were this hardcore, there wouldn't be any gangs left in America," the black robber thought bitterly. Forcing a strained smile, he said to Meng Zu, "Officer, this was just an April Fool's prank that got a bit out of hand. Sorry for disturbing your meal. We'll be on our way now." "But this gentleman just said he wanted all my valuables." No, it's just a prank. It doesn't count. Right, Jack?" the black robber interjected quickly. The white robber snapped back to reality and nodded with a forced smile. "Yeah, like fussin', said it's a prank. Doesn't count. We're leaving now, officer." "Wait. Let me see those 2 guns," Meng Zu said. Meng Zu stepped forward and without ceremony took the Ruger P85 pistols from their hands. The 2 considered resisting, but the menacing aura radiating from Meng Zu warned them that any resistance would mean certain death. Meng Zu tossed both pistols onto the table. These are dangerous. They'll keep them safe for you, all right. Of course, officer, the two replied with forced smiles. Suddenly Meng Zu delivered a heavy punch to the white robber's abdomen. The man's back arched instantly, and he crumpled weakly to the floor. Towering over the prostrate white robber, Meng Zu said coldly, "Remember to keep a cleaner mouth from now on. And I hate it when people point guns at my head." The white robber was already unconscious, unable to respond. "What about you? Will you surrender quietly, or do you plan to resist?" Meng Zu asked the black robber with a smile. The black robber didn't answer. Instead, he slowly crouched down with his hands on his head. "Get some rope and tie them up," Meng Zu instructed the somewhat dazed waitress. "Huh, okay." The waitress snapped out of it and ran to the storage room. 20 seconds later, she returned with a length of rope. With the help of the cashier, they quickly bound the two robbers back to back. "Officer, they're tied up. What do you want to do with them?" the waitress asked. "What else? Call the police." Then to the stunned onlookers, Meng Zu proceeded to stuff all the weapons from the table back into his crotch one by one, without the slightest bulge appearing. "Everyone, is your crotch connected to a pocket dimension or something? All right, keep tonight's events to yourselves, or you'll be invited for some tea." "And I doubt the tea there would be to anyone's taste," Meng Zu said, brandishing his FBI badge at the crowd and the black robber. "Yes, we won't breathe a word about anything that happened," everyone agreed hastily. This FBI officer was clearly no ordinary agent. He had to be a secret government weapon. Leaking information would surely get them caught. Meng Zu looked at the black robber, pointing at the now unconscious white robber. "As for him, you know what to do." Having lost his appetite for the remaining food, Meng Zu left the restaurant under everyone's watchful gaze. As he stepped out, he faintly heard the black robber inside saying, "Get some water and wake him up so he doesn't blabber." Meng Zu smiled, opened the car door, and slid into the driver's seat. He started the engine and drove off toward his residence. A week had passed since the incident at the restaurant that night. Contrary to Meng Zu's hopes, the events had not remained confidential. The white robber had recounted the entire affair in detail at the police station. Although the black robber claimed the white robber was mentally ill and that his story about Meng Zu pulling an arsenal from his pants was a figment of his imagination, the police, seeking evidence of the robbery, went to the restaurant to review the surveillance footage from that evening. The surveillance video clearly showed the two robbers and the diners, including Meng Zu. However, when the footage reached the point where the white robber aimed his gun at Meng Zu, the screen turned to static snow. It only returned to normal after Meng Zu had left the restaurant. The patrons present were then seen pointing and talking about the two robbers who sat bound on the floor with rope. This peculiar phenomenon immediately caught the police's attention. Under interrogation, the restaurant cashier confirmed the truth of the white robber's account. As the case involved the FBI, the precinct, eager to close the case, sent someone to the FBI for a routine procedure. Just a simple inquiry to wrap things up. However, this inquiry revealed that no member named Meng Zu existed within the FBI. This infuriated the FBI agents. In this day and age, anyone dared to impersonate the FBI as if they held the bureau in contempt. The FBI thus launched an investigation into Meng Zu. The FBI's investigation could not, of course, escape the notice of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson, learning of it, immediately went alone to the FBI. Upon discovering that Meng Zu was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the FBI agents' expressions soured as if they had stepped in dog excrement. In America, the most frequent impersonators of the FBI were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They took credit for successes, but when trouble arose, people blamed the FBI's incompetence since witnesses had seen an FBI badge. If not for the World Security Council shielding S.H.I.E.L.D., the FBI would have made it clear they were not to be trifled with. In the end, Coulson departed with a smile, leaving the FBI agents grinding their teeth. The scene seemed to say, "I love how much you hate me, but can do nothing about it. What are you going to do about it, little one?" After leaving the FBI, Coulson went to see Meng Zu, wanting to know if Meng Zu truly possessed the spatial ability the white robber had described, or if he had obtained PIM particles. Regarding the storage space, Meng Zu naturally had no intention of telling Coulson. Although he suspected that the secret of his storage space might eventually be guessed, he wanted to keep it hidden as long as possible. It was a crucial trump card. Once revealed, countermeasures could easily be devised. Moreover, he had secretly used a signal jammer that night, so the restaurant surveillance surely hadn't captured him pulling so many weapons from his pants. Thus, Meng Zu simply replied to Coulson with the word secret. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. is entitled to their secrets. Even Nick Fury, the black eggplant, couldn't force any S.H.I.E.L.D. member to divulge theirs, let alone an external contractor like Meng Zu. After Coulson reported the matter to Nick Fury, after some deliberation, classified Meng Zu's file as Level 8 and instructed Coulson to destroy all external records of that night's events. The external records of the incident were quickly destroyed. Coulson also visited the relevant individuals as a police officer. As for the white robber, Coulson used some unknown method to genuinely turn him into a mental patient. Now Meng Zu was in a room within a castle in England. He sat on the floor playing Monopoly with a 10-year-old boy. Seeing that Meng Zu had rolled a 5 again, the boy Sean pouted and said, "Evan, are you cheating? You always roll good numbers." Meng Zu moved his token forward a few spaces on the board and said with a smile, "Sean, it's luck. When luck comes, no one can stop it." Well, to be honest, Meng Zu had been cheating. After a few attempts, he had gradually discovered the technique for controlling the dice. To change the outcome of several consecutive losses, he couldn't resist secretly cheating. Meng Zu was there because 2 days ago he had accepted a protection mission from the Mercenary bar to ensure that the little brat Sean survived to inherit his grandfather's estate tomorrow. Sean's grandfather was an English earl. However, his health had deteriorated recently. Initially, it was thought curable, but his condition suddenly worsened. The earl fell into a coma. When he finally awoke, it was only a final flicker of life. He didn't have time to make a will. Before dying, he instructed his steward who had served him for decades to protect his grandson Sean and ensure he lived to inherit his property. British noble titles and fiefdoms are passed down through a strict system of primogeniture. If the eldest son predeceases, the inheritance goes to the eldest grandson, then the second son, the youngest son, or other family members in order in the absence of a will. Sean's father was the eldest son, but he and his wife had died in a car accident years ago. Sean also had an uncle, Lawrence. However, Lawrence was a ne'er-do-well. 10 years ago, he was imprisoned for raping and murdering a young girl. But with the Earl's money and connections, Lawrence was released after only 2 years. After his release, the Earl, ashamed of the dishonor Lawrence had brought to the family name, kicked him out of the house, giving him only 2 Western restaurants as a means of support. Lawrence was accustomed to extravagant spending, and the 2 restaurants were far from sufficient. He converted them into nightclubs and began dealing drugs there. After Lawrence became the leader of a local gang, the Earl was utterly disappointed in him. He declared that Lawrence was forbidden from setting foot in the castle even for the new year, and Sean's father's repeated pleas were to no avail. On his deathbed, the Earl realized that upon his death, only Sean could inherit his property. Lawrence would certainly not be content. From Lawrence's behavior over the years, the Earl could foresee what would happen. Lawrence would surely murder his nephew, for whom he harbored little affection, in order to claim the title and fortune. If Sean died, Lawrence would inherit the title and property. The steward had also anticipated this. Immediately after the Earl's death, he placed Sean under protection. To enhance security, he also commissioned a protection mission for Sean. That was how Meng Zu came to be there. Although Meng Zu was playing Monopoly with Sean, he remained vigilant. Over the past 3 days, he had already dealt with 5 assassins sent to kill Sean. Tomorrow was the final day concerning the inheritance. Early tomorrow morning, once Sean received the approval of the king and the court, he would inherit everything from his grandfather. Tonight, therefore, was Lawrence's last chance to assassinate Sean. The door to the room was pushed open. A middle-aged doctor in a white coat entered carrying a medical case. He glanced at Meng Zu and then said to Sean, "Sean, it's time to change your bandages." The day before yesterday, Sean was hit in the left arm by a stray bullet. Fortunately, it did not strike a bone. Originally, Sean needed to be hospitalized, but the butler considered that the hospital was crowded, making it easy for assassins sent by Lawrence to find an opportunity to kill Sean, so he specifically invited a doctor to come for treatment. Since Sean's injury was not too severe, apart from needing stitches and bandaging, he just needed to have the dressing changed daily for a few days, and this doctor was the one the butler had invited to treat Sean's injury. Sean and Meng Zu both got up from the floor. Sean sat on the edge of the bed and rolled up his sleeve to reveal the bandaged wound on his arm. Suddenly, Meng Zu whispered to Sean, "Sean, close your eyes. No matter what you hear, do not open them unless I tell you to." Although he didn't know why Yvonne wanted him to close his eyes, Sean obediently complied. The butler had told him to listen to Yvonne. In the coming days, he would protect his safety. The doctor stepped forward. Although somewhat curious about why Sean had his eyes closed, he didn't pay much attention, thinking that Sean was afraid of the pain during the dressing change. He placed the medical box on the bed, opened it, and took out a pair of scissors. Sean needed to have his wound rebandaged each time, and the scissors were for cutting the bandage. Just as the doctor reached for Sean with the scissors, Meng Zu suddenly shot out his left hand like lightning and grabbed the doctor's wrist. With a crack, the doctor's hand was instantly broken. The flesh at the wrist was torn apart, revealing the white bone beneath, while the hand remained oddly pressed against the arm. Before the doctor could scream, Meng Zu swiftly snatched the falling scissors with his right hand and plunged them into the doctor's throat, driving the entire pair of scissors into the doctor's skull. The doctor's pupils dilated, and he let out a few weak sounds before swaying and collapsing to the ground. The sudden noise piqued Sean's curiosity about what was happening. Despite his eyelids twitching incessantly, he still resisted the urge to open them. Seeing Sean's reaction, Meng Zu smiled and said, "If you can't hold it in, just lie on the bed and cover your head with your clothes." Upon hearing this, Sean immediately turned and lay on the bed, following Meng Zu's advice to lift his short sleeve and cover his head. Meng Zu chuckled and ignored Sean. He crouched down in front of the doctor and began to feel around his face. Then with a gentle rip, he tore off a human skin mask, revealing a strange face beneath. From the moment the doctor entered the room, Meng Zu had sensed that he was not a real doctor, as he exuded a deathly aura that only assassins possessed. Meng Zu was all too familiar with this aura. He had encountered assassins in the continent's hotels who gave off the same vibes as the doctor. It was a presence formed from killing too many people, though the stronger the assassin, the weaker this aura became. Some top assassins didn't possess this deathly aura at all, appearing just like ordinary people in a crowd. The reasoning behind exposing the assassin's identity was not solely based on this. Although the assassin was well disguised, even fooling the bodyguards outside, Meng Zu had a basic disguise skill, allowing him to notice traces of disguise on the doctor's face. With these 2 points, Meng Zu could confidently confirm that the individual was not a real doctor. 2 people come in. Meng Zu shouted towards the door, and immediately 2 bodyguards walked in. Seeing the doctor lying in a pool of blood and Sean lying on the bed with his head covered, their expressions turned tense. They quickly drew their guns and alerted Sean. "Young Master Sean, are you alright?" "I'm fine. Avon told me to keep my eyes closed," Sean replied in a muffled voice. "Do you know him?" Meng Zu asked the 2 regarding the assassin on the ground. The 2 bodyguards looked at the assassin's face and shook their heads, indicating they did not recognize him. "Notify everyone Lawrence's attack is about to begin tonight. Have them prepare." "Understood," the 2 replied. The 2 bodyguards carried the assassin's corpse out of the room. Meng Zu allowed Sean to open his eyes, then led him to the bookshelf and pulled out a few books. The bookshelf slowly moved aside, revealing an iron door. "Once you're inside, close the door behind you. They'll call you, and then you can open it. Do you remember?" Meng Zu placed Sean's phone in his hand and instructed him. Sean nodded and said, "I remember, Yvonne. Be careful." Meng Zu smiled and patted Sean's head. He pushed open the iron door and revealed a staircase leading underground. After Sean entered, Meng Zu closed the iron door again, locking it from the inside. He then returned the books to their original order, and the bookshelf slowly moved back into place. The room where Sean stayed originally belonged to his grandfather. The butler, having been with the family for decades, naturally knew that there was a secret room in this room intended for temporarily avoiding danger. For Sean's safety, the butler also informed Meng Zu, who was responsible for protecting Sean. After handling everything, Meng Zu exited the room. Since the assassin had already failed, Lawrence's attack was imminent. He disliked being on the defensive. He needed to take the initiative to eliminate Lawrence's subordinates. While Meng Zu was inspecting the easily concealed places, he suddenly rolled to the side. A dull bang echoed in the night as a bullet struck the spot where Meng Zu had just been. After rolling aside, Meng Zu quickly looked in the direction the bullet had come from, then dodged to the side again. Bang bang. The opponent fired 2 more shots, but Meng Zu evaded all of them. Moreover, the opponent saw Meng Zu grinning through the scope. Shit. Outside the castle, a killer perched in a large tree cursed under his breath as he watched Meng Zu through the scope. He knew he had been exposed. In recent days, Lawrence discovered that Meng Zu was the most difficult to deal with, not only vigilant, but also highly skilled. Half of his subordinates had been dealt with by Meng Zu. It would be best to eliminate Meng Zu first, making it easier to kill Sean. However, Meng Zu never went out alone. He always stayed close to Sean. This had kept Lawrence from finding an opportunity. After all, Sean was surrounded by a group of bodyguards armed with guns. Therefore, tonight 2 plans were arranged. The first was for the assassin skilled in disguise to pose as a doctor and enter the castle to directly eliminate Sean. If that plan failed, the second plan was to have another top assassin eliminate Meng Zu at the first opportunity. The top assassin lurking in the tree saw the assassin being carried out from the room through the sniper rifle's scope and knew that the first plan had failed. Now only the second plan remained, to eliminate Meng Zu first. This top assassin quickly packed away his weapons into a guitar case and, slinging the case over his back, swiftly crouched down from the tree. After giving the bodyguards some instructions, Meng Zu ran towards the castle, preparing to deal with the top assassin. Meng Zu arrived at the large tree where the assassin had previously hidden. The opponent had already fled, but he noticed 2 patches of wild grass pressed flat on the ground. Realizing this was where the assassin had landed when jumping down. After carefully observing the traces left behind, he activated the skill Clue Guidance. Meng Zu chased in the direction indicated by the red dashed arrow sticking to the ground. To locate someone using the Clue Guidance skill, a medium was required, such as the target's appearance. Without that, he could only rely on other clues and traces to pursue. Although Meng Zu had discovered the assassin's hiding spot, the distance was too great for him to see the opponent's face. The fleeing top-tier assassin suddenly changed expression. He raised his wrist and glanced at his watch, noticing a red light was blinking. Along his escape route, he had dropped several special sensors that only activated when a humanoid creature passed by. The red light on the watch indicated that multiple sensors had detected humanoid figures in succession. He knew Meng Zu was tracking him. The assassin immediately changed direction and ran. Soon Meng Zu arrived at the spot where the opponent had altered his course. Seeing the red arrow shift direction, he promptly turned and pursued in that direction. Suddenly, Danger Sense issued a warning. Meng Zu instantly dove to the side, rolled across the ground, got up, and continued running, constantly altering his trajectory. Behind him, several muffled impacts sounded. Shit! The assassin, wearing night vision goggles, cursed inwardly as he watched Meng Zu dodge several of his bullets like a slippery eel. Seeing Meng Zu jump behind a small earthen slope and disappear from view, the assassin ceased fire. He was now certain that Meng Zu was a formidable expert. Firing further would only expose his own position. All he needed to do now was wait patiently and shoot Meng Zu the moment he reappeared. Meng Zu quietly poked his head out from behind a rock on the other side of the small slope. From the few gunshots earlier, he had roughly determined the assassin's location. Meng Zu saw that the red arrow had stopped not far ahead. Yet apart from trees and a few small rocks, there was no sign of anyone. However, both the clue guidance and danger sense clearly indicated someone was there. Meng Zu retreated behind the rock, retrieved a thermal imaging night vision device from his storage space, and put it on. Looking again, he saw a human thermal image crouching on the ground, while the 4 nearby rocks also emitted a glowing red heat. So it's a camouflage device. Meng Zu immediately understood why he couldn't see the opponent. He took out an M4 carbine from his storage space and fired a burst at the assassin. Before the assassin could react, bullets pierced his body. Looking at the fallen assassin, Meng Zu walked over, kicked aside a stone on the ground, and removed the thermal imaging night vision device from his head. He saw the dying assassin lying on the previously empty ground. The dying top-tier assassin saw Meng Zu approaching with a thermal imaging night vision device on his head. Confusion filled his mind. Where had Meng Zu gotten that? He had clearly seen no place on Meng Zu's body that could conceal such an item. The unwilling assassin opened his mouth, wanting to ask Meng Zu where the device came from. Seeing the assassin about to speak, bang! Meng Zu shot him through the head. After eliminating the assassin, he immediately turned and ran back toward the castle. Meng Zu did not pick up the camouflage device. It was too impractical for him. It could only project the surrounding environment to conceal one's form and could only deceive sight. If someone used a thermal imaging device like he had, it would be exposed immediately, making one a sitting duck. Boss, that Ivan has gone after Mike. A subordinate monitoring the castle from the dark woods in the distance reported to Lawrence upon seeing Meng Zu rush out of the castle to pursue the assassin Mike. Hearing his subordinate's words through the phone, Lawrence sat in his pitch-black room, staring out the window at the dark night sky. His voice was icy cold as he said, "Move out." It was the final moment. This was his last chance. Lawrence gripped his phone tightly. Tonight he had dispatched his remaining trump card subordinates. Success or failure hinged on this one move. In the darkness, faint footsteps sounded outside the castle. Figures approached under the cover of night. Entering the castle didn't necessarily require the main entrance. Lawrence knew of a secret passage. Bang! The sound of a hidden door being pushed open echoed in the empty underground chamber. In an instant, several figures filed in. Thump, thump, thump. Rapid footsteps soon filled the basement. A group of personnel armed with advanced firearms and wearing infrared masks entered the basement. Following the method provided by their boss Lawrence, they opened a passage leading upward. Okay. Suddenly, an explosive sound tore through the air within the castle. The sudden loud noise caused many bodyguards on alert to experience sharp pain in their eardrums. Enemy attack. The bodyguard captain shouted through the pain. All the bodyguards grabbed their weapons and immediately took cover behind obstacles. The captain gestured to several others, and those bodyguards led about a dozen men toward the source of the explosion. As these dozen or so bodyguards were about to arrive, several objects were thrown toward them from a corner. When they saw what had landed on the ground, their expressions changed drastically. Just as they shouted, "Get down!" Before they could take cover, several grenades exploded. The violent blast and flying shrapnel instantly killed the nearest bodyguards, while the remaining few were severely wounded and collapsed to the ground. Lawrence's men rushed out from the corner, ignoring the wounded bodyguards, and charged toward the room where Sean was located. However, bodyguards had already been stationed near Sean's room. They quickly spotted Lawrence's men approaching. The two sides immediately exchanged fire. Lawrence's men were well-equipped, and the bodyguards were suppressed, forced to return fire from behind cover. As more bodyguards arrived, they temporarily held off Lawrence's men. When Meng Zu returned, he heard the intense gunfire from the castle, punctuated by occasional grenade explosions. Damn, a diversion. Although he didn't know how Lawrence's men had broken in, his only option now was to eliminate them all. After climbing over the castle gate, Meng Zu immediately retrieved an M6 automatic rifle from his storage space and rushed toward the location of the firefight. Meng Zu hurriedly adjusted the M6 to single-shot mode, aiming at Lawrence's henchmen outside. Bang! The first bullet was sent to the ace member on the roof, who was suppressing the bodyguards with a typewriter. A shot to the head, brain matter splattering out. The other ace members immediately noticed the attack from behind, turning around with their guns aimed at Meng Zu. Bang, 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 bang. As the 4 bullets were fired in quick succession, their heads snapped back, accompanied by brain matter splattering from the holes. All 4 fell lifelessly to the ground, indistinguishable from one another. Then a grenade was thrown by Meng Zu. There's a grenade. The nearby ace members immediately jumped out from behind their cover. Bang, bang. All that awaited them were bullets flying towards them. One by one, their heads exploded in a rhythmic manner as they fell to the ground. Boom. The grenade exploded, but unfortunately, all the ace members within the blast radius were already dead, while the remaining members hid behind cover, refusing to show themselves. With no ace members left to suppress them, the surviving bodyguards immediately bent low and rushed toward Sean's room, showing no intention of aiding. Meng Zu paid them no heed and directly headed toward the hiding spot of the ace members, where the absence of gunfire made his footsteps exceptionally noticeable. As Meng Zu's footsteps grew closer, the remaining 5 ace members exchanged gestures. With the squad leader's arm movement, they charged out from different directions, only to freeze in place, realizing Meng Zu's figure was nowhere to be found, and the sound of footsteps vanished as they emerged. Bang, bang, bang. In that instant of their days, a flash of fire briefly lit up the darkness, and with 5 gunshots, 5 ace members suddenly had a hole appear on their foreheads. Through this hole, they could almost see the house behind. After the 5 ace members fell, Meng Zu, clad in camouflaged gear, tightly wrapped around him, emerged from the shadows by the wall. Confirming that everyone here was dead, he headed toward Sean's location. After Meng Zu left, a member's earpiece emitted a sound, number 7. Noticing the sudden silence, the ace member's captain waited for about 10 seconds before contacting them, and upon receiving no response, he immediately said, "Number 7 and the others are all dead, everyone be on guard." The ace members had occupied the higher floors around, with the central target being Sean's room, disregarding the bodyguards stationed there, which prevented them from launching a strong assault. Looking at the pitch-black castle and the body of the bodyguard who had rushed over earlier, Meng Zu circled around and climbed up the outer wall to a room on the 2nd floor, pushing open the window to enter. When Meng Zu returned to see the entire castle shrouded in darkness, he realized that the opposing side had cut off the power. After dealing with those 5 members in the estate, he recognized the infrared masks they were wearing, understanding their intentions. The footsteps he had made were intentional. During that time, Meng Zu quickly retrieved his specially modified camouflage suit from his storage space, designed to match the surrounding temperature to evade infrared detection, but that was all he could do. If there was any light, he would be easily spotted. Meng Zu quietly approached the staircase on the 2nd floor, using the faint moonlight to spot 3 ace members guarding in different positions ahead. Thus, Meng Zu slowly crept closer to the 3, who remained blissfully unaware of his approach, as he pulled out a Glock pistol equipped with a suppressor from his storage. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 muffled gunshots, the 3 members fell to the ground, though the quiet sounds were still noticed by the members stationed near the stairs. Bang! A muffled shot took down the member who had quickly peeked around the corner. He collapsed helplessly to the ground. Seeing this, the other members immediately retreated, signaling to each other, raising their guns towards the corner while slowly backing away. One of them headed downstairs to report to the captain. "There's an enemy above the east side of the 2nd floor staircase, number unknown. The guarding members have already been taken out." The captain immediately ordered, "Hold your positions, number 5, take your team up the other staircase and deal with them." Number 5, stationed at the west side of the 1st floor staircase, quickly led a few people stealthily to the 2nd floor, while Meng Zu, standing at the staircase corner, retrieved a grenade from his storage space, pulled the pin, and threw it towards the members crouching below. Boom! The grenade exploded just as it reached the members, and with a loud bang, several members were sent flying, crashing to the ground lifeless. The explosion naturally alerted the other members, who realized the enemy was attacking us. Some immediately turned their guns this way, while a few bold ones charged forward. After eliminating the guards on the staircase, Meng Zu stepped down to the staircase entrance, peeking out to see a member running at the front, gun raised. Their eyes met. The member, catching a glimpse of a vague head emerging in the faint moonlight, had no time to react before bang. A hole appeared on his forehead, and while maintaining his grip on the gun, he took a couple of steps forward before collapsing to the ground. Tat tat tat. The sound of submachine guns erupted fiercely. Bullets rained down on the staircase entrance, rapidly shattering the wall there. Meng Zu, retreating to the stairs, calmly retrieved another grenade from his storage space, calculated the angle, and slammed it against the wall facing the 1st floor staircase, the grenade bouncing back towards the ace members, followed by a second and a third. Retreat! With a loud shout, boom, boom, boom. The 3 grenades exploded in succession, the shockwave even causing Meng Zu to feel the staircase tremble slightly beneath his feet. Number 5 and his team finally made their way to the eastern staircase on the 2nd floor, only to be greeted by a flash of fire in the darkness as they spotted Meng Zu. After dispatching all of Number 5's team, Meng Zu returned the M6 automatic rifle to his storage space and then began to descend. As usual, Meng Zu first peeked and seeing 4 members struggling on the ground, making painful sounds, while 2 unfortunate souls too close to a member who had been shot earlier were blown to pieces by a grenade. Meng Zu took out a silenced Glock pistol and, leaning against the corner, eliminated the 4 gunmen on the ground with precise shots, then quickly ducked back to avoid incoming bullets. Leaning against the wall, Meng Zu gently exhaled, silently listening to the sounds around him to gauge how many enemies remained. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. 7 people. After determining the number of enemies, Meng Zu removed his camouflage suit and stored it away. There was no need to hide anymore. He then took out a night vision device and equipped it, also pulling out another Glock pistol to attach the silencer. He suddenly leaped out, shooting rapidly at the 4 gunmen in the distance as he soared through the air. Bang bang. With a few gunshots, the 4 gunmen were shot dead by Meng Zu's precise headshots. He landed in a crouch, then quietly stood up and moved forward. He stopped when he reached the door of a room. After pausing for about 3 seconds, Meng Zu raised his gun and slowly moved it toward the door. Bang bang. As he pulled the trigger, the bullets pierced the wooden door, followed by the sound of 2 heavy objects hitting the ground. Meng Zu continued moving forward, this time not hiding his footsteps. The sound of his steps echoed in the darkness, causing another member in a different room to grip his gun nervously. When Meng Zu's footsteps approached the door where he was hiding, he couldn't help but swallow hard. There were no other gunshots apart from the earlier muffled sounds. He didn't believe that his team members had easily dealt with the enemy, which left only one possibility: his teammates were all dead. With a tense expression, the gunman pointed his gun at the door, but hesitated to fire. He was unsure if he could hit the person outside. If he missed, he would expose himself, and he knew that would mean certain death. The gunman stared intently at the door, his finger poised on the trigger. The moment there was any movement at the door, he would immediately pull the trigger. Outside, the footsteps continued without pause, gradually fading away. Only after the footsteps had completely disappeared did the gunman slowly approach the door, pressing his ear against it to listen for any sounds outside, trying to determine if Meng Zu had truly left. After a minute passed in silence, save for distant gunfire echoing occasionally, the gunman confirmed that Meng Zu had indeed left. He opened the door, preparing to sneak up from behind and shoot Meng Zu. However, as soon as he stepped out, a cold object pressed against his head. Before he could react, bang! Blood splattered as the gunman's head jerked, and he collapsed to the ground. "What a fool," Meng Zu said softly, looking at the gunman's corpse on the floor. Earlier, while listening intently at the staircase, Meng Zu had heard a door opening, indicating that a gunman had entered a room. However, he could only confirm one gunman had entered a room and was uncertain about another. Thus, he made footsteps to feign leaving and then quietly returned using his basic stealth skill. When the last gunman approached the door, Meng Zu moved toward the same room. As the gunman pressed against the door to listen, Meng Zu already identified his location. Originally planning to eliminate him through the door, Meng Zu suddenly decided to take advantage of the gunman's false sense of security. Meng Zu hurried toward the site of the last gunfire. The continuous gunshots and screams caused the remaining elite members to panic. The ongoing gunfire and cries indicated that the enemy had not been eliminated, while his own teammates were being slaughtered one by one. Upon hearing a report that there was only one enemy left, the captain felt anxious, realizing Meng Zu had returned. Though he didn't understand how Meng Zu could come back from pursuing Maiko so quickly, it was now up to his team to confront this dangerous individual. Most of the assailants sent by their boss in recent days had been dealt with by Meng Zu. The captain momentarily set aside thoughts of dealing with the remaining bodyguards. If they didn't eliminate Meng Zu, they would all be doomed tonight. Following the captain's orders, the remaining 10 gunmen paired up and stealthily approached Meng Zu's path, finding suitable hiding spots and lying in ambush waiting for him to pass. Using his basic stealth skill, Meng Zu advanced silently. When he reached the corner, his danger sense was triggered again, stronger than ever that night. The hallway on the other side of the corner was where the captain and his subordinates lay in ambush. Looks like there are quite a few after all. Meng Zu returned his pistol to storage and took out the M249 light machine gun. After checking to ensure he had enough ammunition, he moved forward while activating the skill bullet time. Except for Meng Zu, time around him suddenly slowed down. Through the night vision device, he clearly saw the gunman hiding in the hallway. Tat tat tat. The muzzle of the machine gun flared to life, unleashing a metal storm that tore apart everything daring to stand in his way. From the moment he opened fire until he ceased, only 3 seconds had passed. The gunmen in the hallway, along with the captain, all fell into a pool of blood with wood splinters and concrete debris scattered across most of the hallway floor. After confirming that everyone was dead, Meng Zu returned the M249 to storage. He then took a bullet from his shoulder and rubbed the spot where he had been hit, muttering, "Though this feels quite exhilarating, being shot by a bullet is indeed painful." Even though he wore a bulletproof vest underneath his clothes, the pain from the submachine gun's bullets was still quite strong against Meng Zu's physique, which was 5 times that of an ordinary person. All cleared. Meng Zu called out to the bodyguards hiding behind cover from a distance, shining a flashlight toward them. Upon realizing it was Meng Zu, a bodyguard stood up to confirm it was indeed him, and everyone relaxed. The butler emerged from hiding, instructing the bodyguard captain to go repair the power supply. About half an hour later, the power supply was finally restored. The butler directed the bodyguards to clear away the gunmen's corpses. For now, there was no way to clean up the scattered blood. For the last few days, apart from the butler and the chef, only the bodyguards had been in the castle. To ensure Sean's safety, the servants had been given leave, and they would only return after Sean inherited his grandfather's estate tomorrow. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the butler, Meng Zu entered Sean's room and reopened the secret chamber behind the bookshelf. Standing in front of the iron door, he called Sean. Yes, Sean, it's safe now. You can come out. Soon there was movement from inside the iron door. After the lock was opened, the door slowly creaked open, revealing Sean peering out cautiously. Meng Zu smiled and pushed the iron door wide open. After Sean emerged, Meng Zu closed the secret chamber. He chatted with Sean for a while, and when Sean fell asleep on the bed, Meng Zu took a chair from the side and sat by the bed, resting with his eyes closed. After all, his task was to protect Sean until he successfully inherited the estate. Until then, he would not leave Sean's side, which would also prevent any unforeseen accidents. While Meng Zu was resting, Lawrence sat quietly in his room, waiting for news. As time passed, Lawrence's mood grew increasingly anxious. By the time the sun rose, he suddenly lost all his energy, slumping onto the sofa, letting out a helpless sigh and closing his reddened eyes, knowing he had failed. At 9 in the morning, Meng Zu accompanied the butler and bodyguards to the high court. Under the judge's verdict and the king's approval, Sean successfully inherited his grandfather's title and all his assets, instantly transforming from a little brat into one of the elite of Britain. Many bodyguards had died in the effort to protect Sean, and for those sacrificed, the management provided triple compensation. Evan, thankfully Randy introduced you, otherwise young Master Sean would have been in danger. From now on, you are a friend of the Rand family. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek us out. The butler expressed his gratitude to Meng Zu. Upon seeing a notification for 20 million arriving on his phone, Meng Zu smiled broadly and said, "You are too kind. This is, after all, my job." Sean Rand looked up at Meng Zu and said, "Evan, I want to be as formidable as you in the future." Meng Zu patted Sean's head, smiling as he replied, "Then you must train hard to build your body." Members of the UK Soka team arrived at Lawrence's door, knocking and calling out, "Lawrence Rand, we are Soka. Please open the door." Hearing the shouts from outside, Lawrence picked up the handgun beside him and slowly moved the muzzle to his temple. He then closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the Soka team immediately burst through the door, only to find Lawrence had already committed suicide on the sofa. Question: what if the author keeps writing short and unimpactful stories? Answer: what else can one do but give them a beating? Today, the detective agency was unusually closed. In the training room of Yang Hai's house, Jessica effortlessly lifted a barbell weighing a full 100 kilograms with one hand. Meng Zu, Uncle Yang Hai, and Frank sat nearby, cigarettes dangling from their lips, conversing in hushed tones amidst a haze of smoke. Whoever marries this girl in the future is in for a rough time. You can say that again. One punch and bones will shatter. Comminuted fractures, no less. Frank, are you sure Jessica hasn't injected anything weird or been bitten by some animal or insect? Of course not. She was with me all day and I asked her about it. Evan, how about we switch? You take Jessica on. Why? I'm afraid that if this girl gets drunk one day and lands a punch on me, I might kick the bucket on the spot. Hiss. Uncle Yang, maybe you should take her. Jessica listens to you the most. Azu, your uncle is getting old. I still want to hold grandchildren someday. Better leave this kind of thing to you youngsters. Thump. Jessica finally lost her patience, hurling the barbell to the ground and shouting at the 4 men nearby, "Enough already." Watching the floor crack apart from the impact of the barbell, Meng Zu and the others felt a bit embarrassed. Haha, Jessica, we were just joking. That's right, we were just kidding. Yahaha, the two echoed. Seeing the dry smiles on their faces, Jessica made a face. It had been 3 days since Meng Zu returned from England. Last night, Frank had called to inform him that Jessica was in trouble. She had killed 3 thugs, each with a single punch, and she could also fly. Upon hearing this, Meng Zu rushed over immediately. In Frank's car, he saw Jessica, her face filled with terror. Under Frank's guidance, Meng Zu found the bodies of 3 thugs in a trash bin in a deep alley. 2 of the corpses had their chests completely caved in with fist-sized holes left behind, while the third had its head twisted backward, its neck contorted like a pretzel. Meng Zu frowned and asked, "Did Jessica do all this?" "Yeah." "Frank, give me a hand." The 2 lifted the 3 bodies out of the trash bin. Meng Zu carefully turned the head, which had been twisted like a pretzel, back to its original position. For the other 2 bodies, he used his foot to stomp their chests completely flat. Then he told Frank to take Jessica to Uncle Yang's house while he disposed of the bodies. After Frank drove away, Meng Zu called a cleaner to handle the 3 bodies before driving to Uncle Yang's house. Jessica was terrified from killing for the first time. Uncle Yang asked his wife to settle Jessica down and put her to sleep. The group then went to the training room to inquire about the incident, eventually concluding that Jessica had mutated much like Spider-Man. Frank and Jessica were working on a commercial investigation commission with 2 targets. In Brooklyn, after the targets split up, the 2 also separated, each trailing one of them. Jessica's tracking skills were still a bit rough. After following for a while, she was discovered by her target. The target deliberately lured her into a narrow alley where 3 gang thugs were waiting. The target paid them to deal with Jessica, who was tailing him, and quickly slipped away through the alley. When Jessica entered the alley, the 3 thugs surrounded her. Initially, they only intended to rough her up as instructed by the target, but seeing how pretty Jessica was, they began to get handsy. Jessica had a gun and a knife on her for self-defense. Enraged by the thug's behavior, she slashed one of them in the thigh and then tried to pull out her gun to scare them off. However, a thug kicked her to the ground. The 3 thugs beat her up and dragged her deeper into the alley, intending to rape her. As she struggled, a surge of immense power suddenly erupted from within her body. With just 3 punches, she killed all 3 thugs on the spot. After Frank gathered evidence on his target, he immediately used his phone's location to find Jessica. When he arrived at the alley, he saw her sitting on the ground with vacant eyes, and before her lay the bodies of the 3 thugs. Frank tossed the 3 bodies into a trash bin, helped Jessica up, and headed back to the car. But after just a few steps, Jessica began to float, nearly lifting him off the ground. Frank struggled to pull her back down. Startled by her own floating, Jessica snapped back to reality. Once in the car, under Frank's questioning, she recounted the entire incident. Frank then called Meng Zu to inform him. The next day, after Jessica woke up, the group provided her with some psychological counseling, as it's not easy for an ordinary person to overcome the trauma of killing for the first time on their own. Once Jessica was no longer afraid, they took her to the training room for tests. The tests revealed that Jessica's strength, speed, and physical constitution surpassed even Meng Zu's, being at least 10 times that of an ordinary person. Additionally, she had remarkable regenerative abilities. The injuries from the beating by the 3 thugs the previous night had fully healed after a single night's sleep. As for Jessica's flying ability, she still couldn't control it at will. She flailed about in the air, unable to move forward or descend. After much effort, she finally managed to land. Back to the present, Meng Zu stubbed out his cigarette, cleared his throat, and said to Jessica, "You should stay at Uncle Yang's for a while. First learn to control your strength, or you might easily hurt someone." Jessica nodded in agreement. "Frank, you can take a break from the company for now. Help Jessica train and teach her some fighting techniques." Frank's eyes widened. "Are you kidding me? With 1 punch, Jessica can break my bones now." Jessica glared. "My." Frank quickly forced a dry laugh. "Jessica, I'm just stating the facts. Your strength is terrifying." "Oomph." Meng Zu chuckled. "Frank, I think you should first help Jessica learn to control her strength before teaching her combat." Frank was reluctant, but seeing Jessica's displeased expression, he immediately caved. "Understood." "Jessica, remember not to reveal your abilities in public," Meng Zu said sternly. "Why not? Maybe I could become a superhero like Iron Man or Spider-Man one day," Jessica said discontentedly. "Being a superhero isn't that easy. There are many people who have their eyes on superheroes. Iron Man is Tony Stark, so no one dares to touch him. As for Spider-Man, his identity is special, and someone is protecting him. Otherwise, he would have been captured and dissected for research long ago," Meng Zu explained. Hearing this, the group became curious. Everyone knew Iron Man was Tony Stark, but no one knew who Spider-Man was. Now it seemed Meng Zu knew his identity. Jessica asked, "Who is Spider-Man and who wants to capture him?" "Classified. Stingy." Meng Zu shook his head. "This is for your own good. If I tell you and the wrong people find out, trouble will come knocking. You'll find out eventually. All right, I'm off now. Frank, you'll take over your commission," Meng Zu said as he stood up. "Okay." In a deserted alley in the Brooklyn slums, a fist-sized blue energy orb suddenly materialized out of thin air. The orb gradually expanded and elongated. When it reached half the size of a person, a figure clad entirely in black appeared within the energy. "Oh shit. It feels like being squeezed in the middle of a bunch of naked guys. Oh, my little Wilson is about to be crushed." A man in a black skin-tight suit with 2 swords strapped to his back struggled fiercely to escape from the energy orb. The man also wore a black hood that covered his head completely, leaving only 2 white patches for his eyes. Although his face was hidden, his words and appearance immediately identified him as the infamous Deadpool Wade Wilson. Suddenly, the blue energy orb began to fluctuate violently, collapsing inward and shrinking rapidly. No. Wade struggled even harder, finally managing to free his hand from the energy orb. Using all his strength, Wade tried to squeeze out through the gap made by his hand, but the energy orb continued to shrink until it was the size of a fist, then vanished in an instant. A single black hand dropped to the ground from midair. The originally motionless black palm suddenly quivered, its dark hue receding and converging toward the center, coalescing into a small, viscous black mass. This blob seemed to possess a life of its own, extending a black thread-like tendril that rotated as if exploring its surroundings. After pivoting toward a certain direction, it paused, then crawled slowly toward that spot. Left behind was a severed palm, its surface marred like flesh ravaged by radiation, covered in pus-filled sores, lying there in utter solitude. In the black neighborhood of Brooklyn, Meng Zu followed the arrow of clues to an apartment building. Noticing the hostile gazes of the local black residents, he lifted the edge of his gray thin coat, revealing the MP5 submachine gun holstered at his side. Upon glimpsing the MP5 submachine gun at Meng Zu's waist, the black men immediately averted their eyes and dispersed in small groups. Seeing their prudence, Meng Zu paid them no further heed and strode into the apartment. Ryan was a mixed-race black man and a department manager at a company enjoying a middle-class income. However, a month ago, a managerial vacancy opened up at a branch office. Ryan believed the position was as having served the company for over a decade. His contemporaries had either ascended to senior management or held lower positions. This vacancy seemed tailor-made for him, with no one else capable of competing. This thought ignited unprecedented motivation in Ryan. Yet to his dismay, a manager was parachuted in from headquarters, a young employee with merely 5 years of tenure. This filled Ryan with seething resentment. Days later, a company rival secretly approached Ryan seeking to bribe him into leaking the firm's business strategies. Still nursing his grievance, Ryan mulled it over and eventually acquiesced. Over the following month, before the company could launch several initiatives, its competitors preemptively rolled out identical campaigns. This alerted the upper management to the presence of a traitor within their ranks. As a veteran employee, Ryan was well aware of these internal dynamics. He had been exceedingly discreet, so the company's investigation failed to uncover his betrayal. Consequently, they enlisted the detective agency, where Meng Zu worked to handle the case. Frank and Jessica, after some probing, identified Ryan as a suspect and began tailing him. When Ryan detected Jessica's surveillance one day, he managed to shake her off with the help of 3 thugs, but he knew it was tied to the company affair. From the outset of selling corporate secrets, Ryan understood the stakes: exposure meant imprisonment and a permanent blacklist from any company. Thus, he meticulously gathered evidence from each transaction, ensuring his counterparts couldn't discard him afterward. To safeguard this evidence from covert destruction, Ryan stored it in a house in Brooklyn's Black neighborhood, a residence he had occupied over a decade ago, known to very few. There he had many compatriot friends, offering a potential refuge in times of danger. Last night, due to Jessica's tailing, Ryan didn't go home, but stayed here. Since suspicion had already fallen on him, he figured he might as well leave the company before the evidence surfaced. Armed with his proof, he believed the rival firm would not only hire him, but also shield him from the company's inquiries, as exposure would implicate them as well. Meng Zu reached a second-floor room and pounded on the door. Silence answered him, but he was certain someone was inside. He had heard footsteps, faint but unmistakable to his ears. The banging stirred the occupants of the 2 adjacent rooms. 3 black men emerged and, seeing an unfamiliar Asian at the door, began cursing. "Fuck, what the hell are you doing? You're disturbing our sleep. Get the hell." Before the man could finish, Meng Zu feigned drawing his MP5 submachine gun from his waist, pointing it at them. The speaker immediately fell silent, and the trio retreated into their rooms, hastily slamming the doors shut. Meng Zu returned the MP5 to his storage space. Seeing Ryan playing dead inside, he decided not to waste time. With a single kick aimed at the lock, a crisp crack echoed as the wood around it splintered. Pushing the door open, Meng Zu entered and found Ryan pointing a pistol at him with a panicked expression. A smirk crept onto Meng Zu's face. "You planning to kill me with that little toy? Aren't you afraid of being charged with murder?" Ryan forced himself to calm down. "You broke into my home. Even if I shot you, the judge would rule it self-defense. Now who are you, and what do you want?" Meng Zu glanced at a palm-sized photo frame on the shoe cabinet and replied casually, "Just looking for something." At this, Ryan's pupils contracted. "There's nothing here for you. If you want to live, get out of my room now." Meng Zu sighed theatrically. "Ah, you really are." Mid-sentence, Meng Zu suddenly grabbed the photo frame and hurled it at Ryan. Before Ryan could react, it struck his wrist, knocking the gun from his grasp. Pain surged through Ryan, eliciting a scream. But there was no time to dwell on it. Gritting his teeth, he bent down to retrieve the fallen pistol. Just as his fingers neared the weapon, a foot appeared in his vision, stomping on it. Then a hand clamped around his neck, hoisting him into the air before slamming him hard onto the sofa. Meng Zu drew a Glock pistol and approached Ryan. "Where are the records of your corporate espionage?" Ryan answered with silence. Meng Zu sighed. "Fine, what a waste." "Don't." Ryan, fearing death, started to shout, but before he could finish, Meng Zu delivered a precise chop to his neck. Ryan's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Activating his clue-tracing skill, once more Meng Zu followed the red arrow to Ryan's bed. Moving it aside, he discovered a tiny hidden compartment against the wall near the headboard, from which he retrieved a small black sealed bag no bigger than 2 fingers. Opening the bag, Meng Zu found a USB drive inside. He booted up Ryan's bedroom computer, inserted the drive, and reviewed its contents: files containing the company's trade secrets along with covertly recorded footage of Ryan's transactions with the rival firm. Having confirmed this was what he sought, Meng Zu pocketed the drive. Just then he heard numerous footsteps in the hallway outside, accompanied by the voice of the black man had earlier intimidated with the MP5. "Be careful, he's got a submachine gun." With the objective secured, Meng Zu had no desire to engage them. He strode to the bedroom window, opened it, and leaped down from the 2nd floor. The group of armed black men stormed into Ryan's room and found him unconscious on the sofa. 2 of them rushed over to check on him, while the others raised their guns and searched the room for Meng Zu. Before a black man could lean out the window of Ryan's bedroom, Meng Zu had already turned and slipped into an alley. "Hey, an Asian guy dares to come to our turf." 4 black men in the alley spotted Meng Zu approaching and immediately surrounded him, intending to have a friendly chat. Meng Zu glanced at the 4 men encircling him, unwilling to waste time. The moment they closed in, he punched one in the stomach, then pivoted swiftly to deliver a knife-hand strike to another's neck. Stepping forward, he grabbed the remaining two by their necks and smashed their heads together. The four black men crumpled to the ground. Meng Zu ignored the black teenager who had already fled in the distance and continued forward, turning into another alley. Ryan's place was located deep within the Brooklyn black neighborhood, making access inconvenient. Meng Zu's car was parked outside. He hadn't driven in because an empty vehicle left here would be stolen within 5 minutes. Meng Zu only needed to cross 2 more alleys to leave the neighborhood. He noticed a black homeless man squatting against the wall near a dumpster, but after a brief glance, he paid him no mind and walked past. As Meng Zu passed the vagrant, the man's eyes snapped open, but they were eerie, lacking normal whites and pupils entirely pitch black. He slowly turned his head, fixating on Meng Zu's retreating figure. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in Meng Zu's mind as his danger sense triggered. Though he couldn't pinpoint the source, the instinct warned him of peril from behind. He lunged to the side. The vagrant pounced onto the spot where Meng Zu had stood. What the hell? The homeless man, now crouched on all fours like an animal, his body entwined with black thread-like tendrils. His eyes were jet black, his teeth had grown sharp, and his fingernails had transformed into claws. Seeing Meng Zu dodge, the vagrant lunged again, pushing off the ground with all 4 limbs. Meng Zu leaped backward to create distance, simultaneously drawing a Glock and firing at the creature's head. Bang, bang, bang. All bullets struck the vagrant square in the face, jerking his head back and causing a momentary pause. Meng Zu retreated further while continuing to fire. Although the bullets drove the vagrant backward, Meng Zu soon realized they hadn't penetrated his skull. The projectiles were lodged in his forehead, stopped by the bone. Seeing the pistol's limited effect, Meng Zu switched to an M6 automatic rifle. He pulled the bolt and squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat. This time the bullets tore through the creature's body. He didn't stop firing until the vagrant was riddled with holes. With the danger sense subsided, Meng Zu holstered his weapon and frowned at the corpse. Was this guy subjected to some kind of human experiment? Whatever, none of my business. Meng Zu had no intention of investigating. The commotion had been loud, and he was not far from the main road. Someone might call the police. Better to head back and deliver the commission. As for the vagrant's body, Meng Zu didn't want to touch it. Who knew if it carried a virus? Just as he turned to leave, a mass of black threads suddenly shot from the corpse toward him. Damn! Meng Zu recoiled to avoid it, but the black threads were faster than his retreat. Seeing them heading for his face, he quickly raised his arm to block. The threads coiled around his forearm. Meng Zu grabbed them with his left hand, trying to tear them off, but they were incredibly tough and began burrowing into his skin. The black threads rapidly diminished, soon vanishing entirely into his body. Meng Zu froze. I'm screwed. That damn thing got inside me. Snapping back to reality, he realized that the vagrant's transformation must have been caused by this parasitic entity. He drew his pistol again. Meng Zu resolved to put a bullet in his own head the moment he showed any sign of turning into that creature. He still had a resurrection cross. If he died, it would revive him to a normal state, purging whatever this thing was. But after 20 seconds, nothing strange happened. The gunfire had drawn people toward the scene, so Meng Zu had no choice but to set the matter aside and head out. Meng Zu drove back to the company and handed the USB drive to Yang Hai, instructing him to deliver it to the client. Then he hurried home to check his condition. Back home, Meng Zu was about to examine himself in the bathroom when a ravenous hunger seized him. He rushed to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and began devouring food. As he ate, his expression darkened. He had consumed nearly half the food without feeling full. The cause dawned on him. That thing is draining my bonus energy. He knew the source of his hunger, but how to solve it? Keep feeding the parasite. Meng Zu set down the pizza and went to the bathroom, drawing his pistol and attaching a silencer. Even if it meant wasting his only resurrection cross, he wouldn't allow an unknown entity to remain inside him. Just as he raised the gun to end his life, black liquid seeped from his skin, enveloping his entire body. What? At that moment, Meng Zu felt an unprecedented surge of power and vitality. He halted his action and noticed his clothes had transformed into a black bodysuit. Turning to the mirror, he saw a black mask covering his head with only white lenses over his eyes, yet his vision remained unaffected. A symbiote. Recognizing the familiar appearance, Meng Zu instantly understood what this was. Did the symbiote arrive on Earth this early? Meng Zu gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a flicker of confusion stirring within him. This world lacked a research corporation named the Life Foundation, and his form had not transformed into the three-maternal muscle-bound terrifying visage with a gaping maw and razor-sharp claws like the Venom of the movies. Instead, it resembled more closely the black suit worn by Peter Parker in Spider-Man 3. Having encountered this world's Spider-Man Peter Parker as the Tobey Maguire incarnation, Meng Zu had speculated that the symbiote Venom might appear later, just as in the film where it arrived on Earth via a meteorite. However, that should have been years away, not so soon after Peter Parker had become Spider-Man. Could it be that this world differs from the standard Marvel Cinematic Universe, causing events to deviate from their original course? Meng Zu pondered the reason inwardly. Forget it, this isn't something I need to worry about. Even if a major crisis occurs, there are figures like the Ancient One to handle it. Though obtaining the symbiote was somewhat inexplicable, it wasn't a bad thing. Observing its pitch black, Meng Zu wondered if it possessed its own consciousness like the venom in the films. He called out to his arm, "Hey, what's your name?" 1 second, 2 seconds. 10 seconds passed. Not only did no grotesque head emerge from his shoulder, but there was also no response at all, leaving Meng Zu feeling a mix of disappointment and relief. Disappointment arose because the sentient symbiote in the Venom film could aid its host in monitoring surroundings and provided far greater enhancements than the one in Spider-Man 3. This symbiote seemed inferior. Relief came from the fact that a mindless symbiote couldn't influence its host's actions, freeing him from concerns about its control. This sensation. Meng Zu clenched his fist firmly, genuinely feeling his strength had multiplied. Moving around, he found the black bodysuit formed by the symbiote not restrictive, but rather snug and comfortable, though its design stirred a hint of embarrassment within him. Meng Zu recalled some knowledge about symbiotes. After bonding with a host, a symbiote could adapt and grow stronger alongside the host. The mightier the host, the greater the enhancement. However, symbiotes had two glaring weaknesses: fire and sound waves around 4,000 Hz. Exposure to these would weaken the symbiote, potentially causing it to detach from the host. Yet, through continuous growth, a symbiote could develop resistance to these weaknesses, eventually overcoming them entirely. A thought struck Meng Zu. He wondered if the system panel would reveal any changes in his status. He activated the system panel and saw that alterations had occurred. Host Meng Zu: human. Strength 20. 315. Agility 20. 815. Physique 25. 520. Spirit 6. 7. Life 1275. 1000. Parasite symbiote. This is a sentient alien organic life form that appears nearly liquid. It requires a host to survive and can grant immense power and abilities. However, this symbiote has been modified, its consciousness erased, leaving only a faint nascent awareness, and its enhancement of the host's abilities is greatly diminished. Skill: basic self-healing provided by the symbiote consumes physical energy. Seeing the changes on the system panel, Meng Zu was astonished. In the symbiote state, his strength and agility had tripled, and his physique had quadrupled. More importantly, he had gained the basic self-healing ability. Without the symbiote, achieving this level of power would have required at least a year or two of mercenary missions. According to the system's description, this symbiote is a neutered version. Even so, the enhancement is this formidable. No wonder in Spider-Man 3, Eddie Brock, after bonding with Venom, could fight evenly with Peter Parker, Meng Zu mused with a sigh. Noticing that only his spirit stat remained unenhanced on the panel, Meng Zu speculated it was due to the symbiote's erased consciousness. This was a blessing, as he wouldn't be influenced like Peter Parker or plagued by a chatterbox in his mind like Eddie in the Venom film. But I can't go out looking like this. Can you retract? Though the symbiote now lacked consciousness, retaining only a faint awareness, Meng Zu attempted to communicate with it mentally. Instantly, the black bodysuit enveloping him receded back into his body, revealing his original attire. As the symbiote withdrew, a wave of weakness washed over Meng Zu, nearly causing him to stumble. His expression darkened as he recognized the aftermath of losing the symbiote's enhancement, similar to how Jessica, suddenly empowered, struggled to control her strength. This issue he must overcome, otherwise if the symbiote detached during battle, it could cost him his life. Resolved, Meng Zu headed to the basement without hesitation to practice and familiarize himself with the symbiote. Time passed swiftly. When hunger drove Meng Zu out of the basement, it was past 6 in the evening. The remaining food in the fridge was quickly consumed. The food is vanishing fast. Meng Zu stared at the empty refrigerator in exasperation. Normally the contents would last 3 to 4 days, but now he had finished it in just 2 meals, still unsatisfied. Meng Zu suspected that if he ate to his fill, he could devour the entire fridge's stock in one sitting. Guess I need to go to the supermarket for supplies. Driving to the supermarket, Meng Zu headed straight for the meat section as the symbiote consumed his boat's stored energy. He loaded his cart with a large quantity of beef. As he approached the checkout, passing the candy aisle with chocolate, the symbiote within him suddenly reacted. Meng Zu stopped, his spiritual strength 3 times that of an ordinary person, allowing him to sense a wave of craving emanating from the symbiote. You want this? Meng Zu asked the symbiote mentally, immediately feeling its excited response. An alien creature with a taste for chocolate. How peculiar. Despite his surprise, Meng Zu grabbed a large pile of chocolates and added them to the cart. After paying at the register, he pushed the cart to his car, loaded everything into the trunk, closed it, and returned the cart. Back home, he put all the beef into the fridge. Sensing the symbiote's agitation, he said, "All right, I get it." The moment he opened a chocolate, the symbiote surged forth, instantly transforming him into the symbiote state. Meng Zu's face darkened as he commanded sternly, "Get back." After an afternoon of practice, he had established simple communication with the symbiote, able to command it to emerge or retreat. But now it had acted on its own without his instruction. An uncontrollable symbiote was not what Meng Zu desired. Sensing Meng Zu's anger, the symbiote paused for 2 seconds before retracting into his body. Seeing it retreat, Meng Zu's expression gradually returned to normal. After consuming the chocolate, he felt the symbiote's joy. Though curious, he knew that questioning a symbiote with only a faint awareness would yield no answers. Ring ring. Hello, Brad. What makes you call me? Meng Zu answered his phone with a smile. On the other end, Brad chuckled. Ivan, it's good news. Oh, what good news? Tomorrow evening. Sure, okay, I got it. See you then. Ancestor Meng rose early this morning. He first called Yang Hai to inform him that he would not be going to the company today due to personal matters, then descended into the basement to commence combat training in his symbiote state. This is truly a neutered version of the symbiote. Meng Zu complained. The symbiote did nothing more than enhance his physical constitution. Yesterday, when he encountered the vagrant inhabited by another symbiote, that individual at least possessed claws resembling sharp blades on his hands. Yet despite communicating with his own symbiote, Meng Zu could not manifest any such transformation. Meng Zu pondered, should I find an opportunity to let the symbiote inhabit Peter Parker? When a symbiote bonds with a host, it can replicate the host's abilities to evolve. In Spider-Man 3, Venom replicated Peter Parker's powers. After Venom bonded with Eddie, Eddie's symbiote-enhanced form not only possessed physical prowess comparable to Spider-Man's, but also the ability to scale walls and shoot webs. Although the webs were not white like Peter's, they were still webs. After Mary Jane was captured, Eddie adhered her to a black web. If he allowed the symbiote to inhabit Peter Parker for a period before reclaiming it, he would not only obtain a stronger symbiote, but also acquire Spider-Man's abilities such as the biostatic cling for wall crawling and the spider sense. However, Meng Zu ultimately abandoned this tempting notion. Whether in films or comics, the symbiote always showed a strong affinity for bonding with Spider-Man Peter Parker. If he truly introduced the symbiote to Peter Parker, there was a high probability that he would never get it back. At 6 in the evening, Meng Zu ceased his training. After preparing a large portion of pan-seared steak, he ate while watching television. Once he finished his meal and cleaned the utensils, he checked his phone. There was still ample time before the appointment with Brad made the previous night. He turned off the TV and went to freshen up. Brad was his university classmate. The call last night was to invite Meng Zu to a class reunion. 5 years had passed since graduation. As everyone had been busy with their lives after entering society, no gatherings had occurred. Thus, when Brad called, Meng Zu agreed without hesitation. Thinking of those old friends he had not seen for so long, a faint smile crept onto Meng Zu's lips. Meng Zu had originally graduated from a university in New York. He had always lived in New York and did not move elsewhere after graduation. However, most of his classmates had dispersed to different cities, each forging their own unique life paths. Although they occasionally kept in touch through social media, the only ones he could truly meet in person were those few classmates who remained in New York. Yet due to work commitments, such meetings were rare. Before Meng Zu became a mercenary, he could still see those friends a few times a year. After becoming a mercenary, whenever they notified him of a gathering, he was often on a mission and had to regretfully decline. After freshening up and tidying his clothes, Meng Zu drove off. On the way, his phone rang. It was Brad. Brad was one of the classmates who stayed in New York for work. During their university days, Meng Zu and Brad had a fairly good relationship, and after graduation, Brad was the one he kept in touch with the most. Brad was sharp and capable in his work, smooth in social interactions, and adept at building rapport with people. He had demonstrated his social skills during university, making the most friends in their entire class. Whenever classmates encountered problems at school, they would seek Brad out, and he could usually resolve the matter through his network. After graduation and entering the workforce, Brad quickly built good relationships with most of his department colleagues within a month. Eventually, a year ago, he was promoted to department manager, the youngest among all managers. Evan, have you left yet? I've already arrived. As soon as he pressed the answer button, he heard Brad's inquiry. What's the rush? I've already set off and am driving over now, Meng Zu replied with a smile. All right then, we'll wait for you here. After hanging up, Meng Zu drove unhurriedly toward the gathering venue. There was no need to speed. As the saying goes, with countless roads, safety comes first. Improper driving brings tears to loved ones. Since it was not an urgent matter, there was no reason to exceed the speed limit. Half an hour later, Meng Zu arrived at the gathering place, a modest dining boat on the Hudson River. Gathering on the boat allowed them to enjoy authentic cuisine while admiring the river scenery. Although it was evening, the night view was equally beautiful, especially the illuminated Statue of Liberty on Liberty Island. Upon entering the parking lot, Meng Zu noticed that all the cars were mid to high-end sedans, indicating that the clientele here were primarily middle-class families with decent financial standing. The reunion was organized by Brad, and choosing this venue suggested that everyone had fared well in their careers over the past few years. Exiting the parking lot and arriving at the Hudson River, he soon spotted several familiar figures. They were all university classmates attending the reunion, most of whom Meng Zu had not seen in 5 years. Evan. At that moment, a rotund, round figure spotted Meng Zu and approached with a beaming smile. Brad. This chubby man was Brad, Meng Zu's good friend. Brad complained. Evan, I told you to come earlier. Why do you always cut it so close? I'm not late. Look, there are still 5 minutes until 8:30, Meng Zu said, pulling out his phone with a smile. Brad sighed helplessly. I can't do anything with you. Come on, you're the last one. The two walked toward the dining boat. Meng Zu patted Brad's belly and teased, "Brad, in just under a year you've gotten even fatter. Get away." Brad quickly swatted Meng Zu's hand away and defended himself. "According to you Easterners, this is good fortune. Haha, then you have plenty of fortune." As they approached the dining boat, several classmates chatting outside also recognized Meng Zu. After exchanging pleasantries, they boarded the boat together, chatting and laughing. Meng Zu was the last to arrive. Now that everyone was present, the class reunion officially began. Since the reunion had over 30 participants, the entire dining boat had been reserved. The boat featured an entertainment room and resting quarters, while the dining area was on the deck. The chefs had already prepared the ingredients. The main course for the evening was barbecue, a staple of American gatherings. On the deck, besides barbecue, there were desserts and fruit salads prepared by the chefs. Some, unable to wait for the chefs to finish grilling, began roasting food themselves. When Meng Zu and his group arrived, those nearby eagerly came forward to greet them one by one, as many had not seen each other in 5 years. A golden-haired beauty approached, scrutinizing Meng Zu as she said, "Evan, you haven't changed a bit in 5 years." Meng Zu smiled and replied, "Yes, Ellie, but you've become even more beautiful." "Thank you. Would you like to have a drink over there?" Ellie invited Meng Zu. Noticing the ring on her left ring finger, he declined with an excuse. "I've quit drinking." "Did you come alone?" "I came with Mia. They'll go keep her company first, we can talk later." After Ellie left, Brad nudged Meng Zu with his elbow and asked, "Evan, what's wrong with you? Ellie invited you, why did you refuse?" "She's already married." Brad shrugged dismissively. "So what? Since she invited you, she must still have feelings for you. Maybe you two could have some fun tonight." "I'm not interested in that." "All right then." Brad shrugged his shoulders. During university, Ellie was a stunning girl pursued by many. Meng Zu was no exception, and he eventually won her heart. They became a couple, but Ellie was more rational than emotional, knowing exactly what she wanted and how to achieve it. Before graduation, Ellie asked Meng Zu if he would move to Los Angeles with her for work. He refused. When he asked her to stay in New York, she gave the same answer. They parted ways after graduation and lost contact. If Ellie weren't married, Meng Zu would have accepted her invitation. Even a night together wouldn't have been an issue. They had shared many such nights in college. But the wedding ring on her left hand signaled her marital status, and he always respected the sanctity of marriage. After Brad brought over some grilled meat, they sat at a table eating and drinking beer. Meng Zu noticed a man in a white shirt and tie in a corner chatting cheerfully with others. He asked Brad, "Is that Damon?" Brad followed his gaze. "Yeah, that's Damon." Meng Zu remarked, "Is he crazy? Dressed like that for a class reunion?" Brad chuckled, "He's different now. He's become rich." "Oh. You know, after graduation, Damon became a stockbroker on Wall Street. He's done well over the years and made some money. He's been buying Stark Industries stock for a while. When Tony Stark went missing and the stock dropped, Damon invested most of his remaining money into it. After Tony Stark was rescued, the stock surged. Damon sold all his shares before Stark's press conference announcing the closure of the weapons division, making a substantial profit. Since then, his reputation among brokers has soared, and many seek his services. Now he earns hundreds of thousands of dollars a month." Brad explained to Meng Zu. "Well, not bad." In college, Meng Zu and Damon had the worst relationship. Damon was arrogant and hot-tempered. Because of Ellie, they clashed. Damon was also pursuing her. When he discovered Meng Zu's interest, he warned him to back off, but Meng Zu ignored him. What followed was a typical student scenario, a challenge. Damon told Meng Zu, "Don't leave after class. If you've got guts, meet me in the woods." Meng Zu went alone to the designated woods. Outnumbered 4-1, he ended up with 2 black eyes, but sent Damon and his 3 friends to the hospital. After that, Damon never bothered him again, but their relationship soured. Even after moving to New York, they never contacted each other. At gatherings, Damon always sat as far from Meng Zu as possible. Brad pointed at Damon and laughed. "Want to go chat?" "Are you sure Damon wants to talk to me?" "Huh." As classmates on the deck gradually rekindled their college camaraderie, Meng Zu and Brad were chatting with old friends about recent experiences and funny memories. Damon approached with a few people from his circle. A former classmate beside Damon asked, "Evan, I heard you're a private detective in New York." Meng Zu glanced at him, then at Damon, thinking to himself, "Is this the classic reunion show-off scene?" Meng Zu nodded, "Yes, Glass." Hearing this, Glass' face lit up with joy. "Can we talk over there?" Meng Zu was taken aback. He had misjudged. Judging by Glass' expression, it was likely a job offer. "Sure." Apologizing to the others, Meng Zu followed Glass to a secluded corner. Glass said anxiously, "Evan, I want you to help me find someone." "Who?" "My fiancée, Lena." "Tell me the situation." Glass recounted the story of his fiancée, Lena. He met her while working in Philadelphia. Lena's family was in New York. 2 weeks ago, she returned to visit her parents. Because of work, Glass couldn't accompany her. Though apart, they video called daily. One day, Lena's phone suddenly went dead. Assuming it was just turned off, Glass waited. But when it remained unreachable the next day, he called her parents. They said Lena had left for Philadelphia the day before. Thinking she might have lost her phone, Glass decided to wait for her return. When Lena didn't show up the following day, Glass informed her parents. They decided to report it to the police. An investigation revealed no record of Lena boarding a flight to Philadelphia. Security footage only showed her in Brooklyn before she vanished. After days of searching Brooklyn without finding any clues, the police classified Lena as missing and warned the three to prepare for the worst. She might have been harmed. Glass refused to believe Lena was dead without seeing her body. He took an extended leave from work and spent the past 2 weeks in New York searching for leads. He had hired private detectives, but after a few days they all admitted defeat and suggested he might have better luck with local gang connections. Glass didn't know any New York gangsters. Approaching them would likely end with him being stripped and thrown out. When Brad invited him to the reunion, Glass initially declined. But recalling that some classmates lived in New York, he hoped they might offer help. At the reunion, he first approached Damon, but Damon spent the whole time boasting about his achievements. When Glass finally asked if anyone knew New York gangsters, Damon reluctantly mentioned that Meng Zu, a private detective, knew many shady people. That's why Glass sought him out. After listening to Glass' account, Meng Zu asked, "Do you have a photo of your fiancée, Lena?" Glass immediately took out a photo of Lena from his pocket and handed it over. Meng Zu took the photo and said, "Glass, even though we are classmates, there are rules in the private detective business. How much are you willing to pay me to find your fiancée? I know the rules of your profession. I am willing to pay $100,000 if you can find Lena with $5,000 as a deposit." $100,000 was already half of Glass's savings, but he did not hesitate at all to find Lena. Meng Zu said to Glass, "Forget about the deposit. However, your fiancée has been missing for so long, and I cannot guarantee whether she is still alive. But if I find her regardless of whether she is alive or dead, you will need to pay me $100,000. What do you think?" Glass nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem as long as you can find Lena." At that moment, Meng Zu also received a system notification that the hiring task had been generated to find Glass' missing fiancée with a hiring value of 300 points. 300 points for the hiring value. It seems that Glass' fiancée's disappearance is not a simple matter. Meng Zu thought to himself upon seeing the hiring task. "I will set off right now." Meng Zu looked at the sorrowful Glass and patted his shoulder. "Just relax a bit. Today is a class reunion, let's have some fun. You might even receive news from me before dawn." Hearing this, Glass forced a smile that was more painful than crying. "Thank you." Meng Zu called Brad aside and explained the situation. Brad sighed helplessly. "All right, even though this is a rare class reunion, I wish you good luck, Yvan. Help Glass find his fiancée as soon as possible." Leaving the class reunion directly seemed inappropriate, but the matter of Glass' fiancée could not be disclosed to everyone. He could only leave it to Brad, the organizer, to handle. Meng Zu left the dining boat with Lena's photo, drove towards the direction of Brooklyn, as that was the last place Lena was seen. If an outsider journalist were to interview locals on the streets of New York and ask where the crime rate is the highest, they would receive a unified answer: Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan. Following Hell's Kitchen, the next highest crime area is Brooklyn, which is home to many African Americans and other minority groups. Here, many people have low education levels, numerous gangs exist, and racial discrimination prevails, making it once regarded as a chaotic, filthy, and evil place of origin. It wasn't until social development and stringent government crackdowns that the situation improved. Even so, Brooklyn's crime rate remains the highest in New York, second only to Hell's Kitchen. On the way to Brooklyn, Meng Zu activated a clue guide and discovered that Lena's location was still in Brooklyn. Eventually, he arrived at a neighborhood populated by minorities where the crowd was quite mixed, including Irish, Italians, Russians, and others. As Meng Zu walked through the alley following the red arrow, it was nearly 10 p.m., but there were still groups of people gathered in the alley. Meng Zu was well aware of the situation here. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he specifically sought out the Italian gang leader with whom he had some connections. With his help, he wouldn't have to worry about any unnecessary troubles. "You made quite a noise among those black guys yesterday. Aren't you afraid someone will find out and come after you?" The Italian gang leader handed Meng Zu a drink. Meng Zu chuckled nonchalantly, saying, "I just don't want to attract the police. If they really want to pursue me, I don't mind making some noise myself." The gang leader raised his glass and asked, "What brings you to see me?" Meng Zu clinked glasses with the gang leader. "I'm here to find someone. You know how things are around here, there are always some troublemakers. You wouldn't want me to cause any disturbances, would you?" "All right, I understand. He'll have Jimmy follow you so no foolish bastards will bother you." The people gathered in the alley all fell silent upon seeing Jimmy behind Meng Zu, and no one approached to cause trouble. As they moved deeper toward an old warehouse, Meng Zu noticed figures in the shadows watching him, and there was more than one. Meng Zu turned to Jimmy and said, "Jimmy, you can go back now. I need to act alone from here on out." Jimmy nodded without hesitation and turned to leave. Although Meng Zu might encounter trouble, without him it didn't concern Jimmy. He was only following Meng Zu because of the boss orders, and now that Meng Zu said he didn't need him anymore, it was just right for Jimmy to go back and have another drink. Before Meng Zu entered the old warehouse, a dozen scruffy young men emerged from the darkness, predominantly white, but there were also 4 black men among them. They held knives and had bulges at their waists, indicating they were likely carrying guns. The group spread out, forming a trend of encirclement around Meng Zu. One of them spoke, "Leave here or die." Hearing this, Meng Zu laughed. Oh, you actually want to let me leave? The other replied, this is our territory. We don't want to conflict with the Italians. As long as you leave, we will pretend we never saw you. Leaving is naturally not an option. The red arrow of the clue guide is pointing directly toward the old warehouse. So can you let me in to find someone before I leave? A friend of mine is inside. One of them stepped forward, his expression cold, and said, don't be ungrateful. Get lost now, or even with the Italians backing you, we will still kill you. Okay, I got it. I will. Meng Zu pretended to be frightened by their actions and waved his hands, but before he could finish speaking, he moved like an arrow released from a bow, rushing towards them. Though they held knives and had guns at their waist, they were all just ordinary people and posed no real threat to Meng Zu. He could take them all down before they even drew their guns. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot first. The closest one to Meng Zu was the white guy who had spoken. This guy, over 6 feet tall, was kicked in the stomach by Meng Zu and flew 5 meters away, crashing into a nearby fence, visibly denting the spot of impact. Seeing Meng Zu make a move, the others rushed at him with their knives raised. Meng Zu twisted his body, stepped forward with a single stride, and delivered a punch to the face of the black man on his right. With the strength Meng Zu now possessed, the force of this blow was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. The man's entire face began to deform from the point of impact, his jaw dislocated, and half of his teeth sprayed out from his mouth. In truth, this outcome was only achieved because Meng Zu had held back. Otherwise, with his current power, a full-force punch would have instantly snapped the black man's neck from the sheer impact. Next, Meng Zu kicked another white man's knee, and a sound of bone cracking echoed. With a scream, the white man collapsed to the ground, clutching his knee in agonized wails. Ignoring this white man who had lost his combat ability, Meng Zu leaped from the ground, without a second glance, drove his knee into another person's chest, and sent him flying backward. The man crashed to the floor, powerless to rise again. Meng Zu sidestepped to evade a dagger thrust from behind. Without looking back, he countered with a swinging punch that struck the attacker square in the face. The man's entire nose collapsed, his mouth twisted out of shape, and blood gushed from both his mouth and nose. When someone appeared in such a gruesome state, immense pain usually followed, but he was fortunate. The sheer force of Meng Zu's punch stunned his mind, plunging him into unconsciousness as darkness veiled his eyes, at least temporarily sparing him from the agony. In the blink of an eye, Meng Zu had taken down 4 men, terrifying the others into halting their advance. Yet Meng Zu did not pause his assault in response to their hesitation. 3 figures were instantly struck by Meng Zu's kick to the abdomen, sent flying backward like discarded dolls, crashing into the railing before slumping to the ground in a daze, unconscious. One of them, jolted awake by a chill surging through his body, quickly regained his senses and shouted loudly, "Fire!" Bang, bang, bang. Just as the remaining few drew their pistols from their waists, a Beretta appeared in Meng Zu's hand. With a rapid series of gunshots, as he pulled the trigger, the survivors clutched their right hands, which had been holding their guns, and screamed in agony. Every bullet Meng Zu had fired struck their right hands with precision, sending fingers flying as their pistols clattered to the ground. Meng Zu aimed his gun at these wailing men and said softly, "If you don't want to die, get lost." Meng Zu's voice was quieter than any of their screams, yet they all heard him clearly. Gazing at his calm expression, unrestrained fear painted their faces. Without a word, they turned and sprinted away from the old warehouse with all their might, terrified that if they slowed down, Meng Zu would blow their heads off. After they fled, Meng Zu pocketed his gun, ignored the unconscious men on the ground, and walked toward the old warehouse. As he did, he glanced up slightly at a dark window on the second floor. Earlier, while Meng Zu was engaging the dozen men in front of the warehouse, a figure stood in the darkness on the second floor, observing through the window. Watching Meng Zu dispatch 7 men in an instant, his eyes blazed with fury and coldness. As the remaining men turned to flee, a sinister and twisted grin crept across his face, quickly replaced by a barely concealed glee. He then turned and left the window. Meng Zu pushed open the warehouse door, and seeing the pitch-black interior, used his phone's flashlight to locate the light switch. Reaching out, he flipped it, and the lights flickered a few times before illuminating the entire old warehouse in a bright glow. Activating his clue guidance ability, Meng Zu followed a red arrow to a storage room at the very back of the warehouse. Pushing open the door, he saw 2 men and 4 women huddled in fear in the farthest corner. All 6 bore bruises on their faces, evidence of having been beaten. Among them, Meng Zu spotted one woman, Grass's fiancée Lena, and immediately walked toward them. "You? Don't come any closer. What do you people want? Please don't hit us anymore." As Meng Zu approached a white man in a lavender suit, one of the 6 cried out in terror. Meng Zu halted, tilted his head slightly, his mouth twitching a little, his expression odd, and his gaze carrying a look of bewilderment, as if facing an idiot. He said, "Are you out of your mind?" The lavender-suited white man paused for a moment, then continued staring at Meng Zu in terror. "I don't know what you're talking about." Meng Zu rolled his eyes and pointed at him. "The bruises on your face were clearly inflicted just now, no more than 10 minutes ago. Since I entered this warehouse, there's been no one else here besides you. Did the other 5 beat you? If they did, you wouldn't be huddled with them right now. You'd be hiding alone far away from them." Watching the lavender-suited man's expression shift from terror to dismay, Meng Zu shook his head and taunted. And you were spying from the second-floor window earlier. Did you think hiding in the dark would keep me from noticing? What an idiot. The lavender-suited man stood up with a cold smirk. I underestimated you. But the more formidable you are, the more satisfied I am. Meng Zu chuckled softly. Seems you're confident you can handle me. Though Meng Zu appeared nonchalant, he pulled the gun from his pocket and gripped it firmly. From his earlier observations, the lavender-suited man was clearly an ordinary person. Yet knowing Meng Zu's prowess, he still spoke with such bravado, likely relying on some unknown trump card. Strangely, Meng Zu's danger sense gave no warning. To be safe, he decided that if anything suspicious occurred, he would shoot the man without hesitation. Eyeing the Beretta in Meng Zu's hand, the lavender-suited man smiled. You've come to rescue one of them, haven't you? What would you do if they died? As the words fell, Lena and the other four rose like puppets, their eyes vacant and chaotic, giving Meng Zu the eerie impression that they were mere hollow shells devoid of souls. All five stepped forward, forming a solid barrier behind the lavender-suited man. With their hollow gazes fixed on Meng Zu, they spoke in unison. So what do you plan to do now? Seeing them in this state, Meng Zu's expression involuntarily darkened. The purple-clad man before him likely possessed the same mind control ability as Professor X, capable of manipulating others' brains. Without a second thought, Meng Zu swiftly sidestepped and raised his gun, aiming to shoot the purple-clad man hiding behind the five individuals. But in that instant, Meng Zu saw a purple radiance flare around him. Bathed in the purple light, his body froze mid-motion, and his eyes grew dull and vacant. What a fine slave, the purple-clad man said, beaming as he stepped out from behind the five, addressing Meng Zu. Drop your gun. What? Hearing this, Meng Zu's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at the purple-clad man. Though he felt a strong urge to discard the gun, as ordered, a voice in his heart told him he must not. Moi. Seeing that Meng Zu had not immediately obeyed, and that his dull eyes were beginning to tremble, the purple-clad man's smile faltered. With a raised brow, he intensified the purple light emanating from his body, saturating the entire storage room in its hue. Meng Zu's trembling eyes grew vacant once more. This time he opened his right hand, letting the pistol clatter to the floor. At this sight, the purple-clad man's smile returned. I didn't expect your mental fortitude to be so strong. That was enough power to control 10 people, yet you almost broke free. The purple-clad man circled Meng Zu, appraising him. But such strength is truly satisfying. What is your name? The purple-clad man inquired. My name is Meng Zu, or you can call me Evan. Meng Zu replied, his eyes vacant and expression blank. What do you do, and who are you here to rescue? I am a private detective hired by Grass to find his missing fiancée, Lena. The purple-clad man, Kilgrave, glanced at Lena and asked, how did you find this place? Kilgrave was curious. Lena had been under his control for half a month, and during that time the police had searched tirelessly for her. Through his controlled minions, he was always the first to know whenever officers or informants got close to Lena's trail. Whenever someone approached this old warehouse, he would personally intervene, using his powers to send the police away. Yet Meng Zu had found Lena without him receiving any warning of inquiries about her arriving directly at the warehouse. I followed the clues here. Clues? Kilgrave frowned. After half a month, he had erased all traces of Lena. Where did you get these clues? Not from anywhere. It's the sys. As Meng Zu was about to say system, his heart, which had been beating steadily, suddenly pounded, accelerating rapidly. A flicker of life returned to Meng Zu's vacant eyes before reverting to dullness. He continued, Sylvia told me. When Meng Zu showed signs of breaking free again, Kilgrave, instead of reinforcing his control, hastily retreated, putting distance between them. He ordered Lena and the other four to surround Meng Zu. Stop pretending. You've broken free of my control. Kilgrave snarled, his face twisted. Hearing this, Meng Zu's vacant eyes instantly regained their sharpness. He smiled and said, oh, how did you know? I know my abilities well. I don't know why they failed on you, but I don't like threats. You must die today. Kilgrave glared at Meng Zu with icy eyes. Meng Zu's smile vanished as he stared back coldly. Good. I hate threats too, especially mind-controlling bastards dressed in my most hated shade of purple. Get him. Kilgrave commanded the five, unleashing his power to its fullest. He became a human purple lamp, the intense light stinging Meng Zu's eyes. Looking at the blinding purple humanoid lamp, Meng Zu thought wryly, lucky you glow purple. If it were green, even Thanos wouldn't stand a chance against this brightness. The sudden acceleration of Meng Zu's heart had surged adrenaline, sharpening his mind and temporarily breaking Kilgrave's hold. But once the adrenaline faded, he would be re-subjugated. He had to eliminate Kilgrave before it wore off. Meng Zu retrieved a pistol from his storage space, but as he raised it, Lena and the others lunged, clinging tightly to his body. Normally, Meng Zu could easily shake off 10 people, but fighting Kilgrave's mental control severely hampered his physical movements. With a shove, Meng Zu sent 2 women flying. Yet controlled by Kilgrave and feeling no pain, they scrambled up and lunged again, latching onto his arms. Under Kilgrave's power, Meng Zu felt his head spin, a sign of mental exhaustion. He hadn't felt this drained since pulling an all-night gaming session in college. Mental fatigue clouded his once clear mind. Seeing the struggle on Meng Zu's face, Kilgrave chuckled. So my power isn't useless against you. Your will is just too strong, letting you break free temporarily. Kilgrave intensified his power, draining Meng Zu's mental energy. As time passed, Meng Zu's dizziness worsened, his consciousness blurred, and his limbs grew unresponsive. He couldn't even squeeze the trigger. I shouldn't have hesitated. I should have shot through Lena to hit that purple bastard, Meng Zu thought regretfully. Earlier, when the five held him, Kilgrave had positioned Lena to block the gun's muzzle with her body. Knowing Meng Zu came to rescue Lena, Kilgrave gambled that he wouldn't shoot her. He was right. Looks like he'll have to use the resurrection cross, Meng Zu mused just before losing consciousness. If he were in Kilgrave's shoes, he'd execute the threat while he had control. Then he'd revive in 3 seconds and surprise him. When Meng Zu stopped struggling and his expression went blank, Kilgrave remained cautious. Instead of approaching, he ordered the only man among the 5 to pick up the fallen Beretta. To Kilgrave, Meng Zu was a valuable minion, but his strong will made him a threat. Kilgrave couldn't keep his power active indefinitely. If Meng Zu broke free again, he would be doomed. So he coldly commanded the man kill him. The man controlled by Kilgrave raised his pistol, aiming it at Meng Zu's head. At that moment, the danger sense in Meng Zu's mind rang incessantly, warning him of impending peril. His thoughts grew hazy and sluggish, leaving him only able to perceive the irritating sound without being able to respond. However, the clamor of the danger sense startled the symbiote within Meng Zu's body. Just as the man pulled the trigger, the symbiote surged forth in an instant, enveloping Meng Zu entirely. Bang! Meng Zu's head tilted back slightly as a golden bullet halted on his forehead, lodged as if it had struck rubber. A small ripple of distortion spread around the bullet. With a clink, the bullet was squeezed out by the symbiote and fell to the ground. What the hell is that? Startled by the sudden change in Meng Zu, Kilgrave, seeing the bullet stopped, hurriedly shouted to the controlled man, "Shoot him dead." Bang! 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 Gunfire rang out repeatedly, and Meng Zu's head was jerked back with each shot. Realizing that the bullets were useless, Kilgrave knew he might have provoked a monster. Moreover, with the appearance of the black substance, his mental suppression over Meng Zu seemed to be blocked, making the once effortless intrusion extremely difficult. Thus Kilgrave turned and fled outside. After the symbiote emerged, Meng Zu's mind suddenly cleared, and he quickly regained his senses. He became aware of the danger sense's warning. Opening his eyes, he saw the man controlled by Kilgrave repeatedly pulling the trigger of his pistol, though the bullets had run out, and he was only firing empty shots. Meng Zu flung his arms, tossing aside the 4 women who had been holding him, snatched the gun from the man's hand, grabbed him by the collar, and threw him away. Finding that the storage room no longer held that purple-clad figure, Meng Zu immediately activated Clue tracking to pursue him. Kilgrave sprinted through the alley, but he was not alone, and a dozen people followed closely behind him. As he fled, he used his ability to control everyone he encountered, hoping they would serve as temporary obstacles if Meng Zu caught up. If he could reach a crowded area, he could control more people to threaten Meng Zu and perhaps even eliminate him. Kilgrave's plan was sound, but knowing his ability, Meng Zu was not foolish enough to chase him on the ground. Aware that Kilgrave would likely control everyone he met as cannon fodder, Meng Zu climbed up a drainpipe after leaving the warehouse, scaling the rooftop in a few swift moves, and pursued Kilgrave from above. Leaping across the rooftops of various buildings, Meng Zu soon spotted Kilgrave in the alley below, along with the dozen or so people trailing him. Just as he had anticipated, the man had controlled everyone he encountered. Meng Zu drew his pistol, the dark muzzle aimed at Kilgrave, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending death. Bang! With a gunshot, a golden bullet streaked through the air toward the back of Kilgrave's head. As Kilgrave ran, he suddenly felt something strike his head. The world spun before his eyes, darkness closed in, and he knew no more. Meng Zu saw Kilgrave's head pierced by the bullet, brain matter and blood spraying forward. After stumbling a few more steps, Kilgrave collapsed to the ground. The moment Kilgrave died, the dozen people following him also lost consciousness, all collapsing to the ground. Meng Zu leaped down from the rooftop, using windowsills to break his fall. Kneeling beside Kilgrave's body, Meng Zu examined him and confirmed his death. The other dozen people lying on the ground were merely unconscious. Looking at Kilgrave's corpse, Meng Zu thought for a moment, then stripped a jacket from one of the unconscious men, wrapped it around Kilgrave's head, and stored the body in his storage space. After retracting the symbiote into his body, Meng Zu returned to the old warehouse, picked up the unconscious Lena, and carried her toward his vehicle outside. Although carrying a woman attracted some attention along the way, the sight of the gun in Meng Zu's hand deterred anyone from causing trouble. After placing Lena in the back seat, Meng Zu started the car and left Brooklyn. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and he was in no hurry to reach the gathering spot, as too many eyes might see him. Having been controlled by Kilgrave earlier, Meng Zu realized that Kilgrave's mental control differed from Professor X's in the movies. When Professor X lifted control, the person often had no memory of their actions, but under Kilgrave's influence, Meng Zu clearly remembered everything he had done. Whatever Kilgrave commanded, Meng Zu obeyed from the heart, as naturally as drinking water when thirsty. Lena had been under Kilgrave's control for half a month. Though Meng Zu didn't know exactly what Kilgrave had done to her during that time, he could imagine some things. Lena would remember those events clearly, and when she woke up her emotions would likely be overwhelming. Meng Zu called Glass telling him that Lena had been found and arranged to meet him alone at a designated spot. When Meng Zu arrived at the meeting place, he saw Glass anxiously smoking beside his car with 7 or 8 cigarette butts already on the ground. Seeing Meng Zu approach, Glass hurried over. Meng Zu helped carry Lena from his back seat to Glass' car, then said, "Your fiancée was controlled by someone for a while. Some unpleasant things might have happened. She may be emotionally unstable when she wakes up. Comfort her well, and it's best to find a psychologist to treat her for a time." Yes, Evan, thank you so much this time. Glass quickly expressed his gratitude to Meng Zu, then asked angrily, "Who was that bastard who controlled Lena? I'm going to call the police and have him arrested." Meng Zu said calmly, "No need to call the police. He has completely disappeared from this world." Glass pupils contracted, understanding the implication of Meng Zu's words. However, since Meng Zu had mentioned that the man had done terrible things to Lena during those 2 weeks, Glass felt no inclination to report a dead man to the police. After seeing the text message confirming the transfer of $100,000 to his account, Meng Zu drove home. On the way back, Meng Zu changed direction. He had barely eaten anything at tonight's gathering before encountering Grass incident, and now he felt hungry. Although there was food in the refrigerator at home, he had no desire to go back and cook for himself. It would be better to buy something to eat. It was already 11 o'clock at night, and most restaurants had closed. Only a few fast food places were still open. He remembered a pizza shop with quite good flavor, though it was a bit far from where he lived. After parking the car in the lot, Meng Zu pushed open the door and entered the pizza shop. The clerk asked, "What kind of pizza would you like?" 2 14-inch Mexican pizzas. Meng Zu originally intended to order 2, but after acquiring the symbiote, his appetite had grown much larger, so he changed his mind. "No, make it 5. The clerk glanced at Meng Zu with some surprise. Though puzzled as to why he wanted so many, the more he bought, the higher his wages would be. "All right, please wait a moment." Half an hour later, 5 14-inch Mexican pizzas were ready. Meng Zu carried the pizza boxes toward the parking lot, lifted the lid of the top box, took out a slice, and began eating as he walked. When he arrived at the dimly lit parking lot, Meng Zu noticed 2 figures near his car. As he drew closer, he saw they were 2 black thugs trying to pry open his car door. His car was parked far from the lights, making the area quite dark, and the thugs' black clothes and skin served as natural camouflage, which was why he hadn't identified them immediately. Meng Zu walked over while eating his pizza, but the 2 thugs were so focused on picking the lock that they didn't notice him approaching from behind. The thug crouching nearby grew impatient and said to the one picking the lock, "It's been almost 10 minutes. Can you do it or not? If you can't, just break the window and get in. Buddy, have some patience. This is a nice car. That window alone costs several $1,000s. If we break it, we'll lose that much income." The lockpicking thug replied earnestly without turning his head, "All right, but if you still can't get it in 10 more minutes, it'll smash the glass." "No problem. If it's still not open in 10 minutes, we'll do it your way." Meng Zu looked at the 2 car thieves absorbed in their work, a line of black dots forming on his forehead. "Hey, need any help?" The 2 were startled by the sudden voice behind them and quickly turned around to see Meng Zu eating pizza while holding a box. Seeing that Meng Zu was Asian, the 2 black thugs exchanged a silent glance without speaking. Then they stood up, each pulling a knife from behind and pointing it at Meng Zu. Meng Zu quickly said, "Okay, buddy, relax. I get what you mean." With that, he held out the pizza slice he had already bitten into 3 or 4 times. "Here, take it." Looking at the half-eaten pizza slice Meng Zu offered, the 2 thugs felt their minds go blank. The lockpicking one muttered, "Buddy, is this guy an idiot?" "Idiot, your sister. He's messing with us." The other thug shouted angrily, baring his white teeth, and cursed at Meng Zu, "Fuck you, yellow monkey, hand over all your money, or you'll get a new hole in your body today." Oh, so you want my money. Now I understand," Meng Zu said with exaggerated tone. "All right, I'll give it to you." As the words left his mouth, Meng Zu suddenly hurled the pizza slice in his hand. It slapped onto the face of the thug who had cursed him, splattering sauce and toppings everywhere upon impact. The 2 thugs were stunned by the sudden turn of events. The next moment, fury erupted within them. The one hit with the pizza tore the half-eaten slice off his face while spewing a rapid-fire string of curses. The lockpicking thug, brandishing his gleaming knife, lunged directly at Meng Zu's kidneys. "Damn, that's vicious." Seeing the attempt to ruin his future happiness, Meng Zu raised his right leg, his knee crashing into the thug's knife-wielding hand, sending the blade flying into the air. He then straightened his leg and kicked the thug square on the chin. A crack echoed. Clearly the jaw was broken. The man was lifted 20 centimeters off the ground by the force of the kick before crashing down onto the pavement. The other thug charged at Meng Zu, his knife aimed for the stomach. But before he could reach him, Meng Zu twisted his left foot and drove his right knee into the thug's chest, sending him flying backward to land heavily on the ground. Meng Zu shook the pizza grease off his right hand, pulled out his car keys, unlocked the door, and placed the pizza boxes on the passenger seat. Then he closed the door and walked over to the thug who had cursed him. The thug clutched his chest, struggling to get up, but it felt as though a heavy hammer had struck him. Any slight movement brought excruciating pain. As Meng Zu approached, the thug glared at him with fierce eyes and continued his rapid-fire stream of profanities. But when Meng Zu pulled out a gun and aimed it at his head, the thug immediately fell silent, then begged in terror, "Don't kill me. I have children to support. Please have mercy and let me go." Meng Zu had no intention of killing him in the first place. Such a trivial matter wasn't worth taking a life. However, since the man had insulted him and tried to stab him, he couldn't let them off so easily. Bang, 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 bang. 4 gunshots rang out and 4 bullets struck the thug's limbs, eliciting agonized screams. Meng Zu returned to the car and did the same to the other thug, 4 shots. Though he hadn't cursed him, he had still tried to stab Meng Zu in the kidneys. Meng Zu drove away from the parking lot, leaving behind the 2 screaming thugs. If some kind soul found them and called an ambulance, they would recover after a few months in the hospital. But if no one discovered them, bleeding to death would be their fate, a matter of heaven's will. After stopping at a gas station to buy a large can of gasoline, Meng Zu drove to a secluded forest. He needed to complete the final cleanup. He retrieved Kilgrave's body from his storage space and tossed it into a shallow pit, then poured the gasoline over it. Bang! Using his multifunction bullet skill, he transformed the pistol round into an explosive incendiary bullet and fired at Kilgrave's corpse. A blazing fire erupted, accompanied by faint explosions. After confirming that Kilgrave's body had been reduced to charred remains, Meng Zu gathered stones from nearby and filled the shallow pit. Now there's no need to worry about anyone using this bastard's body for research. Kilgrave had controlled quite a number of people, and though he was now dead, no one else knew of this except for Glass. This matter would inevitably reach the ears of S.H.I.E.L.D., and once they knew, Hydra would too. Given Hydra's modus operandi, they would surely retrieve Kilgrave's corpse for research. Against a physical attack, Meng Zu could at least find a way to counter, but he currently had no means to defend against Kilgrave's ability. He couldn't remain in the symbiote state constantly, and if Hydra were to research something from the corpse, it would pose a potential threat to him in the future. Thus, the best course was to completely destroy the body. Returning home, Meng Zu reflected on the night's operation. He had been somewhat arrogant. The system's mission had offered a hefty 300 reward points, indicating that this matter was far from simple. When he saw that Kilgrave was just an ordinary man, he should have acted immediately to eliminate him rather than being curious about his trump card. If it hadn't been for his luck in obtaining the symbiote, he would have certainly died once. Next time, if I can act, I'll stop talking, Meng Zu admonished himself inwardly. Speaking of which, it was fortunate that he had encountered Kilgrave, a superpowered individual with formidable abilities but pitiful physical skills. This encounter allowed Meng Zu to discover that the symbiote state could significantly resist mental control, an unexpected blessing. Time flew, and it was now the end of November. Meng Zu regularly shuttled between the detective agency, the Continental Hotel, and the Mercenary bar, selecting missions. He was also called twice by Coulson to investigate supernatural incidents, only to find that they were merely reckless, ordinary people attempting to summon demons. The summoned demons were of the lowest order, and before they could attract the attention of the New York Sanctum's mages, Meng Zu eliminated them with holy light bullets. Recently, Peter Parker had undergone significant changes since enrolling. Despite being a student, he still worked part-time as a photojournalist. Every afternoon after school, he would rush to the Daily Bugle to sell his staged photos to the boss J. Jonah Jameson in exchange for money. Peter's heart belonged to Mary Jane, but she was with Harry Osborn, his good friend. As the saying goes, one should not covet a friend's wife, so Peter could only bury his affection for Mary Jane deep within his heart. Turning his sorrow into motivation, Peter spent every free moment at school in the library, burying himself in textbooks, hoping to drown his sadness in the ocean of knowledge. This made his already excellent academic performance even more outstanding, earning him the favor of all his teachers. However, it also earned him a reputation among students as a nerd. In American schools, being a nerd was not a good thing. Once labeled a nerd, one's chances with the opposite sex diminished significantly, as few would want to date someone perceived as lacking romance and excitement. As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Although Peter's nerd status prevented him from dating any girls at school, his academic excellence caught the attention of Professor Kurt Connors, who invited Peter to join his lab for study. Naturally, Peter eagerly accepted Professor Connors' invitation. After joining the lab team, he met Gwen, who also worked there. Although Gwen had never met Peter before, she had heard of his nerd reputation. Initially, she thought he would be dull, but as they interacted, she found him nothing like the stereotypical nerd. He was actually quite witty. Over time, the two developed feelings for each other. Peter was embraced by love. Not that he embraced love, for he did not pursue Gwen, rather she pursued him. Once in love, Peter quickly forgot his admiration for Mary Jane. As Spider-Man, he was very busy after school, engaging in vigilantism to fight crime. However, this left him no time to accompany Gwen after class, which eventually angered her. She confronted him after school, demanding that he fulfill his responsibilities as a boyfriend instead of rushing off every day. When it came to matters of the heart, Peter was not as adept as he was with academics. He couldn't tell Gwen that he was Spider-Man, so he claimed he had a part-time job at the newspaper chasing after Spider-Man for photos. But this explanation did little to appease her. Sweating profusely, Peter went to his good friend Harry for advice. Though not academically inclined, Harry was a seasoned player in romance, and quickly offered some tips. Following Harry's advice, Peter bought Gwen a flower or small gift every few days and spent some time with her after school. This finally soothed her anger, and their relationship flourished, making them a sweet couple in the eyes of their classmates. Peter was content with his college life. Academically, he had earned Professor Connor's recognition. In his personal life, he was a hero as Spider-Man, fighting crime daily, earning money from the Daily Bugle, and most importantly, finding love. Everything was perfect until yesterday when trouble arose. Gwen's family learned of her boyfriend at school. After learning about Peter from Gwen, her mother invited him over for dinner to observe him closely. Gwen's father, George, was displeased that his daughter was taken, but he knew he couldn't stop her from dating. So he didn't oppose his wife's suggestion. Instead, they both urged Gwen to invite Peter for dinner. George planned to scrutinize him thoroughly. If Peter Parker turned out to be a playboy, he would break his legs to keep him away from his precious daughter, even if it angered Gwen. So yesterday, Gwen invited Peter to her home for dinner, telling him her parents wanted to meet him. The thought of meeting his future in-laws made Peter nervous, and he tried to find excuses to decline. But Gwen's gentle coaxing soon won him over, and he agreed. Thus yesterday, Peter even set aside his Spider-Man duties. Following Harry's advice, he bought some small gifts and flowers, and went with Gwen to her home. After dinner, George and his wife were quite satisfied with their first impression of Peter. Through their conversation, they found him to be an honest young man, and they felt assured that Gwen would not suffer in his hands. But back at home, Peter couldn't help but sigh. Gwen's parents were kind, but he never expected that her father was a police captain. Gwen's mother was an excellent cook, and the dinner was delicious. However, Captain George harbored a dislike for Spider-Man, considering him a lawless criminal. Yet Peter was only doing good deeds fighting crime, just like Tony Stark, Iron Man. Why did Captain George and his boss Jameson dislike Spider-Man? Was everything he did wrong? It's already 11 p.m. now that I'm back, and I've only managed to write a little over 1,000 words. As for Peter's troubles, it could only be said that he was not Tony Stark. If Peter were a billionaire with power and influence like Tony Stark, naturally no one would dare to openly criticize him. While Peter was troubled by this issue, Professor Connors was researching the human enhancement serum in the laboratory of Oscorp Industries. Speaking of the human enhancement serum, one must inevitably mention the super soldier serum. The super soldier serum was a human enhancement agent originally developed by the German scientist Dr. Abraham Erskine during World War II. It could enhance both the physical and mental capabilities of the recipient, theoretically granting the perfect human physique. The serum was initially a product of Germany's super soldier project. Dr. Abraham Erskine, the inventor, felt a pang of conscience after witnessing the inhumane human experiments. Under the arrangement of the U.S. military, he fled to America, leading to the birth of Captain America. Before receiving the super soldier serum, Steve Rogers was merely a frail young man. After voluntarily participating in the military's secret project and being injected with the serum, he instantly transformed from a weak youth into a tall, strong super soldier with unparalleled strength, speed, reflexes, and intelligence. As mentioned earlier, the super soldier serum not only strengthened the body, but also the mind. A good person would become better while a wicked one would become worse. This might be one reason why Steve later became so saintly. Before Steve received the serum, another person had been injected with it, Johann Schmidt, the leader of Hydra. However, at that time, Dr. Abraham Erskine's serum was not yet perfected. Schmidt discovered it and threatened the doctor into injecting him forcibly. The serum produced severe side effects. Schmidt gained immense power, but suffered facial disfigurement, lost all his hair, and his head turned blood red, resembling a skull. Thus the Red Skull was born. After becoming the Red Skull, Schmidt grew even more malevolent, even disregarding Hitler. When Dr. Erskine fled to America, the Red Skull continuously sent assassins to eliminate him, fearing the serum's secrets would be exposed. Just after Dr. Erskine successfully administered the complete serum to Steve for the first time, he was shot dead by a spy. Dr. Abraham Erskine had burned the detailed formula of the super soldier serum before fleeing Germany, leaving only notes recorded by other researchers. After his death, the precise recipe vanished forever. The feats of Captain America and the Red Skull during World War II deeply astonished governments worldwide. After both vanished, various nations and factions, Hydra, the U.S. military, S.H.I.E.L.D., the Soviet Union, and others, obtained the remaining fragments of the serum's data and began their own research. The studies on the super soldier serum took different directions among these groups. Over decades, significant successes were achieved, resulting in figures such as the Winter Soldier Bucky, the Hulk Bruce Banner, Emil Blonsky, and the Soviets' Project Hydra. All can be considered products of the serum. Even Peter Parker's transformation into Spider-Man was a result of research derived from the super soldier serum. The Osborn family suffered from a rare genetic disease that prevented them from living past 50. Under the threat of death, Norman Osborn founded Oscorp. After reaching an agreement with the U.S. military, Osborn began researching the super soldier serum, hoping to find a cure for his family's illness. At that time, Peter Parker's parents were the chief bioscientists recruited by Norman for the company. At Oscorp, they conducted research on the human enhancement serum and incorporated spider gene engineering technology, which significantly accelerated progress. This delighted Norman Osborn, who believed he had finally found hope for survival. However, he was unaware that Richard and Mary Parker were actually S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Apart from Dr. Erskine S.H.I.E.L.D., founded by Howard Stark and Peggy Carter, had the most comprehensive understanding of the super soldier serum. S.H.I.E.L.D. feared that if Oscorp successfully developed the serum, it could produce an army of super soldiers. If any turned out as evil as the Red Skull, it would pose a significant threat to global security. Since Oscorp was collaborating with the U.S. military, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't intervene directly and instead arranged for the Parkers to infiltrate the company and participate in the research. After extensive research and experiments, Richard Parker made improvements to the human enhancement serum. Secretly collecting all experimental data, he injected his own genes into the spiders used for the research, creating a new agent, the spider serum. Norman Osborn, desperate to cure his family's genetic disease, neglected the company's growth and poured vast sums into the serum research. The Parkers, meanwhile, were paid by Norman Osborn and enjoyed the best treatment. After successfully developing the spider serum in secret, they destroyed all experimental data and the spiders used in the research. However, they failed to notice one spider that had secretly escaped. After informing S.H.I.E.L.D., the Parkers absconded with Norman Osborn's life's work and his only hope for survival, leaving behind a note: "Sorry, I'm a mole." Norman Osborn was nearly driven to his death by rage upon discovering he had been betrayed. Perhaps the Parkers had gone too far, provoking fate's retribution. When they contacted S.H.I.E.L.D., they inadvertently alerted Hydra as well. Hydra agents attempted to seize the spider serum and research data and then kill the Parkers. However, as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s desk agents, the couple were surprisingly agile. During a struggle on the plane, Richard Parker delayed the agents while his wife destroyed the spider serum and all research data. Enraged by this, the Hydra agents killed the Parkers and sabotaged the plane, staging it to look like a fatal crash. Norman Osborn felt a secret satisfaction at the Parkers' deaths. After all, he had treated them well, only to be betrayed by these two turncoats. But his joy quickly turned to despair. With the Parkers dead, years of effort were wasted. Time was precious for Norman, yet he was not one to give up easily. He reorganized the research team to restart the Human Enhancement Serum project, appointing Professor Connors, who had worked alongside the Parkers, as the lead researcher. Besides restarting the research, Norman Osborn also secretly kept an eye on Peter Parker, suspecting that Richard and Mary might have left something with him. This was why Harry and Peter became such close friends. After all, New York City was vast with schools everywhere. One was the son of a billionaire, the other an orphan. How could they have attended the same schools from elementary to university without design? Initially, Norman had ulterior motives for fostering their friendship, but years passed without any discovery, gradually leading him to abandon his surveillance of Peter. Time heals all wounds, they say, and Norman's resentment toward the Parkers faded. He began to genuinely care for Peter, who often visited his home to play with Harry, treating him as a beloved younger generation. This was why Peter was allowed to tour the company's lab near the end of high school. Even Peter's inclusion in Professor Connors' research team was secretly approved by Norman, knowing that a newcomer would slow down the critical Human Enhancement Serum project. Norman was well aware of Peter's intellectual capabilities. If he died before the Human Enhancement Serum could cure his family's disease, Peter, as Harry's close friend, would surely devote himself fully to the research. As the son of Richard and Mary Parker, Peter might indeed succeed, and Norman trusted that Peter would never betray Harry like his parents had. Professor Connors was once a military doctor. Having lost most of his right arm in the war, the loss struck him like a bolt from the blue. Disheartened, he chose to retire and later became a university professor. Originally, Professor Connors had resigned himself to his fate, believing he would spend the rest of his life as a university professor, until one day he received an invitation from Norman Osborn to research human enhancement serums. Little did Professor Connors know that his casual acceptance would lead him to meet the most important person in his life, Richard Parker. This name represented not just a scientist who would leave his mark in biochemistry, but to Professor Connors, Richard Parker was like an angel sent by God, casting a divine light upon a life he had already accepted as doomed. While researching human enhancement serums alongside the Parkers, Richard Parker successfully used cross-species genetic technology to create a spider serum from a group of experimental spiders. This sent Professor Connors into an indescribable excitement, for if it worked with spiders, it should also work with lizards. He could use a lizard's ability to regenerate its tail combined with the human enhancement serum to develop a drug containing lizard DNA serum, allowing him to regain a complete body. Yet no sooner had the surprise arrived than a nightmare followed. Unexpectedly, the Parkers vanished immediately after successfully creating the spider serum, taking all their research data with them. Even more tragically, the two died in a plane crash. The beacon of hope that had just flickered before him was extinguished almost as soon as it appeared. The emotional roller coaster nearly drove Professor Connors mad. Fortunately, Norman Osborn once again invited him to research human enhancement serums, giving him the chance to attempt Richard Parker's research methods. Although Professor Connors had been helping Norman Osborn develop a cure for the Osborn family disease from the human enhancement serum, he was simultaneously researching the lizard DNA serum. When Richard Parker was conducting his cross-species genetic experiments, Professor Connors had been more than a little help on the sidelines. He initially thought success would come quickly, but he was unaware of a crucial decay rate algorithm in the cross-species genetic technology. Perhaps it was a lack of talent, but after 15 years, he still had not found the appropriate decay rate algorithm to turn his envisioned technology into reality. A month ago, a new intern came to his lab. An intern would hardly catch Professor Connors' attention, but when he saw the name Peter Parker, the familiar surname instantly reminded him of Richard Parker. After inquiring with Norman Osborn, he learned that Peter Parker was Richard Parker's son. Richard Parker was a scientist Professor Connors deeply respected. Although Richard had stolen the research results, he had also pointed the way. For Peter, Professor Connors' affection extended from the father to the son, often involving Peter in experiments while teaching him. Originally intending only to look after Peter, Professor Connors soon discovered Peter's intelligence. In no time, Peter reached Gwen's level and could assist him in his research. This delighted Professor Connors, who thought to himself that he was indeed Richard's son. After becoming Professor Connors' assistant, Peter learned about the limb regeneration research. Professor Connors hoped to use a lizard's tail regeneration ability to develop a drug that could give disabled people a new lease on life. However, a crucial decay rate algorithm in the cross-species genetic technology had always baffled him. Peter and Gwen were powerless to help. They had no clue about the crucial decay rate algorithm and could only grope through experiments one after another. A week ago, Peter accidentally found a notebook he had lost long ago during his childhood. Opening it, he discovered it contained data on cross-species genetic technology, including the crucial decay rate algorithm. By comparing the handwriting, Peter realized the data was left by his father. His parents had died in a plane crash when he was a child. Peter knew little about who his parents were, learning mostly from Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Peter knew his father was a scientist, but he wondered how Professor Connors knew about his father's cross-species genetic technology. Suspicious, he asked Professor Connors about his parents without mentioning the technology recorded in the notebook. After all, it was his father's work, and Professor Connors had struggled with it for years, indicating its importance. Soon Peter learned from Professor Connors that his parents had once worked with the professor under Norman Osborn to research human enhancement serums. Peter knew well what a human enhancement serum was. Captain America in World War II was born from the super soldier serum. He never expected his father to have researched such things. Professor Connors told Peter that his father, Richard Parker, had successfully developed a spider serum using cross-species genetic technology. To spare Peter's feelings, Professor Connors did not reveal that Richard Parker had stolen the completed research, instead saying an accident in the lab destroyed all the results. Shocked by the answer, Peter realized that the spider that bit him years ago was a result of his father's research, which had made him Spider-Man. After a day of deliberation, he decided to help Professor Connors. Though unclear why his father had not published the technology, he chose to respect his father's decision. A few days later, during an experiment, Peter pretended to coincidentally write down the crucial decay rate algorithm. In a new experiment, Professor Connors succeeded with a lab mouse. When he saw the three-legged mouse successfully regrow its missing leg, Professor Connors froze. Amid the cheers of Peter and Gwen, he snapped back to reality, nearly weeping with joy. The problem that had plagued him for 15 years was finally solved. After calming down, Professor Connors looked at the paper with the decay rate algorithm Peter had casually written. The connection dawned on him. Peter had asked about his father a few days ago, and now produced the key algorithm. Clearly, Peter had obtained Richard Parker's cross-species genetic technology data. Professor Connors gave Peter a hug. "Peter, thank you." Peter feigned confusion. "Professor, I just stumbled upon it. Without your years of research, I never could have thought of it." "Let's just say that." "Regardless, thank you, Peter." Professor Connors did not argue, merely giving him a knowing smile. Seeing that smile, Peter knew Professor Connors had guessed the truth. Since the professor chose not to confront him, it suited Peter just fine. Only Gwen was left baffled, clueless about their cryptic exchange. She simply assumed they were both too excited about finally solving the limb regeneration problem. The successful mouse experiment marked the creation of the first-generation limb regeneration serum. All that remained was to observe the mouse for abnormalities before proceeding to human trials. As an expert in cross-species genetic technology, Professor Connors was acutely aware of the dangers inherent in such unprecedented innovation. He knew that rushing into human trials risked not just failure, but potentially unleashing a disaster. If he had just lost his right arm and obtained such a limb regeneration serum, he would have injected himself without hesitation to restore his broken body. But now he could take things step by step. He had waited 15 years, now that the initial success was achieved, safety was the priority. After reporting the initial success of the limb regeneration technology to Norman Osborn, Professor Connors expected increased funding. Instead, Norman asked about the progress of the treatment for the Osborn family disease. Professor Connors, who had been enthusiastically describing the prospects of regeneration technology, was caught off guard. For 15 years, the crucial decay rate algorithm had blocked the research into human enhancement serums. After being recalled by Norman Osborn, Connors had focused most of his efforts on limb regeneration. Without Peter's algorithm, the technology would still be stagnant. Naturally, little progress had been made on the treatment for the Osborn family disease. This displeased Norman greatly. He was well aware of why Connors was developing limb regeneration technology, but he had never objected. If you want to research it, go ahead, as long as it doesn't delay the research for his family's disease. But now, with Connors' regeneration technology achieving initial success, while his own needs remained unmet, Norman felt his funds were being used solely for Connors' benefit. Norman's health was deteriorating daily, signaling the slow approach of death. Few could face death calmly. Norman coldly told Professor Connors, "Since the limb regeneration technology has achieved initial success, I want to see what I need within the next few days. If there's still no progress, Connors, you can get the hell out of my lab." Professor Connors had initially believed that this report would secure increased funding from Norman Osborn for his research, yet the outcome was far from what he had anticipated. Forced to return to the laboratory and work overtime, he knew that Norman was his benefactor. Without his financial support, the experiments on limb regeneration technology could not proceed. Fortunately, the decay rate algorithm now offered a glimmer of hope. Even if he couldn't achieve a definitive breakthrough, significant progress would be enough to retain Norman Osborn's continued backing. A few days later, Norman Osborn arrived at the laboratory with his secretary. After listening to Professor Connors' presentation, Norman said expressionlessly, "Connors, I've given you your chance. Tomorrow you don't need to come back." Connors hurriedly interjected, "Mr. Osborn, just give me a little more time and I will." But before he could finish, Norman Osborn turned and left without a word, leaving Professor Connors slumped in the laboratory, utterly dejected. Professor Connors had believed that within a few days he would make significant strides in the research on a cure for the Osborn family disease. Initially, progress was rapid, but soon a critical issue emerged. The Osborn family's ailment stemmed from deep genetic collapse. Treating it required comprehensive genetic enhancement, which in turn demanded experimentation, and the test subjects could only be members of the Osborn family. Aside from Norman, the only other Osborn was Harry. Human experimentation always carries risks, especially with such comprehensive genetic trials. Harry was Norman's only son, and Norman would never allow him to take such a risk. Connors himself could volunteer, but Harry was still too young. If something happened to Connors, Harry would be unable to control Osborn Industries, and the shareholders would surely oust him and carve up the company. Thus, when Connors proposed this approach, Norman flatly rejected it. In truth, Connors had conceived another plan to study a person who had successfully received a human enhancement serum, observing how their genes had been altered. This knowledge could then be used to modify Norman and Harry's genes with minimal risk. However, the only known successful recipient of the human enhancement serum was Captain America, who had died years ago. In the past 6 months, Spider-Man had emerged as another possible recipient of a human enhancement serum, but this was uncertain. Like Iron Man, Spider-Man dedicated himself to fighting crime, and the people of New York had embraced him as a superhero. Forcibly capturing him was out of the question. Spider-Man was no criminal, and even criminals could not be subjected to forced human experimentation without their signed consent. If force wouldn't work, perhaps a softer approach would. Approaching Spider-Man and asking him to submit to being studied like a lab rat was an idea that would clearly be rejected without a second thought. Therefore, Connors kept this plan to himself. Professor Connors clenched his fists in fury. Over a decade of research had nearly come to fruition, yet in a few hours it would no longer be his. How could he accept this? Everything in Professor Connors' laboratory had been provided by Norman Osborn, making it all Norman's property. Upon being dismissed, Connors could not take a single item with him, not even a scrap of paper. With bloodshot eyes, Connors stared intently at the lone successful lab mouse in its cage. Suddenly, he stood up, walked to the workbench, and picked up a white syringe marked with the Osborn Industries logo. He then retrieved a vial of emerald green serum, a cross-species lizard gene serum created through the cross-species genetic equation containing lizard DNA. It was this serum that had enabled the lab mouse to regenerate its limb. Scientists are typically rational, but beneath that rationality often lies a hint of madness. When that madness surfaces, it is invariably triggered by extreme provocation. At this moment, Professor Connors' heart was consumed by madness. The imminent success of his work, suddenly stripped away, had shattered his sanity. The decade of relentless research, the decay rate algorithm obtained from Peter that had made the mouse experiment a success, Without visible mutations, his hope of regaining a complete body, all of this would be lost in a few hours. After his dismissal, Norman Osborn would surely abandon limb regeneration technology, rendering over 10 years of work meaningless. Unable to bear this, Connors loaded the lizard serum into the syringe, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and gritted his teeth. With a swift motion, he plunged the syringe into his own severed arm. The following night, with 4 gunshots, the enemy leader fell to the ground, his limbs wounded and powerless. Meng Zu walked over, kicked aside the pistol that had dropped to the floor, picked up a black briefcase, and opened it to find the contents intact. He then called Coulson. "I found the item. Come pick it up." "All right." Meng Zu picked up the briefcase and called out to Jessica, who was crouching on the ground rummaging through the men's pockets for valuables. "Time to go." "Okay." Jessica quickly stuffed all the cash from the man's wallet into her pocket, stood up, and followed Meng Zu out. By September, Jessica had finally learned to control her abilities. Meng Zu had repeatedly warned her to keep her powers hidden and not to emulate Spider-Man or Iron Man by becoming a superhero. He cautioned her, "You have no background and no strength. If you go out as a rogue superhero, powerful organizations and agencies will take notice, capture you, and dissect you like a lab rat." Initially, Jessica heeded Meng Zu's advice, never revealing her abilities and living a quiet, ordinary life. But as time passed, she quickly cast his warnings aside. Being young, Jessica longed to become a superhero like Spider-Man and Iron Man, basking in the adoration of the masses. So on a dark, windy night, she donned a homemade masked costume and flew under cover of darkness to Brooklyn to fight crime. The next day, news reports emerged that dozens of gang members in Brooklyn had been beaten and had their limbs broken by a masked woman. The following day, Meng Zu happened to be watching television with Yang Hai at the company when the news appeared, leading him to suspect Jessica's involvement. When Jessica and Frank returned, Meng Zu questioned her. Initially, Jessica evaded and denied it, but as she spoke, her eyes darted nervously. That was all the confirmation Meng Zu needed. They knew it was her. They had hoped Jessica's first foray would go unnoticed, but that afternoon Meng Zu received a call from Coulson, who said he needed to discuss something and asked Meng Zu to bring Jessica along. Damn it, Meng Zu cursed inwardly. Truly S.H.I.E.L.D. had wasted no time in tracking her down. When they met Coulson, he cut straight to the point about Jessica. It was then that Meng Zu learned how S.H.I.E.L.D. had discovered her. Jessica's lack of stealth had been caught on street cameras. Although she wore a mask, S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly identified her by tracing her flight path. Coulson looked at the two and said, "The FBI, CIA, and military have all set their sights on Jessica. Such special individuals are always prime targets for their capture and research." Meng Zu leaned back in his chair and said, "All right, Coulson, since you're here, what's your plan?" Coulson smiled and replied, "Let Miss Jessica become a provisional member, like you, still under my supervision." Meng Zu thought for a moment and agreed. Jessica's opinion was irrelevant. Without S.H.I.E.L.D.'s protection, she would certainly be captured. Since becoming a provisional member of S.H.I.E.L.D., Meng Zu's relationship with the organization had evolved into something resembling a contractor arrangement. Previously, missions were bound by strict rules, but now, as long as the task was completed, Coulson didn't care how it was done, provided the mess wasn't too big. Though unsure why this change had occurred, Meng Zu welcomed it. He received missions, earned rewards upon completion, and S.H.I.E.L.D. helped clean up any loose ends left by his contracts. When trouble arose, he could even use S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name to resolve it. Meng Zu and Jessica sat in a car not far away awaiting Coulson's arrival. Before long, 8 S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicles arrived and agents alighted, entering the warehouse before carrying everyone inside into the cars. Meng Zu and Jessica hadn't killed these people. They had merely broken their limbs. The difference was that Meng Zu used bullets while Jessica employed her fists and feet. Meng Zu typically aimed to eliminate anyone who fired at him, but this mission was issued by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the requirements included leaving survivors. After S.H.I.E.L.D. loaded everyone into the vehicles and drove off, Meng Zu saw a black sedan pull up behind him through the rearview mirror. The door opened, and Coulson, clad in a black suit and sunglasses, stepped out. Once Coulson had settled in, Meng Zu looked at him and asked, "Can you even see the road with those sunglasses on at this hour?" "They have night vision." Coulson removed his sunglasses with a smile. Meng Zu rolled his eyes, handed Coulson the black briefcase, and said, "Everything's inside. Is this what you're looking for?" Coulson opened the briefcase and inspected its contents. "Yes, this is it. Since the mission's complete, what about the reward?" One moment. Coulson took out his phone and tapped on it. Soon Meng Zu received a notification of a 500 deposit. After Coulson left, Meng Zu transferred half the amount to Jessica. Since both were under Coulson's direct supervision and Jessica was a novice for convenience, the full mission reward was always given to Meng Zu, who decided how much to allocate to Jessica. Meng Zu found S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission rewards too meager, so he always gave half to Jessica. Delighted by the money, Jessica exclaimed cheerfully, "Let's hit the bar now. It's already 10:30 p.m. You should head home." With that, ignoring Jessica's protests, Meng Zu drove toward her home, determined to see her safely there lest she sneak off to a bar halfway. As they approached a bridge over a river, a terrifying scream erupted from ahead, making Meng Zu frown. Screams often spelled trouble for him. Jessica, ever curious, also heard the scream and urged, Quick, let's go see what happened." Meng Zu didn't want to go, but avoiding the bridge would mean an extra hour's detour. To save time, he drove on. Before they reached the scene, sirens blared incessantly. Meng Zu and Jessica saw traffic jammed on the bridge and panicked crowds fleeing in terror. "Evan, what is that?" Jessica exclaimed, pointing ahead. Meng Zu followed her gaze and saw a massive lizard sprinting across the bridge. A small car blocked its path, and with a casual flick it overturned the vehicle. The giant lizard, seemingly unsatisfied, then kicked the car hard. The car slid toward the bridge's edge, its occupants screaming in terror. Just as it was about to plunge into the river, a Redan blue figure swung in from the distance. Spider-Man Peter Parker had arrived. Seeing the car about to fall, Peter extended his wrist, firing a web strand from his web shooter to catch the vehicle. Gripping the web, he pulled hard, yanking the car back to safety. With the car secure, Peter shot a glob of webbing at the green lizard, striking it in the face and enveloping its entire head. As the lizard clawed at the webbing on its face, Peter swung on his web legs together and delivered a powerful kick to the creature. Blinded, the lizard was sent flying, crashing through several cars. Roar! The lizard tore the webbing from its face, stood up, and bellowed furiously at Peter, who had landed on the bridge. The creature stood over 2 meters tall with thick limbs and a tail as long as its body. If it crouched, one might mistake it for a dinosaur. "It's Spider-Man. I have to help him," Jessica exclaimed excitedly, unbuckling her seatbelt to get out. Meng Zu quickly grabbed her arm. "Wait, Spider-Man's got it. Let's see how it plays out." Watching the giant green lizard and Spider-Man, Meng Zu wondered, could this lizard be Dr. Connors transformed into the lizard? In the Spider-Man films, the lizard appeared in Andrew Garfield's version, but not in Tobey Maguire's. In Spider-Man 3, Dr. Connors made a cameo. If the original series had a 4th film, the lizard might have been the villain. Unfortunately, the trilogy ended with the 3rd installment. Spider-Man. Seeing Peter the lizard was momentarily stunned, then grew excited. After mutating, he knew he was no longer normal, but Spider-Man seemed equally abnormal. Almost like a kindred spirit. He must have also been injected with a super soldier serum based on cross-species genetics. "Spider-Man, you and I are the same. You shouldn't attack me. We should join forces." Peter was startled, then replied with confusion. "Why, you can talk. And what are you babbling about, you big lizard? We're nothing alike. You've been rampaging, injuring countless people. Surrender now, or I'll have to teach you a lesson." After transforming into the lizard, Dr. Connor's mind was filled with rage due to the lizard serum. Enraged by Peter's words, he snarled, "What a fool. With such power, you waste it protecting these weak humans. Today I'll tear you apart." With that, the lizard roared and charged at Peter, his massive claws larger than 2 of Peter's heads combined. Seeing the creature's immense size, Peter decided to avoid a direct confrontation until he understood its strength. Larger size meant greater power, an immutable truth except for a certain green behemoth whose pants never tore. Thus Peter used his smaller frame to his advantage, constantly sidestepping and dodging around the lizard. He struck repeatedly with swift punches, using his speed and agility to knock the lizard to the ground several times, while the lizard failed to land a single blow. The lizard doctor was tough-skinned and resilient, possessing formidable endurance. Though Peter had sent him flying several times, these attacks merely stung him and failed to bring him down. Constantly on the receiving end, the lizard doctor's eyes grew increasingly ferocious. He realized that Spider-Man was far too agile for him to land a hit. Thus he devised a cunning plan. After being knocked back once more by Peter, the lizard doctor rose to his feet. Instead of charging directly at Peter, he grabbed an empty car nearby and hurled it at him. Peter swiftly dodged to the side, evading the vehicle. It crashed onto the bridge, instantly becoming a wreck. Soon Peter realized something was amiss. The lizard doctor's destructive power was immense. In just a short skirmish, over a dozen cars had been damaged. If this continued, the devastation would be catastrophic. To prevent further destruction, Peter rushed forward, circling the lizard doctor while weaving a web of silk to ensnare him. With immense strength, the lizard doctor let out a roar and forcefully tore through the cocoon of webbing. Then with a swipe of his tail, he sent the unwary Peter flying. Peter executed a swift midair somersault, landing steadily on the bridge. He saw the lizard doctor fleeing into the distance. Firing a web line toward the bridge's top, he yanked himself into the air and pursued. As he ran, the lizard doctor's reptilian eyes scanned the stationary vehicles on the bridge, searching for something. Soon he spotted a car with a person hiding inside. A grin spread across his face. He dashed to the sedan, lifted it with both hands, and as the occupant screamed in terror, hurled the vehicle at the approaching Spider-Man. Damn it! Realizing there was someone inside, Peter dared not dodge as before. If the car crashed onto the bridge like the others, the occupant would be gravely injured or killed. Peter released the web line, dropped to the ground, and spread his arms to catch the incoming car. The impact slid him back half a meter before he managed to steady it. But before he could set the car down, the lizard doctor charged forward, landing a punch to Peter's chest that sent him flying into a nearby vehicle with a violent crash. Peter hit the ground. Before he could rise, the lizard doctor was upon him, grabbing his ankle and swinging him like a whip, smashing him brutally onto a car roof. Fighting back the pain, Peter kicked the lizard doctor in the face, trying to break free. But the creature's bloodlust was fully aroused. Ignoring the attack, it kept swinging Peter, smashing him against cars repeatedly. Watching Spider-Man being ruthlessly battered by the lizard doctor, Jessica quickly said, "Evan, open the door. I need to help Spider-Man." "No need. Iron Man is here." Meng Zu pointed to a rapidly approaching streak of fire in the distant night sky. Beneath the dark night, Tony Stark, clad in his golden-dread Iron Man armor, made his entrance to the roar of rock music. Seeing Spider-Man being viciously swung by the lizard doctor, he fired an arc pulse from his palm, blasting the creature away. "Whoa, what zoo did this giant lizard escape from?" Tony Stark quipped, hovering midair. "You okay, kid?" "Mr. Stark, I'm fine," Peter said, rising painfully from the ground. "But I don't think you look fine. Stay here. Let me handle this big lizard." Tony saw the lizard doctor getting up and immediately flew over, firing an arc pulse from his palm that struck the creature square on. The lizard doctor couldn't dodge in time. He slammed into a car behind him. With Spider-Man already a handful, Iron Man's arrival meant escape was his only option if he wanted to survive. Tearing off a car door, the lizard doctor hurled it at the airborne Iron Man. Without waiting to see if it hit, he turned and sprinted toward the bridge's edge. Tony blasted the incoming door with an arc pulse, sending it flying. He saw the green lizard reach the bridge's railing and leap off, plunging heavily into the river below. Tony dove after him, leaving behind only a brief instruction: "Kid, check if anyone's hurt." When Tony reached the river's surface, the lizard doctor was gone. Jarvis scanned for that big lizard. "Where did he go?" "Apologies, sir. No trace found. It appears he has escaped," Jarvis replied promptly. Seeing that the lizard doctor had fled, Tony turned back to the bridge. Since his arrival, he had noticed many overturned and collided vehicles, some likely still containing trapped occupants. Now the priority was rescue. Tony and Peter quickly located several cars with unconscious or injured people. With two superheroes working together, the rescue was swift. They carefully righted overturned vehicles and carried the victims out. As they worked, a large squad of police arrived, led by Captain George Stacy. Normally, seeing Spider-Man would have prompted an immediate arrest, but now with Spider-Man and Tony Stark assisting in the rescue, he suppressed his impulse and organized his officers to help. In truth, the lizard doctor's direct destruction was minimal. Most damage came from vehicle collisions. His appearance had terrified the civilians, triggering a chain reaction pileup. Seeing the lizard doctor driven off by Iron Man, the onlookers who had fled earlier began to gather. Watching Iron Man, Spider-Man, and the police rescue the injured, many stepped forward to lend a hand. An officer watching Spider-Man carry an injured person from a car whispered to George, "Chief, should we nab Spider-Man now?" Hearing this, George snapped angrily, "Are you an idiot? Spider-Man just saved a lot of people. Arresting him now would ignite public fury. Besides, Iron Man is here. If you upset him, you might be out of a job by tomorrow." The officer shrank back, immediately dropping the idea of arresting Spider-Man. Meng Zu and Jessica stood by their car watching the distant rescue efforts. Jessica asked, "Should we go help?" Meng Zu shook his head. "No, there's no pay in helping. Iron Man's got it covered. Then he'll go ask Iron Man and Spider-Man for autographs. Do you think this is the right moment for that?" Not long after, when over a dozen ambulances had arrived, Iron Man and Spider-Man departed. After the traffic jam was cleared, Meng Zu drove Jessica home across the bridge before heading back himself. In the morning, Meng Zu was having breakfast while watching the television news. The news was reporting on the attack by Dr. Lizard on the Cross River Bridge the previous night, including footage of Dr. Lizard and Spider-Man fighting. However, judging by the shaky distant shots, it seemed someone had recorded it from afar with a mobile phone. The camera then shifted to a police officer, Captain George Stacy, Gwen's father. Facing reporters, George said, "Around 1030 last night, a giant lizard man attack occurred on the Williamsburg Bridge. We clearly saw Spider-Man at the scene. According to eyewitness accounts, the lizard man seemed to know Spider-Man. Perhaps this lizard man appeared because of Spider-Man. I hope Spider-Man will come to the station to cooperate with our investigation." Meng Zu switched channels and saw Jameson, the owner of the Daily Bugle, speaking with great agitation that lizard monster appeared because of Spider-Man. If Iron Man hadn't arrived in time to drive the monster away, more people would have been hurt on the Williamsburg Bridge. Spider-Man is a pest in New York. We should capture him and kick him out of the city. What a hypocrite. Meng Zu shook his head in exasperation. His phone rang. He pulled it out and saw it was Coulson calling. "What's up?" "Evan, I need your help to find the lizard monster from last night. You still haven't found him. Meng Zu was puzzled. That didn't make sense. S-H-I-E-L-D was always spying on everyone. How could they not locate a giant lizard like Dr. Lizard? Coulson explained after he jumped off the Williamsburg Bridge into the river last night, he vanished without a trace. Could he have drowned? Evan, please don't joke. I need your help. Well, to be honest, Meng Zu didn't want to go after Dr. Lizard. From what had seen the previous night, the creature was still somewhat dangerous. But a mission involving Dr. Lizard would likely offer high reward points. Hesitant, Meng Zu began recalling information about Dr. Lizard from the movies. The Dr. Lizard who appeared on the bridge was Professor Connors transformed after injecting a lizard serum. Because the serum hadn't undergone rigorous testing, it caused uncontrollable side effects, turning him into a lizard beast and corrupting his mind with savage, violent madness. This drove Dr. Connors to an extreme. Originally, he had wanted to create a world without flaws, but his mind, clouded by the serum's side effects, failed to recognize his own condition. Obsessed with his goal, he conceived a plan to turn everyone in New York into lizard monsters like himself. And he didn't just conceive it, he began putting it into action. Damn, this is serious. In the movie, Spider-Man stopped Dr. Lizard, but this isn't a movie. If something goes wrong, it'll be a huge mess. A chill ran down Meng Zu's spine. All right, I'm in. Meng Zu called Jessica to join him in searching for Dr. Lizard. In his view, Jessica's strength far surpassed that of the lizard creature. She was better suited for dealing with a power-based opponent like this. Following the clues, Meng Zu and Jessica arrived at a sewer entrance. Jessica covered her nose and grimaced. Do we really have to go in there? Maybe that big lizard wouldn't stay in a place like this. Stop complaining. Let's go. Meng Zu, enduring the stench wafting from the sewer, stepped in first. Jessica had no choice but to follow reluctantly. They had hoped to find Dr. Lizard easily, but after half a day of searching through the labyrinthine sewers, all they found were some traces left by the creature. There was no sign of Dr. Lizard himself, a complete waste of effort. After emerging from the sewer, Jessica complained, I told you so. You insisted on going in. Meng Zu said, nothing, puzzled as to why the clue had led them astray. For now, the priority was to go home and wash up. He drove Jessica back to his place. Before he could head to the bathroom, Jessica rushed in first. Jessica had been against entering the sewer, but since Meng Zu was the boss and the mission came with a bonus, she found it hard to refuse. Though New York's sewer system was as complex as an underground palace, it was still a sewer, filthy and foul. Jessica had floated in the air the entire time, never once touching the ground, but she couldn't block the smell. When they came out, a passerby caught a whiff of their odor and fled, covering his nose. Jessica nearly lost her temper on the spot. Meng Zu had suggested Jessica go home to wash, but she refused. How could she go back reeking of the sewer? So he had no choice but to bring her to his place. A knock came at the bathroom door. Meng Zu asked what's wrong. Jessica called from inside, Evan, can you get me a change of clothes? My clothes are unwearable. Wait a moment. Meng Zu went to the second-floor bedroom and grabbed a set of his own clothes. I only have my clothes. They'll leave them at the door. After Jessica changed and came out, Meng Zu took a fresh set of clothes into the bathroom. Frowning, he stripped off his reeking garments and tossed them into the trash bin. Naked, he quickly turned on the shower, scrubbing himself vigorously before dousing his body in a generous amount of body wash. He checked his scent several times until he was sure the stench was gone before finishing his shower. After putting on clean clothes, Meng Zu promptly bagged the foul-smelling clothes from the trash bin and threw them into the outdoor garbage can. The half-day sewer search had yielded nothing but a stinking body, leaving Meng Zu baffled about why the clue had failed. Neither of them had eaten all day, so Meng Zu made some beef pies and a bowl of fresh vegetable and fruit salad. Jessica found them delicious, and more than half ended up in her stomach. Since Dr. Lizard hadn't been found, there was no need to keep Jessica around. After eating, Meng Zu said, you should head home. Jessica looked at him. How? I'm wearing your clothes. What am I supposed to say when I get home? Meng Zu stared at her in exasperation, catching her meaning. She wanted to squeeze some money out of him. Fine, had considerate payment for today's work. All right, let's go to the mall and buy you a new outfit. After accompanying Jessica to the mall to buy a change of clothes, Meng Zu took a taxi home alone, pondering the reason behind the failed clue guidance. He had seen the lizard's form on the Williamsburg Bridge the previous night, so there was no reason for the clue guidance to fail. Wait, he seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. The lizard could revert to Professor Connors. When he was searching for the lizard, he didn't know what Professor Connors looked like. Could it be that while he was hunting the lizard in the sewers, it transformed back into Professor Connors, causing the clue guidance to fail? With this thought, Meng Zu called Coulson. Coulson, I need you to look up a man, Professor Connors. He might be connected to the giant lizard from last night. He's likely a university professor with a missing arm. Send me his photo. Soon Professor Connors' photo arrived on his phone. Meng Zu went to the garage, mounted his Longan-ridden motorcycle, activated the clue guidance, and followed the red arrow. As for the car, after Meng Zu and Jessica had used it, it reeked of sewer stench and was utterly undrivable. He had no choice but to send it to the car wash. He swore he wouldn't touch it until it was thoroughly cleaned inside. In a certain military base, General Ross examined the intelligence his men had delivered. It played footage of the previous night's battle between the Lizard and Spider-Man on the Williamsburg Bridge. Initially, upon hearing that a giant green monster had appeared on the bridge, General Ross had hoped it was the Hulk. But seeing it was just a giant lizard far weaker than the Hulk, his excitement faded. Obsessed with the Hulk, he lost all interest in the Lizard's performance. He asked his adjutant, still no sign of Bruce Banner. General Intelligence is still searching. They will report immediately if they find anything. Humph. General Ross said no more. Over the years, Bruce Banner had become increasingly adept at hiding. Somewhere deep in the New York sewers, a faint voice echoed. Visual acuity is improving. The subject no longer requires corrective lenses. This is no longer within the scope of treating disease. It means the life form is approaching perfection. To suppress the rebound effect, continuous injections of the serum are required with the dosage increased to 200 milliliters. At the same time, we can attempt to expand the test range. In an open area of the sewer filled with experimental equipment, the human form Professor Connors muttered while working at the lab apparatus. However, his eyes glowed green. Even after reverting to his normal form, the lizard's personality still influenced him. Not far behind Professor Connors stood two massive green lizards. The lizard had appeared on the Williamsburg Bridge the previous night to attack Norman Osborn's secretary. After being expelled from OS Corp, his access card had been revoked. The secretary's card, however, held high-level clearance. With it, he could retrieve crucial experimental instruments from OS Corp. After escaping from the Williamsburg Bridge last night, the lizard infiltrated OS Corp through the sewers, stole the vital equipment, and quickly formulated an improved lizard serum. These two lizard men were gang members he had captured on the way, transformed by the enhanced serum. Although they had become savage and aggressive lizard men, they still obeyed his commands. Professor Connors knew that Iron Man and Spider-Man were surely hunting him. After creating these two underlings, he had them relocate his original lair. While concocting the serum, it was inconvenient to remain in his lizard form, so he had reverted to Professor Connors. Meng Zu's clue guidance led him to the lizard's former lair. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sewer, Spider-Man cautiously crept forward, guided by his instincts. He must be here, Peter muttered, feeling he was close to his quarry. Suddenly, Spider-Man's spider sense screamed a warning of danger. Beneath him in the sewer's dark flow, a pair of green, slit-pupiled eyes opened, staring at the crawling figure above. With a violent splash, a giant green lizard burst from the water, swiping a claw at Spider-Man. Alert, Peter dodged aside, narrowly escaping the attack. He flicked his wrist, shooting a web that plastered the lizard's face. As the creature fell, Peter leaped into the air, kicked it away, then fired more webs, binding it firmly to the wall. Before Peter could catch his breath, two more giant green lizards charged from another direction. He scrambled up and down, evading their assaults. What the hell? This isn't the same lizard from last night. And now there are three of them. Peter grumbled as he dodged. Despite his complaints, he had noticed the direction from which these two lizards had emerged. Curious, he fired more webs to temporarily entangle them, then turned and sprinted toward their point of origin. Soon Peter reached the open area filled with experimental equipment. He spotted a familiar figure and gasped, Professor Connors. In that moment of distraction, a giant green lizard lunged from behind, seized Peter, and slammed him hard against the wall. You know me. So Spider-Man, you are someone I recognize. Professor Connors turned, frowning at the intruder. Just then the three webbed lizards broke free and joined the fray. Professor Connors had succeeded in experimenting on two gang members, then captured two more for injection. He knew Iron Man and Spider-Man would try to stop him. Alone he was no match for either, so he needed allies. Stop. Tear off his mask. I want to see who he is. As another lizard man raised its claws to gut Spider-Man, Professor Connors ordered. The lizard man ripped off Spider-Man's mask. Seeing Peter Parker's face, Professor Connors exclaimed in shock, Peter Parker, so you were Spider-Man. It seems your father's research succeeded. Professor Connors quickly pieced it together, a look of nostalgia crossing his face. Peter, you should understand. Help me. We can do better. We can heal and help those who are lost in life. No. Peter stared at Connors' green eyes, understanding the cause. His expression was complex as he said, I never thought the lizard on the Williamsburg Bridge last night would be you, Professor. You're not yourself. This isn't the real you. Professor Connors smiled joyfully. No, Peter, this is the real me. After I injected the lizard's serum, my arm grew back. My invention is a success. Professor. Meng Zu arrived at a sewer entrance. The red arrow pointed straight inside. His mouth twitched as he muttered, crawling into the sewer twice in one day. I really want to give up on this mission. Dr. Connors explained his perfect world plan to Peter, who was horrified by the idea of turning everyone into lizards. Doctor, the lizard serum did restore your arm, but it's flawed. It's making you lose your sanity and become aggressive. The violent genes in the serum are interfering with your mind. If you go through with this, New York will be doomed, he said urgently. Upon entering the sewer, Meng Zu immediately activated his symbiote state. As he had guessed, the symbiote completely isolated him from the stench of the sewer. Meng Zu cautiously followed the arrows of the clue, and before long, he heard voices. One of them seemed to belong to Peter Parker. Just as Peter and Dr. Connors were arguing. A fierce burst of gunfire erupted, followed by an explosion. A green lizard creature was blasted into the room. Peter turned to see a figure clad entirely in black, holding an automatic rifle, standing outside. Except for the lizard creature that had grabbed Peter, the others roared and charged at Meng Zu. The moment the lizard creatures moved, Meng Zu turned and ran. Glancing back at his pursuers, he calmly stowed his automatic rifle into his storage space and pulled out a few grenades, tossing them behind him. Simultaneously, he produced 2 pistols. Knowing that lizards are cold-blooded creatures and become incapacitated when their body temperature drops, Meng Zu activated the multifunction bullet skill. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing Meng Zu stop and aim his pistols at them, the 2 lizard creatures dismissed the threat, believing the bullets couldn't pierce their skin. But to their surprise, the impact points began to freeze, with ice rapidly spreading across their bodies. The sudden cold stiffened their movements, causing them to stumble and fall. However, transformed by the lizard's serum, the freezing bullets didn't completely immobilize them. Before the ice could fully encase them, they slashed through it with their claws. Meng Zu didn't let them escape easily. He switched his pistol bullets to armor-piercing rounds and fired. This time the bullets penetrated their skin, but the effect was limited, lodging in their muscles. 2 of his shots, aimed at their heads, only broke the surface before being stopped by their skulls. The pain only made the lizard creatures more ferocious. Ignoring the spreading ice, one lizard creature lunged at Meng Zu. Though his physical prowess was ordinarily inferior to theirs in his symbiote state, he was nearly their equal. As the lizard creature charged, Meng Zu ducked, then rose swiftly, driving his knee into its chest. The force sent it crashing into the sewer ceiling. Meanwhile, Dr. Connors, spotting Meng Zu, rushed to the device storing the lizard serum. Fearing for his safety, he grabbed a vial of his specialized serum and injected it into his arm without hesitation. Dr. Connors cried out in agony as his body turned green and swelled, tearing his clothes. His right arm regenerated rapidly into a massive green claw, transforming him into the lizard. Seizing the moment, Peter raised his arm and shot a web strand at the lizard creature's face. The web hit its mark, covering its face. As it instinctively tried to remove the web, Peter pushed against its arms, bent his body, and kicked it hard in the chest, sending it flying. After putting on his mask, Peter called out to the transformed lizard, "Doctor, I can help you refine the serum so it heals limbs without turning you into a monster." But instead of a rational response, the lizard merely roared. "Damn, it looks like rational communication is out of the question," Peter muttered. Peter flicked his wrist, shooting webs that stuck to the lizard and yanked him to the ground. On the other side, though Meng Zu's armor-piercing rounds wounded the 2 lizard creatures, their powerful regeneration quickly expelled the bullets and healed the wounds. Realizing he needed to end the fight quickly, Meng Zu trapped them with freezing bullets again, leaped back, and retrieved a palm-sized disc from his storage space. He pressed a button on the disc and tossed it behind the lizard creatures. Then he deactivated his symbiote state, ran off, and put on ear protectors. The disc began flashing red rapidly. When the red light turned green, an inaudible low-frequency sonic wave burst from the disc. The 2 lizard creatures, along with the lizard and 2 others fighting Peter inside, felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, dazed and disoriented. Everyone collapsed to the ground, overcome by a paralyzing numbness. Even Meng Zu, despite his distance, felt dizzy and drunk, stumbling to sit on the ground. If not for his distance, he would have been as incapacitated as the lizard creatures. The disc, a sonic bomb Meng Zu had won in a lottery, emitted low-frequency waves that disrupted the internal structure of any creature within a 50-meter radius, with greater damage at closer range. Meng Zu had retracted the symbiote because had discovered that even low-frequency waves, though less harmful than high-frequency ones, made the symbiote uncomfortable and uncontrollable. The lizard, his mind reeling as if from a concussion, guessed Meng Zu was responsible. Forcing himself up, he ordered 2 lizard creatures to attack Peter Parker, then grabbed a cylindrical device and the serum container, fleeing through another sewer passage. Nearby, the 2 lizard creatures fought through the sonic bomb's effects, crawling toward it before smashing it with their tails. With the attack ended, they rose unsteadily and charged at Meng Zu, their massive green-scaled claws reaching for him. Recovering slightly, Meng Zu spotted the attack. He rolled aside to dodge their claws, then summoned the symbiote back into its state. A flash of light revealed a massive sci-fi blue gun in his hand, his laser cannon skill. Aiming at a lizard creature, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a beam as thick as a fist that pierced its chest. The laser cut through its body like a blade through paper. The creature staggered and fell, a hole the size of a fist in its chest, the wound seared shut by the heat, emitting a burnt odor. Meng Zu fired freezing bullets from his other pistol at the remaining lizard creature, temporarily immobilizing it, then finished it with a laser blast through its head. Having dealt with them, Meng Zu rushed to where the lizard had been, but found only Spider-Man Peter Parker fighting 2 lizard creatures. Meng Zu fired a laser at one lizard creature's back, aiming for its head, but hitting its neck. The creature collapsed, clutching the wound. The other was already webbed up by Peter. As Meng Zu prepared to finish it, Peter blocked him. "Stop! Don't kill him! Spider-Man, what are you trying to do?" Meng Zu asked, looking at the lizard man blocking Peter Parker. Gazing at Meng Zu, who was completely wrapped in a black suit from head to toe, Peter warily eyed the laser cannon in Meng Zu's hand and asked, "Who are you?" With a flash of light, the laser cannon vanished. Meng Zu flicked his wrist and produced a fake ID from S-H-I-E-L-D, saying FBI business. Huh, how did that huge gun disappear? And where did that ID come from? Peter looked at Meng Zu with suspicion, then eyed the FBI badge in his hand and challenged, "You're no FBI agent. What FBI agent goes around wrapped up like that, hiding his face?" Meng Zu found it amusing and said to Peter, "Is there any law that says an FBI agent can't cover himself up? And aren't you doing the same?" Peter was left speechless. "Spider-Man, you'd better give me a reason or I can arrest you just for obstructing FBI business," Meng Zu threatened. Peter pointed to the lizard man tightly bound in webbing and said, "He's human. Turned this way by lizard serum. You FBI have no right to kill him." "Human? Come on, what part of him looks human? Now step aside. I'm taking down this big lizard." With a flash of light, the laser cannon reappeared in Meng Zu's hand. Although armor-piercing rounds could wound the lizard man, its incredible regenerative ability would have it fully healed in minutes. To quickly neutralize a lizard man, a machine gun would be needed, but even then these creatures could regrow limbs and required massive amounts of ammunition. The laser cannon had already proven it could finish off a lizard man instantly if it struck a vital point. Meng Zu had no time to waste on this one. After dealing with it, he still had to chase the lizard doctor. Seeing Meng Zu produce the same cannon that had taken down a lizard man earlier, Peter quickly said, "No, I need him for an experiment, to turn him back into a human." "Huh, that's too time-consuming. Just take him out. I still need to catch Dr. Connors. He was the big lizard on the Williamsburg Bridge last night. Better to deal with these monsters quickly," Meng Zu said, raising the laser cannon and aiming at the lizard man. Whooshed! Meng Zu sidestepped to dodge a web shot from Peter, then immediately swung the cannon toward him. "Spider-Man, buddy, hear me out." With the gun aimed at him, Peter's spider sense screamed a warning. He quickly dodged and hurriedly explained the lizard doctor's plan to turn all of New York into lizards, saying that only a reversal serum could stop him. Meng Zu found the notion amusing. The lizard doctor's plan might require such a solution for Spider-Man, but for himself, he saw no need for a reversal serum. He could simply stop the lizard doctor before the device activated, and if anyone had already been turned into lizard minions, he could take them out as well. "Sorry, Just as Meng Zu was about to refuse, the system suddenly prompted that the mission had changed. Stop the lizard doctor's citywide lizard plan and turn him back into Connors with a reward of 2,000 employment points. "Sorry, I didn't realize the situation." "You're right. Let's go with your plan," Meng Zu said with righteous conviction upon seeing the 2,000 points. Seeing Meng Zu agree, Peter rushed to the instrument and began operating it, then retrieved a vial of lizard serum that the lizard doctor had left behind and started analyzing it. "How long will it take?" Meng Zu asked, carefully studying the lizard man bound in webbing. Peter noticed the lizard serum was different from what had seen in the lab before. Connors must have modified it. Without turning around, he replied, "At least 2 hours." "That long? The lizard doctor could turn half the city into lizards by then." "This is the fastest I can go. Reversal serum isn't easy to make," Peter said with some exasperation. Peter thought to himself, as if making a reversal serum were simple. If he hadn't been involved in developing the lizard serum, it would take even longer. Watching Peter's hands fly over the lab equipment, Meng Zu mused, "Maybe we should call Iron Man. He might be able to help speed things up." "Right." Peter's eyes lit up. Tony Stark was also an expert in genetics. So Peter pulled out a phone from his suit, a gift from Tony, and dialed him. Spider-Man and Iron Man were both superheroes in New York, and given Tony's personality, he would naturally seek out Spider-Man. They eventually met, and Peter's secret identity couldn't be hidden from Tony. But since Peter didn't want to reveal his identity like Tony had, Tony didn't push it. Thus, they had a direct line of communication. Peter called Tony and explained the situation. Tony told him to stay on the line, he'd be right there. Soon, Tony flew in through a sewer tunnel in his Mark armor. Landing, he looked at Meng Zu wrapped in black and asked Peter, "Who's this?" "He's FBI." "FBI? Huh." Tony activated his helmet's scanning function and aimed it at Meng Zu, finding that the black suit was unusual. It blocked his scan as if it were some kind of biological tissue. When Tony scanned him, Meng Zu felt a sense of being watched. He looked in the direction of the sensation and saw Tony staring at him, immediately understanding that Tony was probing him with his armor scanners. He said, "Tony Stark, don't you know it's rude to scan people without permission?" "Your voice sounds familiar." Caught red-handed, Tony showed no embarrassment. When Meng Zu entered the symbiote state, his voice changed slightly. Not drastically, but enough that it couldn't be easily recognized. Meng Zu said directly, "Because we know each other." Hiding his identity from Tony Stark seemed pointless to Meng Zu. Tony could surely find out who he was in the symbiote state if he investigated, and it was impossible for Meng Zu to never use the symbiote again. Hearing that Meng Zu admitted they knew each other, Tony said to J. R. V. I. S. J. V I S. Cross-reference my contacts and find out who this is. Sir, there's a 70% probability it's Meng Zu. Hearing R V I S response, Tony tentatively asked, "Are you Evan?" "Yeah." "What's with the suit? Looks like some kind of organism." "Secret." Looking at Meng Zu's fully covered appearance, Tony said, "Why are you dressed like that? Can't you take off the mask and talk to me?" Meng Zu shot back, "Then why don't you take off your faceplate and talk to me?" Tony fell silent. In the symbiote state, Meng Zu could block out the sewer's stench, and Tony's mark armor had an air circulation system that filtered it out. But poor Peter, though his suit covered him completely, couldn't keep out the smell. It lingered inside his mask even longer. "Mr. Stark, do you know him?" Peter, who was operating the experimental instruments, asked upon hearing their conversation. "Yeah." Tony didn't inquire about Meng Zu becoming an FBI agent because he was already aware that Meng Zu worked for SHIELD, and impersonating the FBI was a common practice for the organization. Tony approached the experimental instruments to assist Peter in developing the reversal serum. Meng Zu looked at Tony and said, "I'm surprised you agreed to Spider-Man's request. I thought you'd directly go after the lizard." "The lizard? That fits since he was Dr. Connors. Not a bad name." Tony paused for a moment, then quickly caught on and said, "He's hiding in the sewers, making it hard to find him. He'll emerge on his own to execute his lizard plan, so it's not too late to create the reversal serum and capture him then." Meng Zu asked Tony Stark. "Spider-Man said it would take 2 hours to complete the reversal serum. With you now involved, how long will it take?" Tony boasted, "With a genius like me on board, naturally it won't take that long. But with these junk instruments, at least half an hour. In my lab with specialized equipment, I could finish it in 10 minutes. Well, you're rich, and you're the best," Meng Zu thought with disdain. With Tony Stark's help, the two quickly cracked the reversal serum, leaving only the instruments to synthesize it automatically. Leaving Peter alone to operate the instruments, Tony approached Meng Zu and asked in a low voice, "How did you get involved in this? It's not like you. Did Spider-Man hire you?" "That can't be right, he doesn't have that much money." Meng Zu casually replied, "I just don't want to turn into a giant lizard. If you're willing to pay me, that works too." "Forget it. By the way, I caught you impersonating an FBI agent. If I report you, you'll be in serious trouble," Tony said with ill intent. Meng Zu ignored Tony's threat and directly said, "Go ahead and report me. This badge was given to me by SHIELD. Even if the FBI causes trouble, they'll go after SHIELD. Not me. You joined SHIELD. They came to me. What could I do? I'm just an ordinary citizen with no right to refuse them." Tony's eyes twinkled as he said, "So SHIELD sent you here. If you're willing to owe me a favor, I can help you get out of SHIELD. Meng Zu pondered briefly and said, "No need. I'm just an auxiliary member anyway. I have the right to refuse their missions." Had Jessica not joined SHIELD, Meng Zu would have agreed to Tony's offer. But now that Jessica was also a member, he couldn't bear to let her undertake SHIELD missions alone, especially since the organization was still Hydra in disguise. Meng Zu asked Tony, "Where do you think the lizard will go to release his serum and turn all of New York into lizard people? He can't just pick any random spot to release it, right? To turn the entire city into lizard people, he needs a high vantage point and a massive energy source." Tony replied thoughtfully, "Isn't that your Stark Tower? It's tall enough and has the arc reactor for power. The lizard doesn't have access to Stark Industries. Forcing his way into Stark Tower would trigger the alarms. By the time he assembles his equipment, I'd already be there to stop him." Tony shook his head and said, "But there's another place that suits him better, Oscorp Tower. Dr. Connors used to work at Oscorp, so he's familiar with the place and might be able to assemble everything without setting off alarms." With that, Tony instructed JRVIS to monitor all high-rise buildings in New York and notify him immediately if there was any sign of the lizard. As Meng Zu and the others waited for the serum to complete, the lizard emerged from a sewer not far from Oscorp Tower. Under the cover of night, he stealthily crept toward the building. With just 5 minutes left until the reversal serum was ready, Tony received a notification from JRVIS that the lizard had appeared atop Oscorp Tower. "Spider-Kid, bring the reversal serum to Oscorp Tower once it's done. He'll go subdue the big lizard first," Tony instructed Peter before flying off. "Spider-Man, I'm heading over too." Meng Zu went to the ground, mounted his motorcycle, and set off for Oscorp Tower, also informing Coulson about the lizard's appearance atop the building. As he neared Oscorp Tower, Meng Zu saw from a distance a group of police officers hiding behind cover, firing at 3 lizard creatures. Sparks flew from their muzzles, and the sound of bullets whizzing filled the air, engulfing the entire block in gunfire. The 3 lizard creatures dodged and weaved frantically before the dense swarm of bullets. While a single bullet posed little threat to them, hundreds of rounds could injure vital spots like their eyes, forcing them to temporarily retreat. One lizard creature, unable to reach the police, turned and ran into Oscorp Tower, emerging with a vial of lizard serum. Pressing the vial, a cloud of green gas spewed out like a toxic substance, and the creature hurled it toward the police. The police officers, enveloped by the gas, immediately showed signs of extreme discomfort, as if inhaling something harmful. Yet they didn't lose consciousness. Instead, they became more agitated and pained. Green skin seemed to sprout from their foreheads, their throats constricted, and their mouths opened to reveal sharp, elongated tongues. Unmistakable signs of genetic infection and impending transformation into lizard creatures. What a hassle! Meng Zu had no desire to waste time here. He drew his twin pistols, switched the bullets to cryo rounds, and fired rapidly, encasing the 3 lizard creatures in ice. He also shot a cryo round at each of the infected police officers. Meng Zu knew the cryo rounds would only temporarily freeze the lizard creatures. They'd break free before long. His priority was to assist Tony Stark in subduing the lizard, though he also feared Tony might kill him, which would doom his mission. Meng Zu dashed into Oscorp Tower, picked up an ID card from a torn security uniform on the floor, and rushed to the elevator. It seemed the 3 lizard creatures were once Oscorp security guards. Standing in the elevator, Meng Zu muttered to himself, "Not being able to fly sure is slow. I hope the lizard isn't killed by Stark." When Meng Zu arrived at the rooftop of Osborn Tower, he saw Tony Stark hovering nimbly in the air, firing repulsor blasts at the lizard. The lizard was covered in wounds, though none were particularly severe, and it was clear that Tony had no intention of killing him. The lizard roared furiously at Tony Stark, who was flying above him. As a melee combatant, the lizard was taking a one-sided beating, utterly unable to land a hit on Tony. If they were in the streets, the lizard might have used the buildings for cover to ambush Tony, but here on the open rooftop, he was nothing but a target for Tony's ranged attacks. Meng Zu could tell that the lizard had no desire to fight Tony. He only wanted to reach the lizard's serum dispersal device. Yet every time he tried, Tony repelled him with repulsor blasts. The cable connecting the device to its power source had been severed, likely by Tony's timely intervention. Without power, the serum couldn't spread on a large scale. Bang! Bang! Without wasting time, Meng Zu opened fire on the lizard. Freeze rounds struck the creature, and layers of ice instantly spread across his body. Damn it! The lizard immediately noticed Meng Zu and frantically tore the ice off his body. Meng Zu wasn't about to let him break free so easily. Seeing this, Tony fired a high-powered repulsor blast, knocking the lizard to the ground. Meng Zu quickly followed up, firing over a dozen freeze rounds at the fallen lizard, encasing him in a massive block of ice. How did you make those bullets do that? They actually freeze and spread ice. Tony landed and examined the gun in Meng Zu's hand. What if I said it's magic? Meng Zu spat out the small blue vial from his mouth. Do you think I'm a child? Tony clearly didn't believe him. Can I study these bullets? Meng Zu fired another freeze round at the ice, encasing the lizard, and asked, what's in it for me? How about $1 million? Deal. I'll give you 10 freeze rounds when this is over. Meng Zu was actually a bit eager for Tony to study the freeze rounds. While they were a skill granted by the system, if Tony could replicate them, Meng Zu could commission him for future production. Each round consumed energy, and with only 130 energy points, he could fire at most 30-odd freeze rounds before running dry, forcing him to rely on small blue vials to recover. Meng Zu said to Tony, who was examining the device, "There are over a dozen infected lizard men downstairs. I froze them before coming up, but it won't hold them long. If they break free before Spider-Man gets here, we'll have trouble. Then I'll take you down to keep them frozen until Spider-Man arrives. I can't leave. I have to keep this guy frozen. He's much stronger than the others. If he breaks free, it'll be a mess." Meng Zu pointed at the lizard. "All right, leave it to you then." Tony flew down, but soon the frozen lizard men broke free. To prevent them from causing chaos, Tony had no choice but to fire repulsor blasts at each one, drawing their fury onto himself. Meanwhile, Meng Zu had it easy. Aside from periodically hitting the lizard with a freeze round, he simply waited for Spider-Man. Originally, Spider-Man would have struggled against the lizard alone, but with Meng Zu and Tony's help, the lizard was no threat. For Tony Stark, if he wanted to kill the lizard, it would take less than a minute. Though both were green, the lizard was no match for the Hulk. A few minutes later, Spider-Man swung onto the rooftop via web. Peter climbed up from the side of Osborn Tower, and seeing the device hadn't been activated, said to Meng Zu, "Thank goodness you stopped him from starting the machine. That would have been a disaster." "Enough talk, Spider-Man. Hurry up and prepare the cure. Iron Man's still down there fighting a dozen lizard men." Peter quickly poured the cure into the large vial of lizard serum in the device, connected the cable, and activated it. Instantly, a massive cloud of green smoke erupted from the machine, engulfing the entire rooftop. Some of the smoke drifted downward, but most was carried away by the wind. Despite the green smoke spreading, Meng Zu wasn't worried. He'd learned from Tony and Peter that the cure only affected lizardmen, leaving ordinary people unharmed. Bang! Meng Zu fired an incendiary round at the ice, encasing the lizard. The block shattered and melted instantly. The lizard seized the chance to break free, but before he could act, he inhaled the green smoke from the cure. He collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, as his body shrank rapidly, soon reverting to the one-armed Dr. Connors. Are you alright, doctor? Peter went to Dr. Connors' side and helped him up. Holding up his oversized pants with one hand, Dr. Connors said apologetically, I'm fine. Peter, I'm truly sorry for everything I've done. Peter reassured him, that wasn't the real you, doctor. It was the lizard serum's influence. Everything's resolved now. After receiving the system notification that the mission was complete, Meng Zu stood at the rooftop edge and looked down. He saw the dozen lizard men slowly reverting to their original forms, and Tony flew back up. Tony said to the group, it's handled. S-H-I-E-L-D is here, and I don't want to deal with them. S-H-I-E-L-D. Mr. Stark, what do they do? Peter had never heard of them. They're government people, kid. If you don't want trouble, leave now. Tony said to Peter. Peter had no desire to deal with officials, so he said to Dr. Connors, let me take you away, Professor. That won't work, kid. After all, this S-H-I-E-L-D is specifically here for him. Even if he leaves now, they'll find him later. Tony said to Peter, then addressed Dr. Connors, but if you need help, Professor, feel free to contact me. I'm very interested in your research. Maybe we could collaborate on a more refined human enhancement serum. Thank you, Mr. Stark. Dr. Connors naturally wouldn't refuse Tony's offer. Regrowing his arm was his greatest dream, and since he'd been fired by Osborn, he needed both funding and equipment to continue his research. Stark Industries perfectly met all his needs. Tony and Meng Zu left the rooftop. Peter swung away on his webs, as well, leaving only Dr. Connors waiting for S-H-I-E-L-D to arrive. The scene concluded with the departure of the heroes, leaving the cured doctor to face the authorities. Tony landed with Meng Zu on a rooftop, opened his faceplate, and asked, do you know who Spider-Man is? Of course I do. It's Peter Parker. When a second superhero appears in New York, it naturally draws attention. With a little effort, it's not hard to deduce his identity. Besides, I saw him before he became a superhero. The moment he first appeared in public, I knew who he was. Meng Zu fabricated an excuse. Indeed, when that kid started out as a superhero, he thought wearing just a mask would fool everyone. No sense of caution at all. From the surveillance footage, you could figure out where he lived. If I hadn't deleted some of those clips, the Daily Bugle would have already exposed him. Tony said helplessly. Meng Zu chuckled. It seems you're quite fond of Peter. Haven't you talked to him? Of course I have. I even gave him that spider suit. Meng Zu already understood why Tony had brought him here. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag and said, so you brought me here because you're worried I might reveal Spider-Man's identity. Tony admitted outright, yes. That kid doesn't want his identity exposed. It would put his family in danger. Relax. If I wanted to reveal Spider-Man's identity, the Daily Bugle would have been all over it by now. They're offering a bounty to find out who he is. Tony scoffed. Come on, that doesn't reassure me. The only reason you haven't tipped off the Daily Bugle is that the bounty is a mere $10,000. If it were higher, you'd definitely expose him. Tony Stark, you. Meng Zu pointed at Tony Stark with feigned anger, but in less than a second his face broke into a grin. You really know me. $10,000 to find out Spider-Man's identity. Who do they think they're underestimating? The identity of New York's second superhero isn't worth that little. Tony looked at Meng Zu with disdain. Exactly as I guessed. Evan'll give you $1 million, and you guarantee you won't reveal Spider-Man's identity. Meng Zu eyed Tony curiously. Tony, is Peter your illegitimate son, or something? Even if I don't expose him, someone else might. Tony rolled his eyes. I just admire the kid. Those capable of finding out his identity won't leak it either. I've checked. Besides me, S-H-I-E-L-D is also covering his tracks. Jarvis deduced from our meeting that you might know who Spider-Man is, and you money grubber would probably sell him out for cash. Fine, since you want to throw money at me, I'll take it. From now on, I won't reveal Spider-Man's identity to anyone. Meng Zu shrugged, though he had never intended to expose Spider-Man anyway. But since money was being handed to him, he wouldn't refuse. At around 8 in the evening in the small town of Derry, Maine, a taxi pulled up in front of a Chinese restaurant. Meng Zu got out, paid the fare, fished out a cigarette, lit it, and walked inside. A waiter spotted Meng Zu and approached. Sir, dining alone or with friends? I'm here to meet some friends. No need to show me. I know which room they're in. Meng Zu dismissed the waiter and followed the arrow to a private room without a door. Inside, 5 men and 1 woman were noisily piecing together 6 words into a sentence. When they saw the result, they fell silent. Slap. Meng Zu pulled out a chair and sat down, glancing at the note on the table. Guess Stanley won't cut it. His sudden movement jolted the 6 out of their stupor. Black Mike, seeing the uninvited guest, asked, "Who are you?" Meng Zu studied the group and recognized 2 familiar faces, a younger long-haired Charles Xavier and the woman from X-Men Dark Phoenix, who had been possessed by an alien. He thought to himself, is this another world bleeding into the Marvel Universe? There are no mutants in this Marvel Universe. At least I've never heard or seen any sign of them in all these years. Meng Zu looked at Black Mike and said, I'm a private detective. I need to ask you all a few questions. A private detective? You want to ask us? Before Mike could finish, his face twisted in terror as he stared at the table, and the other 5 followed suit, their expressions mirroring his fear. At that moment, Meng Zu sensed a faint, sinister aura enveloping the room, reminiscent of his encounter with Mary Shaw. Is it another demon or ghost? He wondered. Seeing Mike and the others stammering, "What is this thing?" while stumbling away from the table, as if fleeing something Meng Zu understood, they were caught in an illusion. When Black Mike suddenly raised a chair to smash the table, Meng Zu stood up, catching the chair with his left hand, while his right hand produced a silver exorcism dagger soaked in holy water and blessed by a cathedral bishop. As Meng Zu retrieved the dagger from his storage space, it emitted a faint white glow, instantly dispelling the dark aura around them. Mike and the others snapped out of their hallucination. Seeing the dazed group, Meng Zu said to Black Mike, "Could you put the chair down?" "Oh, sure." Once Mike set the chair down, Meng Zu pulled out a photo of a little girl. This girl's name is Lisa. 2 days ago, her parents brought her to this town for a visit, and she went missing. Have any of you seen her? That afternoon, Meng Zu had received a call at his detective agency from a parent whose child was missing. A friend had recommended the agency for its expertise in finding people, so they hired him. The mission: find Lisa. Reward 100 points. When Meng Zu saw the mission details, he sensed something was off. Previous missing person cases had offered at most 20-odd points, but this one was 100, higher than the Wild Wolf gang he had taken down. So he immediately traveled here. Upon arrival, Meng Zu first spoke with Lisa's parents and then visited the police station for information, but found no useful leads. The officers seemed to be hiding something. Following his intuition, he used Lisa's photo to activate a clue tracker, which led him to this Chinese restaurant. "We haven't lived here in a long time. We only came back today. Mike is the only one who stayed." Charles Xavier glanced at Black Mike and shook his head. "You should report this to the police, not us. We can't help." Meng Zu looked at Charles and said, "I've already been to the police. No useful clues. But my instinct led me to you. And just now, when you all fell into that illusion, I sensed a dark force entangled with you. Perhaps this child's disappearance is connected to you somehow." Upon hearing Meng Zu's words, a name involuntarily echoed in Mike's mind. Beverly, the only woman among the 6, cast her gaze over the assembled phrase and suddenly seemed to recall something. Hastily, she pulled out her phone and dialed. When the call connected, Beverly immediately inquired about Stanley's condition. With Meng Zu's keen hearing, he distinctly heard the voice on the other end say that Stanley had slit his wrists in suicide. Hearing this answer, Beverly froze and couldn't help but ask, "Was it in the bathroom?" "Yes, Beverly, how did you know?" Beverly didn't reply, as she simply hung up the phone in a daze, then said to Mike and the other 4, "Stanley slit his wrists." The 5 of them gasped in fright, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at the assembled note on the table. Tap, tap, tap. Meng Zu tapped the table to snap the 6 out of their shock. "It seems you've stumbled into a bizarre incident, and Lisa's disappearance is also connected to it. Could you please tell me about it? Are you really a private detective?" Bill, who bore a strong resemblance to Charles, asked Meng Zu. "Of course I'm a private detective. Why else would I be looking for you? But the way you spoke just now doesn't sound like a private detective at all. And was it you who made the hallucination disappear?" As a writer far more successful than a certain struggling author, Bill boldly guessed that Meng Zu was the reason they had all escaped the hallucination. "It was me," Meng Zu admitted. Seeing his direct confession, Mike the Black Man immediately asked, "How did you do it?" "I used this demon-slaying dagger to dispel the dark force that was shrouding you," Meng Zu said, pretending to reach into his coat and pulling out the silver dagger he had just retrieved from his storage space. Seeing the cross engraved on the silver dagger, Mike asked, "Is this dagger from a church?" "That's right. This dagger was once blessed by a bishop who soaked it in holy water. It can harm dark creatures. The dark force enveloping you came from such a creature. My dagger dispelled it, and without that force, the hallucinations naturally ceased." "Where can I get a demon-slaying dagger like this?" Bill asked, clearly wanting one for protection after the terrifying hallucination he had just experienced. "Don't even think about it. I paid $500,000 for this one, and even then it was only through special circumstances." Meng Zu shattered Bill's hopes, but then pivoted. "However, you could try some of the older churches. You might be able to buy some blessed trinkets from a priest that could make it harder for dark creatures to target you." Hearing this, the 6 of them brightened up. "All right, I've said enough. Isn't it your turn to tell me what's going on?" "Sure. My name is Bill. And you are?" "Charles." "No, Bill introduced himself. Just call me Evan." The 6 of them sat down. Bill pointed at Mike. "Let Mike tell the story. He's the one who stayed here all these years." Meng Zu now knew their names: Bill, who looked like Charles, Mike the Black Man, Beverly the only woman, the bespectacled man Richie, and the other 2 Ben and Eddie. Mike began to recount the events to Meng Zu. A terrifying and mysterious wave of child abductions had plagued the town of Derry for a century, occurring every 27 years. 27 years ago, in 1983, Bill's younger brother had vanished during a rainstorm. While searching for his brother, Bill encountered a clown and saw his greatest fear: his brother was already dead. The others had also faced their own deepest fears, each time with the same clown appearing. At the time, the 7 of them formed an alliance to fight the clown they had all encountered. After some research, they learned the clown's name was Pennywise. They speculated he was taking children through the sewers. Using a map, they found the sewer confluence point beneath an abandoned house. They went there, encountered the clown, fought a fierce battle with it, and barely managed to escape. Later, when Bill went to find Beverly, he discovered she had been taken by the clown. To rescue her, the 6 of them armed themselves with baseball bats and iron bars and returned to the abandoned house. This time they found a dry well inside. They descended and found Beverly unconscious and floating in midair, surrounded by other children in the same state. In the center of these floating children was a deep hole. After they woke, Beverly the clown appeared again. Following another intense battle, they gravely wounded the clown, who retreated into the deep hole. The other children then drifted down from their floating positions and slowly regained consciousness. Mike continued his story to Meng Zu. After we brought those kids back to the surface, we 7 made a pact. If Pennywise returned in 27 years, we would come back to fight him again. 2 days ago, a child went missing. Last night, there was a murder under the bridge. I went to the scene and found a piece of red balloon. I also saw the words "Come home" scrawled in blood on a bridge pillar. I knew the clown was back. So that night, I called Bill and the others as per our pact. But I never expected Stanley to have slit his wrists. Now I'm 100% sure the clown has returned. Mike, but why don't I remember any of this? Bill asked, looking at Mike in confusion. Yeah. Me too, the other 4 chimed in. Hearing this, Meng Zu grew curious. Interesting. If what Mike says is true, then none of you 5 remember anything from back then. Only Mike still does. After a moment of thought, Meng Zu had a hypothesis. He asked Mike, after you all looked into this clown Pennywise, did you ever ask the police or take them to that abandoned house? We asked the police, but they claimed they had never seen the clown we described. They only found a record of a circus that came to Derry, which had a clown named Pennywise. That was when the child abduction started. The circus left, but that was 100 years ago. We also took the police to the abandoned house, but the clown wasn't there, Mike said, shaking his head. Meng Zu pressed on. And what about the children you rescued back then? Do they remember the clown? Strangely enough, when they woke up, they didn't remember anything that had happened or how they got there. We thought they were just too traumatized and had forgotten, Mike said, frowning. I think I understand now. This clown Pennywise can make people forget about him. That's why the 5 of you have no memory of that time, Meng Zu explained to Bill and the others. Just like Mary Shaw, this clown Pennywise could make people forget everything about him. No wonder he had never been discovered by the church or the sorcerers of Kamartaj. Could Mephisto be involved again? Meng Zu thought to himself. If Mephisto really shows up, I have my teleportation. He'll just run away immediately and then notify the Ancient One to come and deal with him. Meng Zu planned silently. Though the notion of memory erasure was hard to swallow, they couldn't help but ask Meng Zu, erase our memories. But why does Mike remember all this? The reason is simple. You 7 defeated him together back then, and he's held a grudge ever since. Based on what Mike said and the hallucinations you just experienced, I'd say the clown has returned for revenge. The 6 of you left this place, only Mike stayed. The clown didn't erase his memory, just so he could lure you all back here, to exact his revenge on you. Meng Zu analyzed the situation for the 6. What a load of crap. Damn it. Bill and the others couldn't help but curse. Mike tried to reassure them. It's alright, folks. We defeated the clown 27 years ago, and we can do it again. This time I've even found a way to finish him off for good. Eddie retorted, no, Mike. Let's forget about that childhood pact. We should just leave Derry. The clown only wreaks havoc here. As long as we get out, we'll be safe. If you told me all this over the phone, I never would have come back. Stanley is already dead. I'm leaving. Richie complained to Mike. Mike replied, but we made a vow as kids. Richie stood up and stared at Mike. Then let's break it. I'm not waiting around to die here. I'm driving out of town tonight. Eddie chimed in, Mike, Richie's right. People die every day. I don't want to be one of them. Only Bill, Ben, and Beverly stayed silent, watching the 3 of them. Seeing the group turn on each other, Meng Zu was speechless at Eddie and Richie's plan. Didn't they know the first rule of horror movies was that splitting up only invited the monster in? Meng Zu tapped the table and looked at Eddie and Richie. I suggest you all stick together for safety. Do you really think leaving here will make Pennywise the clown let you off? Don't forget your childhood friend Stanley is already dead. That proves the clown can reach you even if you're not here. Since Mike says he has a way to finish this, you might as well take the gamble. Hearing this, Eddie and Richie fell silent. Bill pondered for a moment and said, he's right. I think we should take the risk. By the way, Mike, do you have a photo of Pennywise the clown? Yes, it's at my place. Good. Let's head to your place. You can tell them all about how you plan to deal with the clown. Meng Zu was only helping them out of goodwill. He was here to complete his mission. Get a photo of the clown, use the clue to track it down, find Lisa, and finish the job. Based on what Mike said, Meng Zu deduced that Lisa was likely still alive. The clown appeared every 27 years, only stopping when it had captured enough children. Those kids were probably its food supply for the next 27 years, and once the food ran out, it would hunt again. Bill decided to follow Mike, eager to learn how to defeat the clown. Eddie and Richie wanted to leave immediately, but after hearing Meng Zu's words they feared that if things turned out as he said they'd be doomed. So they too fell in line with Mike. Seeing Bill's decision, Beverly and Ben chose to go along with the group. As they passed a baseball field, Meng Zu turned his head. He sensed a dark, sinister energy there. Was it the clown? He wondered. After a moment's thought, Meng Zu decided to check it out. You all go ahead. They'll catch up later. Without explaining himself, Meng Zu turned and walked toward the baseball field. The others exchanged glances and decided to head to Mike's place, the address of which Mike had already given Meng Zu on the way. Meng Zu entered the baseball field where a game was in full swing. The tiered stands were packed with spectators cheering enthusiastically. Following the trail of dark energy, Meng Zu arrived at the stands. Is it underneath? He turned and walked to the side of the stands, finding a passageway. He stepped inside and felt the dark energy emanating from up ahead, confirming he was on the right track. At a corner, Meng Zu saw a little girl standing ahead. Across from her was a clown with thick, white face paint and exaggerated red lips. The clown held a glowing object that illuminated only its head, leaving the rest of its body shrouded in darkness. The dark energy Meng Zu sensed was radiating from this creature. Its hair was orange-red with a receding hairline, and two stark black lines ran vertically down from its eyes. Seeing the clown's makeup, Meng Zu couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, that's ugly." The little girl heard someone speak behind her and turned around. In the darkness, she couldn't make out Meng Zu's face, and fear crept into her heart. Meng Zu said to her, "Little girl, you should leave now." Without a word, the girl started to walk away. The clown had noticed Meng Zu the moment he entered the passage. When it heard his comment, its expression turned grim. Originally, the clown had planned to devour the girl in front of Meng Zu to instill fear, then consume him as well. Now seeing the girl about to leave, it flashed a sinister smile at Meng Zu, its eyes filled with malice and cruelty as it glared at him. Then right before Meng Zu's eyes, the clown opened its mouth. The jaw stretched wider and wider, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a blood-red tongue. Its mouth split into multiple segments like some insect's maw, with blood dripping from the crimson tongue. The clown's neck elongated, and its fang-filled maw slowly descended toward the little girl's head. The clown did this deliberately, aiming to terrify Meng Zu. The more fear it inspired, the more terrifying it became. But Meng Zu felt no fear at the sight. His only comment on the clown's actions was a single word: idiot. A silver demon-slaying dagger materialized in Meng Zu's hand. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger shot through the air, embedding itself in the clown's head. Instantly, the dagger burst into a blinding white light. The clown's face contorted in agony as it let out a piercing scream. Then its entire form dissolved into a cloud of black mist and vanished, leaving the dagger clattering to the ground. Startled by the sudden scream behind her, the little girl froze in her tracks. Meng Zu walked over to retrieve the dagger. As he passed her, he patted her head. "Go find your parents. Don't wander into empty places alone like this again." The girl scurried away. Meng Zu picked up the dagger from the ground, sensing the dark energy rapidly retreating into the distance. He knew he had only wounded the clown, not destroyed it. So this is Pennywise. Feels much weaker than Mary Shaw. Meng Zu compared the clown to Mary Shaw, an adversary from his past. If the clown hadn't fled, he figured another holy light bullet might have been enough to finish it off. But recalling how Mike and the others had defeated the clown as children, he realized its strength was nothing special, a total pushover. Unable to sense the dark energy any longer, Meng Zu recalled the clown's image and activated his clue tracking skill. A red arrow materialized out of thin air. He emerged from the passage and followed the red arrow at lightning speed. Since the clown was such a weakling, he decided to head straight to its lair and see if Lisa was there. Meng Zu stared at the house number before him, a flicker of confusion rising in his mind. Isn't this the address Mike gave me for his home? Could it be that the clown has been hiding in Mike's house all along? After knocking and entering the house, he ascended to the second floor, where he found the place in disarray. Numerous books were scattered about, on the table on the floor, and atop the desk sat a vessel resembling a pot. As crimson arrows pointed respectively toward Mike and his 5 companions, Meng Zu couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. He hadn't expected this clown to be capable of blocking the trail of clues. Could the fiend have fled Earth? That seemed unlikely. If he possessed such power, he wouldn't be so pathetically weak. Meng Zu detected not a trace of dark energy within Mike's home. Yet the clue arrows pointed toward Mike and the others. Perhaps he needed to go through them to locate the clown. Taking the photograph of Pennywise the clown that Mike handed him, Meng Zu recognized it as the same clown he had encountered at the baseball field. He activated the clue tracker on the photo again, only to find the crimson arrows still pointing toward Mike and his friends. It seemed his speculation was correct. Mike had already explained to the other 5 how to deal with the clown, but they remained skeptical. Mike brought a glass of water and addressed Bill and the others. "This is a potion I prepared according to what the local Indians taught me. Drink it, and you'll see how they dealt with the clown back then. Who wants to go first?" The 5 exchanged glances in silence, none willing to volunteer. Finally, Bill drew a deep breath and said, "I'll drink it." Bill downed the water in one gulp. After a few seconds, his eyes glazed over. "Mike, I feel dizzy." The potion is taking effect. Mike quickly picked up the vessel from the table, turning its engraved side toward Bill. Bill, stare at this. You'll see how they dealt with the clown back then. As Bill gazed at the pattern, he fell into a trance. The others watched his expression twist into sheer terror. He let out a scream, clearly horrified. Seeing Bill turn his head away from the vessel's pattern, Mike swiftly moved to keep the pot in front of him, raising his voice. Bill, they're showing you how they first encountered Pennywise the clown. Feel their pain. Don't look away. See it through to the end. Hearing Mike's words, Bill summoned his courage and forced himself to stare at the pattern. After nearly 30 seconds, he staggered back a step. Sweat drenched his forehead, his chest heaved rapidly as he gasped for air. Seeing Bill's eyes return to normal, Mike knew the potion's effects had worn off. You saw it. Bill nodded at Mike. Yes, I saw them seal the clown inside this vessel. At that moment, Bill fully believed Mike's words. He turned to Beverly and the others. Everything Mike said is true. Maybe it was just a hallucination from the potion. Mike just told us about it, so your mind conjured up that scene, Eddie said, still struggling to believe. No, I think Mike is telling the truth, Beverly interjected, wiping tears from her face. I've had nightmares for years, dreams where we all die. In one, Stanley slit his wrists in the bathroom. That's how I knew he died there. Now the nightmare has come true. Ben looked puzzled. But I never dreamed any of this. Neither did I, Eddie and the others echoed. Why did Beverly dream about it? Richie asked, bewildered. Mike recalled the scene from long ago. Because when the clown took Beverly, she was left floating unconscious like the other children. She must have seen the deadlights. It changed her, and that's why she had those dreams. Meng Zu, still unaware of Mike's plan to defeat the clown, asked, Mike, what's your solution for dealing with it? Mike explained, according to the information I've gathered, and what the local Indians told me, we need to find tokens from the past. Then we go to the clown's lair, throw our tokens into the vessel to burn, join hands, and chant the incantation. That will seal the clown inside the pot. Bill, clueless about what the tokens were, asked, Mike, what are these tokens from the past? How do we find them? They represent the most profound memories from your childhood, Mike said, pulling a letter from his pocket. This is a letter Stanley wrote to me. I just received it today. He said he could never forget the clown, that he lacked the courage to face it, and that he'd hold everyone back at a critical moment. So he didn't dare come back. I never thought he'd choose suicide. Stanley's deepest memory from childhood is the clown, and this letter embodies that memory. Mike handed the letter to Bill and addressed the group. You've all forgotten those childhood memories. Now you need to retrieve them. Only then can you find your own tokens from the past. Once we have them, we can seal the clown. Meng Zu, however, was unconvinced by Mike's plan. If this method truly worked, the clown wouldn't have reappeared over the years. Its return only proved that the Indians' original solution had failed. Meng Zu kept his doubts to himself. Whether it succeeded or failed, the plan would at least draw the clown out. Then he could step in and deal with it. Mike, where is that abandoned villa? I want to go check it out now and see if I can find the missing children. Though the clue tracker couldn't locate the clown directly, he could investigate the lair Mike had mentioned. The clown was injured tonight. This was a perfect opportunity to scout. Mike tried to dissuade him. It's nighttime. Going alone is too dangerous. Wait until tomorrow and we'll go together. It'll be safer. Meng Zu pulled out a silver demon-slaying dagger. Don't worry. I have this. Even if I run into the clown, I can handle it. This isn't my first time dealing with something like this. If things get bad, he'll retreat. All right then. After getting the address from Mike, Meng Zu headed straight for the abandoned villa. Pushing open the door with a flashlight in hand, he found no clown inside. Only faint traces of dark energy. It confirmed that the clown's lair was indeed here. Following Mike's description, Meng Zu located the old well in the villa. Grabbing the rope, he jumped down. At the bottom of the well lay a vast underground cavern. He searched the entire area only to find it empty. There was no sign of the clown, no missing children, and not even the deep pit Mike had mentioned. If not for the familiar dark energy permeating the place, Meng Zu would have suspected he was in the wrong location. He activated the clue tracker here, but the crimson arrows still pointed toward Mike and the others. It seemed the only way to find the clown was through them. Meng Zu waited 10 minutes before grabbing the rope and leaving. He had hoped to fish for the clown, to see if it would attack him, but came up empty. Half an hour after Meng Zu departed the underground cavern, a ripple appeared in the air like a stone, disturbing the surface of still water. Pennywise the clown materialized out of thin air, his face dark with fury. The 6 of them who had been waiting let out a collective sigh of relief upon seeing Meng Zu return safely, and they all began to ask about what had happened. Meng Zu could only tell them that he hadn't encountered the clown, or perhaps the clown had sensed his threat and gone into hiding. He didn't mention that he hadn't found the deep hole Mike had spoken of, otherwise Eddie and the others might think Mike had been making it all up, and he still needed them to lure the clown out. Meng Zu's words gave the others confidence. The 6 of them planned to set out at dawn the next day to find the tokens representing their past. Getting rid of the clown as soon as possible would not only ensure their own safety, but also prevent the town's children from falling victim to it. For now it was night, and none of them were foolish enough to search for the tokens in the dark, where danger lurked in every shadow. It was better to rest well and conserve their strength for the next day's mission. Before going to sleep, Meng Zu suddenly said to Mike, You said that letter is Stanley's token from the past. But thinking about it now, something feels off. In the letter, he only mentioned his fear of the clown over the years, but his most vivid memory before encountering the clown shouldn't be about it. You'd better think carefully about what he remembered most as a child. If we get the wrong thing, we'll be in trouble. Mike pondered for a moment and said, "You're right, I made a mistake." He'll think carefully about what Stanley remembered most as a child. The next day, as dawn broke, Meng Zu set out with the six. On the way, he asked about the church in town. Logically, with a dark creature like the clown around, the church should have intervened. He learned that Derry Town had only been founded a little over 100 years ago on land originally inhabited by Native Americans. The local church was built 70 years ago with money raised by the townspeople. Later, a fire broke out, killing the foreign priests, and the church was rebuilt. Was the priest of the rebuilt church also transferred from another church? I don't think so. I heard a local believer became the priest. Hearing this, Meng Zu understood. The church fire was likely connected to the clown. The priests back then probably discovered the clown hunting, but were killed by it, and the clown made it look like an accident to avoid suspicion. After the rebuild, the priest was a local ignorant of how to deal with dark creatures, which allowed Pennywise to prey on children with such impunity all these years. Usually, ancient churches have traditions passed down, and their priests know how to handle dark creatures. Today, priests at large cathedrals are often transferred from other churches, which is why dark creatures are so rare in modern society. Derry's situation was a coincidence, but Mary Jane was different. She had Mephisto behind her, so it was no wonder the church couldn't detect what was happening there. The group left the town and entered the forest. Richie pushed aside a branch and asked Mike, "Why are we here?" Bill and the others were equally puzzled. Mike explained as he walked, "When we defeated the clown together, we had a secret base here. We used to hang out here often. Now you five have forgotten those memories, and we need to bring them back. Last night, I thought carefully and finally remembered what Stanley was most afraid of as a child. In this secret base, there's a token that represents him. We're here." After walking for about half an hour, Mike finally stopped. "I remember now, after the battle ended the secret base." Ben looked around the surroundings, a smile spreading across his face. Richie exclaimed in surprise, "Yeah, I remember too." Beverly smiled at Ben and said, "I recall you built this secret base. I remember there was a door here. Let's find it. It should be around here." But before Mike and the others could search, they saw Meng Zu walk forward, crouch down, and reach into the thick layer of dead leaves on the ground. He lifted a wooden door from beneath the leaves. Meng Zu glanced inside the cramped, dusty space and suppressed the urge to jump down. He said to the six, "You can go down and find Stanley's things, and maybe it'll help you remember the past." Once the six descended, the familiar surroundings, triggered memories, and scenes from 27 years ago began to surface in their minds. Meng Zu was eating chocolate when the six emerged from the secret base. He asked them, "Did you find Stanley's token?" "This is it." Mike pulled a shower cap from his pocket. "Stanley was terrified of spiders as a child. Every time we came here, he'd wear this cap to keep spiders from crawling into his hair. This is his token from the past. So have your memories returned?" "Yes." "Well then, let's go find your tokens together. The sooner we gather them, all the better," Meng Zu said to the six. But as soon as Meng Zu finished speaking, Mike objected. "No, we need to search separately to find our own tokens." Meng Zu. Searching separately? Was that a death wish? Didn't he know the horror movie rule? When protagonists split up, the monster always strikes. If they separated, they'd likely be killed by Pennywise. Meng Zu couldn't help but wonder if the clown had dumbed Mike down, or else why would he say something so idiotic? "Are you serious? We're safer together. If you split up, you might get attacked by the clown," Meng Zu said, looking at Mike. "Statistically, we're safest together." "I agree with Evan. If we split up, we might run into the clown," Eddie said, also opposing the idea. Richie directly opposed it. "Splitting up is just stupid. We acted together back then, and we should do the same now. Separating only puts us in danger. Were we really always together? Do you remember what happened before we entered the abandoned house? You probably don't. Many things happened that summer. I only have vague memories of before we went into the house. I recall we did separate at times. Acting alone helps us recall more of that summer, so we can find our tokens," Mike explained. "I remember now, we did separate," Bill said, looking at Richie. "We had an argument, and I punched you. Then we went our separate ways." Seeing the others fall silent, Meng Zu asked Mike, "Is separating absolutely necessary?" "Yes, otherwise we might not find the tokens." Meng Zu fell into thought. It seemed the clown was deliberately doing this, afraid that if they stayed together, it wouldn't have a chance to attack the six. By separating them, it could pick them off one by one, preventing them from gathering all the tokens and forcing it to show itself. The clown could afford to wait, but he couldn't. "I have an idea. 5 of you stay together at Mike's house, while one person goes alone to find their token. He'll follow from a distance hidden, and if anything goes wrong, he'll step in immediately." Meng Zu shared his plan, and after some thought, they agreed. Meng Zu had assumed the first to go would be Mike or Bill, but it turned out to be Beverly. Back in town from the forest, Meng Zu handed Mike a pair of brass knuckles. "These have been blessed by a priest. If you run into the clown, use these to punch him." To keep Beverly from being scared, Meng Zu said to her, Just go about your search as you normally would. Pretend I'm not here. He'll stay hidden and follow you so I don't affect you. But don't worry, if there's danger he'll rush over immediately. Meng Zu trailed far behind Beverly until she entered an abandoned building. He did not follow her inside, but waited outside, sensing no trace of the clown's dark energy even after she emerged. Found it. Found it. Beverly pulled out a folded piece of paper. Having retrieved Beverly's token, Meng Zu brought her back to Mike's place before proceeding to follow the next person in search of their token. The next few searches went smoothly. Bill's paper boat, Eddie's inhaler, Richie's coin, and Ben's graduation yearbook. Only Mike remained. As before, Meng Zu followed Mike from a distance. Passing by an amusement park, he suddenly detected the clown's dark energy. Turning his head, he saw a clown holding a child's hand heading toward a clown funhouse. The clown seemed to sense Meng Zu's gaze and looked back. Recognizing the familiar makeup, Meng Zu identified the clown as Pennywise. Pennywise grinned soundlessly at Meng Zu, then licked his lips before leading the child into the clown funhouse. So you can't hold back anymore. Trying to lure me away to deal with Mike. I should just finish the mission first. Once I draw you out, I'll kill you and avenge you, little one. Meng Zu resolved to continue following Mike. Damn it, he cursed, quickening his pace. I'm such a soft-hearted fool. Meng Zu rushed to Mike's side and handed him the demon-slaying dagger. I have something to deal with now. Take this. If you encounter the clown, don't be afraid. Just stab him with this. Find your token and head back immediately. He'll come to you later. Without waiting for Mike to ask why, Meng Zu hurried off toward the clown funhouse at the amusement park. The brightly lit clown funhouse plunged into darkness as Meng Zu entered, with only a few dim lights flickering intermittently. The place was filled with wax statues of clowns. Their grinning faces, amusing under normal light, now seemed grotesque and eerie in the gloom, their eyes gleaming with a sinister glow. Sensing the oppressive dark energy enveloping the funhouse, Meng Zu grew cautious. Scanning the surroundings, he found it utterly empty. Clearly the clown had chosen this place deliberately. He felt a constant sensation of being watched, but whenever he turned there was nothing but the smiling wax clowns lurking in the shadows. Meng Zu knew the clown was observing him from the shadows. Perhaps an ordinary person wouldn't notice, but for someone like him accustomed to danger it was all too obvious. Maintaining a calm facade, Meng Zu walked on nonchalantly. As he passed a corner, he noticed a framed painting of a clown on the wall. The moment he walked by, a short blade appeared in his hand, and he swung it fiercely at the frame. The clown in the painting suddenly thrust its arms out, catching the blade before it could strike. The clown's face twisted into an exaggerated expression of shock. Just as it opened its mouth to speak, it saw Meng Zu's other hand, now holding a silenced pistol. With a low gunshot, the clown in the painting let out a scream. A wisp of black smoke shot out from the frame. Freed from resistance, the blade cleaved the painting in two, sending it crashing to the floor. As the black smoke fled into the distance, Meng Zu fired another holy light bullet at it. Seeing the smoke disappear into a side corridor, he stowed his blade and gave chase. Following the trace of the clown's dark energy, Meng Zu arrived at a hall of mirrors. As he walked past a mirror, it reflected not his own image but the clown's. "Nosy fellow, do you want to save this child?" the clown in the mirror asked, staring at Meng Zu. Meng Zu glanced at the reflection without answering. His senses told him the clown wasn't actually inside the mirror, so he focused on locating its true position. Annoyed by Meng Zu's indifference, the clown's expression darkened. Suddenly, its head emerged from the mirror, jaw unhinged to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth lunging at Meng Zu. Without even looking, Meng Zu punched the clown's head, which dissolved into a cloud of black smoke. Realizing his tricks were futile and that Meng Zu felt not an ounce of fear, the clown abandoned its games and revealed itself. In the mirror directly before Meng Zu, the clown's figure appeared, standing beside the little boy he had seen earlier. The boy was breathing rapidly, his face pale from terror. Meng Zu halted. He sensed the clown was truly there this time, and the boy was real. He could hear the child's rapid breathing in the silence. The clown crouched beside the boy, stroking his head, and spoke with a sinister tone. "Since you're so eager to save him, I'll devour him right before your eyes." As the clown's mouth gaped wide toward the boy's head, Meng Zu fired without hesitation. A holy light bullet struck the boy's head. The mirror shattered from the impact, revealing the boy behind it along with the clown's corpse lying on the ground, its head blown apart. But the clown's body gradually faded under Meng Zu's gaze, dissolving into black smoke and vanishing. A decoy, Meng Zu thought as he felt the dark energy within the funhouse dissipate. Meng Zu holstered his gun. With the clown gone, the lights in the funhouse returned to normal. He didn't bother worrying about whether the boy would be traumatized. That wasn't his specialty. He simply warned the child not to wander off with strangers and let him out of the funhouse. Leaving the amusement park, Meng Zu followed the clues toward Mike's location, but encountered him heading back midway. Mike was covered in dust, his clothes torn in several places. Clearly, he had been attacked by the clown. "Did you find your token?" "Found it." Mike pulled out a stone. "Thanks to the demon-slaying dagger you gave me, I managed to drive the clown away." "Good. Now that we have everything, let's go join Bill and the others to finish off the clown." When Meng Zu and Mike returned to the residence, they found it in disarray with a man lying on the floor. Upon inquiry, they learned the man had been controlled by the clown to attack Bill and the others while Meng Zu was away. However, Bill and his group had used the brass knuckles left by Meng Zu to dispel the dark energy on the man, easily knocking him unconscious. Meng Zu was now fully convinced that the clown was truly weak, only skilled at escape. To eliminate it, he would have to find its true body. With all the tokens gathered, Mike picked up the jar used to seal the clown, and together they headed toward the clown's lair, the abandoned villa. By the time Meng Zu and his companions arrived at the abandoned villa, the sun was nearly setting, casting a dim light that shrouded the entire building in shadow, evoking a sense of oppression. Without hesitation, they entered and descended via the rope into the underground cavern from the dry well. Meng Zu noticed an additional stone platform in the cavern, surrounded by 4 stone pillars that extended to the cavern's ceiling. The group stepped onto the stone platform. Mike placed the pot on it, poured in gasoline, and tossed a lit match inside, immediately igniting a blazing fire within the pot. Mike and the others exchanged glances, then retrieved their tokens and cast them into the pot's raging flames. Holding hands, they chanted the incantation Mike had taught them. Soon Meng Zu sensed a surge of dense, dark energy emerging from above. The cavern's ceiling split open, revealing 3 glowing orbs that floated out from the rift. Simultaneously, Meng Zu saw the surrounding space turn mirror-like, then silently shatter. The cavern's area instantly expanded, and a deep pit appeared on the ground, emitting streams of black mist. Above the pit, 5 children hovered in midair. The black mist from the pit coiled around the 5 children, writhing, as if alive, absorbing something from them. The children had their eyes closed and brows furrowed, but their rising and falling chests indicated they were still alive. Meng Zu finally understood why the clues had failed to locate Pennywise the clown. This creature was hiding in another dimension. The 3 glowing orbs descended slowly into the pot. The moment they entered, a massive surge of black mist erupted from the deep pit and rushed into the pot. Seeing the orbs fall into the pot, Mike hurriedly grabbed the lid to seal it. But just as he was about to cover it, a red balloon emerged from the pot, blocking the lid. Mike struggled to force the lid down, but the red balloon grew larger, pushing him away. Meng Zu sensed the dense dark energy within the balloon and knew Mike's plan had failed. "Step back," Meng Zu shouted to Mike and the others. Witnessing the situation, they realized the sealing ritual had failed and quickly retreated behind Meng Zu, their faces pale with panic as they stared at the ever-expanding red balloon. When the red balloon grew nearly as large as a 2-story house, it burst open, releasing a cloud of black smoke. As the smoke dispersed, Meng Zu saw a colossal monster. Its head was that of Pennywise the clown, but its body resembled a spider, albeit with differences. Its 8 limbs ended in claws, and the rest of its form was clad in clown attire. Pennywise grinned at Meng Zu and his group, revealing a ferocious smile. But before it could attack, bang, 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 Meng Zu fired 3 shots at it. The 3 holy light bullets struck its head squarely. Pennywise let out a shriek of agony, never expecting Meng Zu to be so dishonorable as to ambush it. It had assumed it would strike first, forcing the opponent to counter. Black liquid dripped from the wound on Pennywise's head. Meng Zu immediately caught a burnt, foul odor emanating from the fluid, causing him to furrow his brow. The black liquid exuded dark energy. Glancing at it, Meng Zu wondered inwardly, is this its blood? Ignoring the pain, Pennywise raised its front claws to strike at Meng Zu. However, its movements were far too slow in Meng Zu's eyes, allowing him to dodge effortlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Meng Zu casually fired at Pennywise, each holy light bullet hitting its head. With such a large target, missing was nearly impossible. Though Pennywise's head was hit, its wounds healed quickly. Enduring the pain, it continued attacking Meng Zu. Bang, bang. Mike and the others, who had retreated far away, initially turned pale at the sight of Pennywise's monstrous form. But seeing Meng Zu effortlessly dodge and shoot, while Pennywise failed to land a single blow, their fear began to shift. Is that all? If I'd known, I'd have brought a gun. Pennywise realized its enlarged form was too clumsy. It shrank to normal size, its mouth sprouting rows of sharp fangs, and lunged at Meng Zu. At normal size, Pennywise's speed increased significantly, but to Meng Zu, it was still trivial. He raised his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 crisp shots echoed through the vast space. The first hit its shoulder, shattering half of it. The second struck one of its spider legs, obliterating it entirely. The final shot hit its head, blowing half of it apart. Pennywise let out a strange screech, crouched slightly on its 8 claws, then leaped over 10 meters into the air, descending upon Meng Zu. It raised its claws, a cold gleam aimed straight for Meng Zu's face, as if to kill him in one strike. Bang, bang, bang. Meng Zu fired several shots at the airborne Pennywise, then sidestepped a few paces, watching as the falling Pennywise missed its target. The moment Pennywise landed, Meng Zu delivered a whip kick to its body, sending it spinning, flying, and crashing heavily onto the ground 7 or 8 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. 3 holy light bullets shattered Pennywise's 3 remaining spider legs, splattering black liquid everywhere. Meng Zu suddenly noticed that Pennywise's wounds were no longer healing, and the dark energy within it had significantly waned. Realizing it was no match for Meng Zu, and that continuing would mean certain death, Pennywise scrambled to flee toward the deep pit. But before it could reach the pit, 4 gunshots rang out, and its remaining 4 spider legs were shattered by Meng Zu's holy light bullets. As Meng Zu approached, Pennywise writhed its broken body and pleaded, "Don't kill me. I can grant you eternal life." Bang! Without a word, Meng Zu fired a holy light bullet, obliterating the remaining half of Pennywise's head. Its body dissolved into ashes, leaving behind 3 glowing orbs. Curious, Meng Zu crouched and reached out to touch the 3 orbs. The moment he made contact, they surged into his body. Startled by the sudden change, Meng Zu heard the system announce, "Absorbed 3 space fragments." So these are space fragments. No wonder Pennywise could hide in another dimension. With the system's prompt, Meng Zu finally understood why such a weak creature as Pennywise could conceal itself in another dimension. Just then the ground began to tremble, snapping Meng Zu back to reality. Seeing the cavern shaking, he shouted to Mike and the others, "It's collapsing. Take the children and get out." They grabbed the unconscious children lying on the ground and rushed toward the dry well. After emerging from the abandoned villa with the children, they watched as the building shook violently before collapsing, with a roar forming a deep pit. All 5 children were alive. Meng Zu looked at the little girl in his arms. It was Lisa, the one he had been searching for. The system indicated the mission was complete. "Aren't you coming over today? Give me a break, it's only just past New Year's, I don't want to move. It's already been a month since New Year's, my dad's thinking of going to your place to find you." "All right, tell Uncle Yang, he'll be there tomorrow. You all handle things today." Meng Zu hung up the phone and continued lying on the rooftop, observing the target through the sniper scope. It was already 2011. The detective agency had taken a half-month holiday for the Chinese New Year tradition. Apart from spending the first 2 days of the holiday with Uncle Yang and the others celebrating the New Year, Meng Zu spent the rest of his time taking on tasks from the Continental Hotel. Uncle Yang and the others were unaware of his side job as a killer. He had no choice but to lie to cover it up. In truth, Meng Zu didn't want to work so diligently, but this universe was primarily the Marvel Cinematic Universe. After Iron Man appeared, superheroes and supervillains emerged one after another. With the new year beginning, he had to find ways to enhance his strength for his own safety. After nearly half an hour, the target finally appeared. Bang! Meng Zu decisively pulled the trigger. Through the scope, he saw the target's head explode as they collapsed to the ground. He pulled out his phone to report the mission completion to the Continental Hotel, then retrieved the sniper rifle and shell casings into his storage space, stood up, and quickly left via the rooftop stairs. As Meng Zu drove to the Mercenary bar, the Continental Hotel sent a confirmation of the mission's completion and the bounty was deposited into his account. Just as Meng Zu sat down at the bar drinking and chatting with Randy, a sleazy figure popped up beside him. "Evan, I've got a private job. Interested?" "Gordon, are you trying to post a private contract here? Aren't you afraid Randy will throw you out?" Meng Zu said with a smile, looking at the grinning, white man Gordon. Gordon shrugged, looking helplessly at Meng Zu and Randy. "Can't help it. Our boss assigned this task. He doesn't want to pay the middleman fee, and there's only payment upon completion. Gordon, you know the rules here. Tell Victor if he does this again, he won't get any more contracts from this place." Randy tapped the counter. At the Mercenary bar, posting a contract required paying Randy a service fee. Moreover, once someone accepted a job, the employer had to pay a deposit up front, which was non-refundable whether the mission succeeded or failed. This was why mercenaries were willing to take jobs from Randy. As for those who took jobs just to skim the deposit and caused missions to fail, Randy would show them the consequences. A few mercenaries had tried that before, and they had vanished without a trace. Gordon smiled bitterly. "Randy, of course I know. But what can I do? Our boss insisted I give it a shot. Think of it as a favor between friends." Randy rolled his eyes at Gordon in exasperation. "Ask Evan yourself." The name Gordon instantly brought to mind Commissioner Gordon from DC, who always covered for Batman. But this Gordon was a drug dealer. All the regulars at the Mercenary bar knew him, and they got along well. Gordon controlled a street in Brooklyn where he had monopolized the drug trade. It sounded impressive, but he was essentially a low-level supplier, a wage slave who worked from dawn to dusk, while the higher-ups took most of the profits. He earned only a pittance. Meng Zu had no aversion to people in this line of work. After all, in the land of the free, such trades were rampant, and his own work often skirted the light. There was no point in judging others. Despite his abhorrent job, Gordon had some principles and a decent character. At least no one had ever heard of him selling his products to minors or students. According to Gordon, he had once been well off, owning a car dealership and having a penchant for gambling in Las Vegas casinos. Unfortunately, he was set up in a card game, incurring a massive gambling debt that bankrupted him. His shop was seized, his house and car were confiscated, and his wife ran off with another man. In just a few days, he went from a wealthy man to a penniless drifter. The only things left to him were a daughter and a dog. To feed the 3 of them, he first gave up his hobby and took on various odd jobs. But faced with mounting family expenses, he eventually joined a drug gang. Gordon started as a small-time street dealer and worked his way up to become the contractor for an entire street. By his own account, he was striving only to give his daughter a good life. It sounded almost moving, damn it. Evan, we've known each other for so long. Consider it a favor. Are you interested? Is it another protection job for your gang's shipments from Mexico? If that's the case, don't waste your time, Meng Zu said to Gordon. Drug gangs frequently needed to restock, and the largest supply route for American gangs was neighboring Mexico. Gordon once came to the bar for a drink and upon learning it was a mercenary bar, told his gang leader about it. The leader was an oddball. Normally protecting shipments was done by the gang's own members, but he had the bizarre idea of hiring mercenaries for the job. So Gordon often visited the bar to drink. Once he got familiar with the bar owner Randy, he relayed his leader's plan. Randy saw no issue with it. As long as it wasn't murder, it was fine, and there was money to be made. Whether any mercenaries would take the job was beyond his control. Later, after Gordon took over his street, he also posted contracts at Randy's bar. The drug trade was mostly run by independent dealers. To steal customers, these dealers would trespass on Gordon's turf and cause trouble. Gordon hired people from the bar several times to teach them a lesson, and only then did his street become free of rivals. Meng Zu had taken a few contracts from Gordon's gang before, but except for one time when they didn't encounter the drug enforcement police, the other times they did. Although he wore a mask to avoid trouble with the authorities, he never accepted their contracts again. Seeing Meng Zu refuse, Gordon said helplessly, "I guess I'll have to tell our boss this won't work. Gordon is your boss pulling another stunt like last time trying to pay with drugs," Meng Zu said with a smile. Hearing this, Randy couldn't help but laugh. Once someone completed a job for Gordon's gang, and the employer tried to settle the payment with drugs. Randy led his men straight to the gang's hideout, held a gun to Gordon's boss' head, and only then did the boss reluctantly cough up the remaining payment. Few mercenaries ever touched drugs. Using them would ruin a person, and once ruined, they couldn't continue as mercenaries. Only Gordon's eccentric boss could come up with the idea of paying with drugs. Meng Zu said to Gordon, "Gordon, have you ever thought about quitting this line of work? Be careful, the cops might come knocking one day." "I know. They'll stop once I've saved a bit more money." Gordon was well aware that drug dealers were easy targets for the narcotics police. The only reason he was still safe was that his boss had greased the right palms. But if something went wrong with the boss, he would be finished too. But he couldn't help it. Drug dealing was quick money. Gordon was still short of a certain amount. Once he had enough, he would quit, open a legitimate shop, earn a stable income, and buy a spacious house for his daughter and their dog. After drinking for a while longer, Meng Zu checked the time and left the mercenary bar. "Looks like I need to go to the gas station." Seeing the fuel gauge needle approaching empty, Meng Zu turned the car around and headed for the gas station. Arriving at the self-service gas station, Meng Zu got out of the car, inserted his credit card, confirmed the amount, then pulled out the nozzle and inserted it into the car's fuel port. While waiting for the tank to fill, Meng Zu noticed the car fueling on the other side was a 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 429. He silently praised the fine vehicle. A beagle sat obediently beside the man who was filling the car. Catching a glimpse of the man's profile, Meng Zu felt a flicker of recognition and ventured, "John." The man turned at the sound of his name, Evan. Seeing his full face, Meng Zu was momentarily stunned. "John, you've changed a lot in 2 years." This man was named John Wick, a retired assassin. When Meng Zu first learned of the Continental Hotel, he thought it was a coincidence. But the first time he walked in and saw the man who bore a striking resemblance to Constantine and Neo, his suspicions were nearly confirmed. Later, from the concierge Sharon, he learned this man was indeed the dog-loving John Wick. In the dog-themed trilogy, John Wick was a retired assassin until a mob boss son broke into his home, stole his car, and killed the dog left to him by his deceased wife. This pushed John beyond his limits, forcing him out of retirement for revenge, setting off a chain of subsequent events. After becoming a member of the Continental Hotel, Meng Zu had heard of John's reputation. Nicknamed the Baba Yaga, meaning the boogeyman, he was elusive in completing his missions. Often his targets were eliminated before they even saw him. John was the top assassin at the New York Continental, possessing the highest level of skill and capability. Even within the entire Continental network, John ranked among the most elite. Meng Zu's acquaintance with John stemmed not only from their frequent meetings at the hotel's bar, but also from Meng Zu's peculiar requirements for accepting contracts. As an assassin, John was highly professional, unlike Meng Zu, who was overly selective. Meng Zu joined the Continental in 2008. That same year, John met an ordinary woman who captivated his heart. Falling in love, John's approach to contracts changed, becoming somewhat similar to Meng Zu's. Thus, the two gradually grew familiar. After finishing his last job in 2008, John retired from the Continental, presumably to get married. Meng Zu hadn't seen him since. Encountering John now, Meng Zu noticed he had changed dramatically. His once robust frame had softened, and his face showed years of aging. John should only be 40, yet he looked over 50. He had grown a full beard which he never used to favor, and his expression was steeped in a profound melancholy. "Maybe so. You look like you haven't changed much." John forced a weak smile. Seeing John in this state, Meng Zu guessed that John's wife might have passed away. "Perhaps it's because I keep living my life the same as always." Evan will be going now. Have a good life. John replaced the nozzle. As John was about to get into his car, Meng Zu suddenly called out, John. What's up? John stopped and looked at Meng Zu. Meng Zu said to him, if you ever need any help, you can come to me. John stared at Meng Zu for a long moment before finally saying, okay. Watching John drive away, Meng Zu withdrew his gaze. After his own car was fully fueled, he drove back to his residence. Meng Zu drove home to find his television already on. When he opened the door and entered, he saw a familiar figure sitting on his sofa. This person had two long swords on his back, wore a seductive black-and-red skin-tight combat suit that covered him entirely, and was watching TV with evident amusement. Meng Zu was speechless. Seeing this alto familiar outfit, a dreadful name immediately came to mind. Damn, could this really be Deadpool? How did he get here? I clearly remember this world has no mutants. As if sensing something, Deadpool turned around and looked at Meng Zu, who was staring wide-eyed. After tilting his head for 3 seconds, he said, Hey buddy, from the look in your eyes, it seems like you know me. No way, this world doesn't have the great Deadpool, so how could you know me? Why aren't you talking? Don't look at me with those loving eyes. Are you trying to hook up with me? Don't worry, Deadpool will definitely satisfy you. Hearing Deadpool's nonsense, Meng Zu could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Oh heavens, this thing is real. How did he even show up? Why are you rolling your eyes? Are you trying to get Deadpool to lick you? Even though you're a pretty boy, I'm telling you, no way. Guys like you. Meng Zu seriously considered pulling out a gun and shooting this guy in the head. But then he remembered this creature was immortal. A bullet would only dirty his sofa, a completely futile effort. For the sake of his sofa, he held back. Meng Zu hissed at Deadpool, shut up, wait. Wow, you really do know Deadpool. How? Did Stan Lee tell you? Damn it, I knew Stan Lee would blabber one day. Seeing Deadpool muttering to himself, Meng Zu rubbed his temples. He walked to the fridge, took out 2 bottles of beer, and sat on the other end of the sofa. Setting the bottles on the table, he opened one and took a sip. Wait, why are you in my house? Deadpool snapped back to reality. You thief? You stole something from me. Deadpool is here specifically for you. I stole something from you. Don't be ridiculous. I've never even seen you before. I know you have a bad head, but can you at least come up with a better excuse? Meng Zu looked at Deadpool with disdain. You stole my symbiote. Deadpool can clearly feel the symbiote on you. Suddenly, Deadpool's black-and-red suit turned completely black. When Deadpool transformed into the symbiote state, Meng Zu immediately felt a resonance from the symbiote on his own body. In a flash, he too was covered in the symbiote. Seeing Meng Zu also in symbiote form, Deadpool exclaimed excitedly, see, the evidence is solid. You stole Deadpool's symbiote. How are we going to settle this? So you're the one who brought the symbiote. Meng Zu retracted the symbiote back into his body. What do you want? If you want it back, he'll give it to you. It's not that great anyway, being afraid of both fire and sound waves. You use my little darling and then complain about it. You think just giving it back is enough? No way. Deadpool dropped the symbiote state and said indignantly. Then what do you want? Meng Zu didn't want to argue with Deadpool. How about I give you some money as compensation? How much? The mention of money instantly changed Deadpool's tone. Meng Zu remembered that Deadpool was always broke. Despite being able to earn a lot, he always spent it quickly. $50,000. $50,000. Are you insulting me? Do you think Deadpool is the kind of guy who's swayed by money? I challenge you to a duel. Deadpool shouted dramatically. Deadpool doesn't care about money anymore. Meng Zu thought to himself, observing Deadpool's behavior. Then what do you want? Deadpool craned his neck, leaning his face close to Meng Zu's, and said, pay up. Give Deadpool $1 million, and he'll let bygones be bygones about you stealing my symbiote. Damn, so he just thinks it's too little. I thought Deadpool had lost his love for money. As long as he loves cash, it's easy. Money's no issue. Meng Zu looked at Deadpool with disdain and said 70,000. 90,000. 60,000. 80,000. Seeing Meng Zu's offers getting lower, Deadpool quickly said, give me 80,000, and he'll not only forget about you stealing my symbiote, but he'll also throw in the one on you as a gift. Deal. Meng Zu agreed without a second thought. Although the symbiote on him was vulnerable to fire and sound waves, it was still quite useful. Seeing how readily Meng Zu agreed, Deadpool felt a twinge of regret. Had he asked for too little? He tentatively said, how about a little more? 80,000 it is. Meng Zu immediately pulled out his checkbook, scribbled a check for $80,000, tore it off, and held it out to Deadpool. But when Meng Zu saw Deadpool didn't reach for the check, he thought the guy was about to back out and sneered. What could it be that the famous Deadpool wants to renege? Deadpool retorted irritably. Deadpool never goes back on his word. Everyone knows I'm the most trustworthy. Then why aren't you taking the check? Look, it clearly says $80,000 right here. Meng Zu waved the check in front of Deadpool. Deadpool explained his reason. Deadpool wants cash, not a check. That check is only good here. Once I go back, it's worthless. Meng Zu was speechless. Then go to the bank and cash it yourself. But unexpectedly, Deadpool changed his mind again. On second thought, I'd rather have gold. Gold works anywhere. Give me gold. Fuck. Suddenly a thought struck Meng Zu. He smiled at Deadpool and said, gold is fine, wait. I heard you can break the fourth wall and travel to other worlds. I want to go with you and take a look. Why would I take you? Deadpool pulled off his mask, revealing his scarred, burn-ravaged face, and grabbed a beer from the table to drink. Looking at Deadpool's appearance, Meng Zu thought he was more pleasant to behold with the mask on. Just consider it a favor. I want to see what other worlds are like. I never had the chance before, but now I've met you. Why should I help you? You're not Deadpool's friend, Deadpool said dismissively. Oh, by the way, I'm friends with Peter in this world. He's just started college and doesn't know how dangerous the world can be. I should warn him to always protect himself, especially from some guy in a Redan black suit with twin blades who's been lusting after his body and wants to screw him. If he ever runs into him, he should stay far away. Meng Zu said with a chuckle. Huh? Are you threatening Deadpool? Deadpool scoffed. You know I can turn my whole body black now, right? Oh, I almost forgot about that. Of course, Wade, how could I threaten you? We've been talking for a while now, so we're practically friends. Just do me a favor and take me to another world. Sorry, I don't. Deadpool said while drinking beer and picking his ear. Seeing Deadpool was about to refuse again, Meng Zu cut in $10,000. Deal. Deadpool grabbed one of Meng Zu's hands and shook it vigorously. Buddy, even though I care more about the 10 grand, we're friends now. Don't you think you should tell me your name? Meng Zu, or you can call me Evan. And one more thing, we're not friends anymore. Since I'm paying you, that makes me your boss. Sure thing, boss. How did you know about me? I don't exist in this world, and you've never been to another world. Wait, remember, I'm your boss now. Don't ask about the boss secrets. Also, when I go to another world, I'll need to come back. Bring me back, and I'll give you another 10,000. Got it. Got it. But boss, if you want to go to another world, you need to pay me first. And that includes the 80,000 we agreed on. Deadpool rubbed his fingers together in front of Meng Zu. Don't worry, I'll pay you before we leave. So boss, when do you want to go? Right now. Hearing head get paid immediately, Deadpool quickly said, boss, going to other worlds is dangerous. Give me $1 million and I'll protect you, ensuring a perfect journey in the new world. Meng Zu ignored Deadpool, got up, and headed to the basement where his safe held plenty of gold and cash. Seeing Meng Zu silent, Deadpool hastily pulled on his mask and followed. Boss, how about 90,000? 90,000 will do. 80,000. 80,000 is the lowest. Fine, you win, boss. 70,000. Just pay 70,000. Bombarded by Deadpool's incessant chatter, Meng Zu stopped. Shut up, Wade. Okay, boss. Deadpool mimed, zipping his lips. After barely 3 seconds, Deadpool's mouth started up again. Boss, do you need a guide? I know lots of worlds. I can take you to the fun places. Just $20,000. This gold bar is worth $100,000, Wade. We won't bother with a contract. It's useless anyway. You said you're the most trustworthy, so let's stick to our deal. After you bring me back, I'll give you another 10,000. Meng Zu suppressed his anger, opened the safe with his palm print, took out a gold bar weighing nearly 30 pounds, and slammed it hard into Deadpool. Served him right for getting his mouth sewn shut in Logan. In just those 2 minutes, Deadpool's mouth had been chattering non-stop, like a machine gun. Deadpool silently bent down, picked up the gold bar from the floor, and with a conflicted expression stuffed it into his chest. Deadpool's reaction wasn't because Meng Zu's attitude trampled his dignity, but because he saw the safe was full of cash and gold bars, and instantly felt he'd made a bad deal. In New York, with its towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic, the night was a blur of neon lights and dazzling illuminations. The crowds surged like tides through the streets and alleys, weaving a tapestry of vibrant prosperity that lured wave after wave of people to this place. In a small alley in Queens, a channel of energy suddenly materialized out of thin air, and then 2 figures were hurled out from it, slamming violently against the wall. Oh, boss, I think my spine is broken. I can't get up. This is a work injury. You need to pay me. Deadpool lay on the ground, letting out strange cries. Get up. I'll throw in an extra $5,000. Meng Zu stood up, feigning calmness. You're the most generous boss I've ever met. Deadpool flipped over and leaped to his feet. A minute earlier, Meng Zu had placed his hand on Deadpool's shoulder as instructed, and then watched Deadpool twist the wristwatch on his arm. According to Deadpool, this watch was a gift from his good buddy Cable, capable of traversing time and space. Just select a destination and leap into another world. When Deadpool activated the watch, both were instantly sucked into a spatial tunnel. At that moment, Meng Zu's system issued a prompt: detectable world-traveling energy found. Auto-absorption initiated. As the system began absorbing this energy, the two felt as if they were clothes tossed into a washing machine, spinning until they were dizzy and disoriented. After a while, they were hurled out with tremendous force. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Meng Zu suspected it was his own doing, but absolutely refused to admit it, knowing Deadpool would make a fuss. Feigning ignorance, he asked, Wade, is it always like this when you go to other worlds? Of course not. Sometimes it's a bit tight squeezing in, but never like being tossed into a washing machine. Wade, which world is this, eh? Let me check. Fuck, my watch is broken. Damn it, I was aiming for that old wolf's world. Wrong world, Logan. I'm sorry, but I guess I'll have to let you sleep a little longer. Deadpool said mournfully. Hearing this, Meng Zu's expression changed. Wait, if your watch is broken, how do we get back? After emerging from the energy channel, Meng Zu heard the system's notification. It was now upgrading and temporarily unavailable. With Wade's travel watch broken, what if he couldn't return? Don't panic, boss. This thing is just for convenience. Relax, will get you back. I'm still waiting for that $1,000. Meng Zu recalled that in the comics Deadpool broke the fourth wall and traveled to other worlds without any high-tech gadgets, just by himself. So he asked, can you travel across worlds on your own? Of course. Deadpool is that awesome. Reassured that they could return, Meng Zu relaxed. Hearing gunshots in the distance, he frowned and asked, Wade, where is this? Oh God, that familiar smell, this damn environment. This is my beloved Queens, New York. Haha. Deadpool sniffed the air deeply first with an intoxicated expression, then, as if recalling something, let out a lecherous chuckle. From Deadpool's expression, Meng Zu knew the guy had figured out where they were. Which world's New York? This is. Before Deadpool could finish, an explosion echoed from near to far. Both looked toward the source and saw a figure in a black tight suit flash across the sky, followed closely by a young man on a flying hoverboard, also clad in black. Then Meng Zu heard a voice. Peter, are you just going to hide? Boss. Alright, you don't need to say it. I already know which world this is. No, boss, I was going to say we could follow them and watch the fun. Hearing this, Meng Zu thought for a second. Good idea. Peter dodged another one of Harry's pumpkin bombs, then turned and shot webs to block Harry's path. Under his high-tech combat goggles, Harry easily spotted the dense web lines, so he immediately veered downward to fly around them. Seeing Harry descend, Peter turned and shot 2 web lines to the rooftops on either side. He pulled hard to halt himself midair, then used his arms to yank the webs kicked off the wall behind him and shot toward Harry like an arrow released from a bow. Before Harry could dodge, Peter collided with him. The immense inertia sent both flying off the hoverboard, slamming hard into the wall of a nearby building, creating a dent in the surrounding surface. Ignoring the pain in his back, Harry punched Peter in the face. Peter turned his head and returned the blow, landing a punch on Harry's face. The two grappled and fell from the wall onto the alley floor. Peter rolled to avoid the hoverboard, hurtling toward him from behind. In midair, he grabbed the board, and as Harry leaped toward him with a swinging fist, struck Harry hard in the chest with it. The blow sent Harry flying, crashing into a metal dumpster in the distance. Harry slid off the dumpster onto the ground. The 2 heavy impacts had severely injured his back, leaving him unable to get up for the moment. Peter destroyed the hoverboard's propulsion system, walked over to Harry, and tossed the board aside. Looking at Harry struggling to rise, he said, Harry, you're my friend. I don't want to hurt you. The moment you killed my father, we stopped being friends, Harry said angrily. I've told you I didn't kill your father. He tried to kill me, but I just dodged. Shut up. You lying bastard. Harry shouted at Peter. Peter looked at Harry in silence for a moment, then said, You'll always be my friend, Harry. Goodbye. He turned, leaped, shot a web to a distant rooftop, and swung away until he disappeared from sight. Harry struggled a couple of times, but found he couldn't get up yet, so he called his butler to come pick him up. In a distant alley entrance, 2 heads peeked out, watching silently. Seeing there was no more action, they withdrew. I didn't expect Peter to hit Harry so hard. Boss, something's wrong with Peter. I can see that. He's been possessed by a symbiote. What are you getting at? Spider-Man is a righteous hero. A Spider-Man possessed by a symbiote is no longer Spider-Man. We need to help him become New York's friendly neighborhood hero again, Deadpool said with righteous indignation. Wade, watch your character. That line doesn't suit you. Just admit you are after the symbiote. Meng Zu looked at Deadpool with disdain. Alright, boss. The symbiote on you is one I dropped earlier, which we can mine. I need that symbiote to recover. Symbiotes influence their host's mind. Aren't you afraid it'll affect you if it gets stronger? Boss, are you kidding me? You think this little thing can mess with Deadpool? Haha, even Venom would have to listen to me. Deadpool snickered lewdly. Meng Zu understood that Deadpool wasn't referring to the Venom from Spider-Man 3, but the sentient-speaking symbiote Venom from the Venom movie. Still, it made sense. In terms of mental corruption, Deadpool was unmatched. He recalled that in the comics, Professor X went insane after reading Deadpool's mind, and that was the most powerful human brain. A mere symbiote was no match for Deadpool. Within half a day, had twisted into his own shape. In their fusion, Deadpool would dominate, especially against this intellectually neutered symbiote from Spider-Man 3. Alright, I get it. You can have the symbiote if you want, but it's already night. We should find a place to rest first. Since the system was still upgrading, Meng Zu didn't plan to do anything. He'd wait to see if it finished upgrading overnight, then decide what to do next.